Men seek to obtain the world's strongest dual divine talents. He directly swallowed a black king snake and a white ant queen alive. The end of the world is approaching due to the drastic changes worldwide. Countless creatures transformed into man-eating monsters overnight. In the previous life, this ant queen would transform into a terrifying, mythical and calamitous being. The black king snake would transform into a terrifying black dragon, and these two terrifying beings slaughtered almost all humans overnight. Now I am reborn in a new life. Monsters arrived in the mountain forests outside the suburbs, the very place where the black snake appeared later on. If I could successfully capture them before the distortion and swallow them alive at the last moment before the distortion, I could obtain their mythical and calamitous abilities. The incredibly cruel end of the world will only become my playground, but just as I carefully searched for their figures. Suddenly, from a thicket, sporadic rustling sounds emerged, accompanied by the painful hissing of snakes. Yet around him was a vast expanse of black ants, these ants crawling on the black snake's body, crazily gnawing away. No matter how the black snake struggled and rolled, it couldn't escape the flood-like swarm of ants. I did not rashly approach but quietly observe because I did not know what the two mythical and calamitous beings looked like before the end of the world. If this black snake is truly the black dragon, it will not be bitten to death by the ant colony. Moreover, within the ant colony, I am also unclear. Which ant is the future mythical disaster? I still don't know. Even so, I am still extremely envious, with greed almost overflowing from my eyes. In the previous life, although I did not know what abilities the powerful black dragon, who claimed to be invincible in flesh, possessed, but I do know the abilities of that mythical level individual. The ability he possesses is called Divine Sword, which can block all abilities within the area he operates, and he relies on. This ability that terrifies all living beings, along with the nearly endless ant colony, has suppressed the black dragon, known as one of the top 5 mythical disasters in the world. But even so, I am even more eager to obtain the black dragon's abilities. The black dragon can be surrounded by millions of ant colonies in the divine realm, and can also cause great casualties to the ant colony. This also means that the black dragon's abilities slightly surpass those of the divine realm. In terms of individual strength, the black dragon is among the top 3. Soon, the black snake struggled into a river, escaping the attack of the ant colony. The black snake unexpectedly poked its head out of the water, roaring at the ants lingering on the shore. It's his extraordinary intelligence and vengeful nature that make him the black dragon dominating after the transformation. I immediately rushed out from my hiding place, grabbed the black snake in the water, and stuffed it into a prepared glass jar. Then my eyes turned to the ant colony on the shore. The vast black ant colony was gradually retreating. Clearly, they had given up on this hunt. But while they gave up, I wouldn't. That was the Divine Sword, hailed as one of the most practical abilities at the time, and an indispensable piece of my future dominance in the post-apocalyptic world. Following the footsteps of the ant colony, I smoothly found the ant nest. Then, using the method of smoking with a fire, I forced the termite queen out of the cave. Seeing this, I seized the escaping termite queen and placed it in the glass jar with the black snake. Watching the two mythical creatures and disasters trapped in the glass jar, I laughed manically as if I were about to tear apart a ferocious beast in the world. Then I checked the time, and there were still a few hours before hunger would set in. Next, it's time to deal with the enemy. A few minutes later, I arrived at a hot pot restaurant because I knew that in my past life, a few gangsters beat me to a pulp here. Before long, I caught sight of several gang bosses and their henchmen, 5 and 6, walking in. Suddenly, with a bang, one of the big men grabbed a young girl by her hair and forcefully pushed her head down on the table. Don't act tough if you can't back it up. Do you know who my big brother is? Recognize 5? What are you trying to do? This is a society under the rule of law. I'll call the police. The young girl, surrounded by a group of drunk men, trembled like a frightened little rabbit. I glanced at those burly men, a slight smile playing on my lips. It seemed like the right time to make a move. Don't worry, I snapped the solid wooden chopsticks from the hot pot into sharp wooden spikes. Holding them in my hand, I calmly approached the gang boss. I patted the shoulder of one of the men. Just as the man was about to turn around and curse, I instantly pierced his spirit from the side with the chopsticks. A large amount of scalding blood foamed from his mouth, then he collapsed heavily to the ground. The whole process flowed smoothly, not a hint of emotion on my face. The skills I honed in the past life during the apocalypse were more than enough to deal with a few thugs. Immediately, I took out a few more using the same method. After the killings, a sharp scream rang out, causing the diners to panic and flee. Who are you? The lone boss of the society looked at the corpses all around, his legs went weak, and he collapsed on the ground. Boss, I have money, lots of money. Who sent you? I'll pay you double. As I walked towards him, the once fierce society boss broke down in tears, snot running down his face, kneeling there continuously kowtowing to me. I helplessly looked up, a smile that was not a smile on my face as I gazed at the ceiling. Tears seemed to glisten in my eyes. My previous life ended up in the hands of such a person. I'll give you one last chance to stand up and fight me. As I looked at him, my expression returned to its usual calm demeanor. There was no hint of revenge joy in my eyes. This is not surprising, even somewhat disappointing. Boss, I have gold at home. I'll give it all to you. Spare me, please. He reached towards his waist while saying this. The next moment, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and lunged at me instantly. Faced with such an attack, I had 1,000 ways to deal with him directly, but I didn't do that. I simply sidestepped in an instant and swiftly stabbed at him with the chopsticks in my hand. A sound of flesh tearing was heard, half of the chopstick head protruded from the back of my hand, drops of crimson blood dripping along the exposed chopstick head. The society boss let out a piercing scream akin to slaughtering a pig. Do you like it? I only practiced this move because of you. I patted his cheek with the back of my axe and softly said, "You crazy bastard, if you have the guts, kill me now." He screamed crazily, as if it could alleviate the pain. Do you think I'll let you die so easily? I accidentally got some blood on my hands and wiped it on his face. I quickly pulled out the chopsticks from his hand and stabbed each side of his thighs instantly, watching the blood gush out like a fountain from Brother Society's legs. A look of satisfaction appeared on my face. After doing this, I ignored him and turned to walk away. I casually found a noodle shop and walked in. Just as I was about to quietly eat a bowl of noodles, I noticed a woman observing me deliberately. Although her disguise skills were good, compared to the life and death situations I've faced, the me sharpened by experience still had the edge. As my gaze swept past, we locked eyes for a moment. He showed no signs of panic, instead revealing a sly smile. Isn't he from the Chun family's arsenal? In the chaos of the past life, he was the only one in the entire Dongjiang city. An SS-level Esper, once single-handedly, defeated the base forces of tens of thousands, and was eventually summoned by the cabinet to leave Dongjiang city. If it weren't for his departure, the Bu family wouldn't have been able to dominate Dongjiang city. Speaking of which, he was a detective in the previous life, which means that my killing of Brother Society has alarmed the authorities. He must be here to arrest me. Seeing this, I got up without any hesitation and walked outside. Almost as soon as I stepped out of the door, Bun Yanba hurriedly got up and followed me all the way. Soon I arrived at the back door of a supermarket. In Bun Yanba's eyes, this place was undoubtedly the hideout of the criminal suspect. But just as he was about to call for backup, my figure disappeared in an instant. The next second, a hard wooden stick struck him directly in the back. Suddenly, a fierce blow hit his head, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground, completely knocked out. What a tough head! I threw away the broken wooden stick. Somewhat luckily, I said. Then I squatted down, my big hand stroking the silky black hair. What is your ability? I asked eagerly. Being called the Dust Dance Library and also known as the Killing Machine, your ability must at least be comparable to a 3S level. I then took him to the warehouse, checked the time on my phone, realizing that there were only 10 minutes left until the apocalypse arrived. I couldn't waste any more time on Bun Yanba. With that in mind, I took out the black snake and the glass jar, and walked outside. At this moment, Bun Yanba slowly regained consciousness and watched me walk away, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Let go of me quickly." I am a police officer, but seeing that I did not turn back, Bu Yanba became anxious, struggling desperately as he watched my gradually disappearing figure. And I arrived at a quiet place, silently staring at the time on my phone. When the last minute arrived, I grabbed the dormant black snake, opened my mouth wide, and forcefully stuffed it in. The black snake's size was not large, but compared to my narrow esophagus, it was not small, especially in length. I couldn't even chew, so I had to let the black snake struggle frantically in my esophagus. As a result, my esophagus was stretched by the black snake's body, and a tearing, vomiting sensation of pain surged. With a crisp swallowing sound, I finally swallowed the black snake alive. Watching the remaining 3 seconds, I grabbed it directly, stuffed it into my mouth, endured the pain, and forcefully swallowed it, finally completing everything in the last second. The next second, a laser flashed in the sky. Suddenly, countless creatures began to intensify, transforming into incredibly terrifying monsters attacking humans. However, after feeling that laser, instantly, an incredibly terrifying power erupted within me, blending with me as one. Now, I have embarked on a completely different path from my past life, possessing the power to dominate the apocalypse. After sensing my own changes, I couldn't wait to test my abilities, then headed towards the room where Bu Yanbo was detained. Here, it was already deserted, with only a pile of scattered hemp ropes on the ground. I was somewhat surprised, but it didn't matter anymore. Whatever he did now was already too late. Then, I leisurely walked towards the door and saw Bu Yanbo standing motionless in place. His eyes were lifeless, and he stood there like a puppet, staring blankly at everything outside. As I watched the raging monsters outside, a smile appeared on my face. This was the world I was familiar with. With determination, I took big strides towards the door. When Bu Yanbo saw me walking out, he immediately shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Come back quickly. Can't you see there are man-eating monsters outside? Going out is suicide," he accused loudly, his eyes filled with worry. I simply turned my head and glanced at him lightly. Even with just one glance, he keenly sensed that I was different from before. Then let's see who has the ability to kill me. I didn't care much and immediately strode towards the outside world. Just as I stepped out, my body underwent a rapid transformation, rapidly expanding until I was over 2 meters tall. My whole body was covered in a thick, dark scale armor. 2 fierce horns sprouted like spring bamboo shoots. The upper garment was instantly torn apart, revealing an extremely perfect body exposed to the air. Even covered in black scales, one can still clearly see, as if hiding the power and beauty of a real dragon. Then, a person rushed into a group of dozens of hungry mutants, their black claws like invincible divine weapons. The mutants that can overturn several-ton cars seem as fragile as tofu. Feeling the surging power in my body like a great river, I couldn't help but let out a long roar. Being able to clearly feel the surging warm flow in my body, like a high-pressure water gun, constantly cleansing my body, removing impurities, tempering every inch of flesh and blood, every minute and every second, feeling the crazy surge of power. Then I, like a person on the brink of a precipice, rushed into the group of mutants in front of me, with extremely sharp dragon claws. Wherever I went, even mutants with scales as tough as steel were effortlessly cut in half like tofu. Who is the real monster after all? Yanbo widened his eyes in disbelief, watching the scenes happening on the street, eventually stumbling to ask questions. Just when Yanbo was silent, lost in his thoughts, I tore these mutants into shreds, looking for something inside them. Unfortunately, these mutated bodies were born too early, and they haven't developed what I want inside them yet. But it's not all in vain. At least I have mastered the power of the Black Dragon's ability proficiently. The Black Dragon's ability not only gives me immense physical strength, but also, I have mastered the Black Dragon's water control ability. That powerful physique is at least equivalent to an SS-level ability. The water element is the essence of legendary profound water, where a drop is as heavy as 10,000 pounds. It is no less inferior to an SS-level ability. Either of these two alone is enough to dominate the previous generation of Dongjiang-style ability users. However, even with such formidable power, it is still not an SSS-level ability, the Black Dragon's cheekbone. The most abnormal ability comes from that body covered in Black Dragon scales, possessing not only a defense comparable to physical strength but also immunity to spells. 10 minutes later, as far as the eye can see, the ground is littered with mutated bodies torn to pieces. It's disgusting, but I didn't say much. Compared to the peace before the apocalypse, I am more accustomed to this kind of life. Then I turned and walked towards Bu Yanbo. What do you want to do? Bu Yanbo slowly stood up, backed into the corner in a defensive stance. Seeing my greedy gaze fall on him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. But looking at me in front of him, covered in black scales and a fierce expression, Bu Yanbo's once sturdy and strong legs couldn't help but tremble. I won't surrender without a fight. Bu Yanbo became more flustered, but still gritted his teeth and said. Upon hearing these words, I unexpectedly halted my approaching steps. But before Bu Yanbo could even breathe a sigh of relief, a momentum akin to a ferocious beast came rushing towards us, instantly engulfing him within it. Submission or death, I grant you the final right to choose. Yangchen spoke slowly. His voice was as calm as the unruffled sea surface, concealing under its tranquility the undercurrents capable of easily tearing people apart. In the post-apocalyptic world, the strong were revered, and the weak didn't even have the right to choose to embrace death. If Yangchen had patience, perhaps he could wait a few days and reappear when Bu Yanbo was on the brink of death, just needing a piece of bread to make her give up the dignity she clung to. But he didn't want to wait. He had waited long enough for the last 7 days before the apocalypse. My uncle is the director of the municipal bureau. Treating me like this, he won't let you off. Bu Yanbo remained stubborn, but she had no way to protect herself. The background she used to detest had now become her only lifeline. Well, let me put it another way. Upon hearing this, Yangchen immediately shed the black dragon around him, a disdainful smile playing on his cheek. If you don't want your uncle to get into trouble, you better behave now. You despicable person. I thought you were just a good person driven to desperation. Before Yang Chen could finish his sentence, Bu Yanba's curses erupted. At that moment, she stared at him with a pair of rabbit-like reddened eyes, looking at Yang Chen with extreme unwillingness. She had actually admired him for standing up to the thugs at the hot pot restaurant before, but now he was doing the same despicable things as those scum. Good person. I know better than you the fate of good people. This sentence was like a needle, piercing Yang Chen's most vulnerable spot. Initially calm, he suddenly erupted, grabbing Bu Yanba's slender neck, veins bulging on his hand. With just a little force, this woman who had once dominated the world in her past life would perish. In his previous life, he was a classic good person, raised to be kind, honest, trustworthy, and all that nonsense about being virtuous and suffering being a blessing. But when he entered society, he realized that it was all bullshit. Such people only served to be exploited more efficiently by the elites, without a word of complaint. And then those people would hypocritically tell you, that's just how society is. But why? Did good people deserve to be bullied, and honest people deserve to be exploited? Since being a good person brought nothing but suffering, he decided to become a ruthless villain who pursued only profit. Cough cough cough. It wasn't until Bu Yanba's face turned pale, her resistance weakening, that Yang Chen slowly released his grip. She collapsed to the ground, no longer the valiant and resolute policewoman, now just clutching her slender neck, coughing incessantly. It was only at that moment that Bu Yanba realized she had been deceived at some point. How could she have thought a criminal who dared to kill in broad daylight was a good person, and even somewhat understandable? Yang Chen, he was truly capable of killing, without any hesitation. Perhaps he had been a good person once, but not anymore. What was more crucial was that this madman, engulfed in madness, held terrifying power. Now, I'll give you one last chance to choose. Submit, or face a fate worse than death. Killing intent flickered in Yang Chen's eyes. If it weren't for her extraordinary abilities, Yang Chen wouldn't have wasted so many words. Would she come to hate him? When she realized the darkness within this post-apocalyptic world, she would discover that Yang Chen was unexpectedly kind? I submit. Bu Yanba raised her head, meeting the gaze of those cold yet insanely intense eyes, devoid of any resistance. In the end, she was just a young woman in her early 20s. Despite her strong and competitive nature, the continuous experiences of facing unstoppable natural disasters and man-made calamities had exposed the fragility hidden beneath her tough exterior. Kneel. Yang Chen's voice rang out once again. Bu Yanba pursed her lips, eventually changing from a sitting position to a kneeling one. This was her final stubbornness. The end of the world. Watching the obedient actions of Bu Yanba, although Yang Chen had already achieved his wish, he couldn't feel happy. Wasn't Bu Yanba today just like the past Yang Chen? He too was once full of confidence, arrogant and self-assured, but whether it was the cruel society or the heartless end of the world, they repeatedly broke his once unyielding backbone. Just like Bu Yanba now, forced to kneel down. Starting today, suffocating the past kindness, also cutting off a segment of the past life. At dusk, figures appeared again on the streets that were once only roamed by mutants. However, now they could no longer stand boldly under the sunlight as they used to, but rather hunched over like rats in a gutter, cautiously observing their surroundings step by step, glancing back, wary of the situation around them. Fortunately, the mutants in this area were almost exterminated by Yang Chen on the day the end of the world arrived. Although mutants from other areas had roamed here in recent days, their numbers were not many, and they had arrived at the entrance of the warehouse supermarket safely. These were residents living nearby, forced to leave their shelters because their food had run out. And this wholesale warehouse supermarket was their best choice. Damn it, Zhang Laosan, can you hurry up? The crowd formed a circle, holding a variety of weapons, vigilant of their surroundings, occasionally cursing in extreme suppression. They had witnessed the horrors of mutants. Even newly born mutants could smash through security doors, only walls made of reinforced concrete could give them a sense of security. Hurry up if you can do it. Zhang Laosan continued to fiddle with the door lock, sweat dripping from his face. Perhaps due to excessive tension, his hands kept trembling, and he struggled to open the chain lock that used to be so simple for him. Click! Fortunately, he did not fail and soon unlocked the door. The crowd rushed in, stormed into the warehouse supermarket, moved everything they could see behind the door, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. So much food! Looking at the variety of food in the warehouse supermarket, the crowd couldn't help but lick their chapped lips. Like a group of starving wolves, as if they would rush out the next moment, eager to devour all the food. Since the abnormal end of the world arrived, water and electricity were quickly cut off. For a modern city, cutting off water and electricity was like turning it into a cage made of reinforced concrete, firmly trapping everyone. The asphalt roads, brick floors, and ground devoid of any weeds were no longer symbols of civilization. They had become a prison that completely trapped them. Except for the supermarket, it was almost impossible to obtain any food or drinking water supplies. But the outside world was not as safe as the rooms. Various mutants roamed, which might not be a big deal for Yang Chen, but for these ordinary survivors, it was a dead end once they encountered them. Thud! Just then, a dull heavy blow sounded, making the crowd instinctively look over. I dare anyone to touch my supplies. A burly man with tattooed arms, holding a large iron hammer seemingly obtained from nowhere, looked fiercely at the crowd, exuding naked malice, sending shivers down their spines. Obviously, he wanted to monopolize the supplies. These things were found by everyone. Why? Crack! A middle-aged man dressed as a clerk stepped forward, but before he could finish speaking, Lu Biao swung the hammer and smashed his head, instantly ending his life. Flesh and bones splattered on Lu Biao's face, making him look like a ferocious demon from hell, extremely terrifying. Spit! What kind of thing? How dare you question me? Lu Biao licked the bloodstains off the corner of his mouth, squinting his eyes as if savoring the taste. His eyes were full of disdain, as if killing someone was as insignificant to him as swatting a fly. Dragging the heavy iron hammer, it made a creaking sound as he walked towards the crowd. Seeing this scene, the people instinctively stepped back. However, having witnessed too many deaths in recent days, although they feared Lu Biao's methods of killing, they did not have much fear of death itself. Lu Gu, you have so many supplies, you won't even use them all. We'll just take a little and leave immediately. My wife is pregnant, waiting for me to go back and save her. A young man stood up, almost pleading. It's not just supplies now, all of you are my slaves. Lu Biao pulled out a chair, sat down with the iron hammer leaning on it, surveying the people in front of him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, the streets are filled with deformed man-eating monsters, and the country is probably too busy to care? In other words, this is a chaotic world, an era of warlords rising. You see, he is like the protagonist in a novel, the only awakened one with supernatural abilities in the entire community. Undoubtedly, he is the chosen one, destined to rule over these lowly people. Although the crowd was dissatisfied, no one dared to say anything as they looked at the blood-stained large iron hammer in Lu Biao's hand. After all, no one wanted to be smashed to death with a single blow. I remember you just got married not long ago, and your wife is pregnant. You wouldn't want your wife and the child in her belly to starve, right? Lu Biao scrutinized the young man, licking his lips involuntarily, his eyes flashing with a wicked smile. What do you want? Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes turned red. He had only been married to his wife for less than a year, and she was already pregnant. How could this beast set his sights on a pregnant woman? As they watched the scene, the crowd's thoughts varied: despair, sorrow, fear. But some people's minds became active. Biao Gu. This guy has hidden his wife, and I happen to know where she is. Old Zhang, responsible for unlocking, rolled his eyes like a cunning villain in a story, pushing through the crowd with a flattering look on his face to approach Lu Biao. Zhang Laosan, you bastard. Don't forget who saved you. With Zhang Laosan stepping forward, the young man completely lost his composure and dashed out as if gone mad. He was afraid that if he didn't do something, more people would end up like Zhang Laosan. This is the inherent flaw in human nature since ancient times, often euphemized as sacrificing one for the collective. If it weren't for my lock-picking ability, your wife would have died of thirst long ago. I don't owe you anything, Zhang Laosan said smugly, showing no sign of remorse on his face. He even felt proud of being the first to step forward to assist in wrongdoing. Your wife is pregnant, anyway, she's just a burden, so why not? Yeah, if your wife is gone, you can remarry, but if your life is gone, then everything is gone. Your wife will starve to death sooner or later if she follows you, but with Biao Gu, you can definitely live a good life. Can't you be less selfish? Following Zhang Laosan's example, the crowd began to persuade one after another. However, what happened next was unexpected by everyone. Lu Biao's entire arm suddenly swelled several times in an instant, looking even thicker than the young man's waist. With a loud smack, as he swung his palm, a figure was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the floor, their fate unknown. But the young man stood there intact, while the spot where Zhang Laosan had been was now empty. Don't misunderstand, I'm not interested in your wife. Lu Biao carefully wiped the bloodstains off his hands, gently caressing the young man's fair and tender cheek with affection. Hiss in an instant, all the men present couldn't help but shiver, instinctively clenching their buttocks. After all, no one had expected that Lu Biao, such a fierce and evil guy, would have such a taste. How about it? Don't you want your wife and unborn child to die like this? Lu Biao spoke again, his hand sliding up the young man's buttocks, even pinching it lecherously a couple of times. The young man's cheeks flushed instantly, unable to say a word. He wanted to break free, but facing Lu Biao's arm thicker than his waist, he had no resistance at all. Disgusting! Suddenly, in the silent hall, a crisp voice rang out. Who? Diaogo roared in anger, like an enraged gorilla, his gaze scanning the crowd continuously. Lies won't hurt, only the truth is a sharp knife. He knew very well that Nantong was disgusting, but who made him have such a taste? Although he could ignore the strange looks of the people present, he couldn't tolerate this kind of provocation at all. Look up, the lady is here. With the coat billowing and whistling, a figure leaped from the second floor and landed steadily. She was a young girl dressed in black combat gear, her dark long hair swaying like willow branches in the wind, exuding a heroic and cool demeanor. You, who are you calling disgusting? Diaogo gripped a heavy hammer, glaring fiercely at the girl. Faced with this girl with delicate features, who made many men present feel a desire to conquer her with just one glance, Diaogo showed no reaction. Look at you, all twisted and crooked, and you think you're worthy of being a Nantong? The girl disdainfully tugged at the corner of her mouth, her face full of contempt. For men, Nantong is disgusting. For women, Niai Tong is also disgusting. But for men, Niai Tong becomes a cost-effective deal of buy one get one free. Vice versa. You're asking for it. Diao Ji's eyes became more fierce, gripping the iron hammer in his hand, the handle showing signs of deformation under his powerful grip. You can say he's ugly, you can say he's disgusting, Diaogo is well aware of that. If he could find a partner, would he have to resort to a knife fight? Who could have thought that once he went, he wouldn't come back? When he liked women, you called me disgusting, now that he likes men, you still call me disgusting? Damn it, I can't stand for this. Today he must kill this damn girl. Diaogo, unable to contain his anger, charged forward, not caring about the heavy hammer, but clenched his fist, carrying a heavy punch towards the girl's cheek. The move was ruthless, showing no mercy. Diaogo ignored the iron hammer, but the girl's hand reached out to grab it. As if possessing some magical power, her slender and soft hands gently touched it, and the hard iron hammer seemed to melt instantly, turning into flowing molten iron. Block! With a light command from the girl, the molten iron instantly solidified into a shield in front of her hand. And all of this was completed in the blink of an eye. Bang! Diao Ji's heavy fist fell. Even though the girl had a shield to block, she was still sent flying several meters away. You bitch, when I catch you. Diaogo grabbed the deformed shield, exerted force with both hands, and tore the iron shield in half. On the other side, the girl retreated continuously for more than 10 steps, until she reached the wall, stabilizing her stance. Such great strength, you supernatural beings really have an advantage in the early stages of the apocalypse. Feeling her arms numb and unable to exert much force, the girl couldn't help but sigh. Supernatural beings? Heh, that's right. I am the one in a million with extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing the girl's words, Diao Ji's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly. Who hasn't fantasized about having superpowers when they were young? But who truly possesses them? Nowadays, having such legendary powers can only bring excitement. Stop dreaming. You might be considered a B-level superpower at best. Nothing special besides being a bit stronger. Seeing Diaogo looking like he had won the lottery, the girl kindly explained. Let's see how you'll handle this. Obviously not convinced, Diao Ji's heavy punch that sent the girl flying was the best proof. With that, he leaped again, arms swinging like a gorilla's, hammering down towards the girl. Ha, are you really taking this seriously? The girl chuckled lightly. Then, behind her, the space seemed to ripple like a stone thrown into water, revealing several pitch-black shotguns. On the guns, gray patterns shimmered, resembling mythical runes, exuding a special power. Go! Facing Diaogo up close, even as her hair fluttered in the fierce wind of his punches, the girl remained composed. Like an elegant pianist, her fingertips danced, and the shotguns behind her swarmed out like a hive, creating a series of sonic booms. Swish, swish, swish. With just these toys, you're not even worth picking my teeth. Diaogo, suspended in midair, looked at the less than 20-centimeter pitch-black shotguns in front of him with disdain. His superpower not only increased his strength but also enhanced his arm muscles several times over, allowing him to block piercing weapons with his developed muscle tissue. Let me show you the power of martial arts. The girl remained calm, but hidden in her eyes was an excitement that could not be contained. It was the 7th day since the apocalypse, spending every day with a monster like Yang Chen, and now seeing Diaogo, who was almost a copy of Yang Chen, her pent-up emotions could no longer be restrained. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Then came the incessant sound of blades piercing flesh. Despite his overconfidence in his defense, Diaogo, still resembling a sieve, was riddled with holes, even lacking the chance to dodge in midair. Even so, the rain of pitch-black shotguns did not cease, leaving the 200-pound Biaogu suspended in midair. Hee 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 hee. Watching the sky rain down flesh like snowflakes, Bu Yanba's laughter changed. This extraordinary power was truly addictive, and this scene undoubtedly sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. They thought they were saved, no longer under the rule of the murderous Biaogu, but now it seemed they had gone from the wolf's den to the tiger's lair. How did the harmless little girl in front of them turn into a twisted killer in the blink of an eye? Ahem, don't misunderstand, I'm not a good person. It wasn't until Biaogu went from 200 pounds to less than 100 that the girl realized, her cheeks slightly flushed as she addressed the survivors. Suppressed for too long, she also needed a chance to release her emotions. The survivors felt even more hopeless. In their eyes, the previous Biaogu would at least say a few kind words, but the seemingly harmless girl in front of them was openly telling the survivors, "It's best to line up and let me kill you, or else this will be your fate on the ground." Pa, I misspoke, I'm not a bad person. It took the girl a while to realize her mistake and quickly corrected herself, trying to reassure the survivors, but the silent survivors made it clear with their attitude that no one believed her words. This situation lasted for a long time until the girl took out the detective badge from before the apocalypse, which finally made many survivors believe. Dongjiang City Detective Brigade, Officer Bu Yanba, badge number. As a survivor read out the badge, the scene completely exploded. As the survivors learned about Bu Yanba's identity, it was like meeting their birth parents again, one after another rushing towards her. "Police uncle, we waited so hard for you, those monsters," a survivor cried out. "I am a woman," Bu Yanba explained. "Police uncle, comrade, do you have any food? We are so hungry that we couldn't bear it anymore," a chubby-looking survivor said. "The supplies here are not mine, but I can help you apply for some," Bu Yanba agreed. "Police comrade, can you go save my wife? She's about to give birth." This was the young man that Biaogu had taken a liking to. "This, I will do my best." Although hesitant, Bu Yanba gritted her teeth, thinking of her duty as a police officer, and agreed. "Police comrade." The scene became more and more chaotic. Apart from those surrounding Bu Yanba, some had already set their sights on the goods on the shelves, seeing how accommodating she was. This situation was very dangerous. Historically, the people were like a field of grass. If you tended to them, they would become a pleasing lawn. If you neglected them, they would turn into a wasteland, growing blood-sucking pests and murderous thorns. At such times, if even one person with ill intentions incited something, the situation would instantly spiral out of control. Yang Chen stood on the second floor, silently watching the turmoil below. He had experienced such scenes too many times, it was no longer surprising to him. Are the survivors pitiful? Of course, they are. In the apocalypse, who didn't have a heartbreaking story that made listeners weep and hearers sorrowful? But surviving in a world where people preyed on each other was never because they were pitiful. Ah, why didn't you come out earlier? Aren't you a police officer? Why did you wait until Biaogu killed my son to show up? Suddenly, an extremely piercing scream drowned out the noise of the crowd. Following the sound, it was an elderly woman in her 60s, with a face full of wrinkles as dry as old tree bark. She knelt on the ground, holding Zhang Laosan's body, crying and wailing. Her eyes, clouded with age, stared fiercely at Bu Yanba in the crowd, as if she wanted to devour her alive. If you ignored the breadcrumbs at the corner of her mouth. Grandma! Watching the old lady in deep sorrow, Bu Yanba felt ashamed. Why couldn't she have slept earlier? If she had, she could have prevented this tragedy. But she seemed unaware that all the survivors were waiting for her decision. "My child, how can I live without you?" the old lady cried her heart out, showing no intention of listening to Bu Yanba's explanation. "Grandma, rest assured, tomorrow I will go and rescue other survivors, this way." Bu Yanba clearly wasn't good at dealing with this kind of person. Her thoughts were simple, just feeling that as a police officer, she naturally had an obligation to save more survivors. Now that she possessed great power, she should put it into action. "Was it you? Did you do it on purpose? Why did you kill my son? You are the murderer who killed my son." Upon hearing this, the old lady seemed to be struck by something, shivering suddenly. She no longer threw a tantrum or cried pitifully but turned to Bu Yanba, cursing loudly. As if it wasn't Biaogu who killed Zhang Laosan, but Bu Yanba? Grandma, take a deep breath first." Bu Yanba thought that the old lady couldn't bear the shock and had become mentally unstable, so he kept comforting her. Losing a child in old age is already one of the 4 great tragedies in life. Countless people have become insane because they couldn't bear such a blow. The old lady is also a pitiful person. It's all because of this damn apocalypse. But the next sentence made Bu Yanba extremely surprised. "I don't care. Even if you killed my son, you have to compensate me." "Compensate? How can you compensate? It's not an antique painting, but a living person. Does she want her life as compensation? Even Bu Yanba felt irritated hearing these words. No wonder the police officers come back exhausted every time they try to mediate disputes. This is completely unreasonable. You have to be my son and daughter-in-law. You have to give me a grandson. The old lady ignored all this and continued to be aggressive, shouting loudly. Like an old mouse using its offspring to test a mousetrap, after the offspring triggers the mechanism with its life, the old mouse feasts on the bait nearby. There is no sadness in her eyes, only endless greed and desire. Even the survivors around were shocked by the old lady's words. Your son is dead, how can you still be a daughter-in-law? Are you going to have a ghost marriage? Give you a grandson? Your son's body is already cold, what's the point? Madam. Bu Yanba furrowed her brows, clearly sensing something amiss. In fact, she had been skeptical from the beginning, but she didn't want to think in that direction. She thought that an elderly person who was alone and had just experienced the loss of a child might deserve some compensation, as if she, Bu Yanba, was doing charity. But she never expected that the old lady in front of her was not looking for charity at all, but for her. Auntie Zhang, what kind of person is your son, Wan Lao-san? The police officers may not know, but we do. Do you remember how many times he's been in jail? In my opinion, his death is good riddance. He deserved to die. Just as your son said, sacrifice for the greater good, and don't bother the police officers. My wife is also dead. Should the police officers be my wife too? Should your son be my wife? Is he even worthy? Before Bu Yanba could speak, the old lady faced the condemnation of many survivors. These survivors knew exactly what the old lady was up to and wouldn't let her have her way. Just because she was an old lady struggling to survive in the apocalypse, why should she cling to Bu Yanba? Who does she think she is? In this day and age, who hasn't lost someone in their family? There are still good people in the world. Bu Yanba felt that the survivors couldn't bear to watch anymore and wanted to stand up for justice. But before she could be moved, the tone of the survivors changed drastically. The owner of this store is my relative, he has no son, so the belongings here should belong to me. Who do you think you are? Just because you say it's yours? I say the supplies here belong to everyone. That's right, the supplies here belong to everyone, even the police officers can't use their power for personal gain. Exactly. It's the apocalypse, we should be fair, these supplies should be distributed equally. One after another, the survivors spoke up, and in no time, the entire warehouse supermarket hall descended into chaos. With conflicting opinions, verbal clashes quickly escalated into a riot. Bu Yanba stood on the side, watching the chaos, deep in thought. She had seen the evil shadow of Yang Chen and Diaogu, which prompted her to kill without hesitation. But now, she saw an even more sinister shadow in these ordinary survivors. More greedy, more selfish, more. Well, this is somewhat intriguing. Yang Chen still stood on the second floor, like a god untouched by dust, overlooking everything in the mortal world. Although he was smiling, there was no hint of warmth in his entire being, instead giving off a bone-chilling coldness at a single glance. Where did this old thing come from, daring to compete with him for people? Did you see that? Yang Chen's figure appeared in front of Bu Yanba at some point, gently lifting her face, which was as wilted as a peony at the end of summer. Since the last coercion incident, Bu Yanba's impression of Yang Chen had plummeted. It had even reached a point where she wished she could use torture on him, stripping his skin and tendons, feasting on his flesh and blood. Yang Chen remained silent, just chuckling lightly. Bu Yanba's attitude towards him had undergone a significant change within the past 7 days, almost like she was forcing it? Just a gentle push, and her desperate facade would crumble. Look, this is human nature. If you're not evil, you'll only be dragged into the abyss by them, drained to the bone. Pointing at the many survivors scrambling for resources, Yang Chen spoke slowly. Bu Yanba wanted to retort, but looking at the scene before her, she didn't know what to say. Was Yang Chen a villain? Absolutely. And a lawless one at that. Yet these people before her were like tangled little demons, clearly in the wrong but always trying to drag others down to their level, even being trampled underfoot by themselves. At least Yang Chen's evil was always out in the open, while these people used the most noble reasons to conceal their ugliest faces. I coerced you because I took a liking to you. These people in front of me don't even have the qualifications to be coerced by me. Yang Chen continued. Who cares? Bu Yanba finally spoke, though disdainfully. But before this, even in bed, she would grit her teeth and remain silent. You have no say in this. If my people are bullied, I will naturally stand up for them. Yang Chen used a ruffian-like tone, poking at Bu Yanba's heart like a needle. Bu Yanba didn't speak, but she had never felt this aggrieved before, her beautiful eyes like springs brimming with water, on the verge of overflowing at any moment. She didn't want to cry, especially not in front of Yang Chen, but she couldn't help it. Remember, in the apocalypse, kindness will only be a burden. Yang Chen noticed Bu Yanba's emotions but paid no heed, continuing to speak. Her current situation was just a pitfall that kind-hearted people would fall into, thinking too highly of others. The solution was simple: when doing something, don't think about whether others can accept it, but rather, can you accept it if others do the same to you? If you can accept it, why can't others? Are others nobler than you? Of course, the simplest method is to not think about anything and just calculate the benefits of the matter. There will always be kind people, Bu Yanba said defiantly, her neck stiff. She wasn't a fragile person, but once someone had support, they naturally became vulnerable. This was a privilege reserved for the one being loved, even if the love given was twisted. Kind people will die sooner or later. When 90% of society consists of villains, the remaining 10% won't last long. Yang Chen chuckled, patting her back lightly, teasingly. He had appeared only when Bu Yanba was about to take action, clearly showing that she was doing much better than he had in the past. No wonder she could rise in her previous life? That's nonsense, Bu Yanba pouted, answering sullenly. Then let's watch and see with that. Yang Chen raised Bu Yanba's hand, and spatial ripples appeared one after another. In the apocalypse, human nature was far more terrifying than any kind of mutant. Swish! At the next moment, a sharp piercing sound echoed. These ordinary survivors had nowhere near the physical strength of Biao Gu. Faced with the gray rune-inscribed strange short gun, they had no defense at all. Each survivor hit was like a blooming firework, turning into a splatter of flying flesh. The first gun mercilessly aimed at the old lady who tried to snatch people with Yang Chen. The police are killing people. After a brief silence, the hall was filled with incredibly piercing screams. Big men watched as the supplies they were fighting over on the shelves 1 second exploded next to them the next, blood and flesh splattering all around, enough to make anyone collapse. Aren't you the police? Why are you killing us? Who gave you the right to kill? Are you worthy of being a police officer? What's the difference between what you're doing and being a murderer? Are you living up to your identity? What Yang Chen didn't expect was that even though he had started killing, these survivors were not afraid at all. Instead, the first thing they did when they came to their senses was to accuse Biao Gu. For a moment, Yang Chen couldn't figure out if these people were stupid or evil. From the bottom of their hearts, they seemed to think that seizing Biao Ge's supplies and shelter was not a big deal. Only a few people remained silent, secretly observing the situation between the two. It seemed that Biao Gu had shown too much weakness before, making them think they could make the two-step back just by moral coercion. Biao Gu said nothing, nor did she stop. Obviously, this time, she didn't give them a chance anymore. The strange short guns shimmering with gray runes were like machine guns, relentlessly sweeping, naming each of those unrepentant bastards. By the end, the once large group of dozens of survivors had lost more than half, leaving only a few dozen people. 2 hours, clean this place up. As the words fell, a terrifying killing intent swept through the entire warehouse supermarket like a tsunami of the apocalypse. Clearly just a show of force, but it made the dozen or so survivors feel breathless, as if their throats were being tightly squeezed by something, with no room to breathe. He seems a bit cool? Just a bit. This scene made Biao Gu, who was being held in his arms, feel her head heating up and her limbs weakening. She was closest to Yang Chen, feeling it most acutely. It was a feeling of an emperor, exuding arrogance from the bones, dominating everything. Clearly on a killing spree, but there was not a hint of ferocity, more like contempt. It seemed like he could crush the other's head in the next second, and the other could only obediently offer his head at his feet. Such a person, even if he killed, would probably do it with a smile, right? Before the apocalypse, these survivors had also seen some high-ranking officials, tycoons, and the like, but none of them could compare to Yang Chen. If the high-ranking officials and tycoons before the apocalypse were still human, then facing Yang Chen, these survivors even felt like they were insects. Insects that could be crushed at any moment. This time, no one dared to say anything, not even breathing, fearing to provoke Yang Chen again. If you want supplies, then exchange them for labor. Finally, with Biao Gu leaving a word, she followed Yang Chen upstairs. Soon after, many survivors smelled the aroma wafting from the second floor. Gurgle, is it tomato stewed beef? Someone with a keen sense of taste subconsciously said. The tough beef wrapped in a layer of finely chopped tomato sauce, the bright red color made people salivate just thinking about it. These days, the city had completely lost water and electricity. The once symbol of civilization, the modern city, had turned into a cage cast from steel and concrete. Survivors managed to get through by chewing on dry rice and drinking water from the water heater. Can you believe Yang Chen and the others are having tomato stew with beef brisket? Not only that, there's seafood too. I can smell stir-fried prawns, boiled fish. Gulp gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva filled the air. Can they finish all of this? As soon as this question was raised, all survivors couldn't help but pause. With so many dishes, the two of them definitely couldn't finish them all, especially now with water and electricity cut off, and the fridge not working. Almost simultaneously, these survivors became more determined. As Yang Chen unleashed his dominance, he planted seeds of fear in the hearts of the remaining survivors. On the first night, even though shelves filled with food were right in front of them, not a single person dared to reach out again. Watching Yang Chen effortlessly manage the group of survivors, Bu Yanba's feelings towards him shifted from hatred intolerance to deep resignation and acceptance of Yang Chen's intentions and actions. In the pre-apocalyptic world, being honest and kind couldn't bring wealth, and now kindness can't even save lives. As children of official families, some are more than just naive and kind. Faced with Yang Chen, their attitude became a bit friendlier, although there was still a rebellious attitude. At least they were no longer silent as before. With the addition of more survivors, the resources could no longer be left lying around. It took 2 full days to neatly organize all the supplies in the warehouse supermarket, and then pack them into Bu Yanba's personal space. A total of 14,000 kilograms of rice and flour, 2,000 kilograms of miscellaneous grains, 3,500 boxes of instant noodles, 2,700 boxes of bread, and 8,200 boxes of beverages and alcohol. Snacks like potato chips were countless. Overall, the current supplies were enough for 1,000 people to eat for 5 months. After all, it was a warehouse supermarket, and food was not its main business. Later, the two of them walked back onto the dilapidated streets. Bang! A dragon man covered in black scales pressed down a distorted body that was 4 meters tall, a creature that could easily blast cars away and smash iron gates, struggling but unable to escape. Go! With a soft shout, several shotguns pierced the creature's limbs, pinning it firmly to the ground. Having awakened her abilities for some time, Bu Yanba had accumulated many shotguns inscribed with white runes in her ability space, with their terrifying piercing power capable of instantly penetrating even mutated beings resistant to bullets. Before her shotguns were depleted, even an SSS-level ability user had to be cautious. This is the 13th one, what are you looking for? Watching Yang Chen dissect the creature alive, Bu Yanba finally asked out of curiosity. Mutant flesh. Yang Chen continued dissecting the creature without looking up. As mentioned before, mutants were failed products of mutation. Unlike mutated beings that could fully utilize absorbed energy, some of it remained in their bodies, coagulating and eventually forming a kind of meat with a unique aroma. This meat possessed incredibly pure power, capable of activating abilities or accelerating the evolution of mutated beings, known as mutant flesh. It was undoubtedly a valuable commodity in the apocalypse, and only mutants could produce it. Logically speaking, it had been the 7th day since the mutated apocalypse began, and the mutant flesh inside the creatures should have formed already. Yet Yang Chen had dissected 13 of them in a row without finding a single piece. Found it! Finally, when there was only a head left on the creature, Yang Chen found it. It was a piece the size of a fingernail, a translucent light gray meat chunk resembling fish meat. As it was peeled off the creature, a uniquely fragrant aroma spread out. Even the rotten and foul-smelling creature couldn't mask it. Just a whiff made one feel cool and comfortable all over, with saliva constantly secreting in the mouth. Is this really from the creature's body? Bu Yanba also smelled that intoxicating strange fragrance and couldn't believe it. Yes, and only aberrants can produce it, Yang Chen nodded. When he first obtained the strange flesh from an aberrant, he couldn't believe it either. Could something as repulsive as the pus-covered aberrants give birth to such exquisite strange flesh, comparable to a work of art? Gudong. Bu Yanba stared straight at the strange flesh, like a cat attracted by a teasing stick, full of curiosity and envy, salivating. Although she kept recalling Yang Chen's actions towards her, her mouth seemed to act on its own as she asked, "How does it taste?" "It melts in your mouth, truly a delicacy," Yang Chen said, discarding the aberrant's bodily fluids on the strange flesh and stuffing it into his mouth. He unabashedly described the taste and texture of the strange flesh. I didn't want to eat it, even if you begged me. Begged me. Please." Bu Yanba's eyes widened even more, swallowing saliva continuously as she spoke. "It's just a bit lacking," Yang Chen regretted. Before he could savor it properly, the strange flesh in his mouth had already melted away, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, Yang Chen keenly felt a surge of heat merging into his body, strengthening it continuously. Unfortunately, compared to Yang Chen with his double SSS level abilities, this tiny piece of strange flesh was insufficient. In a moment, the heat dissipated, leaving Yang Chen smacking his lips. The semi-transparent light gray strange flesh, the lowest quality, equivalent to a newly awakened Tier 0 Esper in human terms. Sensing the subtle changes in his body, Yang Chen quickly realized that the amount of strange flesh he needed to advance in this life might be several times or even 10 times more than in his previous life. The piece of strange flesh was about 1 gram, which Yang Chen, an A-level esper in his previous life, had also consumed, feeling a significant change in his body. Unlike now, where there was no change at all. In the early stages of the apocalypse, low-tier aberrants were everywhere. However, in the later stages, the high-tier strange flesh Yang Chen needed would probably be astronomical. Please give. As the strange flesh completely disappeared, Bu Yanba's eyes turned red with a fixed stare. She forcibly swallowed the second half of her sentence. This area had experienced 2 massacres by Yang Chen, resulting in a sharp decrease in aberrant numbers, prompting them to move to other regions. The residents on both sides of the street had already been awakened by the commotion caused by the 2 hunting aberrants. They watched in disbelief as the demonic aberrants, which seemed invincible to them, appeared weak in the hands of these 2 individuals. The inhumane apocalypse seemed like a vacation in front of these 2, who even ventured into densely populated areas. The survivors could only huddle in their rooms, afraid that even speaking loudly would attract aberrants. How long will this hellish existence continue? Countless survivors wept bitterly. Even in their tears, they tightly covered their mouths, afraid to make any noise. It was still the early stages of the apocalypse, with no cases of starvation yet, but the pressure was mostly psychological. In a world without water, electricity, or the internet, confined to small rooms, living in constant fear, no one could endure such an environment indefinitely. The appearance of Yang Chen and Bu Yanba undoubtedly brought hope to these survivors. Will they come to save us? Let's go seek refuge with them. Can I also possess such power? Watching the 2 figures move away, the survivors had various thoughts, but none dared to leave their rooms. On the other side, the 2 arrived at another street. Unlike the previous one, this street, besides being dilapidated, had a considerable number of aberrants roaming around. Woof! A distorted creature resembling a wild dog noticed the 2 swaggering figures and roared as it charged towards them, alerting more of its kind. In an instant, a tide of these creatures from the entire street surged towards the 2. Hundreds of them, each several meters tall, created a seismic roar as if a world-ending flood, ready to engulf everything. I got this. He was about to act but was stopped by Bu Yanba. She had transformed from the innocent and daring girl she was before into a stoic supernatural being in the face of adversity. This adaptability was crucial in the early stages of the post-apocalyptic mutation. Buzzing as Bu Yanba raised her hand, ripples of space expanded, and hundreds of shotguns with white glowing inscriptions emerged, creating a buzzing sound. Her hands, like the sun, turned all metallic objects into molten iron with a touch. The molten iron danced around her fingers like obedient little dragons. Then came the forging, cooling, inscriptions. Everything unfolded before Yang Chen's eyes like a miraculous scene. In less than 10 seconds, the abandoned cars on the street turned into strange objects inscribed with gray runes. This was the terrifying aspect of the dust arsenal. Once she mastered the inscriptions and had enough raw materials, she could mass-produce any supernatural weapon. Go! Bu Yanba was like an elegant conductor. The supernatural shotguns flew out with dazzling light, shooting out at an incomprehensible speed. PSHH, PSHH, PSHH. The street echoed with the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh. The tide of creatures rushing towards them bore the brunt of this attack, halting in their tracks, unable to move forward, only staring at the blood holes piercing their bodies. The power was strong, but the range of a Tier 0 supernatural ability was only 1 meter around the body, unable to retrieve supernatural weapons. Roar! A particularly ferocious creature roared, spewing scorching liquid like magma from its mouth. It was clearly a supernatural ability. Had supernatural beings already been killed by these creatures? TSK. Witnessing this scene, Yang Chen couldn't help but be amazed. This was why these creatures were considered the most terrifying disaster in the early stages of the apocalypse. Although they couldn't develop supernatural abilities themselves, they could obtain them by consuming mutated beings, whether human or beast. This narrowed the gap between the creatures and the mutated beings to intelligence alone. The lava, with its terrifying heat, could be felt even from a dozen meters away, causing the hair on their temples to curl. Just a splash could ignite the furniture in a nearby store, quickly engulfing it in flames. Black shotguns shot out, neutralizing the creature's lava breath. But behind it were dozens of creatures. At this stage, Bu Yanba couldn't handle such a large number of creatures at once. The creature that had consumed a mutated being and gained supernatural abilities became the spearhead of the group, easily breaking through the previously impenetrable storm of supernatural weapons. PSHH. The creature let out an excited roar, its lava breath becoming even more violent, splashing dangerously close to her. Even though they were still a dozen meters apart, the scorching heat had turned her face red. The splashes, each the size of a bottle cap, left pits in the asphalt road. She had no doubt that if that lava breath touched her, it would instantly turn her into a pile of charcoal. Go! Faced with the approaching tide of creatures, Mamba gritted her teeth and activated her supernatural abilities once again. Although she was only at level 0, after enduring such a long period of consumption, her abilities had already reached their limit. Even if she exerted more force, the quantity and strength of her abilities were visibly weakening at a rapid pace. Roar! On the contrary, those distorted beings seemed tireless as the lava breath intensified once again. It was about to fall on Mamba. Snap! A black shadow swept by, and Mamba felt an irresistible force around her waist. The lava breath that should have landed on her was completely intercepted by the fierce black dragon claws, producing a pleasant sound of metal. What are you trying to hold on to? Feeling a sensation in his palm like hot water, Yang Chen casually flicked off the lava that could melt the road. In the blink of an eye, Mamba had already fallen into Yang Chen's arms. Her pretty face appeared flushed, perhaps from the scorching heat of the lava breath. Unlike Yang Chen's calm demeanor, Mba's thoughts were in disarray. What was this? Overbearing president? Love after marriage? So this was what it felt like to be in the perspective of the female lead? No wonder those novels where the male lead kills his parents, seizes the family property, and mistreats the female lead. As long as the male lead sincerely repents, the female lead forgives him. What a joke! If anyone dared to harm her loved ones, not even an overbearing president like Yang Chen would be spared. Fortunately, Yang Chen was only using verbal coercion. Her father had died in the line of duty when she was very young. Although she was taken care of by two uncles as if she were their own daughter, her father's role was irreplaceable. Her uncles also had their own children and couldn't revolve around her. So, since she was young, she had a personality like a boy, always striving to be strong and competitive. The reason behind it was simply a lack of security. When she was coerced by Yang Chen, she could feel that he was like a dam, and once the valve was opened, the pent-up emotions were not easy to release. If she didn't submit, the situation would probably be worse than death. But now, it seemed like her choice back then was not bad after all. Enough hugging, get down. Unlike Mba's chaotic thoughts, Yang Chen's attention was always on the battle. It could only be said that this Dust World arsenal in its infancy was still too immature, slightly weaker than an average A-level ability user. In an awkward position above the cannon fodders but below the leaders. Yeah, really weak. He didn't realize that Mba's feelings towards him were gradually shifting from hatred to acceptance. Can I hug a little longer? The usually strong-willed Mba, at this moment, showed a rare moment of vulnerability. She huddled in Yang Chen's arms, refusing to lift her head, only able to hear her muffled pleas, like an abandoned puppy begging a passerby to take her home. Facing this reaction, Yang Chen hesitated for a moment, looking at the girl in his arms with some disbelief. Then, without hesitation, he threw Mba out. Those distorted beings on the other side were not so easy to deal with, especially the one with the ability of lava breath, powerful and extremely hot, holding a prominent place even among S-level ability users in terms of attack power. It was unclear if this ability came from a mutated beast or a mutated individual. The elements controlled by the distorted beings were completely different from those in nature. Like this lava breath, its temperature was at most 1,500 degrees, but its performance was at least over 3,000 degrees. This was the difference between abilities in natural elements. Natural elements could only passively release energy, while abilities could actively output energy. Unfortunately, facing Yang Chen's dragon scales with the attribute of magic immunity, this ability was no different from ordinary elements. Coupled with the terrifying defensive power of the dragon scales, this lava in his hands was equivalent to soaking his feet in hot water? Kill! Looking at the hundreds of distorted beings in front of him who knew no fear, Yang Chen transformed into a dragon man and charged in. It took Mamba a while to react after being thrown out, recalling her earlier childish behavior and wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Faced with a formidable enemy, how could she be thinking about hugging and kissing the enemy who was coercing her? This was no different from those female leads in the ancient drama she used to despise, who were all about love even when the world was about to end. However, even as she thought this, her gaze subconsciously drifted towards Yang Chen. Fortunately, rationality regained control of her mind, and after regaining some strength, she rejoined the battle. For the mutated beings, penetrating wounds were definitely fatal, but the mutated beings had extremely tenacious vitality and no traditional weak points, so the penetrating injuries seemed somewhat insignificant. If she could master some runic effects like ice, fire, or lightning, facing these highly resilient mutated beings would be much more effective. Thankfully, Yang Chen was too abnormal. Even alone, he could completely clear the street of mutated beings. Afterwards, they checked their gains from this encounter. Nearly 100 mutated beings on this street only yielded 10 pieces of strange flesh the size of fingernails, totaling 50 grams. After all, the post-apocalyptic mutation had only been around for less than 10 days, and the output rate was really poor. 50 grams of strange flesh was enough to awaken at least 10 people with abilities. An ordinary ability user only needed 10 grams of strange flesh to advance one level, but for Yang Chen, it might not be the case. Compared to hunting mutated beings, finding just a few grams of strange flesh from their massive bodies was undoubtedly more difficult. Just like now, Bu Yanba searched for strange flesh in the pile of mutated beings weighing hundreds of tons, covered in disgusting sticky liquid, making even Yang Chen take a few steps back involuntarily to create distance. Found it! Suddenly, Bu Yanba ran out of the pile of mutated beings holding a piece of strange flesh. Even after producing for several years in the post-apocalyptic world, Yang Chen couldn't guarantee finding all the strange flesh at this stage. It seemed like they needed to cultivate a team specialized in dissecting mutated beings. In the previous life, such teams existed in almost every refuge base. They would follow hunting teams, by the piles of mutated beings, and then transport these piles back to the factory to ensure no strange flesh was lost. Especially at the Gu's refuge base, business was booming. The only strange thing was that even the mutated beings from which strange flesh had been extracted were bought by the Gu family. Here, for you. While Yang Chen was contemplating, Bu Yanba stuffed the 10 grams of strange flesh she found into his hand. But her eyes were fixed on the bag where Yang Chen kept the strange flesh. Clearly, this guy wanted to gain more with less. Understanding. Of course, Yang Chen pretended not to know and patted her head with a relieved expression. Then, before she could react, he strode towards a relatively intact shop nearby. Seeing Yang Chen's actions, Bu Yanba's hand froze in place, like a puppet, staring blankly, unable to come back to her senses. This isn't right, is it? Shouldn't things have developed in a different way? For a moment, Bu Yanba was so angry that she wanted to rush forward and take a bite. Ha! Ha ha! At that moment, Bu Yanba couldn't even speak. She just anxiously reached out her hand, facing only Yang Chen's resolute figure. Entering the shop and finding a safe place, Yang Chen began to swallow the strange flesh. He directly swallowed the gray strange flesh, weighing 10 grams, produced from devouring an ability user. For an ordinary ability user, this behavior was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. In the previous life, ability users didn't consume strange flesh directly, they soaked it in water and drank it. The energy contained in the alien flesh is pure, but definitely not gentle. Smack. Yang Chen licked his lips. Although he could feel the heat flowing again, there didn't seem to be much difference from when he ate the 2 grams of alien flesh before. Sensing the changes in his body, Yang Chen no longer hesitated and poured all the alien flesh into his mouth in one go. 60 grams of gray alien flesh should be enough, right? Few with the consumption of a large amount of alien flesh, he could clearly feel the surging of blood and energy in his body. With a low growl, a white pillar spurted out from his mouth and nose, bursting in the air like thunder, deafening and astonishing. But upon closer listening, it seemed not to be from breathing, but from within Yang Chen's body. Bang! 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 From his chest came a drum-like sound, shattering the glass. His incredibly strong heart was continuously pumping out hot blood, rushing through his body like a mighty river. However, unlike when he swallowed the black snake before, there was no pain this time, only an incredibly refreshing feeling throughout his body. Following that, the degree of his dragon transformation intensified once again. Bone spurs shimmering with cold light grew out, making him look extremely fierce. As an onlooker, Bu Yanba could clearly sense the changes happening to Yang Chen. Even though his eyes were tightly closed, it felt like he was staring at her, exuding an emperor-like majesty that was both intimidating and beastly, making it impossible to look directly at him. The heavy heartbeat was like a giant hammer, falling with each beat. Would only kneeling and submitting make it easier? Those mutants. What surprised Bu Yanba even more was that the mutants outside the window, attracted by the battle, fled like scared dogs. Weren't they said to lack intelligence? How were they scared off? Few after who knows how long, Yang Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling incredibly energetic. He was so comfortable, exuding power with every move, his body stronger, and his energy extremely abundant, with an inexhaustible strength. This time, he successfully upgraded the Black Dragon's ability to the 1st rank. This was akin to a leap in life, transcending the constraints of ordinary beings, with his physique growing exponentially. If before Yang Chen relied on sharp dragon claws to fight mutants, now even without using the claws, he could tear apart mutants that bullets couldn't penetrate with just his hands. At the same time, as the Black Dragon rose to the 1st rank, he also awakened a special ability, Dragon's Might. As for its power, the sweat-drenched Buyanba beside him, and the absence of mutants still on the street, said it all. After ascending to the first rank, Yang Chen's physique underwent a tremendous change. With just physical strength, he could easily lift several tons of cars, and if he activated his abilities, this strength could double. After harvesting around 40 grams of gray alien flesh from another street, the sun was close to the horizon, casting a large, blood-red dusk over the broken city, heralding the impending night. In other words, even if the two of them pushed like bulldozers, their entire day's harvest had just reached 100 grams. Altogether, it was only the size of 2 or 3 dumplings. Seeing this progress, Yang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Too slow. It seemed like they needed to find a place with enough mutants. The apocalypse occurred in the early morning, a time when most people were at home resting, with only a few wandering the streets. For the mutants at this stage, breaking through reinforced concrete walls was no easy task. Coupled with their lack of intelligence, without detecting traces of food, making them waste effort on ordinary walls was almost impossible. Residential area. That must be the place with the most mutants, the best place to collect strange flesh. Perfect, it's also where the most survivors are, and Yang Chen just happens to need a group of survivors to dissect mutants for strange flesh on his behalf. Go on. With that, Yang Chen tossed 40 grams of strange flesh to Buyanba. She instinctively took the cloth bag, stuffed the freshly dug strange flesh into it, but Yang Chen didn't come to take it away. Why? After a while, Buyanba turned around with a puzzled look. Obviously, she was still immersed in the role of a serf. Sometimes, when serfs work for a long time, they really forget subconsciously that they are also free people. These should be enough for you to advance to Tier 1. Yang Chen probably already understood the rules for the advancement of ability users at each level. Ability users below A tier need 10 grams of strange flesh, SSS tier 50 grams, and Buyanba, as an SS plus tier ability user, 40 grams of strange flesh is completely sufficient. Upon hearing this, Buyanba's expression changed suddenly, staring at Yang Chen with a deep gaze. Just like today, after teaching her how to dig strange flesh, Yang Chen never touched a pile of mutant corpses again. The 100 grams of strange flesh she harvested today, she dug up hundreds of mutants. The smell that even someone like Yang Chen, who had lived in the apocalypse for years, didn't want to touch, let alone a girl like her? She thought she would be the mistress, but unexpectedly, she was just a girl with those 3 words. Go to the residential area tomorrow and gather some survivors to have them dig. Being stared at by Buyanba like that, even Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Even he felt like he wasn't human. Well, he's a beastification ability user, so many times he can't really be considered human. Are you planning to establish power? Upon hearing this, Buyanba's playful expression immediately turned serious. She thought someone like Yang Chen would choose to be a lone wolf, and with Yang Chen's strength, he could thrive anywhere. You've seen it too, not doing so easily creates distance with others. Yang Chen's eyes shimmered, speaking meaningfully. He never forgot about the Gu family father and son, nor did he plan to let them die easily. At least, he figured out why a disabled A-tier ability user like himself in the previous life could attract the attention of the owner of a large shelter, even setting up a trap to silence him. Buyanba nodded, releasing her thoughts. Yang Chen had enemies, she knew that even before the apocalypse arrived. She just didn't expect that even in such a world, he was still preparing for revenge. It didn't seem wrong to her. If a person's life is filled only with hatred, can they be happy? It seems she still needs to work hard, by the way. Don't eat the strange flesh directly, soak it in water and drink it. Why? You're not a systemic ability user, you can't handle it. As they spoke, they walked towards the storage supermarket. Because Yang Chen had cleaned up all the mutants on the street, the survivors in the nearby residential buildings rarely pulled back their curtains. Countless people licked their chapped lips, curled up, their eyes filled with hope as they looked outside. Although still dilapidated and messy, at least those ferocious and ugly mutants were rarely seen anymore. This was the best time they had had in a while. But most people just looked for a while, reminisced, then retreated back to their hiding spots, waiting with empty eyes, not even knowing what they were waiting for. Only in a high-rise residential area not far away, someone was always leaning by the window, not yearning for the outside scenery, but looking for the person who cleaned the mutants on the street. Mom, can we really be saved? When the sun set in the west, leaving only patches of red clouds, the young girl by the window couldn't help but ask, will he come? He is stronger than those monsters, incarnated as a mortal to save us believers of the supreme deity. A mature woman with the spirit of mountains and rivers came to the young girl's side, kneeling by the window, hands clasped in front of her chest, speaking with great piety. Despite her own pale complexion and cracked lips due to lack of resources, the offerings never ceased. Dot. Is there really a god in this world? The girl, evidently less devout than the woman, asked in doubt. Of course, after your father passed away, I brought you here from Sakura province to live, guided by the deity. The mature woman gently stroked the girl's head, as if reminiscing about something, her expression even more devout. Great deity, please save us. The girl was indifferent to the word father, as she had never seen him, and instead prayed along with the mature woman. As the last ray of light faded, two figures appeared at the end of the street. Coming in the glow of the red clouds, indiscernible yet exuding mystery and greatness, as if angels walking on the glow of clouds, their figures appeared magnificent. In the hopeful eyes of the mother and daughter, the two figures did not linger but entered the opposite warehouse supermarket. Mom, why didn't the great deity come to save us? The girl looked at the woman somewhat bewildered. This is a test given to us by the great deity. The woman just smiled gently, soothingly stroking the girl's head. Great deity, please save us. She kept praying until the girl left, and the woman's smiling face quickly withered, revealing deep exhaustion and numbness underneath. In such a world, what could these two weak women do? Except pray. If it weren't for protecting Ryoko, she might have already collapsed. At least, please let Ryoko survive. I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Tears streamed down, the woman tightly covering her mouth, afraid her crying would be heard by Ryoko. Scenes of Yang Chen transforming into a dragon man and fighting in the distorted tide kept appearing in her mind, powerful, ferocious, brutal, arrogant, looking down on everything. Such a being must be a powerful deity who can protect believers. But it won't be merciful. As long as Ryoko can survive, she can accept any price. The morning light was always so bright, no matter how dark the night before, it would bring the first gentle light on the next day. At least that's how it felt for the dozen survivors in the shelter. Compared to the days when they huddled in rooms overrun by distortions, living in constant fear and hunger, this place was undoubtedly a paradise. Having enough food to eat every day, not worrying about being eaten by those ferocious monsters in their sleep. Moreover, Bu Yanba promised to rescue their loved ones. Creak, the once ordinary sound of the door opening sounded like heavenly music to the survivors at that moment. They knew it meant food that could save their lives. With the gaze of many survivors on him, Bu Yanba walked step by step. The difference between the first and second floors, with only one staircase, seemed like two separate worlds at that moment. The survivors on the first floor were ragged, emitting a stench of sweat, decay, and excrement. In contrast, Bu Yanba, coming down from the second floor, though not dressed in splendor, was extremely neat and clean, even a hint of fragrance emanating from his hair. Everyone, line up, it's mealtime. Although Bu Yanba didn't need to say it, the survivors had already lined up neatly according to the rules. Rice porridge? Seeing today's food, the survivors at the front of the line couldn't help but lick their chapped lips. They both ate well, the only downside being that Yang Chen had a strong taste, so they were a bit short on water. The pot of bland white porridge that most people didn't even glance at before the apocalypse had now turned into a delicacy that made these survivors salivate uncontrollably. Soon, a dozen or so survivors orderly received their portion and began to enjoy it. Bu Yanba watched this scene closely, sighing inwardly. Violence is always the simplest and most convenient method of control. After the bloody slaughter, a little kindness was shown, and these survivors, like obedient sheep, allowed themselves to be manipulated. In just 2 days, the framework of order in the shelter had quietly been established. Even if more survivors joined later, they would also be influenced by this group of survivors. From now on, the shelter will no longer provide supplies for free. If you want to survive, you will have to rely on your labor to earn them. Seeing many survivors finish their meal, Bu Yanba announced calmly. Upon hearing this, some survivors who were still licking the bowl walls raised their heads awkwardly. The entire hall fell silent. Perhaps the intimidation brought by the two was too strong, as no one dared to ask questions. Next, we will go to the residential area to search for supplies and rescue your loved ones. We need people to transport goods, 3 pounds of rice a day, 5 liters of water. Seeing no one inquire, Bu Yanba had to explain himself. Me. I'll go too, take me with you. Count me in. These words were like a drop in a hot pan, instantly causing the entire shelter to boil over. In the pre-apocalypse era, 3 pounds of rice was nothing special, but now it was the apocalypse. 3 pounds of rice and 10 liters of water could make a big pot of porridge, enough to last a week if rationed carefully. And so, all the survivors chose to follow the two to the residential area. The residential area was one of the places in the apocalypse that forces were least willing to touch. The dense aberrations, the scarce and complex quantity of supplies, the income and output were completely disproportionate. For example, just a few streets away from the shelter was a medium-sized residential area on less than 300 acres of land, housing over 10,000 people. In other words, there were at least 5,000 aberrations there. This number, this density, easily bred high-level aberrations, and even Yang Chen had to act cautiously. To take over that residential area, individual strength would rapidly diminish, requiring a large number of people to resist the massive aberrations, otherwise, the shelter would be overrun by the aberrations. Fortunately, Yang Chen's target this time was not there. This time, it was just to let the shelter members practice, right on this street that Yang Chen and the others had already cleared. Before the official start, Yang Chen finally appeared in front of the survivors. Compared to Bu Yanba's warmth, he was like a capricious tyrant. Wherever his gaze fell, all the survivors dared not meet his eyes, only lowering their heads in submission to this dark tyrant. Then, amidst the terrified eyes of the survivors, Yang Chen kicked open a door directly. Roar! The aberration hidden in the room was instantly provoked, roaring as it rushed out. Wherever it passed, whether it was chairs, benches, or refrigerators, they were all knocked over by that terrifying force, like an unstoppable beast destroying everything in its path. All the survivors had witnessed the horror of the aberrations firsthand, and their gaze towards Yang Chen changed instantly. Even the previous tough guys could only temporarily fend off these monstrous aberrations. They had never thought that these monsters could be fought against by humans. But Yang Chen's actions were even faster than their thoughts. Rip! Only a sound of flesh tearing was heard, and the aberration that was previously unbeatable in the eyes of the survivors was easily torn in half by Yang Chen. Large amounts of mucus, flesh, and blood splattered everywhere, falling on the crowd like a torrential rain. Faced with the unbearable stench, the survivors showed no reaction. The scene was so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeat, standing still in shock as they watched Yang Chen holding the aberration now split in two, their eyes filled with horror. But as time passed, this horror gradually turned into fanaticism and excitement. The aberrations were not invincible, and the people who could fight these monstrous aberrations were right beside them. For the survivors, there was no better news than this. Remember this, I have already paid the price. If anyone dares to steal my things, I can't guarantee that their fate will be better than this aberration. Yang Chen said indifferently, not to inspire anyone, but to maintain order, even if that order was flawed. Only those who establish order have the right to violate it, or even modify it. The survivors nodded in agreement, showing no displeasure. The following events were much simpler. Yang Chen and the others cleared the aberrations layer by layer, and then the survivors moved everything useful to the street below. This was where Bu Yanba's importance came into play. Under her ability, sturdy and durable carts were created. For her, creating these tools without inscriptions was as simple as eating and drinking. As long as there were enough materials, making thousands of them a day was no problem. Although Bu Yanba had her own pocket dimension and didn't need to go through this trouble, she was only one person and couldn't always accompany the survivors to gather supplies. Everything they were doing now was to establish order in the shelter. After a busy day, as the sun set, the entire street had been completely cleared, and in the future, aside from occasional stragglers, there were hardly any aberrations left on the street. 3,000 caddies of rice and flour, 130 barrels of oil, 1,000 loaves of bread, 1,300 barrels of 15-liter bottled water. As the survivors brought back supplies one cart at a time, Bu Yanba stood at the door tallying the quantities. Seeing the huge amount of drinking water, a hint of joy appeared on her face. If there was something in the apocalypse that could be compared to food, it was clean drinking water. Although there were many supermarkets, most of them only had bottled water, which seemed like a lot but could only ensure that the survivors didn't die of thirst. After the basic framework was set up, the rest became much simpler. With Yang Chen's absolute power and Bu Yanba's extraordinary forging ability, the shelter entered a phase of rapid development. In just 3 days, the number of people in the shelter exceeded 100, and their influence spread to the surrounding 3 streets. The survivors were like ants in a nest, orderly completing their tasks to exchange for the supplies they needed to survive. Therefore, the entire shelter was divided into 3 functional areas. The hunting team, led by Yang Chen, the most powerful violent organization responsible for hunting, exploring, and maintaining order in the shelter. It was the most rewarding and dangerous area in the shelter, equipped with the weapons made by Bu Yanba, giving ordinary survivors the ability to fight against aberrations. The logistics team, led by Bu Yanba, responsible for organizing, storing, distributing supplies, and handling various miscellaneous matters in the shelter. Almost everything that happened in the shelter fell under its management. The transport team, led by Yang Chen, responsible for searching and transporting the spoils obtained by the hunting team. However, this is just a superficial phenomenon. In reality, it is for transporting the corpses of mutants, extracting the exotic flesh hidden within them. It may seem insignificant, but it is the area of authority that Yang Chen values the most. In the future, it will change just like in Yang Chen's past life, following behind hunting teams composed of survivors, responsible for acquiring mutant corpses. Although as survivors become more aware of the post-apocalyptic world, profits will rapidly decrease, but quantity can still prevail. No matter how powerful an official shelter is, it cannot encompass all violent organizations. Private violent organizations are bound to emerge. It is a time-consuming and laborious task to extract exotic flesh the size of a fingernail from the massive bodies of mutants. With the prevalence of espers, why spend time searching for exotic flesh when you can hunt a couple of mutants instead? Even if the price of a mutant corpse is only half of what it can produce in exotic flesh, it doesn't matter. This is the purpose of the transport team. Yang Chen can fully utilize his reincarnator's foresight and intuition, creating an information gap. Before the source of exotic flesh becomes widespread, the transport team can expand beyond their own shelter to the entire Dongjiang city. Seize the market before other shelters react, making wandering esper groups and even some small to medium shelters dependent. Moreover, this is the apocalypse, and Yang Chen possesses the power to dominate all survivors in Dongjiang city. If anyone dares to engage in a price war with Yang Chen, he can simply eliminate them. Solve the problem at its root. How does it feel to have power? Isn't it incomparably wonderful? Just as Yang Chen was lost in thought, a moist warmth emanated from his neck, followed by the sound of a woman removing her clothes as if peeling silk. Without thinking, in the entire shelter, the only one bold enough to speak to him like this was Bu Yanba. You actually have time to spare? Yang Chen was slightly taken aback, then grasped the small, restless hand on his abdomen. Sometimes, he felt truly helpless. Who was the real lecher here? Apart from the night when he first captured Bu Yanba, she behaved even more roguishly than Yang Chen had initially thought. Where is this going now? There's no way, talents are worthless now. The survivors you deem worthless were perhaps executives of listed companies before the apocalypse. Despite Yang Chen's attempts to stop her, Bu Yanba seemed even more determined. After spending so much time together, she had already figured out his character. Besides the things he was certain about, he was relatively soft in dealing with other matters. In simple terms, he was a traditional honest person. As long as you didn't touch his sore spots, everything was negotiable. Of course, others didn't receive the same treatment. Thinking of this, Bu Yanba felt a bit proud, a faint smile playing on her lips, like the crescent moon in the night sky. This is the apocalypse, the foolish, the kind-hearted, the unlucky, they're all dead. What's left are naturally the elites. Yang Chen's eyes were like a night sky filled with dark clouds, obscure and inscrutable, giving off a sense of powerlessness. Aren't you going to give it a name? With you here, this shelter will undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with. Bu Yanba didn't delve into these weighty matters and changed the subject. Unlike Yang Chen's enigmatic demeanor, who only seemed interested in combat and revenge, Bu Yanba was like a fluttering butterfly, exuding the charm unique to a young girl. More than anything, she didn't want Yang Chen to be bound tightly by hatred. For Yang Chen, revenge was just a matter of time. But what happens after revenge is taken? Living in his 20s as if he were a man in his 40s or 50s, if he continues like this for a lifetime, wouldn't it be exhausting? So, Yanbo has been influencing Yang Chen in his own way all along. He just hopes that he can live a little easier. Shaking the world? Then let's call it Divine Ring. Yang Chen was stunned, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied seriously. When he was just reborn, he was very uncomfortable. He felt that he had already gotten used to the post-apocalyptic life where he couldn't sleep at night and the air was filled with the smell of blood everywhere. But now, it seems that it's not like that. Getting used to it doesn't mean liking it. Many people don't understand, just like who knows when they turned into those boring adults they used to talk about? Divine Ring? Feels like a powerful name. Yanbo cheered, like a qualified sidekick, constantly releasing her own joyful emotions, infecting Yang Chen. So, the great master of the Divine Ring Shelter, who has the right to decide the fate of others with a single word, don't you want to use this power to do something else? Yanbo circled around to Yang Chen's front, speaking as if she had been pushed down and sat down, pulling down the strap on her right shoulder at the same time. Looking pitifully at Yang Chen, her eyes shimmering, desolate, like a pitiful little kitten, one might think she was a bullied girl from some unspeakable animated work. In that case, Yang Chen looked down at the translucent strap, a mischievous curve forming at the corner of his mouth. What do you want to do to me? Yanbo instantly got into character, her soft and vulnerable voice making people want to bully her even more. It could be said that she perfectly interpreted the emotions a girl should have after being bullied. You, do 500 squats. Oh, no. Two voices, one after the other, but almost simultaneously. 500 squats, not one less. Yang Chen sat on the expensive sofa, chin resting on his hand, a teasing smile on his beautiful face. You just want me to do this? Bianbo was somewhat incredulous, staring with her eyes still wet, blinking at Yang Chen. Almost forgot, you're already a first-tier esper, 500 squats or nothing. Let's add another 200 kilograms of weight, no using esper abilities. Watching Bianbo's almost crumbling expression, Yang Chen's smile grew even brighter. With a snap of his fingers, an invisible force field instantly opened, completely suppressing all supernatural powers. You! Soul! Faint! On that day, Bianbo's resentful curses and heavy panting echoed throughout the entire building like an old ox. It also fell into the ears of some survivors, making them involuntarily indulge in wild thoughts. Isn't this a bit too risky? Inside the Divine Ring shelter, Bianbo flipped through the list of survivors, expressing her concerns. What Yang Chen wanted to do was too dangerous. Currently, the shelter only had a total of 130 people, and the survivors were not mutants. It was impossible for them to all be combat ready, and the actual fighters would not exceed 80 people. It should be noted that the combat power of ordinary survivors was far from comparable to mutants. With so few people, he actually dared to target a residential area with at least 5,000 mutants? Once this number of mutants gathered and formed a beast tide, it would be enough to overwhelm any current shelter. Moreover, such a big disturbance would inevitably trigger a chain reaction, causing nearby mutants to gather, which could result in tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Yang Chen had experienced several times in his previous life when local wars triggered mutant riots throughout the entire city. Faced with such endless mutants, the survivors of Dongjiang City had no resistance at all, and countless shelters were subsequently destroyed. In the end, the absence of a leader within the aberrant creatures led to their gradual dispersal. On hundreds of acres of land, there are thousands of aberrant creatures gathered, yet there is no sign of them spreading out. Don't you find it strange? Yang Chen stood high up, gazing into the direction of the residential area from afar. Like an eagle soaring in the sky, nothing on the ground could escape his eyes. Are you suggesting they are being blocked by something? Bu Yanbo was quick-witted, instantly grasping Yang Chen's meaning, but not entirely convinced. More accurately, they are being constrained, Yang Chen explained. Constraining aberrant creatures? High-level aberrant creatures. After a moment of contemplation, Bu Yanbo suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with shock. This was definitely not good news for the sanctuary of the God's Ring, akin to having a bomb ready to explode beneath them, a bomb that could obliterate them into pieces. But what can we do? Should we relocate? The disparity between the enemy and us is too great, coupled with the unfavorable location of the sanctuary of the God's Ring. Staying put doesn't make much sense. We will definitely relocate, but not now. Upon hearing Bu Yanbo's thoughts, Yang Chen didn't get angry, just shook his head slightly. It wasn't her fault, just a difference in understanding and perspective. Yang Chen had struggled in the apocalypse for nearly a decade, knowing many secrets unknown to others, naturally leading to different insights. While high-level aberrant creatures could command the lower-level ones, aberrant creatures, as failed products in the evolution process, ultimately had shallow consciousness and relied solely on biological instincts. Like animals relying on special bodily fluids, sense, individual differences, etc. This gave Yang Chen great manipulation space. Without alerting the high-level aberrant creature, he could gradually clear out the aberrant creatures, achieving a step-by-step encroachment effect. It's worth noting that the current number of survivors is not small, especially in residential areas. The resources in households have not been depleted, and the survivors have not resorted to venturing out for supplies, thus avoiding significant reductions in numbers. Conservatively estimating, there are still at least 3,000 survivors in the entire residential area. Even if only half are absorbed, it would still be at least 1,000 people. This number might not have been significant before the apocalypse, but in the apocalypse, a shelter with this many survivors could already be considered a medium-sized refuge. For a refuge, the population is always the most crucial measure of strength. The larger the population base, the more espers there are, and the more abundant the resources. Most importantly, this residential area blocks the direction in which the sanctuary of the God's Ring expands into the urban area. Perhaps the survivors will eventually leave this city area occupied by millions of aberrant creatures, but until then, all survivors must rely on the resources within the city area to sustain themselves. As a large city with over tens of millions of people before the apocalypse, Dongjiang City undoubtedly has many things that survivors need. Therefore, Yang Chen must take a risk. What do you plan to do? Bu Yanbo sighed deeply, no longer trying to dissuade him, but asked earnestly. Although she had compromised, she still wanted to understand the feasibility of this matter and carefully strategize to increase the chances of success. Step-by-step encroachment, continuously absorbing the survivors within, strengthening ourselves. It might be challenging for dozens of survivors to face hundreds of aberrant creatures, but with hundreds or thousands of survivors facing thousands of aberrant creatures, there is a lot of operational space, Yang Chen said slowly. This was the experience summarized from countless events in the previous life. Dozens or hundreds of survivors could only be considered a shelter, precarious and at risk of being wiped out at any moment, with the survivors having no sense of belonging and likely to scatter at the first sign of trouble. But once the number of survivors reaches 1,000, this refuge has truly expanded in scale. It is said that when one person passes, it's like covering the sun with 1,000 layers, and when one person passes, it's like an endless expanse. 1,000 people may not sound like much, but once they are lined up in front of you, you will realize the scale is truly immense. If they encounter a mutant outbreak, they just need to distract those brainless mutants with a portion of the people, while the rest can swiftly migrate. This time, Bu Yanba did not argue anymore but got up to prepare the supplies needed for Yang Chan's upcoming operation. The two moved quickly, and in just one day, the Xinjie shelter was ready. Led by Yang Chen, a total of 83 people from the hunting team and transport team almost emptied the shelter and headed to the residential area, leaving only Bu Yanba and the logistics team at the shelter, ready to receive survivors and supplies. Everyone held the white inscribed strange weapon spears made by Bu Yanba and, under Yang Chen's lead, rushed towards the residential area like a snake. Although they were all ordinary people, with the blessing of the strange weapon spears, they could deal with a mutant in just 10 minutes in small groups. Jingli Huayuan Residential Area. Just like its name, it was filled with flowers and various green plants almost covering every spot outside the residential buildings. Without human intervention, would they grow even better? Yang Chen carefully observed the positions of the mutants in the residential area. As predicted, this area had minimal damage compared to others, with only a few bloodstains. The mutants were hardly visible in the corridors inside the area. Soon, Yang Chen chose the breakthrough direction, which was the main entrance of the residential area. For mutants wearing security uniforms could be vaguely seen wandering in a small area, but they did not leave the range of Jingli Huayuan. These guys are pretty pitiful, all turned into mutants? Seeing this scene, a survivor couldn't help but sigh. Phew, luckily, I deliver takeout. Bullshit, don't think I don't know, you deliver takeout during the day and work as a security guard at night. For a moment, a cheerful atmosphere filled the entire team. It was evident that compared to before, the survivors' mentality had calmed down a lot. People are like this, possessing a strong adaptability. Even in the harshest environments, they will always find a way to survive until they completely adapt. Can we handle all four at once? Yang Chen asked. After several days of practical combat, these survivors had already figured out a way to kill mutants without getting hurt. However, it was unknown if they could handle multiple mutants as easily as they did with a single one. After all, the number of survivors could never compare to the mutants. The future survivors were destined to face mutants far outnumbering them, even tens of times more. Many survivors were unsure when facing multiple mutants for the first time. After all, this was not a game. An ordinary person facing mutants could easily lose their life with a single mistake. Extra payment? After a while, someone asked quietly. If you can kill them, each person gets a 3-piece instant noodle set. Yang Chen was never a heartless boss and promptly offered an enticing reward. Do not underestimate these items. Instant noodles have always been expensive in the post-apocalyptic world, only cheaper than luxuries like cigarettes, alcohol, and beverages. Even in Yang Chen's previous life as an A-level esper, he would only eat instant noodles occasionally as an extra meal. High in oil and salt, these were derogatory terms before the apocalypse, but in the post-apocalyptic world, they were something countless survivors longed for but could hardly obtain. Let's do it! Hearing this, everyone licked their lips, their eyes instantly sharpened. They had been drinking porridge these days, which was fine at first, but as time went on, it became more and more tasteless. Now, with this chance for an extra meal, they were not willing to let it slip away. Let's begin in the sanctuary of the gods. The strong can enjoy everything. Yang Chen silently took a few steps back, leaving the space to these survivors. After a brief discussion, the survivors decided to lure the 4 mutated security guards into a narrow alley for an ambush. Stupid security guards, I've marked this delivery as mine today. Come and catch me if you dare. Then the pre-apocalyptic delivery guy dashed out. He taunted the mutated guards for a moment before swiftly running towards the ambush in the alley. Roar! Stupid! Delivery! Guy! The low-intelligence mutants fell for the trap, raging as if they had encountered an archenemy, grumbling and charging furiously. Here they come! Get ready, everyone! Seeing this, the survivors in the alley tightened their spears, signaling their companions. The strength of the mutants lay in their extremely tough bodies and ferocious power. With the addition of the white exotic weapon inscribed with the piercing rune, it was easy to pierce through their bodies. With the combined effort of several people, once they were subdued, they were like sitting ducks. However, as the survivor responsible for luring them into the alley rushed in, the others waited and waited, but the mutants did not show up. What's going on? Could it be that these mutants know we have set up an ambush? After a while, a survivor voiced their confusion. Impossible. When I was a security guard, if a delivery guy dared to insult me like that, I would have dealt with him without hesitation. The survivor responsible for luring them immediately retorted confidently. Seems like your intelligence is not much different from the mutants? After a brief argument, the survivors grew impatient and finally peeked out to sea. To their surprise, the low-intelligence mutants had not followed them and had even returned to their original wandering spot, within the area of the Jinglihua garden. How? How is this possible? The survivors were shocked. They now understood a bit about the mutants. Once these almost brainless creatures were lured away, they would aimlessly wander in place until dispersing. But these 4 mutated security guards in front of them undoubtedly defied common sense. It seems that the instant noodle combo is not that easy to obtain after all. Yang Chen, looking serious from a distance, approached the survivors. He joked with them. He had just observed everything clearly from nearby. Initially, the 4 mutated security guards behaved no differently from regular mutants, until they rushed out of the security booth. Then, as if they were soldiers following orders, they silently returned to the community gate. This was quite intriguing. Could it be that the control power of that high-level mutated being was truly so strong? Or was it some special mutated form? This residential community was indeed filled with eerie occurrences. Let's take them head-on. They are just mutants, after all, failed products that must be dealt with. Right. There are only 4 of them, and we have dozens of people. Why should we fear them? Attack! The numerous survivors' eyes grew fiercer. They had experienced both starving and well-fed lives. In this unpredictable and cruel post-apocalyptic world, they would rather die in battle than passively endure hunger. With that, a group of survivors raised their exotic spears and stepped out of their hiding place. The survivors lined up neatly in 4 rows, each with at least 10 people, showing no fear on their faces as they charged straight towards the 4 mutated guards. Charge! This time, the 4 mutated security guards showed no abnormalities and roared as they charged forward. The survivors had already prepared strategies to face the mutants' massive and powerful bodies. Just like ancient infantry facing cavalry, the spears, each 3 meters long, were slanted against the ground, forming an indestructible wall. Bang! With a loud noise, the expected aberrant creature collided. Even the specially made alloy spears were bent upon impact, sinking several tens of centimeters into the hard ground. On the contrary, the aberrant creature, though nearly pierced through, seemed unharmed, still rampaging towards the tantalizing prey within reach. Kill! At this moment, the second row of spears thrust out, not to kill the aberrant creatures, but to hinder their limbs, preventing harm to the survivors in the first row. Kill! Another battle cry, as the survivors in the back swiftly repositioned, encircling for security aberrant creatures, aiming to kill them in the same manner as the seemingly powerful aberrant creature. In the underground parking lot of Jinglihua, it resembled a burial ground of an ancient battlefield, scattered with gleaming white bones, like the lair of an extremely terrifying beast. Human survivors, stray cats and dogs, and even some incredibly strange beings that did not seem native to this planet. Undoubtedly, these were left behind by the aberrant creatures. In the center of the underground parking lot, there was a pile of various biological remains, a horrifying mound of corpses reaching up to the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, one would notice numerous vein-like structures interconnecting them, resembling a giant heart pulsating continuously. With each beat, the mound would shrink slightly, as if transferring energy to something. It was evident that the fate of this mound would eventually be like the white bones scattered everywhere. Thud! Following a violent tremor of the mound, 8 pairs of lantern-like objects lit up from within, casting a faint light in the dim underground parking lot. However, this light did not bring any relief to the space. Instead, it cast a ghastly hue on the surrounding white bones, making them appear even more eerie and dreadful. Bring them back! Fortunately, the light did not last long. After a stuttering voice resembling a child learning to speak was heard, the 16 lanterns embedded in the mound extinguished. Meanwhile, the battle at the entrance of Jinglihua had ended. For security aberrant creatures, outnumbered tenfold by the survivors, were completely defeated, and the survivors were swiftly loading the aberrant creature corpses onto vehicles, preparing to transport them away to avoid attracting other aberrant creatures. After all, for aberrant creatures, any flesh and blood were food, including other aberrant creatures. However, despite the aberrant creatures not usually hunting their own kind, it was a different story for the deceased ones. Watching this scene, Yang Chen felt no sense of relaxation. This residential area was too strange. Such a commotion did not attract any aberrant creatures? And those 4 security aberrant creatures could not leave the security booth area? Until now, Jingli Huayuan remained eerily quiet, as if a terrifying predator lurked within, having scared off any creatures capable of making noise. The quieter it was, the more eerie Yang Chen felt. Boom! It was at this moment that a high-rise building within the community had its walls suddenly smashed. A particularly robust aberrant creature, with a dog's head, cat's tail, and human body, shattered the wall and leaped down from a dozen meters high. Holy crap, run! Almost at first sight, the survivors who had just successfully hunted down the 4 security aberrant creatures knew they were no match for it. The overwhelming aura was on a completely different level from the aberrant creatures they had hunted. Even from hundreds of meters away, they could still feel that spine-chilling sensation when facing an unbeatable beast. Tier 2 aberrant creature, so soon? Watching the distorted figure rushing towards the entrance of the residential area without any pause, Yang Chen was slightly stunned. It wasn't surprising to see second-order distortions in such a densely populated area. What was eerie was the presence of second-order distortions. Why hadn't the regular distortions erupted yet? Could it be that the second-order distortion felt it had the upper hand and didn't allow other distortions to feed? This thought only lasted a moment before being extinguished. True high-order distortions might possess such intelligence, but not the second-order ones. Boss, aren't we leaving yet? Many survivors naturally witnessed this scene, but Yang Chen remained standing in place, prompting someone to approach and inquire. You guys go ahead, I'll check things out. This response surprised Yang Chen a bit. He had thought these people would choose to leave directly. After all, he rarely had a positive image in front of them. With that said, Yang Chen activated his abilities. Ink-like deep scales quickly covered his body, half-foot-long claws shimmered with a chilling light under his gaze, sharp bone spurs pierced through his clothes, making him look extremely ferocious. In just a moment, his originally plain demeanor turned fiercely aggressive. Like a hidden dragon soaring into the abyss, his clawed hands displayed a domineering presence. Compared to the rampaging and irrational second-order distortions, Yang Chen appeared like a fierce tiger in the mountains, each step taken with exceptional stability. Despite lacking a threatening posture, people instinctively lowered their heads and avoided him. Ha! The second-order distortion rushing towards him lifted a fist thicker than Yang Chen's waist and struck down fiercely. The wind from the punch rustled, making his clothes, already torn by bone spurs, flutter noisily, on the verge of being completely shredded. Here it comes. Facing the second-order distortion so close, Yang Chen calmly raised his fist to strike back. Bang! The dragon claw clashed with flesh. In an instant, the bricks beneath their feet began to crack inch by inch under the tremendous force. Countless dust rose, and sparks flew as the force scraped against him. Get lost! Feeling a tingling sensation in his arm, Yang Chen lightly shouted and exerted force once more. This sudden increase in strength instantly sent the opponent flying. In terms of strength, the two were evenly matched, but Yang Chen was clearly more skilled. With a second strike, he repelled the second-order distortion. Is this all you've got? Then go and die. The defeated distortion, still defiant, flailed its limbs erratically, clawing through several meters of stone slabs before finally stopping. To be honest, Yang Chen was somewhat disappointed. He had expected the second-order distortions at this stage to possess some extraordinary qualities, but they turned out to be so ordinary, even vulnerable to a single blow. How were they any different from cannon fodder? How did it manage to stand out among thousands of distortions and advance to the second order? Was it just luck? Well, it was a pity. Encountering Yang Chen meant its luck had run out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A black water-like substance condensed on Yang Chen's hands, intertwining and climbing before forming a pair of water claws resembling mech arms. These were the claws of mysterious water, mainly used to deal with excessively large opponents. Thud! Yang Chen then stomped on the stone slabs, transforming into a dragon soaring into the sky, charging towards the stabilized second-order distortion. The sound of blunt claws tearing flesh was incessant. Mysterious water was the essence of all waters, each drop weighing as heavy as a mountain. Since Yang Chen couldn't control this mysterious water into water blades yet, he could only form these blunt claws. Like thick bare paws, they couldn't tear through with sharpness but relied on brute force to rip and tear. Each strike brought down large chunks of flesh. In no time, the massive second-order distortion was shredded, losing considerable weight. The seemingly powerful second-tier aberration in Yang Chen's hands was like a toy, completely devoid of any resistance. Staring at the broken second-tier aberration at his feet, Yang Chen was momentarily stunned. Was he too strong, or was this second-tier aberration too weak? Yang Chen, who was usually confident, now began to hesitate. At least his experience told him that high-tier aberrations in residential areas should not be like this. Dealing with this second-tier aberration didn't take much effort, and he successfully harvested a piece of green alien flesh weighing about 2 grams. This also proved how trashy this second-tier aberration was. After finishing all this, Yang Chen didn't leave but instead looked towards the interior of Jingli Huayuan. Everything in this residential area was too eerie, as if all the experience he had gained through years of struggling in the apocalypse in his previous life was now completely wrong. The place that should have been the most densely populated with aberrations seemed dead silent, as if extinct. Even if there was a special aberration here that had consumed all the others to advance to the second tier, it shouldn't be as ordinary as the one in front of him. And those security aberrations that couldn't leave. Is it really? After a long silence, he finally decided to enter and explore one of them. The survivors of the hunting and transportation teams had already left, so even if there was something strange here, he could still leave unscathed. As for what exactly was in this residential area, he already had a certain guess in his mind. Just one more small experiment, and he could confirm the other party's identity. Thinking this, Yang Chen strode towards the interior of Jingli Huayuan. The survivors inside Jingli Huayuan had long been alarmed by the sounds of battle between Yang Chen and the second-tier aberration. However, they dared not seek help, nor even peek out to confirm the outcome of the battle. They just numbly huddled in their respective rooms, seeming to have already given up on the future. Because there was great terror within this residential area. They still remembered the early days of the mutant apocalypse, when those monsters, though terrifying, had very low intelligence and could only rely on simple means to find survivors. Even if their positions had been discovered by aberrations, as long as they found a place to hide before the other party arrived, they could likely escape unscathed. But at some point, everything changed. The most significant change was the rapid decrease in the number of aberrant monsters. But this was not a good thing. While the number of aberrations decreased rapidly, their situation did not improve in the slightest. In fact, it became even more agonizing. The remaining aberrations seemed to have become enlightened, or rather, like a mechanical army that only followed orders, they began to capture survivors starting from the lower levels. Yes, capture. Those aberrations that had previously wanted to devour survivors alive began to search and capture each floor of the building one by one during that time. No floor that they searched was left without any survivors. In just one night, all survivors below the 10th floor were captured, and not a single one could escape. After just one night, this search ended, and then the aberrations seemed to disappear into thin air, with no further movement. But in just one night, half of the survivors in Jingli Huayuan were gone. Just when the survivors thought everything was over and were preparing to leave, they were even more terrified to discover that the aberrations had not disappeared but had gone into hiding. They captured all those who tried to escape, taking some with them and driving others back to the upper levels. They were like livestock kept here, waiting for the owner of this place to get hungry and sharpen their knives. Are there any survivors here? I'm here to save you. A shout echoed through Jingli Huayuan, reaching the ears of countless survivors. Did we win? We won. So what? Another one, bring a few more. I hope it's not my turn next time. The survivors all had different thoughts, but none of them chose to respond, remaining motionless in their respective cages. However, there was one exception among all the survivors in the beautiful garden, where only one household made a response. Oh great deity! My mother and I are here, please save us. I beg of you. A woman and a girl knelt by the French window, calling out in their own ways. The mature woman with a deep understanding of the world knelt steadily in place, praying devoutly with a serene face. The girl in a school uniform waved her hands continuously, shouting loudly in prayer. I thought everyone was dead. The girl's cries quickly caught Yang Chen's attention. Watching the two women on the upper floor, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh before heading towards the high-rise building. What exactly happened here? The survivors here should know something, right? Yuki, let's tidy up quickly, and welcome the arrival of the great deity with the purest bodies. Seeing Yang Chen approaching, the usually composed woman showed a rare look of panic, hurriedly pulling the girl to bathe and change clothes. On the other side, Yang Chen made a different discovery as he entered the corridor again. He thought all the aberrations here were dead, but there were still many hidden in the corridor? They seemed to be in a slumber, only awakening violently when Yang Chen approached, attacking ferociously. Almost every floor had one or two, not many in number but of excellent quality, mostly at level 1, with even the level 0 ones on the verge of a breakthrough. It was as if they were intentionally left behind? However, despite the doubts, there was no hesitation in the killing. Yang Chen fought his way to the floor where the two women were, even he couldn't help but pant a little. Creak. As soon as Yang Chen reached the floor, the door of the two women opened. Supreme deity who descends to earth. You are the dark serpent that tears everything apart, fiercer than demons, stronger than evil spirits, and more forbidding than the abyss, the mightiest in the heavens. O merciful black heaven great serpent, your servants humbly welcome your arrival here. Before Yang Chen could approach, two voices filled with near fanatical worship rang out, reminiscent of religious zealots. Approaching, he saw a layer of flawless white satin laid at the door, a mature woman capable of embracing mountains and rivers dressed in a white robe and red skirt, adorned with a floral-patterned featherweave, her eyes covered by a white cloth strip. Like a delicious dish on a porcelain plate, she wore a faint smile on her face. Behind her was a girl in a neon shrine maiden outfit, holding a divine music bell made of 15 bells, kneeling obediently outside the white cloth. Great deity! Sensing Yang Chen's gaze shifting, the girl quickly lowered her head, prostrating herself there. What are you afraid of? Watching the girl's trembling body, Yang Chen couldn't help but ask. The girl didn't answer, but her body trembled even more violently. Great deity, my impure self is unworthy to serve such a great being as you. I can only serve you as a sacrifice. But Yuki is still pure. Please allow this humble woman to serve the great and merciful black heaven great serpent. The woman lying on the white cloth still hadn't heard any response, so she sighed deeply, speaking with utmost piety. I don't want to. The great deity is a kind deity, he won't eat my mother. The girl suddenly became agitated, sitting up abruptly, tears streaming down her eyes, her tearful eyes pleadingly looking at Yang Chen. Yuki, you can't be willful. It's an honor to be a sacrifice for the great deity, the woman spoke gently, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Get up, I don't eat people, nor am I a snake god. Answer a few questions for me, and you'll be safe. Yang Chen looked at the neon mother and daughter, his initial interest gradually fading as he spoke calmly. Oh, divine lord. Yuki is still young, please forgive her rudeness. Yuki is actually my sister's daughter. The young woman seemed to think Yang Chen was angry, hastily explaining, even dropping a bombshell. It was said that the girl's father was a typical neon beast, who dared to lay his hands on his own daughter. The sisters then joined forces to kill him, with the elder sister taking the blame while the younger sister took the girl away from the neon province to live. As to why the young woman thought Yang Chen was angry, it was probably related to the culture in Neon that worships evil spirits. After all, Yang Chen, in his dragon form, was not about power and justice, but rather remained neutral. In a place like Neon, where evil spirits appear, what would happen if sacrifices were not made? Even just by listening in, Yang Chen quickly figured out the identities of the two. The young woman was called Yuki, and the girl was called Rio. However, Yang Chen had no time to listen to Neon's traditional ethical stories. He just showed a hint of displeasure, which the observant young woman noticed, and then proceeded to explain the specific situation in this residential area. Keeping survivors as livestock? Upon hearing this news, even Yang Chen showed a rare seriousness. This meant that the true owners of this residential area had absolute control over ordinary aberrations. This was something that ordinary high-level aberrations could not achieve. Originally, he had planned to relocate many survivors and test the strangeness of this place by using the law of the jungle. But now it seemed unnecessary. Killing a second-level aberration without any reaction indicated that even if Yang Chen rescued all the survivors, there would be no response. This kind of wisdom to avoid danger was only found in low-level aberrations, which meant only one possibility: an aberration king body. It should be noted that aberrations were just failed products of abnormalities that occurred during the apocalypse. They only knew how to devour flesh and blood, had no intelligence, and couldn't even fully absorb the energy inside them, leading to the emergence of abnormal flesh. The aberration king body, on the other hand, was different. It was said to miraculously succeed in abnormality after a failed abnormality, surpassing aberrations but being completely different from abnormalities. It could control aberrations, even those of higher levels. If abnormal beasts were competitors to anomalies, then the aberration king body was the mortal enemy of the entire abnormal species. Almost every birth of an aberration caused more terrifying disasters than mythical abnormal beasts. Even in the late stages of the post-apocalyptic period, where abnormal beasts and anomalies were at odds, the appearance of an aberration king body could make both sides set aside their past grievances, unite, and exterminate its existence. Even if an aberration devoured another abnormal body, it could only acquire the original ability. But the aberration king body could possess multiple abilities. But all of this was not the most terrifying aspect. What truly horrified countless survivors was its almost unsolvable resurrection ability. It was said that the aberration king body could not be truly killed. After each killing, it would soon be reborn and return. How could an aberration king body appear in Dongjiang City? Yang Chen pondered. In the previous life, there was no aberration king body in Dongjiang City. Logically, with a population of millions, Dongjiang City should have been able to produce an aberration king body, but the fact was that it did not. Some speculated that an aberration king body had appeared in Dongjiang City before, but it was killed by the two mythical disasters, and it was completely killed, unable to resurrect. This is also why the mutated beasts in other regions can only be called mythical level, while these two in Dongjiang City can be called mythical level disasters, even causing the higher-ups to abandon Dongjiang City, the transportation hub connecting the inland. I wonder how strong this mutated king is. As the confirmation gradually took place, the initial solemnity was swept away, turning into excitement instead. In the previous life, two mythical disasters could kill it, and in this life, Yang Chen wouldn't encounter any surprises here. Since swallowing two mythical disasters alive, he hadn't experienced what it felt like to go all out, hoping that this time he could. Where are the limits of the two abilities he possessed? Lord God, please enjoy. Just as Yang Chen was contemplating, a voice brought him back to reality. A young woman brought a table over, kneeling beside it without hesitation, resembling a chair that matched the dining table. A girl carefully presented several dishes, standing respectfully to the side. Even though the peeled apple looked wrinkled and missing a piece, a meager portion of pickled vegetables, a bowl of undercooked rice. Undoubtedly a sumptuous meal for ordinary survivors, the girl kneeling on the ground couldn't help but let a glistening drool escape her mouth, but for Yang Chen, it was so meager. Did he appear so incompetent? I'm very sorry. This is the last food we have at home. The chair burned down while cooking. Sensing Yang Chen's displeasure, the girl didn't show any resentment but instead expressed self-blame. If they could still bring out a sumptuous meal, there would be no need for the young woman to act as an offering. It wasn't until Yang Chen noticed his tattered and foul-smelling clothes, stained with the vile liquid from the mutated bodies, that he realized he seemed more disheveled than the average survivor. But these two women were truly fanatical, able to offer these things to some nonsense god in this apocalyptic world? If there really was such a god, this apocalypse shouldn't have happened. But it made sense. The more desperate humans were, the more likely they were to place their faith in those intangible things. Ultimately, it was a lack of confidence in oneself. I am the owner of the god's sanctuary shelter, I don't care for these things. However, since these two neon women were so enthusiastic, Yang Chen didn't mind and sat directly on the young woman's backside. Indeed, Lord God, have you built your shrine so quickly? The girl, unlike the young woman, appeared more energetic and vibrant. Coupled with her fanaticism, even a trivial matter seemed to sparkle in her eyes, almost twinkling. Shut up, Yuko. You must not disturb Lord God's rest. The young woman beneath Yang Chen's buttocks quickly whispered. Truly a neon specialty, they were quite skilled at serving people. Do you know where those captured people were taken? Yang Chen continued to inquire. I know, but those captured people have never appeared on the roads in the neighborhood. They should have been taken to the underground garage. The girl said excitedly, seemingly exceptionally happy to be able to help Yang Chen. Underground garage. With this answer, Yang Chen began to ponder silently, unconsciously leaning back. The question now was whether to gather the survivors in the neighborhood first or to take out the mutated king hidden in the underground garage. That guy could control the mutated beings, and if a siege of mutated beings were to come, Yang Chen could escape. But the survivors in this residential area didn't have that strength. But what if that mutated king was too cowardly and just ran away? When he finally realized that he was sitting on a person and not a chair, his head unexpectedly bumped into a pair of soft objects. The girl with keen eyes came up behind Yang Chen, acting as the backrest of the chair. In one word, satisfying. Go gather the survivors and tell them that the aberrations in the neighborhood have been cleared by me. Yang Chen finally made a decision. It was just an aberrant king body, now he could scare him away, but in the future, he could leave him with no chance to escape. The efficiency of the children was very fast, and various rhetoric came in handy. In a few words, they gathered all the remaining survivors in Jingli Huayuan. Yang Chen could even clearly feel that some of the survivors were showing signs of turning into believers. They had the air of a leader of a pyramid scheme. Master, the survivors have been assembled, a total of 1047 people. Beside him, Yuko stood dignified, reporting quietly to Yang Chen. Over 1,000 people. Are there any supernaturals? Upon receiving this data, he couldn't help but be stunned. There were many more survivors here than he had anticipated. With these 1,000 people, the sanctuary of the Divine Ring could officially upgrade to a refuge base. All the supernaturals were taken away by those aberrations. Upon receiving this answer, Yang Chen was not disappointed, but rather quite satisfied. Supernaturals were indeed an important weapon for humanity to fight against the apocalypse, but it had only been half a month since the apocalypse arrived. Those survivors, especially the supernaturals, had not yet been polished smooth by this cruel apocalypse. Who didn't think of themselves as unruly, believing themselves to be the chosen one in the novel? Such people joining the sanctuary of the Divine Ring would instead become an unstable factor. With just over 100 people in the entire sanctuary of the Divine Ring, suddenly having over 1,000 people flooding in, if there were too many supernaturals, it would inevitably lead to another round of killing to establish authority. Without survivors, there would be no stable small groups. After all, the groups in the apocalypse were meant to survive, not to protect other survivors if they were not supernaturals. Listen up! I am the owner of the sanctuary of the Divine Ring. I didn't save you to let you freeload. But just in case, Yang Chen decided to give a speech first. Swish! Just then, a sound like a flying arrow rang out. Thousands of survivors looked up in unison, only to see a figure like a legendary swordsman coming on a sword from a distance, landing directly in front of Yang Chen. For a moment, countless survivors were shocked by this truly divine method, their eyes widening in disbelief. But what they didn't know was that this was not the end, but the beginning. Bang! 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 Before these survivors could react, there was a sudden and incredibly orderly sound of footsteps coming from a street corner in the distance. It was a square formation made up of dozens of people, each holding a black spear and wearing black armor, covered in various aberrant body fluids. Like elite soldiers who had just come down from an ancient battlefield, even though the two sides were tens of meters apart, one could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from them, making people feel greatly oppressed. How dare they! Faced with this scene, some survivors exclaimed in a trembling voice. You see, even if they were hiding in their rooms, they only dared to minimize noise as much as possible to avoid being discovered by the aberrations. But these people seemed to act as if they were afraid that the aberrations wouldn't notice them, acting recklessly. This undoubtedly brought a great shock to many survivors. Belonging to the sanctuary of the Divine Ring, just before the thousands of survivors in front of him could react, the divine woman who had come on a sword kneeled directly in front of Yang Chen. Clang! 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 With the movement of the divine woman, the group of black spear and black armor soldiers also knelt in the direction of Yang Chen. Please return to camp. Please return to camp. The uniform and penetrating sound made even the surviving people present involuntarily follow their movements. If it weren't for the distant distorted roars of the mutants that could still be heard, perhaps these survivors would have thought that the mutants had already been eliminated by this group of black-armored soldiers. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's face instantly darkened. Alright, you want to challenge me, huh? As numerous survivors understood the situation at the scene, countless scorching gazes shifted to Yang Chen. Their thoughts were simple: if Yang Chen, who could make black-armored soldiers and even the sword-wielding celestial woman submit, how powerful must he be? Could it be, as the two neon women said, he really is a deity descended to save the people? The scene fell silent, and thousands of survivors held their breath. Although the other side had only a few dozen people, it felt to these thousands of survivors as if they were being crushed by millions of pounds of boulders, making even breathing difficult. For a moment, a solemn and dignified silence enveloped the scene. Rise up. This situation lasted for a long time, and Yang Chen, at the center of everyone's gaze, spoke dryly. Standing from the perspective of the survivors and standing from his own perspective were completely different experiences. In any case, standing up there, being stared at by thousands of people, he felt his scalp tingling, and even his speech became unclear. Now he had every reason to suspect that Bu Yanba was playing a trick on him. But from the perspective of the many survivors, it wasn't until this moment that they collectively took a deep breath, letting go of their suspended hearts. Then Bu Yanba arranged for many black-armored soldiers to start receiving survivors in numbers 20 times their own. During this time, the survivors behaved like sheep in a pen, thousands of people lining up almost without any turmoil occurring. What is going on here? It wasn't until then that Yang Chen leaned over to Bu Yanba, cautiously inquiring. Just now, not to mention these survivors who were kept by the mutant king, even he felt extremely nervous. Did they really think he had been silent for so long just to maintain his dignity? With thousands of eyes staring at him, his mind went blank. At that moment, he was almost toeing the ground. As you can see, it is, of course, a welcoming ceremony arranged for the arrival of the great owner of the Divine Ring shelter. Facing Yang Chen's question, Bu Yanba replied solemnly. What about those black-armored soldiers? Yang Chen asked again. Of course, he knew that this process was to better absorb this group of survivors, far exceeding the population of the Divine Ring shelter. But he was still shocked. It's so simple, just rub your hands together on the spot. Seeing Yang Chen's naive look, Bu Yanba finally felt satisfied, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. With that, she casually snapped her fingers, and countless pieces of metal appeared out of thin air, forming sets of black armor in front of Yang Chen. For her, things that didn't require inscriptions were like toys. Not to mention how many were needed, but making 100 or so sets on the spot was as simple as could be. By the way, in just a few hours, you found me 2 sisters? Quite efficient after discussing business, it was time to talk about personal matters. Bu Yanba's beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Chen and then at the 2 neon girls behind him, who appeared extremely obedient. Although her tone was light, anyone could sense the underlying tone of gritted teeth. Her name is Bu Yanba, and she will be your mistress from now on. Yang Chen didn't care about this at all, just casually saying to the 2 neon girls, as for their own wishes, he had never cared. This is the apocalypse, where human life is the least valuable thing. It was nothing more than 2 handy tools. As long as Step Yanba didn't act like a shrew, it wouldn't matter even if they were thrown away. After dealing with the survivors, Yang Chen headed straight to the underground garage without looking back. If that distorted king body was really smart, it should have run away by now, right? But the likelihood of that was very low. Although he hadn't seen the distorted king body in the previous life, he had heard quite a bit about it. It was an extremely cunning, cowardly, vengeful creature with immense strength but lacking the dignity of a true powerhouse. If it did manage to escape, it would most likely incite a riot among nearby distorted bodies to create an opportunity for its escape. In the current situation, it seemed more like lying in wait. Perhaps only an advancement could make the distorted king body lie in wait? It was fortunate that Yang Chen was a reincarnator and understood the habits of creatures like the distorted king body. Otherwise, in this situation, if it were another force, even if they sensed something was amiss, they wouldn't realize it until the distorted king body completed its advancement, followed by a frenzy of retaliation. It might even lead to the destruction of that force without ever knowing the existence of the distorted king body. Where are you going? Thinking of acting alone again? You are now the leader of a force, you can't do everything yourself. A leader must have their own style, still as a mountain, but once in motion, unstoppable like a falling sky. Seeing Yang Chen walk away, Step Yanba immediately caught up, scolding with an annoyed tone. She was truly angry, partly because she was worried about what might happen to Yang Chen. Although the chances were slim, it was better to be safe than sorry. Secondly, it made them look useless. Although it was true, bringing a group of survivors along to explore was also acceptable. Just like this time, the hunting team and the transport team had returned, while Yang Chen, as the leader, stayed behind. She thought something had happened to Yang Chen and hastily gathered all the combat personnel in the God Ring shelter, even trying to enhance the combat capabilities of those cannon fodders in every possible way. All for the sake that if Yang Chen encountered something he couldn't escape from, these survivors could buy them some time to flee. Although it turned out she worried for nothing. But without her cleverly organizing a parade, how could they have smoothly absorbed 20 times their own survivors? In any case, as the leader of the God Ring shelter, Yang Chen was forbidden from acting alone in the future. You are too weak, bringing them along will only slow you down. Yang Chen was not unaware of Step Yanba's concerns. Although they hadn't known each other for long, from the way they handled things, it was clear that their relationship had shifted from being wary of each other to being companions. It was precisely because of this that Yang Chen had no intention of treating her as cannon fodder. Are you looking down on me? Step Yanba was momentarily speechless, as what Yang Chen said was the truth. The shelter still needs you to stabilize the situation. Yang Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions as much as possible. He was not good at dealing with women. Before the apocalypse erupted in the previous life, he was a poor loser, struggling to pay rent every month. After the apocalypse, he was disabled, constantly running around to treat his leg. Then bring them along, so they have someone to look after them. Faced with his completely perfunctory words, Step Yanba was itching with anger, but she couldn't find any fault with them. In the end, she could only focus on those 2 neon girls. Although they were weaker in strength, they had more flesh. If they encountered something they couldn't handle, pushing those 2 out could at least distract the distorted bodies for a while and buy some time. Fine. Yang Chen glanced at the 2 of them and uttered a single word. It was this word, this casual attitude, that almost made her explode in anger. Placing a woman next to her own man, or having a mother and daughter duo each with their own strengths, who could understand her current feelings? Yang Chen, accompanied by the 2 women, quickly found the entrance to the underground garage. It's a pity that it collapsed at some point, but it doesn't matter, each building has its own entrance to the underground garage. However, after the 3 of them circled around, they discovered that all the entrances to the underground garage had collapsed. If it was an accident before, now it was clearly intentional. Boring tricks. Facing this situation, Yang Chen sneered disdainfully. This kind of obvious deception was clearly caused by the distorted king hiding in the underground garage. With that said, Yang Chen transformed into a dragon and easily sliced through the blocked entrance with his half-foot-long dragon claws as if cutting through tofu. However, what Yang Chen didn't expect was that the distorted king seemed to be struggling desperately. The collapsed and blocked section of the road was quite long, and even through the rubble, one could hear various distorted creatures' cries and the sound of blocking the entrance. A fierce battle. Even from the sounds alone, Yang Chen could sense that there were definitely a lot of distorted creatures on the other side. In this situation, it would be very difficult for him alone to kill the distorted king among hundreds of distorted creatures. Someone else needed to step in. But facing hundreds of first-tier distorted creatures, it would require multiple first-tier ability users, with abilities at least at the A level. Otherwise, even with more ordinary survivors, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Do you too want to gain power? Thinking this, Yang Chen's gaze swept over the two neon girls. Since they were fanatical believers, isn't it right to offer their lives to the gods? For my master, I am willing to give everything. The young woman Yukiko spoke as devoutly as ever, without hesitation. Will the great gods bestow us with divine power? Will I become a divine messenger in the future? The girl Ryoko was incredibly enthusiastic, believing that their firm faith had moved them, completely unaware of what they were about to face. In that case, accept the trial I have prepared for you. Yang Chen was very satisfied and immediately took out the piece of second-tier distorted flesh he had obtained earlier. Of course, Yang Chen couldn't simply rely on the two women to awaken abilities above the A level, so this second-tier flesh was unnecessary. It needed something else to complement it. Yang Chen first divided the flesh in half, then extended his dragon claw towards the underside of his throat. There was a scale there slightly smaller than the surrounding dragon scales. Even though it was growing in the opposite direction, it was still an inconspicuous scale. It was a reverse scale, and it was the only weakness of Yang Chen after transforming into a dragon. Although it was a weakness, the hardness of this reverse scale was several times that of the other scales. The reason it was considered a weakness was that beneath this scale was the main vein connected to the heart, the most important blood vessel. Once the reverse scale was shattered, it could endanger the main vein hidden behind it, and if the main vein was injured, Yang Chen's strength would rapidly decline, making him vulnerable. And now, Yang Chen hesitated not to pry open the reverse scale, releasing 2 drops of essence blood. This was the bait Yang Chen had prepared for the two women. After doing all this, Yang Chen's face visibly paled at a rapid pace, then he swallowed half of the second-tier flesh, gradually beginning to recover. Whether in the east or the west, dragon blood has a very strong infectious power. In the west, bathing in dragon blood would grant a body comparable to that of a giant dragon, while in the east, a drop of dragon blood would be enough to cause a tremendous transformation in an ordinary beast. Open your mouth. Yang Chen looked coldly at the two women, the tips of his claws dripping with 2 shimmering drops of black dragon essence blood. Plop. The two women knelt without hesitation, tilting their heads back, exposing their delicate necks, their faces filled with anticipation. As Yang Chen flicked his finger, a quarter of the second-order exotic flesh, accompanied by 2 drops of black dragon blood, flew into the mouths of the two women. Is this a good thing? At least not in Yang Chen's eyes. Even ordinary ability users need to dilute the energy by soaking when consuming the same order exotic flesh, let alone 2 ordinary women entwined in bodies, directly swallowing second-order exotic flesh. This is a death sentence. Fortunately, there is dragon blood present, but dragon blood itself is an extremely violent substance, and whether in the east or the west, many have been burst by dragon blood. This is no longer just a gamble for life. For example, Russian roulette, 1 bullet, 2 bullets, even 5 bullets, you still have a chance to survive. But if the chamber is filled with 6 bullets, you can only gamble on the revolver jamming. The key issue is that even though the revolver has many flaws, it simply won't jam. This is gambling on whether this bullet is a dud. Even if you win, you will only possess a grade A ability, unless their own abilities are not weak, then it is possible to awaken higher level abilities. This is a transaction where the input and output are completely unequal. To be honest, this was just Yang Chen's experiment, with little hope that they would succeed. The reason for this experiment was entirely because, compared to normal awakening of abilities, this was faster and wouldn't waste time. If they can't hold on, they die. Very convenient. I feel the power, all the power is rushing in. This is a trial bestowed by the gods. The first to react was the girl Yuko. Her hands clutching her throat, her once lovely cheeks turned extremely fierce at this moment, her whole body uncontrollably rolling on the ground, uttering meaningless words. The extreme pain caused veins to bulge all over her body, only weakening through rolling. Woo! Woo woo woo! Compared to Yuko, the woman Rinko was in a different situation. She remained kneeling in place, but her whole body curled up into a ball, her condition more severe than Yuko's. Although there were no violent movements, you could clearly see crimson blood vessels like cracks all over her exposed skin, as if she were a porcelain doll that had been shattered and temporarily pieced back together. The reason for the two different situations was that Rinko's body was much weaker than Yuko's. Perhaps because she needed to raise a child in a foreign land alone? It looks like one is already doomed to fail. Watching Yuko, who seemed on the verge of bursting at any moment, Yang-chan simply dropped a sentence. No, Yuko. She's not an adult yet. The instructions of the elder sister have not been fulfilled yet. Elder sister, please lend me your strength. Unexpectedly, Rinko muttered about past experiences and slowly propped herself up. Yang-chan's only evaluation of this was one word: exemplary. Truly exemplary. However, Yang-chan tentatively acknowledged this belief. If they survive this time, he might as well upgrade the status of these niece and aunt from tools to hot weapons Pucci. With a sound of flesh tearing, a pair of horns grew from Yuko's forehead. Subsequently, her waist-length black hair visibly turned white at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, not like the hair turning white with age, but more like the color of snowflakes. Even her original skin became more crystal clear, giving Yang-chan a realistic understanding of deceiving frost and snow. Snow woman? Watching Yuko's transformation, Yang-chan couldn't help but blurt out. Not only the changes in hair color and skin, but a faint chill emanated from her, freezing the mist in the air into patches of white frost, enveloping her entirely. That was a kind of monster in the neon myth, the most beautiful monster under the nine-tailed fox and Yukokian. If the awakened monster is related to the snow woman, it should not be weak. With the enhancement of dragon blood, reaching A level should not be difficult. Looking at the small, round, and even cute horns growing on Yuki's forehead, he couldn't help but reach out to touch them. The feeling in hand. Delicate and smooth, warm and moist like jade, like a pair of warm jade ornaments, making it hard to let go. God, Lord. I did it! Thanks to the master's generosity, Yuki awakened the S-level ability, Dragon Ghost, ability. Feeling Yang-chan's movements, Yuki slowly raised her head, revealing her eyes filled with tears. Dragon Ghost? Isn't it the Snow Woman? Yang-chan had never heard of such a thing, but he was very familiar with the late Mrs. Snow Woman. Speaking of which, why did he only think of revenge at that time, completely ignoring the other beautiful things in this world? Not really. This power to control ice and snow comes from you, master. And my own ability is actually a kind of ugly evil spirit from the Neon province. The young woman Yuki said cautiously, occasionally lifting her head carefully to observe Yang-chan's reaction. She seemed very afraid that Yang-chan would get angry because of this. Evil spirit? Hearing this, Yang-chan also began to carefully examine Yuki. There were no scales on her body like his, but instead, blue and white stripes covered her whole body, not ugly at all, even with a primitive wild beauty. Great! I have become a divine messenger. Not long after, the girl Liangzi also successfully awakened her ability. Inheriting the S-level ability Dragon Ghost from Yuki, but Liangzi leaned more towards frost and snow, while Yuki leaned more towards freezing. Besides her long, snow-white, slightly light blue hair, she had deep blue pupils like deep-sea black ice. She shouted excitedly, and in her palm, she condensed an ice sculpture of Yang-chen transforming into a dragon, vividly lifelike, presenting it to Yang-chen like a treasure, as obedient as a puppy waiting for praise. Such a high success rate? Watching both of them successfully awaken, even skipping from 0 to 1 level directly, Yang-chen couldn't help but marvel. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that A-level abilities could be mass-produced in the future? Although the blood of the black dragon was rare, as long as the reverse scale was not destroyed, taking a drop or two every once in a while was not a big deal. So, it's your turn next. However, Yang-chen quickly dismissed this idea and looked at the still tightly sealed entrance to the underground garage. With everything ready, he began to clear the entrance to the underground parking lot again. Yang-chen was responsible for cutting, while the two women were responsible for moving. In less than 10 minutes, they could hear the increasingly clear sound of the distorted creatures moving items behind the wall. Master, let us share your worries. At this moment, Yuki and Liangzi came forward, extending their slender hands like white jade. Yuki gently blew, and a mist of snow rushed towards the blocked-in trance along her palm. Where the snow mist touched, the temperature dropped rapidly, and a layer of crystal frost was quickly formed. Even the thick concrete cracked and revealed the hidden steel bars and stones. Shatter! After doing all this, it was Liangzi's turn. With a small, soft hand clenched into a fist, Liangzi, who seemed fragile, burst out with incredible strength at that moment. This punch even brought a sharp gust of wind, blowing the skirts of the two women. The items that were already brittle from Yuki's frost mist cracked. The two of them were elemental ability users of the Ghost Clan, combined with the dragon blood known for their physical bodies. Their physical qualities were far stronger than the elemental abilities they controlled. Here, things are far from over. As the entrance opened, the distorted beings that had been waiting inside rushed out rapidly. They attacked the 3 individuals at the entrance indiscriminately, piling up bodies even if killed. Clearly, their command was to delay time. Mere monsters dare to disrespect Lord God. Sure nigh. The 2 women struck again, releasing a large frost mist that could freeze steel and concrete, accompanied by a spray of ice debris. Thus, a path frozen by frost was forcibly carved out among the countless distorted beings. Yang Chen walked calmly on this eternal frozen corridor, stepping on frozen corpses, advancing towards the direction protected by these distorted beings. Even if these beings fought back fearlessly, they only left ice sculptures of various poses on both sides of the eternal frozen corridor, with no other effect. At this moment, he did not seem like a warrior heading to battle, but rather like an emperor about to ascend the throne. Before that, loyal soldiers would not let anything disturb him, even in death. The road was not long, only a few hundred meters, and Yang Chen saw the target of this mission. A pile of corpses that pulsated like a heart. Humans! Retreat now, or you will all die here. Before Yang Chen could approach, the pile of corpses flickered with 8 pairs of faint lights, accompanied by a stumbling voice. Poochie! Before the distorted king could finish speaking, Yang Chen waved his hand, and several drops of dark water shot out like bullets, creating hundreds of holes in the pile of corpses. Ah! Humans! Stop! Otherwise, all beings related to you will meet their end. Instantly, painful cries and fierce roars echoed from the pile of corpses. Obviously, the distorted king possessed intelligence, along with significant flaws common to higher life forms, such as fear of pain, fear of death, and reluctance to give up. Yang Chen frowned upon hearing this, and the dark water droplets shot out even more rapidly. In no time, the pile of corpses was riddled with countless holes from the dark water droplets, even extinguishing the 8 pairs of lights multiple times. Still showing off at this point? Since his rebirth, no one dared to show off in front of him. Only he, Yang Chen, could do so. Stop, stop. I am willing to compensate you. Just stop, and these distorted beings can stand there for you to kill them all, or else your 2 subordinates won't live much longer. In the end, the distorted king could not bear it any longer and showed weakness. Its current situation was too special to withstand such attacks. It could only feign weakness and bide its time. Once it passed this period, all 3 humans would die. In recent days, it had learned enough about the nature of this species from the human survivors captured, knowing that as long as there were enough benefits, many would betray without even needing threats. Serve it, deceive more humans, and provide it with food. Without those guys, it would not have been able to advance to Tier 2 so quickly, and now it was even on the path to Tier 3. It seems your entity is right here? This was Yang Chen's first words upon entering the underground garage, leaving the distorted king puzzled. What? Poochie! Before the distorted king could respond, Yang Chen made a bold move. His sharp dragon claws instantly tore through the pile of corpses, grabbing towards the location of the 8 pairs of lights inside. Then, Yang Chen grabbed a head from the pile of corpses, tearing out the humanoid distorted being from the pile, despite its numerous vein-like connections, dragging out most of its body. The distorted king's body looks similar to a human's appearance, with 8 pairs of eyes evenly distributed from the forehead to the cheeks. Its facial features are complete, but its whole body is covered with things resembling octopus suckers. These suckers extend to become the veins and arteries connecting to the pile of corpses, constantly absorbing the energy from the corpses. Moreover, on both sides of its neck, there are rows of bubble-like structures resembling frog gills. Overall, it's very eerie, but surprisingly not ugly. You damned human! After being torn out, the distorted king's 8 pairs of eyes stared fiercely at Yang Chen, continuously cursing. As if angered, the bubbles on its neck suddenly inflated, turning into semi-transparent balloons that seemed tempting to burst. Rib bit! Before Yang Chen could completely tear it out, the corners of the distorted king's mouth split to the roots of its ears and then suddenly opened wide. A terrifying sound wave instantly burst out. Wherever it passed, even solid ice was shattered, metallic objects twisted, and countless distorted bodies and survivors' remains were crushed and shattered, as if experiencing a terrifying tornado passing through. Frog power? No, it should be an ability acquired from devouring toads. This move could be considered indiscriminate, with Yang Chen not greatly affected, but the 2 women and the distorted bodies beside him were not doing well, blood flowing from their ears as they squatted in place. Some of the distorted bodies restrained by the sound waves were instantly killed on the spot. I'll make you pay. The distorted king retracted its suckers, turning its entire body into shallow pits, with numerous pale blue electric arcs constantly flickering within them. In addition, there were 7 or 8 other anomalies emerging around it, most likely other abilities. This was just the beginning of the anomalies. What could be predicted was only the beginning, with unknown varieties yet to be revealed. No wonder this residential area, which had housed tens of thousands of people before the apocalypse, surprisingly did not have any special distorted bodies, all seemingly devoured by this distorted king. However, it was evident that the distorted king was truly angry. For other survivors, even those with SSS-level abilities, facing a distorted king with a dozen or more abilities right from the start, perhaps the only option would be to turn around and seek help to deal with it. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Yang Chen. Snap! With a crisp snap of his fingers, like a drop of water falling on a calm surface, creating ripples. Divine Ring Domain activate. The once devastating sound waves were weakened layer by the ripples, almost losing much of their strength by the time they reached him. After being further resisted by the Black Dragon Scale's magic immunity, the sound waves, which were capable of distorting metal, failed to cause any harm. Other abilities were also greatly weakened, some even disappearing altogether. This was Yang Chen's second ability, derived from the Ant Queen he had devoured, in many ways even more abnormal than the Black Dragon's ability. It could be considered the nemesis of the distorted king with its multiple abilities. Even a first tier against a second tier had a strong suppression effect. However, for some reason, Yang Chen always felt that the Divine Ring ability was not just about severing divine powers, but he had yet to figure out the correct way to use it. What's going on? While Yang Chen was full of confidence, the distorted king looked bewildered. How is this possible? The distorted king incredulously watched the scene unfold. With over a dozen abilities, ranging from the lowest E tier to even an S tier, it had always been invincible against any ability user in the past. But today, how could this be? Gone? Although not completely severed, its power had been weakened by at least one tier. Was there a weakness to the Divine Ring ability? Indeed, there was one. Its limited range, currently only reaching a radius of 10 meters, beyond which it was ineffective. I don't believe it. This can't be true. How could despicable humans possess such power? It must be fake. The distorted king's body itself is extremely timid and cherishes its life. Now that its strongest reliance is gone, it suddenly falls into panic, desperately activating its abilities. In the end, various abilities are still driven to attack Yang Chen, with all sorts of elements, sound waves, and even mental attacks coming towards him. Although the advancement from Tier 2 to Tier 3 was interrupted by Yang Chen, he suffered a certain degree of injury, but the energy within his body was unprecedentedly abundant. Even after continuously activating a dozen different abilities, there was no sign of fatigue. Boom! Even though the abilities were reduced by one tier by the Divine Ring, their power was still formidable, especially since Yang Chen himself was only at Tier 1. In an instant, those abilities shattered the ground of the underground parking lot, which could withstand the weight of several tons of cars, with countless debris flying and smoke billowing. Even the aftermath caused numerous distorted beings who didn't know how to dodge to be instantly crushed. The two women with S-level abilities also suffered varying degrees of injuries, with skin lacerations, bone fractures, and more. For a moment, the scene was chaotic, resembling a scene of apocalypse. Ha ha, I knew it, everything was fake. You despicable humans actually tried to deceive me? Go die. Seeing the scene unfolding around him with just a slight impact, the distorted king's body became increasingly frenzied. It seemed to have endless energy within it, continuously bombarding with a dozen different abilities. Had enough fun? Then go die. Just as the distorted king's body went mad, a figure rushed out from the billowing smoke. The jet black dragon scales shimmered under the impact of the abilities, and when a dozen different abilities landed on the scales, they were like encountering a nemesis, instantly dissipating without causing any disturbance. It's worth noting that Yang Chen's Black Dragon ability is not only about immense power and water control, but the dragon scales also possess an unrivaled ability to resist magic, just like the Divine Ring's ability. In a sudden turn of events, even though the distorted king's body was of a higher rank, it seemed to be in a weaker position. You damn bastard. Faced with Yang Chen, who seemed like a game bug, the distorted king's body appeared to be dumbfounded. Its 8 pairs of eyes flickered with a strange light, staring at the enemy in close proximity, with no trace of the exaggerated expression from before on its face. It was like an outstanding actor on a stage, effortlessly performing any act. Only by peeling off the layers of masks on its face would it reveal its true self to the audience. As for whether its most beautiful appearance is its true face, no one knows for sure. Like a deep-sea octopus, you might think it's intimidating with its teeth and claws, but in reality, it's just trying to grab your attention. Boom. The dragon claw collided with flesh. In almost an instant, Yang Chen's figure was pushed back. In terms of strength alone, Yang Chen was slightly inferior. In just a few minutes of probing, the distorted king's body had already grasped the first priority in confronting Yang Chen. Abilities were ineffective against him. Only by using fists, strength against strength, could they truly compete with Yang Chen. Your strength is impressive. Yang Chen retreated several meters in a row before stabilizing his stance. Shaking his numb arm from the blow, he couldn't help but sigh. Human, it seems you must stay here today. The distorted king's body, however, seemed to have transformed, its 8 pairs of eyes devoid of any other emotion, only filled with endless greed towards Yang Chen's powerful figure. If it could devour Yang Chen, there would be no creature in this world capable of stopping its existence. It was not a failed mutation but the most perfect masterpiece in this world. Now it's getting interesting. Yang Chen grinned, his aura suddenly changing, exuding a majestic presence akin to a sea giant wolf. Any creature standing opposite him would instinctively feel fear and tremble, as if not fleeing would result in being crushed by the giant wolf. Following that, Yang Chen underwent another transformation. His pair of arms swelled several times, appearing even thicker than his waist and abdomen. Several black bone spurs, each a few feet long, grew out, with dark water coiling around them like serpents, emitting a devouring gleam, looking extremely ferocious. This was the new ability Yang Chen gained after advancing one level. Dragon Transformation. Although he could only achieve Dragon Transformation in his arms for now, it greatly amplified his strength. Yang Chen gasped for breath, hot steam lingering in his breath, his blood seeming to contain hidden thunder, deafening and shocking. His once calm eyes now resembled an unrestrained beast, filled with a sense of ferocity. It felt as if a ferocious black dragon could leap out from his eyes at any moment and shred everything to pieces. Boom! Yang Chen then launched the first attack, the massive claw of the black dragon descending like a siege hammer. Just as Yang Chen was less than a finger's distance away from the distorted king's body, the seemingly unchanged distorted king's body suddenly reacted as if sensing something, its extremely resilient body jerking suddenly, springing up as if propelled by nothing. Yang Chen's dragon claw almost grazed past the distorted king's body but did not make contact at all. What? Missing his strike left Yang Chen bewildered. He knew the distorted king's body could likely evade, but he hadn't expected it to be so eerie in its evasion. Like a butterfly dancing in the wind, the harder you try, the harder it is to touch. The distorted king's body did not answer Yang Chen's question. Its body twisted at an unimaginable angle, then kicked towards Yang Chen's neck. Thud! Even though Yang Chen raised his arm to block, the force of the kick was still alarming. Large pieces of scales were shattered, like sharp knives embedding into flesh, causing him to continuously retreat until leaving a clear mark on a load-bearing pillar before stopping. The ground trembled with the battle between the two. Both the walls and the load-bearing pillars seemed as fragile as paper under their attacks, as if they would collapse at any moment. This scene was so shocking to the two women. Despite being at the first level, they found it extremely difficult to deal with ordinary first-level distorted bodies, yet Yang Chen could engage in such a fierce battle with a second-level distorted king's body? Even though they had just become espers, they did not think the distorted king's body would be an easy opponent. If it were them, they would probably be pulverized by a dozen different esper abilities at first sight, right? Even if they fought to the death, they would never be able to force the distorted king's body to use its true strength. If Yang Chen were to advance to the second level, how strong would he be then? Is this a divine battle? Watching this scene, Liang Zi couldn't help but swallow nervously, trembling as she looked at her mother. Aunt, Liang Zi, you can't be distracted during a battle. Snow Zi struggled against the approaching distorted bodies, advising the girl. She also noticed the escalating battle over there, a level they could not possibly join. Previously just ordinary people, they only knew that the divine beings were powerful. Now, as first-level espers, they were even more shocked to realize that, even at the same level, they had no idea where Yang Chen's limits lay. The more they knew, the greater the gap seemed. The battle between Yang Chen and the distorted king's body was extremely difficult, perhaps even more challenging than all the enemies they had encountered combined. The distorted king's body itself was equivalent to an SSS-level esper among the distorted bodies, or even a mythical-level distorted beast. To challenge a second-level distorted king's body with a first-level body was already defying the natural order. Yet at this moment, although Yang Chen was slightly at a disadvantage, he managed to tightly engage the distorted king's body. Boom! With a swing of his arm, the few remaining load-bearing pillars in the area collapsed once again. Following closely behind was the crumbling ceiling. Without the support of load-bearing columns, it was like a rootless duckweed, with the risk of collapse at any moment. The distorted king gasped for breath, sensing the changes around it. Although it could temporarily suppress Yang Chen, it was fundamentally unable to gain any advantage. On the contrary, Yang Chen became more courageous in the battle, clearly covered in wounds, with countless scales shattered all over his body, yet he continued to fight bravely. In other words, the gap between the two sides was gradually narrowing. Even the nearby distorted beings were intercepted by the two fearless human women for the most part. Even if one or two crossed the defense line to join the battlefield, they would be instantly annihilated. Ultimately, all the distorted beings in this residential area were considered as advanced nourishment for it. If it were outside, it could easily call upon hundreds or thousands of distorted beings. At that time, let alone 2 or 3 humans, even thousands or tens of thousands would only become its blood feast. Once this idea took root, it spread like wild grass, crazily in the heart of the distorted king. Should it escape? Human, you shall die. The distorted king, feeling humiliated, unleashed multiple abilities once again, crazily crushing everything around it. It had already made a decision regarding the previous question. Of course, it should. With almost no hesitation, it abandoned its carefully constructed lair and the remaining subordinates of the distorted beings. Blasting through the ceiling above, it began a frantic escape. Had just as expected. Yang Chen showed no surprise at this, as if he had anticipated it. In the previous life, humans had very limited knowledge of the distorted king, but the only certainty was that this creature was like a rat in a sewer, extremely afraid of death. Perhaps it was this extreme cherishing of its own life that gave rise to a means of resurrection similar to that? This was the nature of the distorted king. Even though it possessed the most top-notch powers in this world, its nature remained unchangeable. As the great man once said in the theory of protracted warfare, the advocates of quick victory are essentially the same as the advocates of surrender, as the former will quickly turn into the latter once they suffer setbacks. This theory applied equally to the distorted king. Chase. Yang Chen never intended to let the distorted king go. Although the distorted king would not produce any offspring, with its vengeful nature, once let go, one would probably never sleep peacefully again. Are these damn humans still chasing me? Damn it! On the other side, watching Yang Chen closely behind, the distorted king couldn't help but curse. From the beginning, it had not provoked this guy. Even though it had taken out its security guards, shepherds, and then snatched away the survivors it had kept, the distorted king could say it had not engaged in any extreme behavior. Where did this deep hatred come from? Is this guy from the northeast? But I haven't even seen him. Can you stop chasing me? There's no offspring in my body. If you want, I can give you all the ones in the underground garage, guaranteeing they won't resist. The distorted king was anxious. If it had said this before to prepare for a surprise attack when Yang Chen let his guard down, this time it was sincere. Don't run, answer me a question and I'll let you go. Yang Chen from behind said. Ask away. The distorted king automatically ignored the first half of the sentence. At the same time, its gaze kept scanning the surroundings. Just a few more streets, and the number of distorted beings would increase. By then, how do your distorted kings keep resurrecting? This question was like a depth charge, instantly breaking the fragile balance between the two. Squeak! Almost the moment this question was uttered, the distorted king, who had been running away regardless of everything, stopped in its tracks. The 8 pairs of eyes on its face narrowed simultaneously, emitting an extremely dangerous light, like a desperate hunter. The consequence of an angry hunter is to no longer use snares but replace them all with steel traps, grab a hunting rifle, and head into the mountains. For the extremely fearful mutant king body, this is their most crucial means of survival. It's also their untouchable reverse scale. How did you know? The mutant king body remained extremely calm, like a stagnant pool, making it impossible to see how deep it truly was. It couldn't understand why this human knew about their most important method when it hadn't even decided where to use it yet. Had it encountered others of its kind? But in its perception, there were no others of its kind nearby. Not running anymore? Then I'll have to take action. Seeing the desperate look on the mutant king body, Yang Chen didn't reply but charged straight at it. Roar! The mutant king body grew darker in color, then lifted its head and let out a long howl. A piercing sound instantly rang out, with incredible penetrating power, audible for miles around. Surprisingly, Yang Chen felt no discomfort. Within 10 minutes, nearby mutants will come. At that time, not just you, but all living beings related to you will die. The 8 pairs of eyes on the mutant king body continued to flicker, casting an extremely gloomy shadow over its face. Originally, it didn't want this to happen so soon. As a mutant king body, it had an instinct similar to insects, knowing its situation clearly from birth. That sound would not only summon nearby mutants but also alert the aberrants. But now, it couldn't care about that anymore. Regardless, this human who knew their secret had to die. Then I'll kill you within 10 minutes. This statement didn't come from Yang Chen but from Bu Yanba. At that moment, she was controlling the black gun, accompanied by 2 neon women who had just arrived. Although she had spoken toughly before, she was deeply concerned about Yang Chen's situation and rushed over immediately after dealing with the matters at the God Ring shelter. Now it's 4 against 1. Are you sure you can last 10 minutes? Ignoring Bu Yanba's resentful gaze, Yang Chen smiled and looked confidently at the mutant king body. Stop talking and attack. Bu Yanba's eyes sharpened, and behind her, thousands of strange short guns appeared, shooting out like a storm. With the scarcity of mutants now, she couldn't rely on inscriptions to enhance her strength, so she had to rely on quantity to win. This was all the accumulation she had after her ability awakened. While she couldn't shoot for days and nights, with a firing rate of 1,800 rounds per minute like a heavy machine gun, shooting for an hour or two was enough. With Bu Yanba's command, Xuezi and Liangzi rushed out simultaneously, attacking the mutant king body with a mix of frost, ice, and gravel that could freeze reinforced concrete. With the addition of the three, the group fight, the righteous retribution became exceptionally smooth. Bu Yanba stood in mid-air, commanding the overall situation and providing continuous firepower support. Xuezi and Liangzi controlled the frost on the ground, as well as providing side distractions. Finally, with Yang Chen's frontal assault, it only took 7 to 8 minutes to reduce the once arrogant mutant king body to a small, half-destroyed body, frozen in several tens of centimeters of thick ice, with only its head left outside. Now just tell me how you resurrect, and you can continue to live. Yang Chen's foot was on the only intact head of the mutant king body, his devilishly charming words echoing in the air. Anyway, the mutant king body had no pride in refusing to surrender. However, in a strange turn of events, the mutant king body just stared at Yang Chen with its 8 eyes. From its posture, it seemed like it wanted to devour Yang Chen whole. Clearly, this posture was completely contradictory to the mutant king body's extreme fear of death and love for life. So there is only one explanation: it is now fearless. After struggling in the last days for so long, Yang Chen never believed that the resurrection, this kind of heaven-defying ability, would come without any cost. Otherwise, the King of Distortion wouldn't need to escape. Doesn't the resurrection ability of the King of Distortion exist on its body? Yang Chen continued to inquire. He didn't expect to completely understand the biggest enemy of the King of Distortion, this abnormal group, at once. He just hoped to gain some more information. There won't be such a good opportunity next time. After this time, the King of Distortion will surely lurk again after resurrection, until it is confident enough to destroy the God's Ring refuge without any danger. Unfortunately, the King of Distortion did not react in the slightest to Yang Chen's words. With 8 pairs of eyes staring at Yang Chen, it wanted to imprint his face firmly in its mind. Are there any tricks in the lair? Parasitic on the body of the distorted being? Are there any clones? Time and time again, Yang Chen racked his brains to mention possible ways of resurrection. But from start to finish, the King of Distortion remained as if deaf, showing no reaction. Is it not over yet? The tide of the distorted beings is coming. Bu Yanba had been observing the changes in the surroundings from the air, urging them to leave. Even though Yang Chen was on the ground, he could notice the billowing dust in the distance, which was a tide formed by countless distorted beings, and even Yang Chen had to avoid their edge. Goodbye, next time, you won't be so lucky. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen sighed. The dragon claw fell, crushing the King of Distortion along with the ice blocks as if they were tofu. Everything under the low temperature became brittle, and under the immense power of the dragon claw, it instantly turned into sparkling snowflakes, fluttering in the air. After doing all this, the 4 quickly retreated, and even most of Bu Yanba's released alien weapons were not recovered. God's Ring Refuge Base. What is that thing? How can it summon those mindless distorted beings? Bu Yanba finally voiced all her doubts. In her impression, besides being numerous and having no defenses, the distorted beings had almost no advantage against superhumans. As long as the survivors gradually adapted and the number of superhumans increased, those seemingly ferocious distorted beings would eventually be swept into the dustbin of history. For the people of the future, this might not even be considered a disaster. It could be seen as a great evolution of global biology. But now, the appearance of the King of Distortion clearly shattered Bu Yanba's understanding. Such an existence had the complete ability to turn a disorganized group of distorted beings into an invincible army. Bluntly put, the King of Distortion was the ultimate enemy of all life. And just now, she learned that this already terrifying fellow could actually resurrect? Faced with such an enemy, can humans, no, all abnormal beings, really win? Faced with such an almost flawless enemy, Bu Yanba panicked, desperately wanting to know what this fellow's weakness was. What you heard is all I know. Rubbing his forehead as he watched the tens of thousands of distorted beings gathering behind him, Yang Chen sighed. No matter how strong the enemy was, just like those distorted beings, they were not terrifying. Half of the life on these planets had turned into mindless monsters that ate people, and ordinary people seemed to only have the fate of being eaten in front of the distorted beings. But as time passed, the survivors gradually stood firm in this cruel end of days. There was no other reason, the flaws of the distorted beings were too obvious. But the king of distortion. The truly terrifying thing was not the powerful enemy, but the unknown. You don't even know? Bu Yanba was momentarily stunned. In her eyes, Yang Chen was all-knowing and almighty, like a prophet who could lead her, and even humanity, out of trouble. She was able to adapt to the apocalypse so quickly because she had Yang Chen backing her up. I'm not a god. How could I possibly know everything? Faced with Bu Yanba's inquiry, Yang Chen was also somewhat surprised and then asked in return. Well, faced with such a question, Bu Yanba was speechless. Since when did she involuntarily want to rely on Yang Chen? Every time she left would make her extremely worried. It wasn't like this before. Don't worry, until it's absolutely certain it can kill me, even if I resurrect, it wouldn't dare show itself. Is the water ready? I want to take a bath. After dropping a sentence, she got up and walked towards the shower room. On the other side, seeing the situation where the righteous lady was a bit timid, Yuko quickly hinted for Liangzi to follow. At the same time, she silently walked behind Bu Yanba, her smooth little hand stroking her eyebrows. Madam, the master is an all-powerful deity. We just need to believe in the master unconditionally. Yuko supported Bu Yanba's head, gently massaging. Even her voice was so gentle. It felt like soaking in a warm spring, warm, comfortable, and relaxing. Master, let me help you wash your back. Liangzi then bounced along with Yang Chen's pace. For her, serving the deity she believed in, although a bit shy, was an extremely honorable thing. By the way, arrange for a few people to stay in the residential area and report any anomalies at any time. When the distorted bodies spread out a bit, dig open the underground garage. Those dozens of first-order distorted bodies can't just be buried underground like that. With Liangzi in charge of water and back rubs, Yang Chen then turned back and said, he always felt that as the lair of the distorted king body, it was not simple there. Early morning, God's Sanctuary Refuge Base. Due to the madness of the distorted king body before its death, all the distorted bodies within several kilometers nearby gathered together. Even the God's Sanctuary Refuge Base, separated by several streets, could not avoid being affected, with thousands of distorted bodies outside constantly wandering, attacking anything that made noise. This also led to over 1,000 survivors being trapped in the warehouse supermarket unable to go out, appearing exceptionally crowded. Almost shoulder to shoulder, my legs on your stomach, your feet reaching someone else's mouth. Yet even so, these survivors did not show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. Instead, each of them looked satisfied and comfortable. The current situation was much better than the days when they were kept by the distorted king body, living in fear every day, not knowing when they would be taken away to be eaten. Even because of the special situation surrounded by the distorted bodies, the God's Sanctuary Refuge Base would occasionally distribute some steaming hot food. Slurp, 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 slurp. The once quiet gathering place suddenly rang out with loud slurping sounds. Following that was a spicy and fragrant aroma, making the mouth secrete saliva uncontrollably as if a dam had burst. Is it instant noodles? Countless survivors craned their necks to look around. Finally, they found the culprits on a shelf. It wasn't just one person, but dozens of people, all from the hunting and logistics teams. And they not only had instant noodles emitting an enticing aroma but also elastic ham sausages and braised eggs. This was the reward Yang Chen had promised them. At this moment, it became a tool for them and the new survivors to widen the gap in status. Yang Chen and the others had no intention of stopping this. Even before the apocalypse, people would be divided into classes, let alone in the apocalypse. If used well, this could become a driving force for the survivors to strive for better. The new survivors, upon seeing the owners of the instant noodles, extinguished their previous suspicions. But that didn't mean their desire for the instant noodles would disappear. Bro, feeling comfortable? Need me to put in more effort? A young man fawningly ran up to a member of the hunting team, massaging his feet and shoulders with a flattering expression on his face. You're a good lad, sensible. I'll save some soup for you later, the team member responded happily. Bro, what does this big man know? I used to do this job, the young man said. Hey, young man, do you have any noodles left? I can be your girlfriend. Brother, 1 million, sell me a bucket. In no time, the new survivors showed off their skills, only to end up with a meager portion of leftovers. Of course, there was another group of people with even greater ambitions, their eyes set on the top floor of the God Ring shelter. In stark contrast to the survivors on the first floor, the situation on the second floor was completely different. My lord, it's time to wake up, a gentle voice echoed in Yang Chen's ears. Bang! The next moment, Yang Chen, who was sound asleep, suddenly sprang up. Even though his eyes were still closed, his body had already transformed into a dragon. His powerful dragon claw grabbed Snow, who had just approached the bed, and pinned her to the ground. The immense force made the entire room tremble continuously. As Yang Chen opened his eyes, an indescribable momentum spread out. It was like a wet towel wrapped tightly around their mouths and throats, making it hard to breathe. Every struggle felt like trying to break free from quicksand in vain. Few remember to knock before entering from now on. It was only now that Yang Chen could see clearly that the visitors were Snow and Liang Zi. As he let go, his imposing aura vanished, and he sat on the bed, rubbing his forehead and speaking slowly. It was a habit developed in his previous life, a survival instinct that he dared not abandon. Yes, my lord. Snow's slender neck bore marks as if branded by an iron, but she endured the discomfort and spoke respectfully. Just as Yang Chen was about to go out for a meal, the two women blocked his path. My lord, please allow us to assist you with your morning routine. Morning routine? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Yang Chen fell silent. In his previous life, he would even save on drinking water, let alone a morning routine, but since this condition existed in this life, he decided to enjoy it. Later, under the care of the two women, Yang Chen changed into a bathrobe and headed to the bathroom, where a bathtub filled with water was already prepared. After everything was done, the two women brought out a pile of cosmetics from somewhere. Are these for me? Looking at the pile of items, Yang Chen felt a bit unsure. Not to mention in the post-apocalyptic world, even before the apocalypse, he had never seen so many cosmetics. It wasn't that he disliked them, it just seemed unnecessary. When facing believers and mortals, my Lord's image should be impeccable, and this is the purpose of our existence as divine servants. Snow and Liang Zi became particularly serious and firm at this moment. Watching his reflection in the mirror, Yang Chen could almost rival the handsome actors, just a step away from surpassing the reader's expectations. After completing all this, Snow and Liang Zi finally smiled with satisfaction. Following Yang Chen, they headed to the dining hall. Oh, our Emperor Yang is awake. So handsome. Just as they sat down, they heard Step Yanba's sarcastic remark. But before he could finish, he stopped abruptly, then involuntarily sighed. Most of the anger accumulated in his heart dissipated as he looked at that face. So what if he's handsome? Do you think being handsome gives you the right to do as you please? I've been busy with your God Ring shelter, and you dare to keep the important combat power of the base by your side to help you get up in the morning? Seeing Yang Chen's ambiguous smile, Step Yanba slammed the table and stood up. With a fierce momentum, he was on the verge of rebellion, ready to dethrone the debauched emperor and secure the throne for himself. Bu Yanba now is like a well-oiled machine, all fired up. Even if he's handsome, he still deserves a good scolding. After all, Yang Chen is only responsible for the expansion of the God Ring Sanctuary. Everything else is arranged by Bu Yanba. Supplies, accommodations, personnel arrangements, and management. There are thousands of survivors. Do you really think that bringing them back will solve everything? Alright, you've worked hard during this time. Seeing Bu Yanba almost bursting with anger, Yang Chen slowly got up, gently patting her soft head, soothingly saying, "You." Faced with this kind of method that might not even work on a child, Bu Yanba felt greatly insulted by her efforts during this time. She wanted to slap away the big hand above her head without any hesitation. But looking at the handsome face just inches away from her, even the biggest temper faded away. In her eyes at that moment, Yang Chen was like the cold moon that used to hang high in the sky but now was right in front of her, bathed in soft moonlight, an unprecedented sense of comfort quickly spreading through her body. He seems to have never smiled at me like this before. Bu Yanba suddenly felt like she could work another month. Don't think that patting my head will make everything okay. After a while, Bu Yanba finally reacted, turning her head and muttering. Alright. Yang Chen continued to comfort her. And as these scenes unfolded before Xuezi and Liang Zi's eyes, they exchanged a knowing smile. Yang Chen used to be handsome before, but in a different way, with a tough and heroic demeanor. Being intimidating might be effective, but reaching the level he was at now was impossible without the help of the makeup Xuezi and Liang Zi applied, which effortlessly helped Yang Chen win over Bu Yanba. After several days, the distortions around the God Ring Sanctuary gradually dissipated, although they still remained relatively dense, at least not enough to make the ability users feel hesitant. Bu Yanba, who held the financial power of the sanctuary, could no longer bear sitting idly by each day, so she directly kicked Yang Chen out of bed to lead the team in clearing the distortions, in exchange for the survivors' living space. Just when Bu Yanba thought she could finally breathe a sigh of relief as the financial crisis of the sanctuary was slowly improving. With one command from Yang Chen, a financial crisis descended upon the sanctuary, this time in a catastrophic manner. Madam, this is today's logistics team report. Xuezi hurriedly entered Bu Yanba's office with a stack of documents. 2,000 pounds of grain, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of drinks, 500 sausages, cigarettes, and alcohol. Are those survivors going crazy? Bu Yanba furrowed her brows tightly, becoming more and more alarmed as she read, until she finally erupted in anger. How much supplies did the sanctuary have in total, that they would lose a tenth of it this time? How are they going to survive in the future? Even when there were over 1,000 survivors, they never consumed resources as ruthlessly as they were doing now. The master's orders are too terrifying. They actually opened a channel for exchanging resources with the distortions. Shuezi rubbed her face, equally troubled. Initially, Bu Yanba didn't take it seriously. After all, it would be extremely difficult for ordinary people without supernatural abilities to deal with level 0 distortions. It wasn't a concern at first. But who could have imagined that these survivors would act as if they didn't care about their lives, daring to go and kill the distortions with homemade weapons? If one iron pipe couldn't hold up, then 10, 100. Relentlessly relying on quantity to grind down the distortions one by one. And with a population of over 1,000, survivors were awakening abilities on the brink of life and death every day, undoubtedly making it easier for them to hunt down level 0 ability users. It also sparked more courage in other survivors to hunt down the distortions. Until today, the amount of supplies exchanged by these originally inconspicuous survivors has reached a level that even Bianbo is shocked by. And from the opening of the channel by Yang Chen until now, it has only been a week in total. Even though the exchange amount of a level 0 aberration has decreased from 50 caddies to 20 caddies, they still need to consume 2,000 caddies every day, and this data is even increasing. Something's not right, something's not right. Just a few hundred caddies yesterday, how come it's doubled or tripled today? And that's not even counting the luxury items like instant noodles and ham. Bianbo stared at the report, becoming more and more alarmed as he read. It's understandable that survivors need a lot of food because they would rather die than starve, and instant noodles and ham can be understood as ways to improve their lives and come together. But how do you explain the cigarettes and alcohol? Are they living so well now? If this continues, the third God Ring team will soon be left with no one. Should we open up weapon exchanges? I believe the survivors who are already addicted to hunting aberrations won't refuse. No, it's not the right time yet. But before the words were finished, Bianbo was interrupted. If those strange weapons were really opened up, the hunting team and the transport team would probably be left with no one. After all, she only had control over one inscription, the Piercer, so she couldn't introduce stronger strange weapons to widen the gap between the third God Ring team and ordinary survivors. Phew, finally, some good news. With the issue temporarily set aside, the report finally reached the page of harvest. Currently, the God Ring shelter only collects aberrations, which are strange meats. The accumulation of level 0 strange meat over these days has reached around 600 grams, over a pound. This strange meat may seem like a lot, but for over 100 people in the God Ring 3rd team, it's barely enough. Awakening abilities require 5 grams, advancing to the next level requires 10 grams, and if there are abilities above a level, even more is needed. In other words, this strange meat can only supply up to 40 people at most. Although using all of it to awaken abilities would be more than enough, even with leftovers, it's not within Bianbo's considerations. 30 for the hunting team, 10 for the transport team. Also, notify that from now on, the wages for the third God Ring team will be settled entirely in strange meat. In the end, Bianbo made a decision. The hunting team is the future main force of the God Ring shelter and must be heavily trained. The transport team may seem ordinary, but they are responsible for escorting aberration corpses. Originally, this might not have been a concern, but with Yangchen opening the exchange of aberrations for supplies, there are definitely desperate survivors willing to target the transport team. It's back to relying on the logistics team. What if it's not enough? Shuezi asked. Then tell your master to keep providing until it's enough for me. Bianbo was already mentally exhausted from dealing with all these matters. Although currently only using strange meat as wages, there are many more things that Bianbo needs to carefully consider in the future. Strange meat, as the hard currency of the apocalypse, will inevitably become a form of currency. So how should the exchange rate be calculated? Whether it's high or low, it will attract the attention of other shelters. Perhaps this is the difficulty of being a pioneer after you're done being busy. Go tell Yang Chen. The more Bianbo thought about it, the angrier she became. She used to work as a civilian for the organization before the apocalypse, and now, even in the apocalypse, she still has to do civilian work. Isn't this apocalypse just a waste of time? No need to look for me, I'm already here. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Chen walked in with Liangzi. You. Seeing Yang Chen's relaxed expression, Bianbo's just calmed anger surged again. Here she is, working hard to manage the shelter for him, and he's still got time to take the little girl out for fun? Back then, she could receive a gift for doing tasks for the organization during holidays and festivals. But with him, she's left with nothing but anger. This life is just. Don't be angry, it's easy to get wrinkles. You've been working so hard lately, so I'll give you a gift. Seeing Bu Yanba on the verge of exploding with anger, I quickly handed over the unopened bag of potato chips in my hand. A gift? Upon hearing these words, most of the anger in Bu Yanba's heart instantly dissipated, and he couldn't help but start to wonder, what gift will he give me? Could it be that bringing the little girl along wasn't for his own enjoyment, but to pick a gift for himself? In that case, did I wrongly accuse him? Moreover, she could already smell a faint floral scent on the box of potato chips. Is it roses? Although not very original, at least it was thoughtful. Not bad. Should I pretend that I don't know anything? Rustle, rustle, rustle potato chips? As the box opened to reveal the sparse potato chips inside, Bu Yanba couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Not flowers? Refusing to believe it, Bu Yanba opened and closed the box again, but what was inside was still the crushed potato chips. If there's nothing else, certain annoying individuals can leave. Standing here will only be in the way. In the end, Bu Yanba sat down very calmly, not even looking at Yangchen, just coldly saying, but in reality, he cursed Yangchen 100 times in his heart. He even wished he could crack open his skull right now and inject some romantic cells into it. Who gives a girl a box of potato chips as the first gift? And they're crushed into bits. Bastard! Go to hell! It seems you don't like potato chips. Seeing Bu Yanba pouting, Yangchen shrugged helplessly and was about to take back the potato chips. Get out! Bu Yanba went completely crazy, as if he would pounce on Yangchen the next second, bite him to pieces, and swallow him whole. Who takes back a box of potato chips after giving it as a gift? If you don't like potato chips, I have flowers here. Yangchen's expression softened, then he took out all the potato chips from the basket and pulled out a bunch of bright red roses from the bottom of the basket. With just a few words, Bu Yanba transformed into a donkey that would whip itself for not turning fast enough, energetically immersing himself in work. And Yangchen had only given a bouquet of flowers. Such beautiful roses, madam, you are truly fortunate. Snow stood by, her eyes sparkling with envy, her longing expression blatantly written on her face. This bastard, trying to win me over with just a bouquet of flowers. Although Bu Yanba gritted his teeth, the joy on his face couldn't be hidden. She had received flowers before, but those who gave her flowers were not the ones she liked. Besides, these were not the common plastic flowers. In today's world, finding a bouquet of roses in full bloom without any wilting is much harder than finding food. Perhaps Yangchen had found it a long time ago. He had carefully nurtured it until today, then presented it to her? During this time, while she had been with Yangchen day and night, she hadn't noticed a thing. Get me a vase. Actually, you go take care of it for me. Bu Yanba handled it as if it were a treasure, but looking at the mountain of documents in front of her, she reluctantly handed them over to Snow. Ah, madam, aren't you going to handle it yourself? Snow was surprised. Despite liking it so much, was she still going to act tough? Just a bouquet of flowers, without roots, will wither sooner or later. Compared to it, living survivors are more important. Bu Yanba remained kind as always. It's just that in the past, it was due to the responsibility brought by her identity as a police officer, but now it was for Yangchen. Yes, I will take care of it properly. On the other side, Yangchen, accompanied by Liangzi, headed straight to the hunting team after leaving. At any rate, it was the sanctuary he had built single-handedly, and he hadn't been idle these days. How's the investigation going? Yangchen's usually indifferent face showed a rare hint of a smile. As you expected, after the nearby sanctuary learned about your channel for exchanging distortions for supplies, they infiltrated the exchange team. Most of the supplies at the base have fallen into their hands. Do you need me? Liang Zi's face was filled with anger. As soon as Yang Chen gave the order, she would rush out and take care of those guys without leaving a single one. No rush, let them stock up a bit more. Yang Chen waved his hand, unconcerned. Just like after his rebirth, knowing that the apocalypse was imminent but not hoarding supplies on a large scale. In the apocalypse, only fists were the truth. What's the use of hoarding so many supplies? To let others steal them? Besides, the sanctuary of the God Ring couldn't rely solely on Yang Chen and a few others forever. Grassroots forces were just as important. Later, the two of them called back the hunting team and the transport team. According to Bu Yanba's budget, they were to be given strange meat to awaken their abilities in advance to the first rank. 30 members in the hunting team, 10 in the transport team. When 40 first-rank ability users come out together, in this period when the vast majority of survivors haven't even figured out the existence and effects of strange meat, it can be said that they are invincible. But next, it was as if Yang Chen's luck had run out. Most of the 40 survivors who awakened had E and F level abilities, similar to extraordinary abilities like Hawkeye and super strength, but not quite extraordinary. They were the type that ordinary humans with innate talents could achieve. There were 10 people with D-level abilities, possessing elemental abilities like stone armor and wind fire, truly entering the extraordinary level. There was only one person with a C-level ability, which was a mental link similar to a walkie-talkie. Perhaps this was the difference between induced abilities and innate abilities? But in any case, they had awakened their abilities and reached the first rank. Their physical qualities were completely incomparable to ordinary people. What used to require the full effort of a world champion to move 300 to 500 pounds could now be done effortlessly by them without breaking a sweat. Even if they just picked up a stick, they could easily take down a level 0 distortion in a one-on-one situation. If equipped with the standard strange weapons made by Booyanba, it wouldn't be too difficult to fight against a first-rank distortion. Outside the sanctuary of the God Ring, survivors from several other factions roamed around. Without exception, each faction had 3 to 10 distortions and headed towards the exchange window of the sanctuary of the God Ring. Boss, we've had enough food for the past few days from the exchanges, should we? Forget it? A henchman looked at the decreasing number of exchanges every day and said anxiously. They were all nearby survivors, well aware of the strength of the sanctuary of the God Ring. Especially after Yang Chen reclaimed the Jingli flower garden some time ago, tens of thousands of distortions surrounded the area. Everyone thought they were dead, but as the distortions gradually dispersed, they realized that not only had the sanctuary of the God Ring not been destroyed, but it had also brought back those thousands of people and even provided for them. If it were them, they would have been eaten up by the endless tide of distortions long ago. The gap between them and the sanctuary of the God Ring was like night and day. Forget it? Where else are we going to find such a good opportunity again? Besides, if it weren't for the distortion tide they caused, would our supplies have lasted? Even if we're discovered, we're in the right. They owe us this. The leader spat, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at the sanctuary of the God Ring. But we didn't have much food to begin with, and these distortions are still on someone else's territory, the man said nervously, completely unaware of the increasingly dangerous look in the leader's eyes. Swish! The sharp blade cut through the air, the glint of the knife flashing. The man suddenly felt a rush of weightlessness, as if the ground beneath him had collapsed in an instant, sending him plummeting. But why weren't they falling? How could that headless corpse look so alive? Do you think you can reason with me? The leader wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, signaling to the survivors nearby. The survivors rushed forward, cutting the steaming corpse into fist-sized chunks. Not for eating, though they had done so before, but now they had provisions again. These chunks of meat were meant to lure the mutants. Even though the leader was a naturally awakened Esper, they dared not confront dozens of mutants at once. Only the isolated ones were their targets. After completing these tasks, under the leader's command, a few people pushed the mutants back to the God Ring shelter in exchange for food. This kind of scene played out repeatedly around the God Ring shelter, with a large amount of supplies being exchanged by these survivors. However, they were unaware that Yang Chen had been watching their every move. These survivors, like rats, were not worth Yang Chen's direct intervention. They were only fit for training. In the early morning, in front of the God Ring shelter, 60 soldiers in black armor and wielding black spears stood in perfect formation, each with an indescribable excitement on their faces. They knew exactly what they were about to do. Conquer, ignite the hunting gene that runs through a man's blood. The 30 members of the hunting team are all present. The 30 members of the transport team are all present. As each captain reported loudly, the first rays of sunlight began to shine down. I'll say this once, you've been doing well lately, but that's just it. If you want to do better, you'll have to fight for it. Yang Chen stood tall, looking at a group of wild wolves that had been trapped for a long time, and slowly began to speak. When those over 1,000 survivors had just arrived, each of them had been living a life of luxury. Although it couldn't compare to the pre-apocalyptic era, it was like night and day compared to the newcomers. Only with comparison could there be a gap. But as Yang Chen opened the channel for exchanging mutants for supplies, the ordinary survivors began to live better and better, while the old-timers, who were stuck with fixed wages, remained stagnant. Each of them harbored a fire within, and now was the time to let it out. Once again, they became the superior beings, possessing powers beyond the reach of ordinary people. And power breeds authority. If power is not accompanied by the corresponding rights, it will turn against authority. Let's go! With Yang Chen's command, the empowered individuals with red eyes set out towards the surrounding forces. At a power that had exchanged over 1,000 pounds of food, as well as various cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and beverages at the God Ring shelter. Haha, dig in. Gulp gulp gulp, how did I not realize before, this stuff is damn good. Enjoy your meal, let's go back to the fools for more. Though it was just instant noodles and drinks, to them, it was like a feast in a bandit's den. But apart from these dozen or so people, the lives of the other survivors remained unchanged. They huddled in their corners, skin and bones, eating belts, shoes, bark, roots, anything they could cram into their mouths. Even so, they stared wide-eyed, warily watching those around them. The stronger ones occupied positions near the dozen or so people, ready to pounce the moment they discarded noodle cups or drink bottles, like a pack of rabid dogs, even resorting to physical violence. All for a taste of those meager remains. You bastards, bite! Whoever bites the hardest gets to drink this bowl of noodle soup. A person turned around, holding a cup of instant noodles with only soup left, teasing the survivors around. Woof! Without much hesitation, the crowd began to tear into it like dogs. For a moment, the entire shelter echoed with barking. In the end, only one was left, crouching in front of the person like a dog. How can a dog eat from a human's hand? The person chuckled and casually threw the cup of noodles to the ground. The remaining soup splattered everywhere. The victor didn't hesitate at all, quickly sticking out their tongue and licking it. Damn, you're really despicable. Everything was going according to that person's plan, but he was still dissatisfied, kicking the victor in the head. You bitch, look at your husband, doesn't he earn tens of thousands a month? Didn't he give you a dowry of 1,800,000? Now you're no different from a dead dog. Watching the victor, even when being stepped on, still sticking out their tongue, the person was finally satisfied. He dragged a woman out from under the table, looking fierce like a wild beast. This scene made the onlookers laugh heartily, as if watching a skilled animal tamer. Here, everyone had degenerated into beasts in just a month. Bang! A loud noise instantly shattered the previous atmosphere. Everyone turned to look, only to see the rolling shutter door smashed. If it weren't for the reinforced glass behind it, the door would have been opened by that blow. Through the gap, dark figures could be seen wandering. Bang! Before the crowd could react, another heavy blow struck. This time, the door shattered, turning into a pile of glass shards. It also revealed the newcomers, soldiers in distinctive black armor and spears. Are they from the sanctuary of the Divine Ring? Someone recognized them and said tremblingly. Where was their arrogance now? They were almost ready to run away with their tails between their legs. Scared of what? Just some ordinary people in armor, those few with abilities are gone. I am the king here, you are not worthy to speak to me, bring your leader here. The leader of this faction stepped forward, trying to calm the people. Flames ignited around him, not harming him at all, clearly indicating he was an ability user. But that was all. He dared to toy with the survivors in his shelter but didn't dare to make a move against these ordinary people from the sanctuary of the Divine Ring. Kill! The members of the hunting team ignored his words, uttering a chilling word. The 10 members of the hunting team stood in a row, like an iron wall that seemed capable of crushing everything. Damn, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing the hunting team members so uncooperative, the leader also became angry. He was an ability user, of course, he should talk to other ability users. Were these ordinary people even worthy? As he raised his hand, a fiery pillar sprayed out like a flamethrower. Break! The first and second rows of the hunting team quickly split apart, and a member of the third row raised a spear and struck down fiercely. An invisible blade instantly formed, whistling out. With just one glance, it shattered the fire pillar and continued its assault towards the leader. Damn! Another one? The leader looked panicked, desperately trying to dodge. But he still didn't give up, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Ha, is that all? Attack freely. Before the leader could steady himself, he witnessed a scene that completely broke his defense. The neatly arranged black-armored soldiers suddenly dispersed. Just when the leader thought he had a chance to turn the tables and was about to command his men to fight, several elemental abilities roared out, each stronger than him. Not only that, those who did not release elemental abilities were also extraordinary. They were like invincible generals in stories, easily lifting several people with just one spear. That was not a power ordinary people should possess. It wasn't until now that the leader realized that everyone on the other side was actually all ability users. Dozens of them? This almost instantly shattered his worldview. In his eyes, ability users were supposed to be heaven-sent saviors, extremely rare. But in the sanctuary of the gods, were ability users being mass-produced? How could this be possible? Before he could plead for mercy, he saw an ability user covered in rocks rushing towards him, delivering a fatal blow with a punch. The remaining subordinates, seeing the situation was dire, quickly knelt down in surrender. Unfortunately, the hunting team did not spare them, one spear each, all killed. After all this, it took no more than 5 minutes in total. Then the hunting team drove away the survivors, the transport team moved the supplies, heading back towards the sanctuary of the gods. In just one day, the hunting team and the transport team had almost cleared out the nearby survivor forces. This even included the time to transport the resources of various forces back to the sanctuary of the gods. This operation not only retrieved the resources exchanged before but also made a significant profit. Especially at a survivor gathering place located in a grain store, they harvested tens of thousands of caddies of various grains, dozens of barrels of cooking oil, and all kinds of seasonings in one go. Now, inside the sanctuary of the gods, the original food reserves plus those collected from nearby streets plus those from nearby forces. The food reserves had reached 30,000 caddies. Various snacks, daily necessities, and other supplies were piled up like mountains. In addition to various supplies, the hunting team and the transport team also brought back nearly 500 survivors. As a result, the population of the sanctuary of the gods exceeded 1,600 people, and the food reserves were enough for 4 to 50 days. Even in the city of Dongjiang, which had experienced 4 to 5 years since the outbreak of the apocalypse in the previous world, this data would be considered a moderately sized small-scale shelter. Moreover, it had only been a month since the outbreak of the apocalypse. At present, apart from the official organizations that naturally had an advantage in recruiting survivors, there was probably no force that could compare to the sanctuary of the gods. The Gu family father and son were no exception. But what followed was another problem. Before the apocalypse, Yang Chen chose this place to hide from official pursuit because it was located in the suburbs and was underdeveloped in all directions, especially in terms of roads. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, and after experiencing Yang Chen's looting, the siege by the distorted bodies caused by the dying distorted king, and the expedition to the sanctuary of the gods, the potential for excavation had already been exhausted. To continue developing, they had to relocate the base. At present, the resources in the city ruins were still abundant, so there was no need to consider the more easily developed suburban open spaces for the time being. Instead, they needed to develop towards the center of Dongjiang City, in the densest area of distorted bodies, to compete for resources with other survivor forces. Even in Yang Chen's mind, there were already several targets for the residents of the sanctuary of the gods. The university town, the hospital, the zoo. The common feature of these three pre-selected residence sites was their large size, walled, easily defensible nature. Even the smallest city hospital covered an area of over 100 mu, with extremely precious medicines and medical staff. Especially those traditional Chinese medicine experts, their value in the apocalypse could even rival low-level healing ability users. It was also the area with the least difficulty and strategy among the three pre-selected residence sites. Needless to say about the university town, it was truly a cradle of talents, with an area that could reach thousands, even tens of thousands of mu. It could easily accommodate 100,000 survivors. With the current population of the sanctuary of the gods, as long as they took over the university town, even if they had to cultivate fields, they could be self-sufficient. Moreover, both of these places were within the city area, making it easier to absorb population and develop the shelter base. The only thing that stands out is the zoo, which, not to mention, is even larger than the university city. The downside is that it's not close to the city area. But the advantages are equally enticing, as the diverse range of animals there is bound to give rise to a large number of mutant beasts, making it the primary area for Bu Yanba to obtain rare martial inscriptions. In the previous life, Bu Yanba rose to power there. The three pre-selected locations for settlement have very clear pros and cons, so Yang Chen simply handed over the decision-making power to Bu Yanba. Meanwhile, Yang Chen led the hunting team and transport team out to thoroughly exploit the resources in that area. However, their target is not the few remaining survivor factions or the thousands of mutants in the vicinity. Before the mutant king died, Yang Chen had said that it would not only summon a tide of mutants but also its archenemy, the mutants. Human ability users can also sense this, but they are afraid of the endless tide of mutants. Mutant beasts, especially those that lived in human cities before the apocalypse, do not fear, as they are adept at hiding and have reaction speeds and agility far superior to ability users. And Yang Chen's goal this time is them. A group of over 60 people roamed the streets far from the God's Ring Sanctuary. Strange. Not to mention mutant beasts, even the number of mutants is pitifully low. In addition, large swaths of buildings and streets are destroyed, as if Ultraman had just forced monsters to sleep here. Without Yang Chen's intervention, the hunting team easily cleared the nearby mutants. Perhaps the excitement of gaining abilities had not worn off yet, as everyone seemed exceptionally brave, eager to kill mutants as if they were enemies. Yang Chen did not stop them, as noise was a major taboo in the post-apocalyptic world for other survivors. But for the God's Ring Sanctuary, it didn't matter. If there was something here, wouldn't it be better to attract it with this noise? They're here. Soon, Yang Chen felt something unusual. His gaze turned to a long-destroyed sewer. There came a rustling sound, like the sound of brushing hair. Squeak! A loud, piercing scream followed. Countless dark things emerged from the sewer, their eyes crimson, exuding dirty, violent, and hungry intentions. Rats? So many! The members of the hunting team were astonished. The number of these rats was simply too many, filling up half the street, seeming endless. From afar, it looked like a dark ocean, densely packed. Just rats, kill them all. How could the people who had faced mutant tides fear mere rats, even if these rats were terrifyingly large, each the size of a house cat? With that, they rushed out with spears in hand. Like Zhao Zilong of Changshan, they struck left and right among the rats, as if in an uninhabited place. In just a moment, they killed hundreds and thousands. Rats were not mutants, and even though they had mutated, they still felt fear. After a charge by the group, the originally terrifying rat swarm kept retreating, clearly intimidated. It wasn't that the rat swarm was weak, but rather that the hunting team, consisting of 41st-tier ability users, was too strong. There was no match within the rat swarm, making them appear invincible. While mutant beasts could rely on numbers to continuously deplete the energy of ability users, although the rat swarm was equally vast, they were like a disorganized group, very easy to collapse. Yang Chen just watched silently. His lack of interest in the mutated rats, creatures at the bottom of the food chain, did not mean he was not intrigued by the rat swarm. This number of rats is bound to attract other powerful mutant beasts, and that is Yang Chen's true goal. Swish! Suddenly, a shadow much larger than the average mutant rat darted out from the sewer towards a mutant. The person was in the heat of the moment, completely unaware that a group of rats could pose a threat to him. Squeak! The mutant rat, the size of a large dog, let out a scream and tore the person in half with just one bite. Its two huge front teeth were like indestructible weapons, making even the sturdy black armor of a first-tier mutant seem fragile as paper. Then, the giant mutant rat, almost the size of an adult's chest, lay on the ground and howled. Its blood-stained teeth had a chilling yellowish hue, incredibly menacing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The scattered rat group quickly regrouped, turning into a fearless army rushing towards the crowd. Interesting. This scene undoubtedly piqued Yang Chen's interest. Although rodent teeth are sharp, even containing iron elements, but to bite through the special alloy forged by a first-tier mutant like Stepyanba, along with the body of a first-tier mutant, was clearly abnormal. Unless it was a racial talent. Originally thought that mutant beasts like rats at the bottom of the food chain would have no value, but unexpectedly, a valuable one emerged so quickly. Beyond the battling mutants and rat group, Yang Chen's gaze fell directly on the giant rat king. It was the size of a calf, with jet black fur standing erect like it was cast from steel. Its thick tail was like a whip, creating a sharp sound with each casual swing. Obviously, this was a first-tier rat king. Squeak squeak! The giant rat king was also staring at Yang Chen, its emerald eyes exuding the same greed as the distorted king. Its front paws were unusually agile, currently holding onto the torn body of the mutant, happily gnawing away. Yang Chen clearly saw that whether it was the alloy black armor or the bones of a first-tier mutant, they were like beans in its mouth, shattering upon contact. Ruthless. After a few bites, the giant rat king was obviously not satisfied and led the rat group to abandon the other mutants, charging towards Yang Chen. Dealing with you, this beast, doesn't even require the master to take action. Faced with the menacing giant rat king, before Yang Chen could act, Liang Zi, who had been serving by his side, couldn't hold back any longer. A large broadsword longer than herself emerged. In a flash of blade light, numerous mutant rats were cut down like grass, and the blade continued its momentum towards the giant rat king. Clang! The broadsword clashed with the giant rat king's claws, emitting an incredibly piercing impact sound. However, contrary to Liang Zi's expectations, the scene where the giant rat king and its claws and skull were all cut off by the sword did not happen. Instead, the broadsword she held seemed to have taken a heavy blow, trembling continuously in her hand. What? Liang Zi seemed to sense something, immediately using her ability, a thick layer of ice rapidly covering the broadsword. Ping! But as the two sides continued to clash, the ice shattered, revealing the cracked blade underneath. The tenacity of the giant rat king far exceeded Liang Zi's expectations. I'll make you tremble. Enraged, Liang Zi immediately threw away the shattered broadsword, a chill surging around her. A horn that was originally only 1 or 2 inches long on her forehead, looking cute, rapidly grew to several tens of centimeters in the blink of an eye, exuding a fierce and primal beauty. Her azure eyes shone with an otherworldly light, patterns starting from her eyes and spreading across her body, as if she had put on a special suit of armor, elevating her entire being. For a moment, the full power of the S-level ability Dragon Demon was fully revealed. You, making me reveal such an ugly form in front of the master. However, Liangzi was very dissatisfied with this, her eyes as cold as eternal ice, staring fiercely at the giant Rat King opposite. Bang! Liangzi suddenly took a step forward, and in an instant, she disappeared, leaving only a 1-meter-wide crater behind. After all, the combination of dragon blood and neon ghost tribe produced the most powerful physical strength. Boom! With incredible speed, she rushed to the front of the giant Rat King almost in the blink of an eye, sending the cow-sized Rat King flying with just one punch. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Liangzi, who had appeared petite and cute, now resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, her brute strength shattering the bones of the giant Rat King one by one. Up to now, Yang Chen had not made a move, just standing in place, patiently waiting. Swish! Just as the giant Rat King was on its last breath, with even its incisors shattered, a small agile figure appeared, rushing towards Liangzi at an unimaginable speed. Another one? Liangzi, still filled with anger, wasted no words and just threw a punch. The figure, however, was exceptionally agile, evading her punch with a slight twist of its body. Then, without slowing down, it continued towards the giant Rat King. Ice Thorn Hell! Seeing the figure trying to steal her prey, Liangzi, already furious, turned completely red. She immediately abandoned the half-dead giant Rat King and smashed her fist into the ground. Boom! This time was different. A terrifying chill emanated from Liangzi's fist into the crater created by the impact. Countless ice thorns shot up from the ground, covering a radius of 5 meters around Liangzi almost instantly, piercing numerous mutant rats that hung in midair. The giant Rat King was impaled by several ice thorns, firmly pinned in the distance. A large amount of bright red blood flowed from the wounds, staining the ice thorns with their rightful color. However, this incredibly terrifying move did not harm the figure in the slightest. It only immobilized its prey, forcing it to stop. It was only at this moment that the figure's true identity became clear. Meow! It was a calico cat less than a tenth the size of the giant Rat King, standing on the ice thorns that pierced the Rat King. Hunched over, baring its teeth, it faced Liangzi in a self-perceived aggressive stance. You're so cute. Liangzi's movements involuntarily paused, and her fist, which was about to strike, also stopped. But her lack of understanding did not mean Yang Chen would not act. Fool! Seeing the prey she had been waiting for finally appear, Yang Chen immediately raised his hand, and numerous droplets of mysterious water shot out like bullets. The hard ice thorns and the mysterious water droplets collided, shattering upon impact, but the calico cat managed to dodge with its nimble agility. Meow! Watching the destruction of the ice thorns, the calico cat swiftly dug out the giant Rat King's body from underneath. Then, right under everyone's noses, it carried the body of the Rat King, which was more than 10 times its size, and fled in the direction without any mutants. Surprisingly, its speed was not much slower than before. Leaving like this. I'm very sorry, master. Please punish me. Watching the calico cat separate from dragging the giant Rat King, Liangzi was still somewhat immersed in the moment, but then remembered that it was Yang Chen's prey, and her face turned anxious as she turned around. She was well aware that Yang Chen's temper was not that good. If she let the prey escape, what would her fate be? Why did she feel a bit excited? This is perfect. Let's chase after them. Yang Chen, oblivious to Liangzi's legs rubbing against each other continuously, her face flushed, led the mutants in pursuit of the calico cat. Creatures like this, known for their speed and agility, are almost impossible to catch in their familiar territory. But if it brings along prey 10 times its size, that's a different story. With the burden of the giant Rat King, the once agile little lynx became sluggish, and the passages it could freely navigate were blocked. The distance between them was only about 10 meters, just a step or two for a first-order esper, easily catchable at any moment. Nevertheless, the little lynx did not give up the giant Rat King in its mouth. It wasn't until the little lynx dragged the body of the giant Rat King to an alley entrance, suddenly dropped the prey, sat down like a stone lion, gazing at Yang Chen and the others with its amber eyes, filled with pride. It seemed to say, I stole your prey, what can you do about it? Meow! With a cat's cry, pairs of distinctive vertical pupils lit up in the dark alley. For a moment, the entire alley was filled with an eerie atmosphere, like the lanterns guiding souls on the road to the underworld. The sharp screeching sounds made one shudder. Obviously, Yang Chen and the others were led to the creature's lair by that little lynx. Thud! A robust wildcat leaped out of the alley and landed steadily on the giant Rat King. It was a medium-sized lion cat, its strong physique not hidden by its long fur, its eyes fierce even without vertical pupils. It didn't crouch in an attacking posture like other cats but appeared unusually relaxed, even lifting a paw to groom itself. Yet Yang Chen could clearly see the unsheathed claws beneath that raised paw. Clearly, it was displaying its strength, warning Yang Chen not to act recklessly. I thought I would only get a green inscription today, but it turns out to be a nest? And a blue inscription as well. Yang Chen looked at the many mutated cats, a smile playing on his lips. In his previous life, after struggling for years in the apocalypse, he only obtained a set of 7 flying blades with blue inscriptions engraved on them. They provided significant assistance even at the 6th level. Meow second-order mutant beasts may not understand human language, but they are not lacking in intelligence and can sense the emotions behind Yang Chen's words. Yet it didn't lose its temper, just rose slowly, exuding a fierce aura, like a tiger ready to descend the mountain, causing all beasts to tremble. A whirlwind condensed under its claws, with a light press, crushing the spine of the giant rat king. Good stuff, your life, I'll take it. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward. With his keen eyesight, he quickly noticed the extraordinary nature of this inscription, not some form of attack but more like the ability to control the wind element. Although this ability is common among human espers, it is extremely rare in mutant beasts. Just as a favorite anime of Yang Chen before the apocalypse said, humans excel in intelligence, demons excel in strength. Mutant beasts master more fixed methods. It is precisely because of this that inscriptions are born within mutant beasts, while human espers do not possess them, which is a pity. If the inscription possessed by this lion cat is indeed wind manipulation, the value of this blue inscription can be further enhanced, comparable to a higher-level green inscription. After all, the versatility of this inscription is high. If handed to a master blacksmith, it could even create a set of blue-grade weapons. Meow! Faced with Yang Chen's provocation, the lion cat could no longer tolerate it. Its sharp claws sprung out, raising several wind blades, attacking Yang Chen as he charged towards it. From beginning to end, it appeared so proud, like an emperor seated on a throne, waiting for rebels to challenge it. But in the next moment, those perpetually half-squinted cat eyes widened instantly, pupils trembling like they were on a roller coaster. Die! Faced with the wind blade capable of cutting through asphalt roads, Yang Chen immediately activated his ability. Covered in pitch-black dragon scales, fierce bone spurs pierced through his clothes, exuding a dominating aura that suppressed all the wild cats, making them cower on the ground. Even their leader, the lion cat, felt a chilling sensation, for standing on end uncontrollably. It was as if it was held in the grasp of a dragon's claw that could crush everything, leaving no chance for escape. With a swift movement, the black dragon claw pierced through its chest, leaving no trace of blood on the dragon scales. Even now, the once arrogant cat group remained frozen in place, trembling. Kill! As Yang Chen uttered the word, many ability users accustomed to his dragon might regain their senses, wielding their weapons to attack the cat group. Meanwhile, Yang Chen began dissecting the 2 second-order mutated beasts, the giant rat king and lion cat. In no time, the giant rat king was dismembered into 2 piles of waste, with all parts remaining except for the meat. Green inscription? What a pleasant surprise. Holding the giant rat king's skull, Yang Chen was somewhat astonished. At the connection between the skull and the fangs, there was a very faint inscription, resembling bile stains from dissection, yet it was a genuine inscription. Thinking the giant rat king was just a decent white inscription, it turned out to be a solid green one, requiring a professional to identify its specific effects. Your turn. When it came to the lion cat, Yang Chen seemed unusually excited. While mutant meat and resources were the hard currency of the apocalypse, Yang Chen had handled plenty in his previous life. However, this was a blue inscription, even comparable to a purple one, a rare treasure even in the late stages of the apocalypse. Mutant meat and resources would depreciate as survivors established themselves in the apocalypse, but inscriptions would not. Especially those above blue, they would only increase in value over time. After all, mutated beasts were not to be trifled with, and as humans hunted them on a large scale, they would understand why, shattering bones containing inscriptions before succumbing to death, thwarting human intentions. In the past, the highest level ability in Dongjiang City was only a green inscription, just 2 levels higher than the current blue inscription. Wind control? As he dissected, Yang Chen quickly found the bone containing the inscription. What shocked him was that the inscription on this bone was the same as the one on the flying blade he had used in his previous life. Truly a fateful encounter. The God Ring Sanctuary. With the absorption of nearby survivor factions and the influx of mutant meat, the most crucial hard currency in the apocalypse, the overall strength of the base showed a nearly frenzied growth. Almost every day, new ability users awakened. As the only output source of alien flesh, these newly born superhumans all scrambled to join the 3 major teams. Just during the few days Yang Chen went out hunting mutant beasts, the hunting team gained 20 new members. Although the transportation and logistics teams did not have a large number of superhumans joining, they were the preferred choice for ordinary survivors, with the number of superhumans reaching half. The three major teams now total over 300 people. Among them, the hunting team has over 50 people, with 30 first-tier superhumans and the remaining 20 all superhumans. The transportation team has over 100 people, with 10 first-tier superhumans, 10 zero-tier superhumans, and 80 ordinary survivors. The logistics team has over 150 people, with no first-tier superhumans, all ordinary survivors, but with Buten Yabo and Shuezi, the two superhumans, in charge. Managing more than 300 people in the entire base of 1,600 survivors is more than enough, neither causing a burden nor disrupting order. Finally done with all the busyness. As the Divine Ring Shelter base settled into a routine, Buten Yabo finally freed herself from the sea-like affairs. Finally, I can relax a bit, madam. You've been staying up these days, you have dark circles under your eyes. At this moment, Shuezi walked over with a plate of sliced fruits. After these days of being together, even Buten Yabo unconsciously adapted to her presence. Relax? That bastard Yang Chen wants to work me to death. Speaking of this, Buten Yabo gritted her teeth again. She was too young before, easily led astray by that jerk with just a few words. She didn't realize she was doing all the work, yet he was the one enjoying it? Especially when she was grinding away like a mule. Yang Chen was out there having fun with a young pretty girl. She wished she could bite off his thing. No. Last time he went out for a stroll like this, he came back with two delicate girls by his side. One of them even had a mother-son buff? This is so unfair. If that bastard dares to bring another girl back, I'll go raise 10 or 8 young pretty boys. With that, she threw a punch that landed on the soft pillow, full of resentment. She secretly vowed, next time she would never fall for his tricks again. No girls, but there is a kitten. As soon as the words fell, the door opened, and Yang Chen walked in carrying a kitten that hadn't even opened its eyes. This was the offspring of the lion cat, the only surviving kitten among that group of mutant cats. With the examples of Liangzi and Shuezi before him, Yang Chen had great enthusiasm for mass-producing dragon-blooded creatures. However, this time, those kittens did not have the luck of the two women. Only this little kitten survived out of dozens of kittens. So cute originally, Buten Yabo wanted to give Yang Chen a profound lesson and decided to ignore him all day. But as soon as she saw the kitten in his arms, she couldn't take her eyes off it. This little kitten fully inherited its father's characteristics. Even though it wasn't even a month old, it had already grown a long fur, looking like a small fluffy ball from a distance, soft and pitiful. Especially when it crawled around in Yang Chen's palm, opening its chubby little mouth, constantly making nursing sounds. Who knows how many girls' hearts it could melt. Almost instantly, Buten Yabo rushed over and snatched it from Yang Chen's hands. Carefully placing it on the bed, she appeared nervous, observing every move of the little kitten. So soft. As her fingers touched it, it felt like a dandelion, making Buten Yabo unable to let go. The kitten then bit her finger and kept sucking on it. It seems hungry, huh? Feeling the wetness on her finger, Buten Yabo subconsciously looked up at Yang Chen. If the little kitten hit Busmoke's cute spot, then the current Busmoke undoubtedly hit Yang Chen's cute spot. Clearly a strong and decisive woman, she was now crouching in front of the kitten like a young girl, every move cautious and adorable. Especially when she looked up at Yang Chen, it was like countless stars falling into her eyes. She seemed to be glowing all over. Don't ask me, you handle it yourself. It took Yang Chen a while to react, quickly turning his head, and coldly replied. For some reason, his cheeks felt like they were on fire, uncomfortably hot. With his current physical condition, even falling into a fire pit wouldn't have this effect. Why are you blushing? Hearing Yang Chen's extremely awkward voice, Busmoke's eyes sparkled even more. It was the first time she had seen Yang Chen blush. She had initially thought he was an extremely boring and uninteresting straight man, but now this adorable scene proved otherwise. You're mistaken. Yang Chen kept adjusting his breathing, feeling extremely tense under Busmoke's probing gaze. He didn't even feel this nervous when facing the distorted king's body. Now, his limbs felt stiff, his scalp tingling, wanting to escape but seemingly forgetting how to walk. Hee, why did you turn your head? How about you turn and look at me? I don't believe your eyes are empty. Busmoke's eyes shone brighter, like a little girl who found her favorite toy. Mimicking the infinite charm of the Daughter Kingdom's king, she couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't rush to expose Yang Chen's tricks but waited for him to stubbornly deny, like a child who refuses to admit even when faced with evidence. It was sure to be amusing. Boring. If you have nothing to do, I'll find something for you to do. Just as Busmoke had anticipated, Yang Chen almost stiffly turned his head, his crimson cheeks revealing everything. Even so, his words remained extremely cold, as if he was disdainful of something foolish. If you ignore the stiffness, eyes empty? I clearly see something. Foreheads touching, noses almost touching, their eyes only had room for each other. Feeling the burning heat from Yang Chen's cheeks, her mischievous smile was almost uncontrollable as she pressed closer to him. Her hands involuntarily hooked around Yang Chen's neck, her whole being filled with joy. Who said straight men were boring? She just hadn't noticed. Straight men were simply treasure boys. What did you see? Although feeling something was off, Yang Chen asked with a stiff neck. Don't ask. Asking meant admitting defeat. Busmoke's pink lips parted slightly, softly uttering a word. Yang Chen fell silent. Let's play the most fun game in the world. Her eyes seductive, her soft hands caressed Yang Chen's earlobes, enjoying it immensely. Beside them, Snow, who was serving nearby, quickly closed the door, silently leaving the room, giving the two enough space. The morning at the sanctuary base. The office that had been empty was once again occupied by Busmoke's busy figure, all because Yang Chen had given the order to migrate. Moving these 1,600 people through the bustling city area for miles to reach the university city as the pre-selected settlement was no easy task in the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, various modes of transportation would take only half an hour, and even walking would be enough for a day. But now, this journey of over 10 miles had become an insurmountable obstacle made up of countless distorted beings. Besides strong force, meticulous logistical preparation was also crucial. And once again, the meaningless task fell on Bu Yanba's shoulders. Just yesterday, she vowed never to be bossed around by Yang Chen like a mule. Yet, after just one night, Bu Yanba was back to sipping coffee occasionally, giving herself a pep talk, to stay alert and ensure she faced her busy work with a clear mind. She even chuckled foolishly at times. She thought their confrontation would end with Yang Chen's defeat, but it turned out that Bu Yanba, seemingly in control, fell into a trap unknowingly. Madam, the master asked me to bring this. He said it's materials for enhancing combat effectiveness with new style inscriptions for you. Shuezi, Bu Yanba's assistant, entered the office with a stack of documents. Looks like he's not sparing any effort for her. Shuezi roughly flipped through the documents, a hint of joy curling her lips, unaware that Yang Chen had added another burden on her. Shuezi watched, wanting to speak but hesitating. She even felt sorry for Bu Yanba, so naive. Is innocence really a virtue? This would only let bad men toy with her. But as someone with experience, Shuezi knew that Bu Yanba wouldn't listen even if she said something now. By the way, how much Tier 1 mutant meat do we have in reserve? This migration is tough, and we must convert all resources into combat power to ensure a safe arrival at our destination. Before Shuezi could think, Bu Yanba spoke first. With the output of mutant meat, the number of Tier 1 mutants in the base gradually increased. Although Yang Chen's combat power was enough to suppress all small fries, the gap on paper still needed to be widened. Even in her busy schedule, she still found time to consider Yang Chen's needs. Currently, the survivors in the base can only hunt Tier 0 aberrants, with no way to deal with Tier 1 mutant meat. The hunting team follows the master to hunt aberrant beasts for inscriptions. Shuezi explained. What about the Jingli Huayuan? Weren't there dozens of Tier 1 aberrants buried underground there? Bu Yanba nodded slightly, then asked again. She remembered that on the day Yang Chen killed the aberrant king, he had specifically instructed that Bu Yanba had everything arranged, so she didn't inquire further. On the night the master gave the order, Liangzi went to investigate. Those Tier 1 aberrants had already been discovered by roaming aberrants and devoured. At this stage, whether it was the aberrant king or the Tier 1 creatures under Yang Chen's command, there were quite a few, but this was a special case. The aberrant king could command aberrants, keep thousands of survivors, and devour countless aberrants, cultivating not only a Tier 2 trash but also dozens of Tier 1 aberrants. Yang Chen, with his foresight advantage, seized the initiative all the way, even slowing down his own advancement to cultivate 40 Tier 1 mutants. Overall, Tier 0 creatures still dominated at this stage. It may seem foolish, but it was actually planning for the future. Mutant meat was hard to come by. Killing an aberrant might take only a few minutes for advanced mutants, but finding mutant meat could take tens of minutes, even hours. When individual demand was low in the early stages, advancement might be fast, but over time, lone survivors would quickly fall behind a faction's master. As time passed, the sun hung in the center of the sky. Just as she finished her work, Bu Yanba headed without pause towards where the inscriptions and mutant materials were stored. Since Yang Chen couldn't break through to Tier 2 yet, she had to seek growth in other directions. Among them, mutant weapons were the best way. This time, Yang Chen brought back many white and green inscriptions, just what she needed. How could she, an SS plus level mutant, have less combat power than an S level mutant? Just as he entered the warehouse, Yang Chen was sweating profusely as he sorted through various materials, categorizing and placing them neatly. Why are you here? Yang Chen finally looked up in surprise at Bu Yanba's arrival. Why are you doing this yourself? You could just ask a few logistics team members to do it. Bu Yanba frowned slightly at the situation. Although she criticized verbally, she approached honestly, carefully wiping the sweat off her forehead. I just can't rest assured these things are more precious than rare meat. Yang Chen explained somewhat innocently. Are you doubting my management skills? Of course not. How could I dare? I know you wouldn't dare. Go take a shower, you stink of sweat all over. Men are supposed to be a little smelly, or how can they be called men? While the two bantered, Xuezi and Liangzi watched with their eyes. Although Xuezi saw Yang Chen meticulously organizing, based on her understanding of her master, he didn't seem like such a hard-working person. She had reason to suspect that her mistress had been deceived again. Liangzi shrugged helplessly, then opened his large coat, revealing his soaked undershirt. Xuezi suddenly understood why her master only had sweat on his forehead. Indeed, not only should you not trust beautiful women, but apparently not even seemingly loyal straight men. On the other hand, Yang Chen didn't leave. He knew very well that to make the mule grind, you had to feed it first, restore its energy and spirit. Then, when it got hungry again, you would feed it half full, so the mule could gather enough strength to grind. Currently, it was at the stage of waiting to be fed but not being fed full. What about the other half? Of course, it was fed with spiritual food. Under Yang Chen's gaze full of encouraging love, Bu Yanba was filled with motivation, full of confidence as she researched the inscriptions. Soon, she discovered the first green inscription. The inscription of Fragile on the skull of the giant Rat King. With effects similar to the Dragon Scepter in movies and TV shows, it could find the weak points of hard objects and strike, achieving a fragile effect. However, this inscription was only effective on hard objects and useless on soft ones. Yang Chen's evaluation of it was truly a rubbish inscription born on a rat. The first inscription was a waste. Although the inscriptions provided by the giant Rat King were rubbish, the inscriptions provided by the cat group were very good. They provided 3 green inscriptions and 1 blue inscription in total. The rest of the white inscriptions were ignored. Like the extremely agile little lynx, it provided a very useful gale inscription. The exotic boots made from its fur could truly make the user feel the wind under their feet, greatly increasing the user's speed and agility. In addition, there was the green inscription Rend. Although its effect overlapped somewhat with the white inscription Pierce, it had an additional bleeding effect similar to Game's. The power of the inscription would linger at the wound, causing continuous damage. And the last green inscription, Northern Wind, just like its name, this inscription had a penetrating power like the northwest wind, penetrating everything. It could be said that each of these 3 inscriptions was top-notch. However, a problem arose. The inscriptions were excellent, but there weren't enough materials to make corresponding exotic weapons. It wasn't that using a certain level of inscription could forge a weapon of the same level. If the materials weren't good enough, the finished product would be downgraded. Just like Bu Yanba's self-comprehended white inscription Pierce, even if refined several times with steel forging, it could only produce a mediocre gray exotic weapon. And Bu Yanba planned to forge a complete set of exotic weapons with these 3 green inscriptions. Inscription, Shuafeng, is relatively easy to handle. She is preparing to forge a batch of bows and arrows. Bones can be polished into arrowheads, meridians can be woven into bowstrings, and the rest can be replaced with some materials to barely make up the numbers. As for inscription, Jifeng, although it only requires fur, there are only 4 qualified pieces in total. Excluding the lion cats, the remaining 3 pieces combined may not even be enough for a pair. Especially for Geely, it is definitely meant for short-range weapons. But how effective can cat claws, even lion cat claws, be in combat? Even the lion cat can barely match half the sharpness of a claw knife. Why not use materials from the giant Rat King as a substitute? After all, it's a tier 1 creature, and its quality is definitely better than iron, Yang Chen suggested. The giant Rat King is as big as a calf, and its claws can reach the sharpness of a dagger, making it definitely more effective than cat claws. After careful consideration, Bu Yanba could only agree. Then came the tedious practice session. To truly understand the inscriptions, one must try over and over again. Fortunately, there are plenty of cats and rats. In just one afternoon, the success rate increased from the initial 5% to 40%. This scene almost dumbfounded Yang Chen on the side. In his previous life, even the most skilled forgers he knew could not achieve a success rate of over 60% with inscriptions they had mastered, and they needed to prepare 3 sets of materials to forge exotic weapons. 1 for practice, 1 for forging, and the remaining 1 naturally went into their own pockets. Of course, the material that went into their pockets did not count towards the production cost. They still needed to prepare exotic meat equal in value to the 3 sets of materials, which was the actual forging cost. In other words, to forge an exotic weapon, you need to pay 6 times the material cost. Even so, that forger was still revered as a master forger by countless ability users. After all, with inscriptions in their hands, this monopolized trade naturally brought huge profits. Originally, Bu Yanba was known for mass-producing exotic weapons, but who would have thought it would be to this terrifying extent? This was no longer a forger but a money-printing machine. No wonder she single-handedly subdued all the survivors in Dongjiang City in the previous life. Imagine facing countless high-level exotic weapons coming at you like bullets, not to mention the different effects of each exotic weapon, making it impossible to defend against, and the sheer number alone could make one despair. If this were in the pre-apocalyptic era, it would be like being beaten to death with chunks of gold. This situation continued until dusk when a set of green-quality exotic weapons was finally successfully forged. The green exotic weapon, Shuafeng Bao, was forged using all the materials from the lion cat. The green exotic weapon, Jifeng Boots, was forged using the fur of 3 Tier 1 mutant cats. The green exotic weapon, Terwine Blade, was forged by combining several giant rat king claws. It was called the Wind Control Set. When used by everyone in turn, even the strongest Yangchen could bring about a significant boost. Even ordinary people wearing them, as long as they had enough exotic meat as a power source, could hunt down even Tier 1 mutants. However, a problem arose. The 4 present were the strongest forces in the Divine Ring Shelter, yet none of them could use this set of exotic weapons. Although they were not deliberately forged, it was obvious that they were meant for exceptionally agile ability users, not for the likes of Yang Chen and the others who were beastly, let alone Bu Yanba, who was like a turret. It seemed wasteful for the lower-level ability users in the base. The painstakingly forged exotic weapon set turned out to be unusable? The two looked at each other, and no one spoke for a long time. How about putting it in the logistics team to attract powerful ability users to join? Bu Yanba tentatively suggested. Great idea. Yang Chen immediately agreed. But soon he was frightened by Bu Yanba's fanatical gaze, feeling that she was thinking of something sinister. Bu Yanba looked at Yang Chen, also feeling conflicted. When it comes to forging materials, what creature can compare to a dragon? Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon claws, and even the bone spurs on their bodies are the best forging materials. And coincidentally, she had a dragon by her side. Just a little bit. It shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, it's just a buildup of keratin. Before the apocalypse, this was considered an illness that required special treatment at the hospital. Now she was being generous, offering to help Yangchen clean up his keratin layer for free? Exactly. This approach is spot on. Give me some scales. With that said, Bu Yanba got to work, eagerly exploring Yang Chen's body. Obviously, she was getting a bit carried away, completely immersed in the joy of forging exotic weapons. And it's not really Bu Yanba's fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Yang Chen himself. The emotional value Yang Chen just provided was too much, it even overflowed, putting Bu Yanba in an extremely excited state. None. Not even a single piece. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen felt a chill down his spine. I only treated you like a pack animal, and you're treating me like a mobile materials repository? How is this any different from what those online bodhisattvas say? Why kill? Can't you just cut a piece off an animal when you eat meat? Don't you draw blood yourself? What's wrong with giving me some keratin layer? Is that keratin layer? That's my skin tissue. Then how about pulling a tooth, giving me a nail? I'm not picky. Do you even listen to what you're saying? A bone spur, that should be fine, right? That thing is just keratin overgrowth. You want to dismantle my bones? After a heated argument, both sides finally reached an agreement. Normally, when Yang Chen trimmed his nails, he would transform into a dragon and then collect those clippings to experiment with Bu Yanba. With everything ready, the migration of the Sanctuary Ring Refuge officially began. The hunting team and the transport team changed into their gear, first-tier ability users equipped with white windproof sets, zero-tier ability users equipped with gray windproof sets, while ordinary members replaced their gear with gray exotic spears. At the same time, a large number of gray exotic spears stored in Bu Yanba's arsenal gradually provided to the survivors at the base. Of course, it wasn't free. Survivors needed to borrow from the base, and repaying for one gray exotic spear required 10 zero-tier aberrations. All supplies were stored in Bu Yanba's arsenal, and as Bu Yanba advanced to the first tier, the arsenal space expanded from 10 by 10 by 10 to 20 by 20 by 20, a whopping 8,000 cubic meters. With such a vast personal space, as long as they didn't empty out the entire warehouse, there was more than enough room. But this didn't mean that the 1,600 survivors could travel without a care. In reality, most survivors were not comfortable putting their lives' essential supplies into an invisible and intangible personal space. They preferred to carry their supplies with them, even if it made the migration more challenging. Although Yang Chen or Bu Yanba could forcibly collect them, just like how the survivors were unwilling to migrate, wasn't it time for them to obediently embark on the perilous journey? Humans, as creatures, will never change without experiencing deep and unforgettable pain. Only by sacrificing some will they realize where their current comfortable life truly comes from. The team of 1,600 people, along with their bundles, extended for hundreds of meters. Looking down from the sky, it resembled a winding giant python, slowly moving forward. With the hunting team leading the way as the arrowhead, and the transport team protecting, the journey went exceptionally smoothly, harvesting over 100 zero-tier aberrations and 3 first-tier aberrations in just one day. It was a pity that under the current circumstances, there were no conditions for dissecting the exotic meat, otherwise, the strong smell of blood would attract countless aberrations. Too slow, it took a whole day just to walk 2-3 kilometers. At this rate, when will we reach the university city? Bu Yanba sighed as she held the map. In fact, it wasn't that slow. 2-3 kilometers was just the distance on the map. The actual distance far exceeded this 2-3 kilometers. In the apocalypse, it's impossible to follow the main road as before. Due to obstacles like mutated creatures and road damages, detours are necessary. The migrating group is still within the original base's influence, and with many mutants cleared out, the journey has been smoother. Progressing at a rate of 1 kilometer per day in the next few days would be considered good. Have we chosen a campsite? Yang Chen asked. With so many survivors, camping anywhere is not an option. Yes, there's an underground tunnel ahead, easy to defend and hard to attack, perfect for overnight stays. Bu Yanba pointed to a spot on the map. Alright, inform the others that we can rest once we reach the underground tunnel. Yang Chen nodded. The underground tunnel has few mutants, making it an excellent refuge by blocking the entrances, a favorite spot for survivors. In the previous era, trading posts were often set up in underground tunnels by major shelters. Naturally, these natural shelters are already occupied by other survivors. With short-term goals in mind, the survivors moved quickly. What used to take 3 to 5 hours now only took half an hour to reach their destination. As the hunting team arrived at the entrance of the underground tunnel, conflicts erupted as Yang Chen had anticipated. Stop! This is our territory, outsiders are not welcome. A group of survivors, wearing clothes that were no longer recognizable in color and emitting a strong stench, jumped out, armed with crude weapons like knives tied to sticks and sharpened iron pieces. Hey, where did these beggars come from, daring to block our way? Your territory? That's not necessarily true. Why waste time with them? This place has already been occupied by our sanctuary base. You outsiders need to leave our territory. A hunting team appeared dominant. Some kind-hearted ones might leave voluntarily, while the more aggressive ones were ready to drive these people away. The gap between the two sides was immense. Compared to the local survivors, the hunting team, with their shining white unique weapons, seemed like legendary celestial warriors. Moreover, half of the hunting team were first-tier ability users. How could they take a group of ordinary people lightly? Roar! Just as the hunting team was on edge, ready to act, a loud roar echoed from the tunnel. Following that, a towering figure, 3 meters tall, covered in dark fur like a prehistoric giant bear, emerged. Each step raised clouds of dust, and its rough bear claws sparked with each movement. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? The creature's cruel, savage aura made the newly empowered members of the hunting team struggle to catch their breath. Obviously, this was a powerful ability user of at least A tier. You think you can stop dozens of us alone? We'll crush you. The hunting team members stared solemnly at the powerful being before them, unafraid. Having encountered various strong individuals with Yang Chen, how could they be intimidated by a mere zero-tier A-tier ability user? Bang! In the next moment, a blurry figure flashed by. The bear's paw landed heavily on the arrogant first-tier ability user, sending him flying tens of meters away, spinning in the air several times. Damn it! How dare you touch a member of our hunting team? Brothers, attack together, kill him. You're not even worthy of talking to me, call your leader. Two voices spoke simultaneously, but the hunting team's voice was undoubtedly louder, drowning out the bears. As the words fell, the hunting team members brandished their unique weapons and charged towards the bear-like ability user like a pack of wolves. This scene clearly made the barbaric bear Esper somewhat flustered. His intention was to intimidate these somewhat arrogant survivors, but he never expected them to be so ruthless. Even the person who had just been blasted away got up and charged without hesitation. He wanted to explain, but the wolf-like members of the hunting team didn't give him a chance to explain. For a moment, the entrance of the tunnel was filled with the sound of ping-pang of battle. Although he was an A-level Esper, he was only at level 0, How could he be a match for dozens of level 1 espers? Before long, he had dozens of wounds on his body, and several strange martial spears pierced through his body. If it weren't for his esper ability, the barbaric bear's tough skin and insensitivity to pain in battle, he would probably have fallen by now. Stop! Just as the barbaric bear esper was on the verge of collapse, an extremely gentle female voice sounded. Stop! With a soft shout, another person walked out of the tunnel. She had long black hair, a pure and charming face, and her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. Just a simple eye contact made people feel like they were falling in love, unable to extricate themselves from the tenderness. Her long legs looked even more plump under the hot pants, pure and flawless like white jade. Every step she took seemed to tread on the hearts of the hunting team, making people daydream and feel passionate. With her voice, the members of the hunting team stopped one after another, looking at the woman, wanting to know what she would say next. If Yang Chen were here, he would recognize her at a glance. In his previous life, her popularity was no less than that of Bu Yanba. Xiao Shi, what are you doing here? These people are all beasts, run quickly. Seeing the woman come out, the barbaric bear esper, who was originally covered in wounds and weak in speech and breath, was first surprised, then as if he had taken a whole box of Viagra, he instantly recovered his health on the spot. Xiao Shi, what are you going to do? No, don't do anything stupid for me. Run quickly. As long as you are safe, I have no regrets even if I die. Seeing that the woman was unmoved and still walking towards the members of the hunting team, the barbaric bear esper became even more excited. He even pulled out the strange martial spear stuck in his body and stood up unsteadily. This scene, even the members of the hunting team who were attracted by the woman's attention couldn't help but be surprised. He was just a breath away from death, and now he was standing up again? Why was he so awesome? Who is your leader? I want to talk to him. The woman's face was resolute, even facing the hunting team members who were like a wolf pack trained by Yang Chen, she remained calm and composed. The members of the hunting team looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Their leader was of course Yang Chen, but with Yang Chen's perverted nature, handing over such a delicate beauty to him would probably end up with her being devoured to the bone? Talk? You talk nonsense. Vixen, I could smell your scent from hundreds of meters away. Without waiting for the others to answer, Lingzi held the wild knife at her waist, her long ice blue hair scattered, and she walked slowly like an ice and snow fairy. As a woman, she could tell at a glance that the person in front of her was not a good person. A vixen was a vixen, no matter how well hidden, the scent of seduction couldn't be concealed. A woman? Looking at Lingzi's astonishing momentum, the woman was somewhat surprised, but there was more regret in her eyes. She never expected that the person who could lead such a powerful group of espers would turn out to be a girl. She looked only 15 or 16, but the aura around her was several times stronger than that of the barbaric bear esper. What's wrong with being a woman? Today, this lady will let you know the consequences of being promiscuous everywhere. Lingzi thought of the task given to her by her wife and mother, her voice becoming colder and colder. The wild sword around the waist instantly unsheathed, with white inscriptions shimmering on the blade, emitting a buzzing sound as if eager to taste blood. This seductive woman must not appear before the master. Little sister, why are you so hostile towards your elder sister? We are on the same front, you know. Faced with Ryoko's hostility, the woman just smiled faintly and spoke. Although it's a pity that the opponent's leader is not a man, the woman is not bad either. At least both sides are in similar situations. Although she doesn't know why there is so much hostility towards her now, once she shows her strength, their relationship might improve a bit, right? But dealing with a 15 or 16-year-old girl is too easy. Who's on the same front as you? Ryuko scolded angrily. The wild sword raised layers of ice and swung a crescent moon made of frost towards the woman. Such an unlovable little sister. The woman remained calm, with a smile on her face. As a captivating fragrance spread, the woman's body rapidly transformed. A pair of elastic ears popped up on her head, a fluffy tail swayed mischievously behind her, revealing a cute fox spirit. Like a fox, she agilely dodged the attack. Don't touch my little Shio. Unexpectedly, the nearly dying bear mutant suddenly revived, his wounds no longer bleeding. Holding the strange spear just pulled from his body, he charged towards the frosty strike. Bang! Undoubtedly, the bear mutant sustained new injuries. The wound that pierced through his entire body revealed countless broken bones and even faintly visible internal organs. If not for the frost freezing the wound, he would have bled to death immediately. But then, other wounds reopened, and hot blood gushed out like it was free, staining a large area of the road red. Shio, when did you awaken your ability? After blocking the attack, the bear mutant quickly checked on the woman, fearing he had overlooked her and caused her harm. But seeing that she, like himself, was an animal-type mutant, he was stunned. Just now. Because I saw you getting hurt for everyone, I awakened inexplicably. The woman pondered for a moment, then restrained her smile and said with concern, "Is that so? Shio, you really care about me?" The bear mutant lying on the ground, struggling to speak, suddenly realized, then smiled contentedly. Hey, aren't you too naive? She clearly made that up just now. Ryoko couldn't stand it anymore and kindly reminded him. This bear mutant is even more simple-minded. At least when facing the master, the lady knew to bring a small gift, but this bear mutant was easily dismissed with just a few words? Shut up! Shio would never lie to me? The bear mutant remained unconvinced. Even though he was lying down, he mustered his last breath to argue against the accusations towards his woman. Being a loyal dog is truly amazing. A sudden voice expressed what everyone present was thinking. Yang Chen arrived at the tunnel entrance with Bu Yanba, Shuezi, and other survivors, witnessing the scene and sincerely exclaimed, "You are talented. I like making friends with talented people, so take a nap first." Yang Chen looked at the bear mutant who should have been dead long ago but managed to prevent blood loss by contracting his muscles, knocking him unconscious with a palm. He arranged for medical treatment for him. There are many loyal dogs, but seeing one to this extent is a first. "Master, why are you here? I haven't finished cleaning up here yet. Why don't you go rest over there for a while?" Seeing Yang Chen arrive, Liang Zi felt a bit flustered, glancing at Bu Yanba and Shuezi from time to time, hoping for some help from the sidelines. "I'll take care of the rest." Yang Chen pinched the small corner of Liang Zi's forehead, his touch warm and delicate, making it hard to let go. He had developed a habit of pinching corners at some point. If he didn't have something to pinch when idle, he always felt something was amiss. "You are the leader of this team?" The woman was both surprised and delighted to see Yang Chen arrive. Able to impress even the girl who had just been skeptical, he seemed to exude a kingly aura, drawing everyone's gaze to him as soon as he appeared. This power, this skill. Long time no see, Wei Shushi. Only then did Yang Chen slowly turn to face her. He knew Wei Shushi, and whether it was before or after the apocalypse, the name Wei Shushi carried significant weight. Before the apocalypse, she was the campus belle who dominated the rankings at Dongjiang University for 3 years, and after the apocalypse, she became a capable assistant under the Gu father and son, helping them amass countless wealth. Like a natural enchantress, every time she appeared in public, even with just a casual gesture, she could drive countless survivors who were still struggling for survival crazy, willing to do anything. Even some base owners were so infatuated with this woman that they would spend a fortune just for a moment with her. Unfortunately, no one ever succeeded. Hence, rumors spread that she had long been trained by the Gu father and son to be their female slave, a forbidden fruit shared by the two. The truth of the matter was unknown to Yang Chen, and this woman had never bothered to explain these rumors. Instead, riding this wave, she built a large entertainment city and made a fortune. Now, it seemed that she was not so easily controlled by the Gu father and son, nor just an A-level Esper. After a brief conversation, Wei Shushi, the only conscious Esper in the tunnel shelter, took charge and led the people from the God Ring shelter base into the tunnel for temporary stay. There were not many survivors here, only dozens, but the supplies were exceptionally abundant. A refrigerated semi-trailer carrying pork, with 200 slabs of frozen pork inside, each weighing 100 catties, totaling a whopping 20,000 catties. A regular semi-trailer carrying flour, although the survivors had consumed some, it was still almost full, with a total of 50 tons. It was said that there were some vegetables and fruits before, but they had completely rotted and were inedible. Nevertheless, even with this situation, the stockpile of supplies far exceeded that of the God Ring shelter base. Such a huge amount of supplies made even Yang Chen involuntarily look back. These supplies were originally meant to be transported to the city area. "By the way, do you have enough food for so many people?" Seeing the almost fanatical eyes of the crowd, Wei Shushi, without any alertness, generously asked. She seemed like a little girl who had never experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. She appeared completely generous, ready to distribute the goods to fill everyone's stomachs. "In the current world, the more supplies, the better," Yang Chen replied. Unlike others who were mesmerized by the massive amount of supplies, Yang Chen's attention had shifted to the survivors. Even when Wei Shushi offered to give precious goods to Yang Chen and the others for free, the survivors did not express any dissatisfaction. It seemed that Wei Shushi had always been the master of this place. "Hee, little brother, are you trying to rob big sister with those words? How about I treat you to a meal, and we call it even?" With a tinkling laugh echoing, Wei Shushi blinked playfully and said. Faced with Yang Chen's narrow-minded words, she remained calm and even had the leisure to joke around. Ignorant of the ways of the world, wasn't she? It's more like she's testing Yang Chen. In the previous life, Wei Shushi built a large entertainment city, even squeezing dry the leaders of several shelters in Dongjiang City where tens of thousands of survivors resided, and eventually had to resort to merging with the Gu family shelter. Judging by her means, she's not a kind person. In this light, the message left by the Gu family father and son seems even more unbelievable. This world has always been like this, the strong prevail. Yang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks, his voice flat but with a chilling undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. Junior brother's insight is truly profound, but let's discuss these matters after dinner, shall we? Getting Yang Chen's response, a hint of a smile crept up on Wei Shushi's lips. It was a smile that starkly contrasted with her pure demeanor, exuding a sinister and unhealthy vibe. But as she turned around, everything vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Without waiting for Yang Chen to say anything else, she briskly walked away, instructing the survivors to prepare dinner. That senior sister of yours. Something seems off about her. After Wei Shushi had gone far, Bu Yanba approached, his face showing a mix of confusion. Get ready, she's inviting us for dinner, we can't go empty-handed and eat for free. Yang Chen remained silent, simply saying. The other party had already openly displayed their value, so they couldn't just sit idly by. Why should they expect others to believe them without doing anything? In the apocalypse, resources were always the best way to showcase strength. Although Bu Yanba didn't quite understand what consensus had been reached between Yang Chen and Wei Shushi, being obedient had always been her greatest strength. Following Yang Chen's orders, she immediately took a few survivors skilled in cooking to prepare additional dishes. I remember you and your daughter can dance, right? Later, Yang Chen instructed Shuezi and Liangzi. The two women obeyed without question, going to change their attire and prepare a dance performance. On the other side, survivors from the Xinjie shelter were also getting ready for dinner. Ordinary survivors took out rice balls that had long gone cold, eating them ravenously as if they were fleeing famine. The survivors who had hunted mutant creatures had better food, taking out some tasty items from their backpacks. Ha ha, is this all you're eating? With a loud and arrogant laugh, it was the people from the Xinjie third team. They took out box after box of things from their backpacks, their eyes constantly scanning the many survivors, looking for the expressions they wanted to see. Is that self-heating hot pot? And self-heating rice? I can't even get salt. Amidst envious sighs, the members of the Xinjie third team also began their dinner. Some survivors who were further away heard the sounds and quickly tiptoed to look in the direction of the Xinjie third team, swallowing saliva continuously. For a moment, thousands of survivors gathered, not daring to act but able to watch the bright red soup and smell the fragrant and spicy aroma, fantasizing about eating a steaming hot self-heating hot pot instead of their bland rice balls. The survivors from the Xinjie third team ate even more deliciously as they listened to the admiring comments. Half an hour later, some fried noodles were first given to the survivors on both sides. The main dishes of this meal also arrived. A large mahogany dining table was released by Bu Yanba from the arsenal, drawing cheers from Wei Shushi. The three sat down, with 4 chairs placed around the dining table. Wei Shushi's side served dishes ranging from the main course of fried noodles and steamed buns to stewed and stir-fried dishes, as well as desserts like fruits, making it an extremely sumptuous feast. 99% of survivors could never fulfill their lifelong desires to eat a steaming hot fine noodle bun. Yang Chen's side, on the other hand, displayed extravagance. Over 10 pounds of large lobsters, thick swamp blue prawns, various delicious mushrooms stewed with a whole chicken, could be described as a feast fit for a king. At this table, even before the apocalypse, only a few could afford to eat. Ding ding ling ling. Just then, a crisp sound of bells rang out. Following it was a pure white brocade spread out, with 2 pairs of bare feet landing in the center of the brocade. It was Yuko and Koju making their entrance. The two were dressed in shrine maiden attire, holding sacred bells in their hands, and wearing golden crowns on their heads. They danced gracefully in the brocade, like delicate peonies slowly blooming, exquisitely beautiful. The 3 seated individuals calmly watched, not even paying attention to the array of exquisite dishes on the table. Their indifference did not mean that the survivors did not care. Over 1,000 survivors held pitiful fried noodles in their hands, yet their eyes were fixed without blinking on the sumptuous feast laid out before them. Even the luxurious self-heating pots held by the numerous supernatural abilities of the God Ring team didn't seem as enticing. Compared to that, what they were eating was nothing special, right? Not only were they eating well, but there was also dancing to liven up the atmosphere. The wealth gap between people is even greater than that between people and dogs. Senior sister, what would you like to drink? White wine, red wine, soft drinks, I have them all here. Yang Chen took the main seat without hesitation, as if he were the master of this place. With a wave of his hand, several young and pretty logistics team girls appeared carrying all kinds of drinks. Junior brother sure knows how to enjoy, but maybe a bit too ostentatious. Wei Shushi casually ordered a bottle. Compared to before, she seemed more confident now, her whole demeanor more assertive. Such a person wouldn't lose their rationality over a moment of loyalty and speak baseless words. In other words, she was not satisfied with what Yang Chen was showing. So, what was her trump card? Or rather, what did she still want to see in Yang Chen? In terms of strength, the maids under Yang Chen were all first-tier S-class supernatural abilities. In terms of influence, Yang Chen owned a refuge base with over 1,000 survivors. Being ostentatious might as well become a trend. Yang Chen grew a bit impatient, his tone turning sharp. The feeling of being bound to follow someone else's footsteps bit by bit was making him increasingly impatient. Is that so? Then let's move on to the main course. Sensing Yang Chen's impatience, Wei Shushi nodded. Thud without warning, Wei Shushi fell off her chair, her previously smiling face now covered with a look of grievance, tears streaming down her cheeks. This appearance was like that of a maiden in distress from a story? What was she trying to do? This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, not understanding her intentions. Beast! What are you planning to do to Xiaoxi? With a roar, a bear-like supernatural ability user wrapped in bandages rushed out, and everything became clear. Obviously, Wei Shushi had said something to her loyal follower during the previous moment. Yang Chen turned to look at Wei Shushi, only to see her stubbornly raising her tear-streaked face, facing him with unwavering determination. But through those eyes, what Yang Chen clearly saw was a multiple-choice question. Wei Shushi had a very precise understanding of her own value. A woman, especially a beautiful woman, needed protection to survive in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. Although her strength was not weak, it was nothing compared to this brutal world. Especially at the moment she encountered the people at the God Ring refuge base, she became even more aware of this. Today it was Yang Chen, but what about tomorrow and the day after? In simple terms, she was like a scholar of ancient times, needing to choose a like-minded ruler to pledge allegiance to. Through simple probing, she found that Yang Chen was not only powerful and had good thinking, but he was also of the same kind as her. And now, this was the final test she had prepared for Yang Chen. Faced with such a situation, how would Yang Chen choose? This is truly interesting, isn't it? Wei Shushi looked at Yang Chen, who was as steady as Mount Tai, with a crazier smile in her eyes. Did she need Yang Chen to make a choice? Perhaps. But more because it was just too interesting to do so. If the other party was a wise lord, of course, they would forgive their own little caprice. So fundamentally, she was sure that Yang Chen wouldn't really kill her, this capable minister, and was deliberately acting out. On the other side, facing the obviously enraged bear-type ability user with red eyes, the three women reacted simultaneously. Impudent scoundrel! Daring to casually discard the master's kindness, you will incur divine condemnation. Xue Ziliang immediately leaped out, her bare feet stepping on the dirty ground, rushing towards the bear-type ability user from both sides. And Bu Yanbo was even more direct, with the arsenal appearing behind her, hundreds of different weapons materializing. The sharp blades were like fierce tigers, aimed at the instigator of everything, gleaming with extremely dangerous cold light. Zhang Hui, we are not their match. For everyone's sake, I am willing to make sacrifices. Wei Shushi directly ignored it, tearfully shouting at the bear-type ability user. Damn it! Bu Yanbo frowned, and the arsenal instantly activated. Countless different weapons cut through the air, attacking Wei Shushi like a rain of arrows. Wei Shushi, however, was prepared, dodging out of the way. I want you all to die. Wei Shushi's words were like throwing a ladle of water into a boiling pot, instantly causing an explosion. The body of the bear-type ability user swelled on the spot, the force continuing to rise, even sending the two women she was fighting with flying out repeatedly, continuously approaching where Yang Chen was. He also made noises similar to a wild beast, completely appearing as if he had lost his mind. On the other side, the survivors of each camp watched their leaders suddenly start fighting, first stunned, then decisively joining the battlefield. The God Ring team took the lead, picking up different weapons and attacking the other side. The survivors of the tunnel shelter were not fools either, quickly fleeing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the originally peaceful sides turned into a chaotic melee, with the God Ring team overwhelmingly chasing. Coco watching these scenes, Wei Shushi, as the instigator, showed no fear, instead emitting a strange laugh. Like a fairy who loves chaos, the more chaotic the scene, the happier she is. But now she is more interested in seeing what kind of reaction Yang Chen will have. Anger? Frenzy? Restraint? That's too ordinary, why not join her? A crazy world, crazy people. As Wei Shushi's gaze shifted to Yang Chen, she couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. Yang Chen drank the wine in front of him in one gulp, then looked at her. Their eyes met, and Wei Shushi became even more excited. What is he going to do? Is it about to begin? Senior sister, do you know? Rules are the way of survival set by the strong for the weak. Yang Chen ignored the chaos around him and slowly spoke. A very philosophical statement. Wei Shushi continued to evade Bu Yanba's attacks. Even though she was covered in injuries, her smile still bright. So, stop it. A very plain sentence, one could say without any intimidation, unable to penetrate the many noisy sounds of battle, barely audible to a few. Are you asking? Wei Shushi's words were abruptly cut off. Boom! An invisible momentum suddenly burst forth, like a long-suppressed volcano erupting at that moment, and everyone present felt their heartbeat gradually stagnating in that instant. It was as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping, causing everyone to feel dizzy and weak in their limbs. Although Yang Chen was just sitting there quietly, it felt as if he was some ancient ferocious beast, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The originally chaotic scene came to a sudden halt, with only a few scattered first-tier ability users still able to move. Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze towards Yang Chen's position. Kneel. Yang Chen slowly stood up, each step and word appearing so light and casual. Each word seemed to be filled with endless intimidation, like a demon, drilling into their minds, imprinting those two simple words. To disobey was to go against the truth. If others felt this pressure, what about Wei Shushi, who faced Yang Chen directly? Clearly just a show of force, yet it made her grit her teeth, as if any relaxation would lead to her downfall. Ha ha ha. Interesting, so interesting. But my favorite thing is watching you high and mighty folks struggle. Even with bloodshot eyes, Wei Shushi remained wild. She was like an extreme revenge-seeking lunatic, not caring if revenge succeeded, nor about her own life. All she wanted was to tear down the noble facade of those she targeted, even if it had no effect on Yang Chen. She laughed maniacally, not hesitating to face the strange martial arts released by Yang Chen. No one could control her, not even death. Snap. In my presence, you have no right to choose, even death. The crisp snap of Yang Chen's fingers accompanied his words, creating ripples spreading through the surrounding space. All supernatural phenomena in contact with it ceased, and the entire world fell into a deathly silence. The strange martial arts aimed at Wei Shushi fell, even her motion to embrace death paused, as if some invisible force was affecting her will. Now, kneel and submit. Yang Chen stood before Wei Shushi, who had fallen in the dust, speaking again. In this moment, Yang Chen overturned all previous reasoning. This woman's actions were straightforward. She was a fun-loving person, a highly intelligent one at that. But what happened next was something Yang Chen had never expected. Thud, your demeanor has conquered me, master. Wei Shushi knelt, smoothly and without hesitation. With Wei Shushi's submission, the Divine Ring team also ceased their pursuit of survivors in the tunnel shelter. Even the self-proclaimed ultimate loyal dog, the bear-like ability user Zhang Hui, though reluctant, ultimately chose to submit. The supplies, including 3 refrigerated trucks, were all taken into the arsenal by Yang Chen. Although spatial ability users were very convenient, the flow rate within the space was the same as outside, and there was no concept of time stagnation inside the space. As a result, the value of these 3 refrigerated trucks increased. With everything settled, the crowd dispersed to rest, ready to continue their journey the next day. Late at night, when all lights were extinguished, a figure that had long been asleep suddenly sat up. After cautiously looking around to ensure no one had noticed, the figure stealthily made their way towards the depths of the tunnel. Rustle here? Sit wherever you like. Yang Chen, sitting in the tent, heard a faint rustling sound but showed no surprise, not even lifting his head. How did you know I would come? Upon hearing the voice, the person first stiffened, then walked in. The visitor was none other than the bear-like ability user. Speak up, what do you want to say to me? Yang Chen didn't answer but set aside the object he was fiddling with and spoke calmly. You. Zheng Hui's face was filled with a conflicted expression. After hesitating for a while, he let out a bitter laugh. Despite his towering stature and muscular appearance, he now seemed dejected, exuding a sense of decadence. Not sure yet? Then you can go back first and come back when you've figured it out. Yang Chen kindly reminded. You. Treat. Xiaoxi better. In the future. The short 10 words, spoken by Zheng Hui in a fragmented manner, as if his mouth was sealed with cement, made it extremely difficult to utter. With these words, his whole being seemed to lose its vitality. His nearly 2-meter-tall stature appeared to shrink significantly. As the ultimate lapdog who would go to great lengths for his goddess, willing to push his physical limits repeatedly without regard for his own life, he could understand why he said those words. But as a man, for Zheng Hui to utter such words was enough to make Yang Chen look down on him. Alright, I understand, Yang Chen responded almost immediately, without any hesitation. Giving Zheng Hui a look that said, you can leave now, he continued tinkering with the small trinket in his hand without even looking up. Can you promise me something? Get out. Both voices rang out almost simultaneously. Yang Chen, who always appeared aloof and carefree, felt anger like never before in this moment. He was intrigued by Zhang Hui for two reasons. Firstly, the mid-level combat power was severely lacking in the current God Ring Sanctuary, and Zhang Hui, with his A-level abilities, was suitable for leading the hunting team into battle. Secondly, forget it, it didn't matter anymore. Such a person was not worth his time and effort. I know I'm cowardly. Swish! Zhang Hui spoke again. This time, Yang Chen instantly activated his ability, transforming into a black dragon and grabbing Zhang Hui by the neck, lifting him up as if he were a ragdoll. Say another word, and I'll crush your throat. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed, his face displaying a ferocity and murderous intent never seen before. Can you help me ask? Zhang Hui was caught in mid-air, but he made no resistance and continued speaking to himself. What followed was the dragon claw tightening instantly, as if completely cutting off his airway. Despite struggling to speak, he could only manage to squeeze out a few sounds resembling a duck's quack. Wow! Has it been activated? Even in this state, with his face devoid of any color, Zhang Hui managed to finish saying what he wanted to say. Thud! Just as Zhang Hui thought he was about to die, he suddenly lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen. The feeling of constriction around his neck disappeared instantly, and he collapsed to the ground, lying there weakly. I thought you were just a naturally timid green-haired turtle, but it seems you have some spirit after all? Yang Chen squatted down, gently patting Zhang Hui's pale cheek a few times, jokingly remarking, haha, who was really born a certain way? If it's not because of genuine affection, who would willingly degrade themselves? Zhang Hui lay on the ground, his expression a mix of relief and sorrow, appearing dazed as he spoke. He knew deep down that he had no chance with Wei Shushi. In the past, he had hoped that with his long-term companionship, he could one day move her enough to stay, even if it was just settling. But now, with Yang Chen's appearance, everything was over. But I think you still have a chance. Despite the look of despair on Zhang Hui's face, Yang Chen, though frowning, still spoke up. What? Really? This sentence was like injecting adrenaline into a dying person, causing Zhang Hui to spring up from the ground, looking at Yang Chen eagerly, almost pleading for a chance. Don't ask me, but try asking yourself. You should know why Wei Shushi doesn't see you in that way. The two conversed for a long time, and in the end, Zhang Hui seemed to revive as if he were fully healed, leaving Yang Chen's tent in high spirits. He's gone, come out. When Zhang Hui was far away, Yang Chen spoke again. You really hit the nail on the head, my esteemed master. In the corner, Wei Shushi, dressed in a highly attractive fox demon cosplay outfit, walked over gracefully. If observed carefully from the side, Yang Chen could even see through the gaps of the slightly oversized cossuit, revealing a scenery without any obstruction. According to our agreement, you should give him a chance, Yang Chen said calmly. Would someone like you spit out the fat that's delivered to your mouth? Wei Shushi didn't care at all, even pretending to sit on Yang Chen's lap, but ultimately being fixed in place by Yang Chen's gaze. Why refuse me? You could have your way with me, and I would keep my promise and not say a word. Men like you seem to enjoy this, don't they? She was like a seductive enchantress who knew how to lead men astray, every move showcasing her charm to the fullest. Getting closer, one could clearly smell a peach-like fragrance emanating from her. Her furry tail swayed in corners you couldn't help but notice, making it irresistible. Yang Chen gave a cold glance, offering no response. Faced with such a clever and alluring woman, any answer could become a loophole for her to break through. Yang Chen was also a man, unable to guarantee he wouldn't make mistakes. Besides genuinely wanting to keep Zhang Hui as a combat force, it was more out of pity. A lapdog, in this era, who doesn't? Who doesn't have a lapdog friend by their side? Yes, it was because Zhang Hui was so similar to Yang Chen's lapdog friend that Yang Chen was willing to give him a chance. It's precisely because outstanding men like you exist that he has no chance, my master. Wei Shushi was driven out by Yang Chen, leaving behind a meaningful remark and a string of laughter as melodious as silver bells. At that moment, Yang Chen wasn't sure if helping Zhang Hui was right or wrong. All three of you, come out now, I'm really angry. The next morning, the merged sanctuary base set out once again. Filled with chicken soup for the soul and determined to make a change, Zhang Hui decisively joined the hunting team as a pioneer. He was truly suited for this position. The bear-like ability brought him tough fur, immense strength, excellent endurance, only lacking a bit in agility. Although teasingly breaking through physical limits multiple times through the spirit of a lapdog, it was also the vitality that the bear-like ability brought him. With Zhang Hui as the arrowhead combat force of the hunting team, Yang Chen had more free time. Now, the sanctuary base only lacked a scout-type ability user. Ideally, a psychic perception ability user would be best, able to quickly sense nearby dangers and provide enough reaction time for the sanctuary base. If they had one during the hunt for the distorted king body, Perhaps they could have completely taken it down back then? After Yang Chen and the others left, a head suddenly emerged from the tunnel floor like a mushroom. The face of that head had 8 pairs of eyes. It was none other than the distorted king body that Yang Chen had been thinking about. As a creature with extreme grudges and a strong will to survive, it naturally couldn't forget its enemy who knew its most crucial secret and had killed it once. Since its resurrection, it had been secretly monitoring the sanctuary base. Upon noticing Yang Chen's plan to migrate, it was the first to follow. Swoosh! The distorted king body emerged from the ground, seemingly catching a whiff of Yang Chen's scent, its 8 pairs of eyes blinking like neon lights, emitting incredibly complex light. Hee, with a newly controlled distorted body coming to report, the sanctuary base had already moved far away, allowing the distorted king body to vent its anger freely. Yang Chen! Boom! 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 The resentful roar echoed continuously in the tunnel along with the deafening rumble, creating the unique revenge theme of the distorted king's body. This situation persisted until the entire tunnel collapsed. The gloomy-faced distorted king tightly clenched his decayed fists and emerged from the collapsed soil. Watching his distorted body subordinates who gathered intelligence for him, the distorted king immediately raised his hand, and vein-like things protruded from his palm, inserting into the subordinates' bodies. Gurgle with a swallowing sound, the subordinates quickly shriveled until they turned into a pile of dry bones, while the distorted king's decayed fists healed. After completing all this, the distorted king once again burrowed into the ground, chasing after Yang Chen. Meanwhile, with Zhang Hui's joining, the migration of the God Ring shelter became smoother. He poured all his energy into enhancing his strength. Even when Wei Shushi sometimes flirted with Yang Chen in front of him, he could turn a blind eye. It seemed as if he had completely forgotten the goddess he once admired. Yang Chen didn't want to comment on this anymore. The opportunity had been given to him, whether he could seize it was his own problem. As the God Ring shelter forcefully intruded into the central area of Dongjiang City, it naturally attracted the attention of various surviving factions. Among them were the Gu father and son. Due to the feed factory being burned down by Yang Chen, this generation of the Gu father and son chose the Gu building as their gathering place. With the influence of the richest man in Dongjiang City and the regular working hours of the Gu group, coupled with the almost viscous population density in the city center, they had now gathered nearly 1,000 survivors. They could be considered a dominant force. Oh, a team of over 1,000 people advancing towards the city center? Interesting. Gu Huai looked at the photo in his hand, a hint of interest playing on his lips. As the only heir of the Gu family, he was fundamentally different from those playboy second-generation rich kids, having received the most cutting-edge elite education since childhood. This was followed by a more acute sense of wind direction and attention to detail. Like this piece of news, ordinary people might think that this team of over 1,000 survivors was either crazy or foolish, and then mock them casually. But Gu Huai had a different view. Could a team that could gather a population larger than their own in such a short time, coupled with dozens of superpowered individuals, be led by a fool? Unless there was something to gain in the city center. But what could the city center offer? Besides the endless distorted bodies, what else could there be? The Gu shelter also had nearly 1,000 people, but only a dozen superpowered individuals, while the other side had several times more? Was that reasonable? It meant that the other side had mastered the method of mass-producing superpowered individuals. Is there any other news? Gu Huai put down the photo and asked immediately. Regardless of the era, gathering intelligence was always the most important task apart from hard power, and it could even determine the outcome of a battle. Therefore, Gu Huai was not negligent at all. Yes. Young Master Gu, from what I know, there is an employee of ours, this guy named Yang Chen, who is in this team. The person beside him quickly approached, being very obsequious. If Yang Chen were here, he would recognize at a glance that this was the boss who deliberately made things difficult for him when he first came back. After all, Yang Chen had saved his life. In the previous life, the incident where Yang Chen was beaten up caused a big stir, and the matter of discussing contracts and compensation was exposed, so it was secretly dealt with by the Gu family. But in this life, since Yang Chen had taken care of the underworld big brother, this matter naturally came to nothing. Slap! Faced with his incessant chatter, Gu Huai immediately slapped him away. These people don't know what's gotten into them, actually collecting the bodies of those deformed monsters. Slapped in the face, he showed no sign of discontent, instead offering a handkerchief courteously to help Gu Huai wipe off the oil stains. Send a few people to investigate, and that kid Yang Chen, as an employee of the Gu family, naturally has to work for the Gu family. Gu Huai nodded, then spoke. He wasn't sure how to mass-produce espers at the moment, but as long as someone knew, that would be good enough. There are no completely airtight walls in this world. In the East River City Bureau, Several teams of survivors armed with weapons patrolled continuously, occasionally accompanied by heavily armed special police guarding and escorting the convoy of supplies into the bureau. This is currently the strongest survivor force in East River City, with a population of up to 5,000 people. However, this also led to massive consumption of resources, requiring at least 1,000 pounds of food every day to ensure that no one starved. "What did you say?" A roar came from the office. "Really? Found it?" Director Chen held an aerial photo, his eyes filled with undisguised astonishment. Although blurry, he immediately recognized it as Bu Yanba. He then learned that Bu Yanba was following a survivor group of over 1,000 people gradually advancing towards the city center, seemingly a high-ranking member of that survivor group, causing a smirk to appear on his lips. "Let's go! Go meet him!" Other factions had varying opinions on the God Ring Sanctuary, with most dismissing it, but many, like Gu Huai, noticed something unusual about the sanctuary. Those who sensed something amiss unanimously chose to send out spies to uncover the secrets of the God Ring Sanctuary. After receiving orders, Yang Chen's former boss quickly ran ahead with his people to the front of the God Ring team. He considered himself bad but not stupid. Instead of boldly rushing into the God Ring team to find Yang Chen, he chose to lurk temporarily, focusing on Wei Shushi, who often roamed around and had a close relationship with Yang Chen. After waiting a whole day, he finally saw Wei Shushi approaching from the direction where he was hiding with a drone. "Zhao Yu, you are truly clever, using a drone so you won't be discovered." For this, he wore a smug and wise smile. On the other hand, compared to Zhao Yu's self-satisfaction, Wei Shushi was in a terrible mood. Her once cunning and agile fox eyes were now filled with anger, almost to the point where she would kick a can by the roadside. "Who's the idiot flying that damn drone above my head? Don't let me find out, or you'll be in big trouble," Wei Shushi said fiercely. Today, as always, she was trying to seduce Yang Chen, a strong, decisive, and heroic man. If she couldn't have him for a day, the turmoil in her heart would not settle. Especially since this fierce tiger could resist her temptations, such a man's future was boundless. As for what Yang Chen said, giving Zheng Hui a chance. How could a lapdog be compared to a fierce tiger? Even if the lapdog had grown into a hunting dog or a fighting dog, it was still a dog. How could it compare to a fierce tiger? But at a critical moment, that damn drone appeared, blatantly hovering over the core area of the God Ring team, showing off all day long. Wei Shushi could even feel the restlessness in Yang Chen's body. She was so close to succeeding. But because of that drone, she was forced out to find the culprit. Hey, little girl, come over here." Just as Wei Shushi was searching, Zhao Yu peeked out from a corner, waving his hand to signal her to come over. Wei Shushi had no intention of dealing with Zhao Yu, but when she saw the remote control for the drone in his hand, she immediately walked over. In just a few steps, Wei Shushi had already come up with dozens of ways to deal with Zhao Yu. He must be made to beg for survival but find no escape. When the time comes, clean him up and throw him into the South Bronze heap. "Little girl, don't worry, Big Brother here is not a bad person," Zhao Yu said as he watched Wei Shushi approach, a brilliant smile squeezing out on his greasy old face. His eyes were squeezed into mere slits. "What do you want?" Wei Shushi said stiffly. She had initially wanted to extract more information, but looking at that brain resembling a braised pig's head, she lost all appetite. "Little girl, do you want to eat a full meal?" Zhao Yu chuckled, taking out a bag of bread from his backpack. At the same time, his greasy fat hands skillfully reached for Wei Shushi's small hand, his whole body pressing against her like a caterpillar. He had already figured out that despite the large number of people in this group, they were pitifully short on supplies. Surely many survivors were starving. In this world, all he needed was a piece of bread to win over the mistress he couldn't bear to part with before the apocalypse. And this woman in front of him was much prettier than the mistress. Not even the beauties around Gu Shao could match her level. If he could have her. The thought of such a beauty indulging under him night after night. Wei Shushi's eyes turned cold, her delicate jade hand instantly turning into fox claws, stabbing towards the fat-headed fool's heart. She was naturally charming, even before the apocalypse. But that didn't mean she was the kind to be taken advantage of. In fact, she was quite proud. Like Zheng Hui, who came from a good family, opened a gym with his family's support after graduation, and became an A-level esper after the apocalypse. Yet, even so, he never laid a hand on Wei Shushi. When she was in college, many rich second-generation men wanted to keep her, but she rejected even their formal pursuits. Only those who surpassed her in every aspect, like Yang Chen, had a chance with her. Looking across Dongjiang City, besides Yang Chen, there was only Gu Huai from the Gu family who could be considered. Starting from scratch to build a billion-dollar conglomerate and becoming the richest man in Dongjiang City, she acknowledged his ability. He could have been a contender, but he was too old. Sometimes she really wondered if Yang Chen was truly her junior. Some 30 or 40-year-old CEOs probably didn't have his courage and determination. Do you know Yang Chen? I need to find him, help me get him out, and this bread is yours, Zhao Yu said just as Wei Shushi's claw was about to pierce his chest. Oh, you know Yang Chen? Wei Shushi quickly withdrew her hand, interested. More than just knowing him? That kid used to be bullied by me like a grandson. Zhao Yu continued, oblivious to the fact that he had just narrowly escaped death. Ha, wait, I'll get that kid Yang Chen here for you. Wei Shushi listened with increasing joy, completely unaware of the imposing Yang Chen's past experiences before the apocalypse. At the same time, she pondered how to use this fat fool to win over Yang Chen's favor. If all else failed, she could threaten him, like saying, Master, you wouldn't want your past of being bullied by this fat guy to be exposed, would you? In any case, she must taste the delicious meat that is Yang Chen. After Wei Shushi left, Zhao Yu began to reflect on his own issues. Am I being too hasty? If he truly had nothing to offer, he wouldn't have been able to climb up to Gu Huai's side as a lackey. Although Wei Shushi didn't see the gesture of Yang Chen preparing to kill him, he noticed the strong displeasure on her face. Therefore, he changed his tone, preparing to use Yang Chen, this insignificant person, to show his strength and status to Wei Shushi. With just Yang Chen, even if the apocalypse comes, he won't be able to turn the tables. This world will always need a group of lowly insects as nourishment for those above them. People, only through comparison can there be differences and a sense of superiority just like him. Why does he hate to bully those beneath him as soon as he becomes a small official? Because he knows very well that his abilities only got him to this position. Without any major opportunities or upheavals, he will remain at this level for the rest of his life. In that case, why not make good use of the power in his hands to live more comfortably and feel more superior? In a way, Zhao Yu's insight is quite profound. 10 minutes later, Wei Shushi hurriedly arrived with Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you little bastard, you have the guts to kick me. Watching Yang Chen's figure appear before him, Zhao Yu's eyes exuded immense pride and malice. He still hadn't forgotten the kick Yang Chen gave him initially. Now, in the apocalypse without legal protection, whoever kicked him back then, he would break that person's bones. Then, with his beer belly protruding, he charged forward aggressively. A bewildered Yang Chen was hastily called over by Wei Shushi, saying there was something important that needed his decision. You, stop right there. But just as he arrived, he heard a resentful shout. Ha! This sudden angry shout left Yang Chen stunned. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a 200-pound man. Yang Chen's first reaction was, it's been over a month in the apocalypse, and this guy can still maintain this physique. He's extraordinary. Yang Chen, you still wanna pretend with me? This outfit looks good. I'm afraid this outfit is all you have left. Zhao Yu's tone was full of resentment, starting off with a strange mix of sarcasm. Seeing Yang Chen, who used to be bullied by him like a grandson but now dared not even make a sound, dressed in an incredibly clean outfit, his eyes were filled with jealousy. Even as a high-ranking member of the Gu family shelter, he couldn't wear such clean clothes, so why could Yang Chen, this little bastard? A strong sense of unfairness quickly rose within him, taking over his entire mind. But envy was out of the question. He had long discovered with a drone that this group of survivors was severely lacking in supplies, with no reserves apart from the little food each survivor carried. Useless like Yang Chen didn't even have any food on him. Who is this? Yang Chen furrowed his brows slightly and then asked Wei Shushi beside him. Don't you recognize him? But he claims to be an old acquaintance of yours. Wei Shushi blinked her captivating eyes, looking quite innocent. Don't recognize him? Then I'll break this dog's leg of yours to help you remember. Faced with Yang Chen's attitude, Zhao Yu let out a cruel smile. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand, ready to teach Yang Chen a lesson. His body then swelled, and black fur like steel needles emerged from his skin, instantly tearing through his clothes. 2 pairs of fierce fangs protruded from his mouth. Watching this scene, Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel sorry. Weighing over 200 pounds, he already had few clothes that fit him, and now he had torn another one. But the thought of breaking Yang Chen's leg later made him quickly dismiss any sense of pity. You are Zhao Yu, the manager Zhao? It was only at this moment that Yang Chen recognized the other person. Actually, it's not entirely Yang Chen's fault. In the previous life, this guy died before the apocalypse arrived. In this life, they only met once, and at that time, Yang Chen's mind was filled with 2 mythical-level disasters. For such a minor character, it's really difficult for Yang Chen to remember him. Ah, now that you recognize me, otherwise you wouldn't even know what to call me when you beg me later. Zhao Yu thought Yang Chen was scared of him becoming a supernatural being and was trying to establish a connection. Rubbing his slightly aching stomach, his eyes grew more fierce. It was that kick that made him lose face in front of his subordinates. Long time no see indeed. You seem to be doing well? Yang Chen observed Zhao Yu and couldn't help but sigh. This guy's fate had already changed because of him, even awakening supernatural powers, and it seemed like his level was not low either. It's too late to say anything now, Bang! Before Zhao Yu could finish his sentence, he felt a huge force on his face, sending him crashing into the ruins. I don't remember us being that close. Yang Chen's face darkened as he disdainfully shook his hand. He couldn't understand why Zhao Yu dared to come looking for him. Logically speaking, Zhao Yu found him through a drone, but even though he found him, he didn't realize his position in this team of thousands. It seemed like he had completely turned into a figurehead, with everyone else in the team busier than him. You dare to hit me? After struggling for a while, Zhao Yu finally crawled out of the ruins, his face filled with disbelief. It was as if retaliating against Yang Chen was some unforgivable act. Isn't this not the first time? Yang Chen was a bit speechless. Why was this guy so similar to cannon fodder villains? Even if he was unlucky and the drone didn't capture any images showing Yang Chen's status, he should have noticed from details like attire and demeanor that Yang Chen was quite comfortable in this post-apocalyptic world. Okay, even if he was stupid, he didn't notice any of this. After slapping him away, shouldn't he realize that his strength far surpassed Zhao Yu's? The apocalypse had been going on for over a month now. He couldn't still believe that the law could protect him, right? There was only one possibility left. He looked down on Yang Chen from the bottom of his heart, like a dog raised at home, scolded and beaten since childhood, and when it grew up to bare its teeth and protect its food, there was no worry that it would bite you, just a slap without a second thought. In Zhao Yu's mind, Yang Chen was that dog. Or rather, it was the weak impression Yang Chen had left on him in the past, so weak that even if he wanted to resist, just a glance could make Yang Chen swallow his words. To give an example, it was like school bullying. They found an easy target to bully to the extreme, and even if you resisted, it would only bring more severe retaliation. Only by leaving a truly deep impression on him would he fear you. Obviously, Yang Chen's casual kick earlier did not make Zhao Yu realize Yang Chen's change. It seems like my impression on you is not deep enough yet? Yang Chen's face turned cold as he approached Zhao Yu. You, this country dog, dare to fight back. Indeed, Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with extreme anger, staring fiercely at Yang Chen as if he had been greatly humiliated. Yang Chen remained silent, delivering an unrestrained kick to Zhao Yu's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, blood overflowed from Zhao Yu's facial organs, and his two pairs of fangs were kicked off and flew out. The beastification that had just been activated collapsed in an instant, reverting back to a human form. Watching the extremely miserable sight, the anger in his eyes had been replaced by a spatial lock. Even if his gaze accidentally crossed paths with Yang Chen, he would instinctively look away, a stark contrast to the two extremes of Zhao Yu just moments ago. The impression he left now is deep enough. Go back and tell your master that I will come to find him soon. With these words, Yang Chen left with Wei Shushi without looking back. Zhao Yu lay in a pool of blood for half an hour. As the smell of blood dispersed, he could even sense aberrations approaching his position. He wanted to move, but the injuries left by Yang Chen were too severe. Even a slight movement of his fingers would make him cry out in agony. This sound would undoubtedly attract the aberrations even faster. What should I do? Am I going to die? This luck is too bad. I was clearly let go. Countless thoughts raced through Zhao Yu's mind, but there was no hint of resentment towards Yang Chen. There was even a slight sense of gratitude for sparing his life. Like a tamed dog, if you hit him, he would only think he made a mistake somewhere. Swish! Just as Zhao Yu was despairing at the sight of aberrations wandering not far away, a pleasant sound of breaking air rang out. A man in black combat gear, wielding a long knife, cut the aberration in half with one stroke. Help! Help! Please save me! Finally seeing a savior, Zhao Yu endured the pain and shouted loudly. The man in combat gear obviously heard him, his gaze searching continuously. You, hurry and save me! I'm a little brother of Gu Shao. If you don't save me, Gu Shao will kill so many. Seeing the man in combat gear not moving at all, Zhao Yu thought the other party was not planning to save him and threatened without hesitation. Alright, this guy is just like that, completely incorrigible. But this time, he kicked the iron plate again, and it was the biggest iron plate in Dongjiang City. The man in combat gear was none other than Chen Zhu, the owner of Dongjiang City's largest survivor base, who had discovered the trail of Bu Yanba and came to take him back home. After dealing with Zhao Yu, the two returned the same way. Along the way, Wei Shushi would occasionally turn her head to look at Yang Chen, her smile resembling a fox pleased with its impending success. Yang Chen was lost in thought. Zhao Yu's arrival meant that the survivors in the city center had realized the arrival of a powerful figure like Shen Jie and sensed the benefits they could gain from him. Although Zhao Yu was foolish, it didn't mean that other survivor factions were as foolish as him. The next step was to rely on his familiarity with the apocalypse to extract as much benefit as possible from these survivor factions. It seemed that the progress of the aberration dissection factory needed to be accelerated. Compared to other enemies, Yang Chen's hatred for the Gu father and son far surpassed that of Zhao Yu and the society boss. It wasn't until the moment before his death that Yang Chen realized that the mastermind behind his demise was the Gu father and son. In the previous life, the vast difference between them prevented Yang Chen from even feeling hatred. This life, the pain he experienced would undoubtedly be repaid in full. Although 2 mythical-level calamities were missing from suppressing Dongjiang City, as a super city with tens of millions of inhabitants, it would inevitably attract external forces. But so what? Without them, there was a stronger Yang Chen. Hey, Yang Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a past. Sensing Yang Chen's bad mood, Wei Shushi swiftly stood in front of him, revealing her cute sharp fangs and mischievously smiling. How about it? Feel like you've chosen the wrong master and are ready to switch? Yang Chen's attitude was already indifferent. Not quite, but our relationship needs a change. Upon hearing this, Wei Shushi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She never thought that the past hardships were something to be ashamed of. Being able to endure and rise above them was also a mark of excellence. It is widely known that Emperor Ming once became a monk and a beggar, but he rose to power all the way, earning respect even from his adversaries. Even in the distant future, when people mention his past hardships, they will still refer to him as a true hero. Some even attribute his achievements to destiny, as if everything he did was beyond what a mere mortal could accomplish. Oh, what do you want in exchange? Yang Chen's interest was piqued, looking at the face of the person causing chaos and calamity before him. I should be the one in charge, master. After saying this, Wei Shushi decisively jumped onto a huge rock, distancing herself from Yang Chen. She sat on the ruins, kicked off her shoes, her ample thighs overlapping, creating a soft crevice. Like a lazy queen, she looked down at Yang Chen, chin up, waiting for him to come forward and serve her. I don't like your recent attitude, so I've decided to punish you with that. She leaned back. Her jade-like feet danced mischievously in the air like butterflies, sparking wild imaginations, akin to a kitten playing with a teasing stick, leaving a lingering itch if not caught. Every inch of her was so perfect, making one marvel at the creator's masterpiece. Yang Chen remained silent. He was not moved at all. In terms of appearance, Bu Yanba among the women around him was undoubtedly the most outstanding. In terms of figure, Xu Ezi, as a representative of young married women, possessed such grandeur that she could overshadow all others. But when it came to jade feet, perhaps no one could compare to Wei Shushi. However, thinking of poor Zheng Hui, the lapdog, and the fate of one of his friends, it was too similar, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Why aren't you reacting yet? Don't you want your dark history to be exposed? Seeing Yang Chen still unmoved, Wei Shushi didn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire. Her fox-like eyes seemed to be pulling sugary threads, intending to bind Yang Chen to her side and possess him fiercely. The nature of living beings is to eat and mate, and for males, conquering more and better females is a natural instinct, meaning that seducing someone else's partner actually brings a sense of accomplishment to males. Of course, not for the one being seduced. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Chen finally turned and walked away without looking back. Yang Chen, are you even a man anymore? I'm practically waiting for you with open arms. Yang Chen remained unfazed, but she was the one who cracked. She never expected a man's self-control to reach such levels, as if he wasn't seducing others but himself. Yang Chen continued on his way without a care, heading towards the gathering place. Ah, do you believe I'll go for someone else then? Wei Shushi was completely exasperated. I don't. Yang Chen still didn't turn back, but he threw out a sentence. Even with Wei Shushi's pride, she couldn't look down on just anyone. Damn it! Just one sentence made Wei Shushi itch with anger. As a beautiful woman, she was on the verge of drugging him. Wei Shushi suddenly realized this, and hurriedly caught up with Yang Chen's footsteps. On the other side, as the Grand Marshal of the Divine Ring, Bu Yanba had long known that survivors were heading towards the Divine Ring's encampment. In Yang Chen's absence, she decisively led dozens of Tier 1 survivors from the hunting team to rush over. Uncle Chen? Why are you here? As the two groups met, Bu Yanba discovered that one of the few relatives she had in this world had arrived. Xiaobu, is it really you? Are you okay? You must have suffered a lot these days. Uncle Chen looked at Bu Yanba, tears welling up in his eyes. Even when his comrades in arms died after years of companionship, he didn't break down emotionally like he was now. The 8-foot-tall man, like an old lady, held Bu Yanba's hand, constantly checking for any injuries, fearing the slightest harm. I'm fine, you can see that I'm doing well. With that, Bai Yanbo took a spin. By the way, where is Uncle Zhang? Isn't he the chief of the criminal police? Why does the chief need you, a director, to personally intervene now? As soon as these words were spoken, Shenshu, who had just been extremely excited, fell silent instantly. His tiger-like eyes, full of authority, were now brimming with tears. He held Bianbo's hand tightly but couldn't say a word. Is Uncle Zhang injured? Seeing this scene, Bianbo's brain instantly froze, and she asked in a stumbling manner. She knew how terrifying this post-apocalyptic world was, but she never thought that even the city bureau, with tight security and heavy weapons support, could encounter accidents. In the end, it was all because Yang Chen protected them too well. Let's not talk about that for now. You've been doing well during this time. Shall we show Uncle Chen around? Okay. The two of them tacitly avoided this topic and headed towards the interior of the God Ring's temporary residence. However, when everyone arrived and saw Yang Chen surrounded by people, and heard Bianbo happily announcing that she had a boyfriend, Shenshu's face instantly darkened. Inside the temporary residence of the God Ring, there was an extremely eerie atmosphere. Yang Chen was contemplating the future strategic plans of the God Ring refuge base. Xuezi and Liangzi stood on either side, one massaging Yang Chen's shoulders and the other massaging his legs. While Shuxi was racking her brains on how to secretly drug Yang Chen without being noticed. Bianbo was introducing everyone to Director Chen. However, Director Chen's eyes remained fixed on Yang Chen, with several veins on his forehead bulging like enraged dragons, as if he was about to rush forward and skin Yang Chen alive, tearing his flesh and drinking his blood in the next moment. Although only Bianbo was speaking, the whole scene seemed like a multitude of people shouting and fighting. Yang Chen, this is my uncle, Chen Lin. Finally, Bianbo walked to Yang Chen's side, gently nudged him twice, and brought him back from his contemplation. Uncle Chen. Yang Chen waved off the two women, and said seriously, I'm not your uncle, we're not that close. Young man, don't casually claim relatives. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes, exuding a terrifying hostility, almost gnashing his teeth as he spoke. If you got closer, you could even hear the sound of his molars grinding against each other. Yeah, what uncle? Uncle Chen is like a father to me, so you should call him father-in-law. Bianbo leaned against Yang Chen, her face beaming with a happy smile, and said softly, Bang! What? Father-in-law? How did it become father-in-law? Before Yang Chen could speak, Chen Lin suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, filled with a momentum as if leading an army, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Obviously, he was completely confused. His gaze kept shifting between Yang Chen and Bianbo, and finally his eyes turned fierce in an instant. Xiaobu, you take the others to the side first, I'll talk to this young man alone. Finally, Chen Lin took a deep breath and said to Bianbo, Okay. Although somewhat worried, Bianbo, thinking of Yang Chen's formidable combat strength, agreed. But Chen Lin wouldn't get beaten up, right? Oh well, after all, he's an old detective who has been on the front lines for decades. Getting injured is probably nothing new. Maybe he's used to it by now. Everyone left the scene. Only Yang Chen and Chen Lin remained. Bang! Yang! Go! Do you know this person? First, he slammed the gun at his waist on the table, then called out the name with a face full of disdain. I don't know him, but I'm quite interested. Yang Chen picked up the gun and started playing with it. Firearms were still quite useful in the early stages of the apocalypse, but they made too much noise and attracted more aberrations. Coupled with the ban on guns in Dongqiao, Yang Chen didn't have the opportunity to use them. I don't know him at all. This guy is custom-made. A shot from it would create a hole in the aberrant's body. Chen Lin said fiercely, especially emphasizing the words, create a hole. His eyes kept scanning Yang Chen's vulnerable points such as the crotch, heart, neck, and eyes. It seemed as if the bullets from this gun were not meant for the aberrant but for Yang Chen himself. Oh really? Yang Chen remained unconvinced. Swiftly disengaging the safety, he aimed the gun at his own temple amidst Chen Lin's shocked yet pleased expression. Bang! Before Chen Lin could say anything, a loud noise rang out, causing Yang Chen's head to uncontrollably tilt to one side. Chen Lin was stunned on the spot. A wave of joy surged within him, but was quickly replaced by panic. How was he going to explain this to Xiaobu? Should he say he shot himself? Who would believe such bullshit? But, truth be told, he really wanted to shout out, good riddance. The power is indeed impressive, but it's a bit too noisy. Using such a weapon to fight the aberrants is just asking for trouble. Yang Chen slowly turned his head, unloading the bullet. A golden bullet was embedded in his temple. The tip of the bullet completely crumpled like a tissue. His head is harder than a steel plate. Watching this scene, Chen Lin couldn't help but exclaim, but then quickly changed his tone. Uncle Chen, here you go. Yang Chen respectfully returned the gun, even closing the safety for him. Me. Damn it. Who do you think I am? Your uncle. Staring at Yang Chen's smug face and the still warm gun in front of him, Chen-Lin was at a loss for words. He had never felt so speechless in his life. If Chen-Lin hadn't witnessed Yang Chen's earlier display of affection towards Xiaobu, his fondness for him would have increased even more. At least having such strength meant he could protect Xiaobu, right? But now, this brat was clearly showing off. It was provocation. After fighting all his life, was he going to back down in front of this little punk? Screw that. He had to confront him. The more he thought about it, the more Chen-Lin's hand instinctively reached for the gun. Uncle, as you can see, a zero-level esper like you wouldn't be able to withstand it, but I have a way. Before Chen-Lin's hand could reach halfway, Yang Chen, who had been waiting, smiled slightly and spoke. What way? This time, Chen-Lin didn't argue, but asked seriously. Half an hour later, Xiaobu, who was anxiously waiting outside, finally saw Chen-Lin walk out unscathed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. What's with that expression? Am I inferior to that kid? Chen-Lin asked, his neck stiff. Yang Chen was one thing, but seeing Xiaobu, whom he had raised from childhood and was like a daughter to him, Chen-Lin felt a pang in his heart. No, you've experienced many battles in your life. How many has Yang Chen been through? How can he compare to you? Xiaobu hurriedly agreed. At the same time, she was pleasantly surprised. It seemed like they were getting along well. Tell me, what do you see in that kid? Chen-Lin, full of grievances, immediately grabbed Xiaobu and asked. He couldn't understand how Xiaobu, who used to be as proud as a peacock, more competitive than male detectives, and looked down on everyone, could fall for this kind of trash in just over a month? And he was this kind of damn guy? Couldn't she see the obvious signs of affection? He really couldn't figure it out. Damn it! Him? He's handsome, and so powerful. Xiaobu paused, then continued non-stop, like a 40-year-old woman in a flood, unstoppable. Listening to these highly subjective narratives, Chen-Lin felt more and more uncomfortable. It's true that he's handsome, almost catching up to the readers, but can being handsome put food on the table? Stop. Anyway, I absolutely won't agree to the two of you being together. Break up sooner rather than later. Chen-Lin realized that he couldn't hear what he wanted from Bu Yanba's mouth, so he quickly interrupted. Why? You don't really understand him at all. When you truly understand him, you will also think that he is really a good person. Hearing this, Chen-Lin felt a surge of blood rushing up, his face turning red, almost spitting out old blood. If there wasn't something nearby to support him, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. I don't understand him, but what good thing can he be? Look at him, surrounded by women, like a playboy. He doesn't even show any restraint in front of me. What good can come from marrying him, huh? Chen-Lin was furious. He finally understood what it felt like to have his cabbage eaten by a pig. I don't care, I just want to be with him. Even if you don't agree, it's useless. Puff 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 puff. Bu Yanba's smooth two-hit combo instantly had an outstanding effect, leaving Chen-Lin unable to fight back. In the end, Chen-Lin couldn't resist Bu Yanba and could only leave in embarrassment. Although he didn't get Bu Yanba back as he wished, the harvest from this trip was something Chen-Lin had never expected. Yang Chen is willing to provide the resources needed for the awakening and advancement of superhumans. Of course, Yang Chen won't act out of kindness. At this time, many survivor forces are completely unaware that within those terrifying and monstrous mutant bodies lies resources that can awaken and even advance superhumans. After all, those mutant bodies have huge bodies weighing hundreds to thousands of caddies, but the mutant flesh is only as small as a fingernail. Finding it is already extremely difficult. Even if the mutant flesh is found, ordinary people cannot bear to directly consume it. Moreover, at this current stage, most survivor forces are unwilling to provoke those large and unintelligent mutant bodies. These three factors are like three locks, and without unlocking any of them, the true function of the mutant flesh cannot be known. It is precisely because of this that 2 months have passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and survivor forces have not yet discovered the existence and function of the mutant flesh. In other words, this is a monopolistic trade. In the previous life, survivors discovered the mutant flesh 3 months after the apocalypse broke out. With 1 more month, this is enough for Yang Chen to harvest all the survivor forces in Dongjiang City. The conditions are simple, it's an exchange. 10 mutant bodies for 1 gram of diluted mutant flesh. In other words, even if each mutant body is the lowest level of existence, producing only 1 gram of mutant flesh conservatively, after deducting the processing costs required for dissection, Yang Chen can still earn 8 times the profit. Moreover, this situation is unlikely to occur, as 2 months have passed since the apocalypse broke out, and the mutant bodies are no longer as weak as they were right after the mutation. In the end, Yang Chen should be able to earn at least 20 times the profit. This information will be spread through Chen-Lin, the largest survivor force in Dongjiang City. As a reward, there will be an 80% discount when harvesting him. So now, the priority is to quickly establish a stable refuge base, set up exchange channels and dissection factories. Although the university city of Tokyo is close by, it contains tens of thousands of mutant bodies, and there will not be another mutant king draining the mutant bodies there dry. Strengthening oneself is necessary before engaging in a tough battle. The God Ring has migrated all the way here, accumulating dozens of mutant bodies almost every day, each weighing hundreds to thousands of caddies. By now, the number of Tier 0 mutant bodies is almost filling up Bu Yanba's personal arsenal. Even if it's a first-order mutant, Yang Chen has accumulated more than a dozen of them, which is completely enough for his unique ability to advance to the second order. Are you going to start extracting mutant flesh now? Do you want to lure out all the mutants in the university city? Upon learning this, Bu Yanba was pleasantly surprised. Dissecting thousands of mutants would inevitably produce an immense amount of bloody aura, enough to gather all nearby mutants together. As long as the Divine Ring Shelter base cooperates properly and reacts swiftly, it is entirely possible to find weak points and break through in one fell swoop. The difficulty of clearing the university city will also decrease significantly. No wonder Yang Chen hasn't been digging all this time, he was waiting for now? In fact, with a ranged killing weapon, it's entirely possible to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Coincidentally, with the blue runestone wind control as material, she has been researching consumable mutant weapons similar to grenades, and has already achieved some initial success. Did he even consider this aspect? It's no wonder he's Yang Chen. He truly is as insightful as ever. Ah, yes, that's it. Obviously, Yang Chen hadn't thought of this, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. I understand, from now on, watch me. Bu Yanba was full of confidence. Subsequently, the entire Divine Ring, with over 1,800 people, excluding the hunting teams for protection and reconnaissance, had all the remaining survivors mobilized by Bu Yanba. On the other side, Chen Lin returned and spread the news to all the survivors' forces in Dongjiang City. The entire Dongjiang City was shaken by this news. What? Those people actually control the resources of awakening and advancing abilities? Quick, quick, quick! Arrange all survivors to go out and hunt mutants. Anyone who dares not to go, I'll kill them right now. Those useless mutants. Slap, I really should die. If only I had collected all the mutants I killed before. You can slap, but can you not slap my face? Countless shelter owners were filled with regret, even resorting to slapping themselves in frustration. Of course, what most people saw was the anomaly that was enough to change the situation in Dongjiang City. Inside the Goose building, the father and son had different expressions, none of them pleasant. No one can take meat from the Goose. Perhaps it was just a speculation originally, but at this moment, Gu Huai could be completely sure that the secret to awakening and advancing abilities lies within the mutants. Although this was not discovered by the Gu family, it didn't stop Gu Huai, who was accustomed to being domineering, from wanting to claim it for himself. In the territory of Dongjiang City, no matter who makes money, they are cutting into the Goose profits. Xiao Huai, calm down a bit. Monopolizing business won't last long. In comparison, Gu Dongqing appeared more scheming, but his eyes were also filled with greed at this moment. He could imagine the profits behind this business could reach a terrifying level. 100%? Or 200%? Maybe even 500%. If this business fell into the hands of the Gu family, they could easily dominate Dongjiang City in a short time with these resources. It seems that before going to the Divine Ring, I need to contact other base owners. Dongjiang must belong to the Gus, before the apocalypse, and after. Whoever wants to touch this cake, Gu Dongchang will chop off their claws. It is said that the Divine Ring has long coveted the university city owned by the Gus. Young people are truly arrogant. It seems that the Divine Ring shelter base needs to stumble their Xiao Huai, go to the freezer for me and discuss the alliance with that person. Gu Dongchang quickly made a decision. Find that freak? Hearing this, Gu Huai couldn't help but shrink his neck. That freak really hates scumbags, and as a well-known young master in Dongjiang City, he might end up in 8 pieces without even meeting him, right? He really wanted to say, "Why don't you go yourself, you old fart?" But after thinking for a while, he swallowed the words back. He's a bit twisted, but his vision is still okay. With the God Ring, you'll only suffer a bit. Dongjiang City Freezer. This is the largest private frozen meat reserve in Dongjiang City, which supplied 20% of the meat before the apocalypse. Now occupied by the original workers, coupled with the leader of the freezer having some mental issues, despite the abundant resources, there are only about 500 survivors. Big Sister. A burly man with bare arms and wearing a leather apron threw Gu Huai and Jiaoyu, both covered in scars, inside. It's hard to say if Jiaoyu was lucky or not. Despite being kicked by so many steel plates, he didn't die. But either getting beaten up every day or on the way to getting beaten up, with broken bones just starting to heal. He was brought here by Gu Huai with a splint on his body. Across from them was an exceptionally glamorous woman, but it was hard to tell her front from her back. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, delicate fingers. Short hair falling casually around her shoulders. Clearly a beauty with a jade-like appearance, yet dressed in a butcher's apron. She held 2 pig-killing knives in her hands, one for chopping bones and the other for cutting meat. Muxiong, do we really need to do this? Gu Huai said lightly, but looking at the face covered in bruises and swelling like a pig's head, there was a different kind of amusement. Scumbags deserve to die, and you're no exception. The beauty casually waved the 2 pig-killing knives, speaking indifferently. While the two conversed, Zhao Yu's gaze remained fixed on the woman's face. She was a beauty not inferior to Wei Shushi, but her figure was a bit lacking, so he couldn't play around. But why did Gu Xiao call her Muxiong? Could she be a cross-dressing boss? Clang! My hand as the blade flashed, one of Zhao Yu's hands fell to the ground, filling the once silent freezer with his piercing screams. With the full operation of the God Ring shelter, the dissection of aberrations progressed rapidly, but the accumulation of waste meat also increased. To prevent the smell of this waste meat from attracting aberrations, a large amount of isolation material was needed. However, the current God Ring shelter clearly didn't have the time to gather that. So, Yang Chen's promotion to Tier 2 had to be expedited. For this, Bu Yanba prepared 65 grams of Tier 1 aberrant meat. Unlike the Tier 0 meat, which was gray and impure, this aberrant meat resembled unset resin, with a transparent whitish hue, purer in appearance. To ensure that Yang Chen's advancement to Tier 2 went smoothly, the main forces of the God Ring gathered together. Are you ready? Bu Yanba asked solemnly. Just advancing. Yang Chen chuckled. There were 3 super-level ability users present, and if they couldn't ensure his smooth advancement, there was no point in doing it anywhere else. Picking up about 10 grams of Tier 1 aberrant meat, he put it into his mouth. How is it? Seeing Yang Chen not moving, Bu Yanba asked nervously. I can handle it, he said, then swallowed another 20 grams of aberrant meat. Thud! The next moment, a thunderous roar resounded in his chest. Everyone present felt a surge of blood boiling. Especially Snow and Liang, who had drunk dragon blood, their faces flushed, their abilities passively triggered without warning. In the distance, dozens of survivors from different factions were spying on the movements of the God Ring shelter in various ways, trying to uncover the secrets of the ascension of the ability users. But Bu Yanba's secrecy was too good, and they couldn't find an opportunity. However, as Yang Chen advanced, the violent aura expanded, alerting those people to something brewing. Among them was the distorted king body that had been following behind the Divine Ring team all along. Even though separated by several kilometers, it still deduced that Yang Chen was advancing to the second rank based on the feedback from ordinary distorted bodies. Damn, he's getting stronger again. For a moment, the decision of whether to take action became an unresolved issue lingering in the mind of the distorted king body. In the end, the sentiment of cherishing life triumphed over the desire for revenge. Bang! What the distorted king body never expected was that those extremely weak humans did things that it dared not do without hesitation. Indeed, humans are not afraid of death. It was a gunshot, and a large-caliber long-range sniper rifle at that. The survivors went to extreme lengths to obtain the secret of the advancement of the supernatural beings. How daring! The 4 women almost simultaneously noticed. Ryoko, wielding a wild katana, immediately slashed, cutting the armor-piercing bullet that pierced through the wall in half. Madam, I will retrieve the head of that insolent person. The 3 women were indignant and eager to fight, but they were all stopped by Ayumu. On the other side. Missed? Then let's try this. The sniper on top of the high-rise building, seeing no response from the house for a long time, was somewhat puzzled. However, he was not discouraged but instead switched to the famous high-explosive armor-piercing incendiary round. If this shot didn't work, then he would have to consider changing weapons. In order to find out the truth, he even specially prepared an RPG. He didn't believe that this group of people from the Divine Ring could remain calm like this. The major forces in Dongjiang City have been forming alliances, and today is just a test and a deterrent. All these people have no fear at all. No matter how strong the Divine Ring side is, can they compare to the alliance of survivors from most of Dongjiang City? But as soon as he changed the bullets, he sensed something unusual around him. It seemed like some elemental power was gathering. Whoosh! The next moment, an extremely violent gale erupted beneath the floor where he was, mixed with countless chaotic wind blades that could easily shred a human body into minced meat. It erupted from the middle of the skyscraper. In just a short 10 seconds, several floors of the building were completely destroyed, and the upper half of the skyscraper, towering tens of meters high, collapsed with a bang. But it didn't end there. The storm that engulfed the entire floor area did not disappear but instead, like a giant grinder, slowly crushed the collapsed skyscraper into pieces. The whole process lasted for a dozen seconds, grinding several floors of the building. What was once a tens of meters high building now only had half of it standing in its place, with the rest turning into a sky full of rubble. That is, all the women were shocked. Even Yuki, who had been following beside Ayumu, covered her mouth in amazement. Such power, such range, if there were enough of them, even more distorted bodies would only turn to dust. Don't think about it, it took me 200 grams of 0th rank mutant meat to achieve this effect with the storm bomb, and I only made 2 in total, placed on 2 nearby high-rise buildings. Seeing the fervent eyes of the crowd, Ayumu explained. Although this thing is powerful, its cost is equally astonishing, and the current Divine Ring shelter base simply cannot mass-produce it. With 200 grams of mutant meat, you could cultivate more than 10 first-rank supernaturals. Hearing this, the women finally dispelled their own hidden thoughts. How is that possible? Thank goodness, I didn't act. What on earth is this? The onlookers outside were even more stunned by this scene, feeling a deep chill. Although they were scattered all over, they all reached for their backs in unison, their clothes already soaked with cold sweat. Looking at the collapsed building, they put themselves in the sniper's position, and there was simply no chance of survival. What's even scarier is that they didn't know what it was. If they knew something, they could still find a way to resist, but now they know nothing. Damn it! Yang Chen! And those damn humans! Among these people was also the deformed king's body that was not human. Watching the powerful force appear in the Divine Ring again, it almost crushed its teeth. At this rate, how long would it take for it to seek revenge? No, they couldn't wait any longer, they had to find a way. At this moment, Yang Chen was not disturbed by the outside world, still absorbed in absorbing the strange flesh, advancing the Black Dragon's ability to the second level. Until all the strange flesh prepared by Bu Yanba was swallowed, a drastic change occurred. A deafening roar emanated from the chest, the dragon transformation state spread rapidly, with a pair of dragon arms thicker than his waist and abdomen. That was the power obtained when advancing to the first level. Now, with the advancement to the second level, the dragon transformation range expanded again, until it reached the shoulders and neck. Countless fierce bone spurs formed a majestic shoulder armor, as if wearing an indestructible exoskeleton battlesuit. Continuing like this, one day Yang Chen would be able to transform into a black dragon. Stir up trouble? Bring it on! As if inspired, the dragon transformed Yang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The golden eyes, completely different from the jet black scales, suddenly lit up. Then the dragon claw slowly lifted, with a domineering momentum, and pressed down suddenly. It was a monster, best at causing trouble. As the dragon claw pressed down violently, as if touching some kind of switch, the external winds stirred, black clouds gathered, as if it were a sign of the end of the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the void, as if endless waves were crashing against the heavens and the earth, as if they could break through the restrictions at any moment, descending upon the world, cleansing the filth. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, the underground water pipes burst simultaneously, turning into fountains shooting up into the sky, as if in response to the raging winds and clouds. In the end, that massive amount of water condensed into a drop of pitch-black mysterious water, absorbed into Yang Chen's body. Too little. Yang Chen frowned slightly. Until now, he could be considered to have truly mastered the power of the Black Dragon. He needed water, the more the better. Besides the increase in physical qualities and the growth of the dragon transformation area, the most important thing about advancing to the second level was this ability to stir up trouble. Fortunately, Dongjiang City was built along the river and was not lacking in water flow. He really wanted to see the power of stirring up trouble now. Zheng Hui's thick fur was soaked in various foul body fluids, facing an endless tide of deformed bodies. Bang! The bear paw fell, and a deformed body's head shattered like a watermelon, scattering in all directions. Behind him were 100 first-level ability users wielding strange weapons, mechanically cleaning up the scattered deformed bodies, forming an insurmountable barrier together. Apart from here, half of the first-level ability users followed the main force in retreat. In other words, the Divine Ring Refuge base now had over 200 first-level ability users. How many ability users were there in Dongjiang City at this stage? Probably just the Divine Ring alone could account for half. By now, all the deformed bodies on the migration route had been dissected, yielding a total of 3,423 grams of strange flesh. After deducting the 600 grams consumed in making the storm bombs, the remaining 2,823 grams were used to increase the number of first-level ability users in the Divine Ring's third team. A total of 160 first-level ability users were trained. Compared to the last time, this time was very lucky, with a good number of advanced ability users born. Among them, there was one A-level ability user, a rare spatial ability user capable of spatial displacement, 5 B-level ability users, 3 elemental users, 1 storage user, and 1 mental detection user, 60 C-level ability users, 82 D-level ability users, E-level. Adding the original 40 plus first-level ability users, the number of first-level ability users in the Divine Ring Refuge base had now reached 207 people. Having this power, as long as Yang Chen is willing, he can completely push aside the surviving forces of the entire Dongjiang city. But he is not prepared to do so. One is because he has not figured out the cause of death in the previous life. The other is because the neighbors are too poor at this stage. From the beginning, Yang Chen had no intention of hoarding food. Whether others hoard food or guns, he ignores them all. What he hoards is neighbors. In the end, both the food and the guns belong to him. Captain, all survivors have been evacuated. We can retreat under the rule of the deputy base owner. At this moment, the C-level radio ability user said, "Good. You retreat first, I'll cover the rear." Another distorted creature rushing up was smashed by a palm, Zheng Hui said without looking back. Then, 100 first-tier ability users retreated in an orderly manner until a safe distance was reached. Only then did Zheng Hui turn around and run wildly, ignoring the distorted creatures attacking him frantically from behind. After all, he had tough skin and low pain sensitivity. With no obstruction from the 100 first-tier ability users of the hunting team, the tide of distorted creatures rushed into the place where the God's Ring accumulated the remains of distorted creatures like an unstoppable flood. The pile of remains composed of thousands of distorted creatures was an irresistible temptation for any distorted creature. Ha-ha! Huff huff! Rip. For a while, the field was filled with the excited roars of distorted creatures and the sound of tearing flesh. But no one noticed that at the bottom of the pile of remains, the distorted king body was lurking underground, extending its tentacles and continuously absorbing nutrients. Swish. At this moment, 2 figures appeared at the top of the pile of remains. It was the A-level spatial displacement ability user and the B-level mental detection ability user. They held 2 storm bombs in their hands, waiting for the mental detection ability user to determine which direction had the densest number of distorted creatures, to throw the storm bomb there. This was naturally done to nurture goo. Currently, there were few first-tier distorted creatures, but Yang Chen needed second-tier distorted flesh, so he naturally had to find a way to induce their birth. There really is something under the pile of remains, the mental detection ability user said excitedly as he opened his eyes. Although the two did not know what it was, Yang Chen had said that if there was something under the pile of remains, give it a shot, and both would be greatly rewarded. It seems our luck is good? The spatial displacement ability user was equally excited. The two closed their eyes again. The mental detection ability user placed his hand on the shoulder of the spatial displacement ability user, and their figures disappeared from the scene, leaving only a distorted creature in the place where the two had originally stood. Yang Chen, I will haunt you like a lonely ghost. The distorted king body was unaware of this, still happily absorbing the nutrients from the pile of remains, fantasizing that one day it could surpass Yang Chen by using the discarded distorted creatures he didn't want and seek revenge against him. Swish. With a sound, the distorted creature that had been in front disappeared and turned into two more delicious human ability users? Holy crap! Before the distorted king body could even be happy, the two disappeared again, leaving behind a ball the size of a basketball. It recognized this. It was a terrifying weapon developed by the God's Ring that could instantly destroy half a building. Run! Without any hesitation, the distorted king body activated its ability to seize and burrow underground. It had just recovered to the first tier, and it was somewhat difficult to resist the power of the storm bomb. Moreover, the distorted king body had always thought it was hiding well, but it had unexpectedly been exposed this time. Sensing danger, it immediately decided to flee further away. After all, this Yang Chen guy was very tricky. Boom! The next moment, the storm bomb exploded. Countless sharp and chaotic wind blades spread out in all directions like a startled herd, destroying everything in their path. Even the distorted king's body that was left on the surface had half of its body cut off. In addition, the two tasked with birthing the second-order distortion did not forget their mission, coming above to throw the remaining storm bomb into the densest area of the distortion before disappearing from sight. On the side of the Divine Ring migration team, the telepathic communicator who received feedback immediately relayed the message, and Buyanba, without hesitation, activated two storm bombs. This thing is still imperfect and can only be activated by the creator, Buyanba. Boom! At the next moment, two giant storms rose in the distance, countless distortions were crushed alive, even the first-order distortions were cut into pieces. The two task-executing anomalies returned safely, panting heavily, but their eyes were exceptionally bright. Is there really something under the pile of waste meat? Yang Chen was stunned by the reactions of the two. Yes, just as you said, it has 8 pairs of eyes on its face, veins all over its body, but half of its body is buried underground. The two answered excitedly. No wonder Yang Chen could only guess that the greedy and cowardly nature of the distorted king would most likely sneakily go after the divine ring migration. And now he dared to bet that even if the distorted king was severely dealt with today, it would never learn its lesson. As the dissecting factory of the divine ring grew larger, it would come back, but all of this didn't matter. The most important thing was to figure out how the distorted king was reborn. What are your names? What rewards do you want? But now thinking about this was not of much use. My name is Lin Yi, and I want to join the transport team. This is a spatial displacement anomaly. My name is Chang Wu, I just want to follow you and learn in progress. This is a mental detection anomaly. Alright, I will arrange it. Yang Chen looked highly upon Chang Wu and then said. Lin Yi looked puzzled, clearly agreeing to be mediocre together. Why did you change your mind halfway? This guy is probably not from Taishan province. At the same time, after enduring the bombardment of the storm bombs, the number of dying and dead distortions increased by thousands again, marking the beginning of a feast. Although the distorted king's half-body was blown to pieces, it was not completely destroyed but was carried up to the surface of the waste meat pile by the storm and accidentally devoured by a distortion. As the nearby distortions were attracted to the waste meat pile, the marching speed of the divine ring team increased sharply. What was originally a journey of 3 to 4 days now only took half a day to reach the university city. Dongjiang University, as one of the top universities in Dongjiang City and even in several nearby provinces, is divided into 4 campuses, covering a total area of over 5,000 acres. Although this campus is not the largest, it still covers an area of 1,400 acres. It includes some experimental fields and even a small zoo. But compared to these, the talents within are the most important. Yang Chen once read an interesting introduction that said if the entire Dongjiang University were to travel back to the primitive society of the Stone Age, it would only take a few decades to transform the primitive society into the modern era. What do you think? Bu Yanba asked, looking at the huge gatehouse in front of them. Let's go to the cafeteria first. As a university that accommodates tens of thousands of people, the amount of supplies stored is astonishing. Universities generally source their main food supplies from large grain suppliers, with one supply of staple food lasting a month's consumption, and even meat lasting a week. With such a huge amount of supplies, there must be dedicated cold storage and granaries. Then I'll go to the laboratory building and the library. Bu Yanba nodded. As a blacksmith, she couldn't rely solely on the instincts brought by anomalies but also needed a lot of modern chemical knowledge. This way, she could develop more modern anomalies like storm bombs, instead of simple cold weapons. Afterwards, the group split into 2 factions, with most people following Yang Chen to the cafeteria. Although most of the mutants were attracted away by the Flesh Mountain, there were still a small number left behind for various reasons. However, for the God Ring team, which had 200 first-tier mutants, this was just a piece of cake. Even along the way, on average, not even 1 mutant per person could be counted. Although it was insignificant for the God Ring, it was still an insurmountable condemnation for the local survivors. In a dormitory building, the person sent by the Gu family watched as the God Rings group entered the campus without any pressure and headed towards the cafeteria, grinding their teeth in hatred. Damn it! The person kicked over a large vat indoors. Instantly, the vat lid fell off, and viscous blood mixed with chunks of flesh poured out, staining the entire dormitory a deep red. His original task was to pour this blood mixed with flesh from a height onto the God Ring group when they attacked the university town. This way, the God Ring group would become a beacon in the darkness, extremely conspicuous in the eyes of the mutants. By then, even if the God Ring was strong and had many mutants, facing tens of thousands of mutants, even more outside the campus, what could they do? Mutants could escape, but could thousands of ordinary survivors escape? Without ordinary survivors, even if the God Ring was powerful, they could only stand still. By then, the Gu family would naturally find a way to catch up. He had prepared a dozen vats filled with flesh and blood like this, but now all the mutants on campus had run away? It was no longer a matter of reward now, but how to escape the Gu family's punishment. Before the apocalypse, the Gu family's rules were based on the feudal system, treating people like cattle and working them around the clock, as if losing money every second an employee rested. After the apocalypse, the Gu family's rules became even more stringent. Even for him as a mutant, in a situation like this where he was useless, returning to the Gu family would mean losing a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Such villains might not be very bright when it came to finding solutions, but when it came to disgusting people, they had one trick after another. Sure enough, they quickly came up with a plan. You, go and snatch food from them. He grabbed a chubby director next to him, looking fierce. But, didn't you say that as long as we help you gather the students, you will take us back to the Gu family's shelter? The chubby director looked desperate. He saw the God Ring team below. Killing mutants was not much harder than killing chickens. How could he dare to go against them? Stop talking nonsense. If you handle this well, you can also live in the Gu family. But if you fail, you and your son will both die. The people of the Gu family were bad, but not stupid. They immediately resorted to the hostage trick. Dad, wah wah wah. You can't ignore me. I finally made it to East River University. I'm still young. I can't die. After being caught by the Gu family, the young man immediately burst into tears like a child. Fine. I'll go. Watching his son being taken away, and thinking about how he had gone through so much trouble to get him into East River University, almost causing trouble with the student who was almost replaced. He had gone through several divorces before having this son. He even gave many beautiful female students, even his own daughter, to the people of the Gu family to keep him safe. Moreover, even if he didn't go, he had no way out. Even if the people of the Gu family didn't kill him, the student who had been replaced by his son before was now the leader of the survivors at East River University, and also a mutant. As Yang Chen and the others effortlessly opened the cafeteria door, ready to go in and check the supplies, they heard a voice stopping them. You can't go in, this is the property of Dongjian University. Soon after, the director and a group of teachers rushed out, along the path cleared by Xinjia, preparing to block the crowd. Many lackeys of the director, the teachers, saw the open hatch with a mountain-like pile of rice inside, at least a few thousand tons. How could they allow these outsiders to take it away? Of course, in the face of the fierce director Xinjia, these teachers dared not speak. There are really some who are not afraid of death. Watching this scene, the members of the hunting team couldn't help but laugh. These people pretended to be dead when clearing the distortions just now, and now that it's safe, they jump out again? Do they think it's the end of the world now? That's right. We are all teachers from Dongjian University. These supplies. Swish. No one wanted to hear their nonsense. Not even needing Yang Chen to say anything, a strange martial spear pierced through the air, immediately pinning the person to the ground. Leave one alive. At this moment, Yang Chen spoke slowly. Then the Xinjia team pounced like tigers released from their cages, not waiting for the teachers to beg for mercy. The strange weapons pierced through their bodies, taking away their lives. In the end, only one quick-witted director was captured alive. You are quite bold being manipulated by someone, right? Who is it? Tell me, and I can spare your life. Watching the director who had lost an arm, Yang Chen inquired. The director struggled to speak, but thinking about those still in the hands of the Gu family, he ultimately remained silent. Thud. Chang Wu, see if there are any other mutants around? Yang Chen didn't waste any time, smashing his head with a palm, then asking. There, not only is there a survivor, but also several vats of fresh flesh and blood? Chang Wu closed his eyes, spreading out his mental power, quickly discovering the people hiding in the dormitory building. Bring him to me. Upon hearing about the vats of fresh flesh and blood, Yang Chen's demeanor instantly changed, his tone as cold as the December wind. The people from the Gu family didn't run away. They didn't even have the stubbornness of that director. They all confessed before being brought in front of Yang Chen. Gu family, nothing has really changed, Yang Chen muttered to himself. Just like in the previous life, even though he hadn't done anything, the other party was eager to eliminate him. The previous life's Yang Chen was just a disabled A-level mutant. What kind of threat could he pose to a large-scale shelter like the Gu family with a population of 100,000? But it doesn't matter, these two accounts can be settled bit by bit. Let's start by collecting some interest in the business of exchanging mutant flesh for strange meat. After killing the people from the Gu family, the Xinjia team entered the cafeteria warehouse. The first thing they saw was the granary stacked with food. Bags of white rice and flour were casually piled up in the warehouse, reaching a height of 3 meters. There were various types of miscellaneous grains next to them. A rough glance revealed that each of those grains weighed over 10,000 catties. Oh my god! Even the members of the hunting team, who were not short of food, were shocked by this scene. It was like seeing stacks of banknotes before the apocalypse. The survivors who were still struggling to have enough to eat had their eyes turn red, constantly licking their chapped lips, swallowing saliva, dreaming of left-side rice and right-side white flour cakes. Today, everyone will receive 10 catties of food, the Xinjia team members will get a bag, and first-tier mutants will have an extra feast. Yang Chen said at the right time. This action was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan, immediately causing the survivors to cheer in unison. For a moment, the shouts shook the heavens and the earth. If it weren't for the nearby distortions being cleared, it would have been enough to trigger a significant distortion wave. This is not an act of charity, but a preparation for the development after the God's Covenant. With the establishment of the God's Covenant refuge base, the main source of income for the base will change from hunting and killing mutants by the hunting teams to collecting tolls. Money is required to enter and exit the God's Covenant base. Since the consumption of mutant meat is not widespread yet, food will be used as currency for now, and in the future, mutant meat will be collected per person. It doesn't need to be much, just 1 gram of mutant meat per person is enough to fill the coffers of the God's Covenant refuge base. With the incentive of abundant food, survivors work even harder. It only took half an hour to inventory a warehouse full of food. Among them, rice is the most, a whopping 300 tons, followed by 120 tons of flour, 20 tons of millet, 10 tons of soybeans, and a total of 50 tons of other miscellaneous grains. A total of 500 tons of fine grains. 500 tons, what does that mean exactly? When this food is moved out, it could even fill 3 to 5 classrooms. Converted, that's a whopping 500,000 kilograms, enough for tens of thousands of people to eat for a month even before the apocalypse. In the God's Covenant refuge base during the apocalypse, these 500 tons of food are enough to feed nearly 2,000 survivors for over half a year. And this is just the first food warehouse, there are more warehouses to come. Found it! The freezer is here. Just as the food warehouse was recently inventoried, someone shouted out. The freezer meant meat, attracting all the survivors over. Unlike the main food warehouse that was simply locked, the people had to face a tightly sealed heavy steel door before reaching the freezer. I got this. Zheng Hui took the lead and smashed it with a heavy punch. Bang! A muffled sound immediately spread, causing pain in the eardrums of others present. Looking at the freezer door, only a face-sized dent was left. Ah! Then Zheng Hui reached his hands into the gap created by the dent, and with a sudden burst of strength, he seemed to be pulling a willow tree upside down. Creak creak under Zheng Hui's astonishing brute force, the heavy steel door slowly opened. Ah! Don't kill us! As the freezer door was opened, a series of piercing screams immediately followed. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of students who had been forced into the freezer by the Gu family, their hair covered in thick frost. Seeing Zheng Hui violently opening the steel door, they all huddled in the corner. These are students forced into the freezer by the Gu family. Chang Wu explained to Yang Chen. The Gu family wanted to harm nearly 2,000 people in the God's Covenant refuge base, so the amount of flesh and blood needed was naturally immense. These were the lucky ones who managed to escape. Find a few people to explain the rules of the God's Covenant to them. Yang Chen had no spare time to sympathize with the survivors, he just waved his hand to have them taken away. Then everyone entered the freezer, where although the supplies were much fewer than in the food warehouse, the variety was absolutely dazzling. From basic pork to beef and lamb, clams to lobsters, chickens and ducks to pigeons and quails. It can be said that any meat that could be eaten before the apocalypse is readily available here. There are even some things that cannot be eaten. Fortunately, this is a large freezer with its own backup power supply, otherwise, after these 2 months, the meat inside would have spoiled. After the inventory was completed, the documents were handed over to Yang Chen. 100 tons of pork, 10 tons of lamb, 30 tons of beef, 50 tons of chicken and duck, 5 tons of shellfish, 3 tons of fish and shrimp, 5 crocodiles, 10 monkey heads, a pair of bear paws, 3 sika deer. Hell, why not add a braised giant panda? The more Yang Chen looked, the more he felt that the school's leadership was truly impressive. Were these things openly displayed in the school's freezer? Although there are no giant pandas, there is a dinosaur fossil and a nest of fossil eggs, Chang Wu said. Yang Chen was completely speechless. At the end of the day, it all comes down to lack of experience. But he was very curious, how should one eat the dinosaur fossil and fossilized egg? Stew them? This topic was eventually skipped, and the two of them silently headed to the next freezer, casually bringing along the 2 fossils. This was a freezer larger than a meat road, seemingly used for preservation, cabbage, potatoes, radishes, Chinese cabbage. There were even more vegetables than staple foods, but unfortunately, this freezer had stopped running, and apart from 50 tons of potatoes, everything else was close to turning into water. The other small warehouses were in a similar situation to this vegetable preservation freezer. However, they stored a large amount of animal feed? Right, there was a small zoo on this campus. Presumably, a large portion of the 300 tons of pork and 50 tons of poultry were ocean frozen meat used to feed the animals, right? But it didn't matter, as long as it didn't kill you, you could eat it all. In other words, the total material income of this university town was 500 tons of grain, 200 tons of fresh meat, and 50 tons of potatoes. Adding the original reserves of the God Ring, the total material reserves reached an astonishing 1,000 tons. And this didn't even include instant noodles, bread, potato chips, and a series of fast food snacks. 1,000,000 kilograms of grain was enough to feed 10,000 survivors for 2 months in the apocalypse. With these supplies, the God Ring shelter could now start gathering survivors without restraint, aiming to increase the population to 10,000, maybe 5,000 people for now? After tallying the supplies, Yang Chen left Zheng Hui to guard them and headed to the next destination, the zoo. Last time, just a group of cats could elevate the battle performance from B rank to A or even S rank. I wonder how much gain this zoo will bring. Bang, bang, bang. Before Yang Chen even approached the zoo, he heard a thunderous sound of fighting. It was an exceptionally large horse-like mutant beast. Its shoulders alone reached the height of a one-story building, burning with crimson flames that would never extinguish, much like its temperament. Lifting its hooves high, carrying a temperature that distorted the air, wherever it passed, all the trees caught fire. With its gallop, it left behind molten pits in the ground, every tree collapsed in response, ignited by its breath. Not even a giant tree requiring 4 people to hug was spared. What a magnificent horse! Watching this scene, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. According to survivors, this is the mutated blood-sweating horse raised by the principal, rampaging recklessly within the campus, a tyrant. Chang Wu explained. However, despite being such a powerful mutant beast, comparable to a human A-level second-tier esper, at this moment, it was in a panic like an ordinary horse encountering a fierce tiger. Here it comes. Yang Chen felt the arrival of other mutants chasing the blood-flame horse in a desperate escape. He couldn't bear to kill this horse, but it would be a different story for other mutants. Puff! As the road ahead of the blood-flame horse broke open, a creature covered in green and golden scales, with a horn on its head, and a size no smaller than the blood-flame horse, rushed out. Oh, seeing this fellow, fear filled the eyes of the blood-flame horse. It suddenly raised its body, and its hooves, carrying surging flames, fiercely stomped down. Clang! With the interweaving sound of gold and iron, countless sparks flew, like striking iron. As the smoke cleared, Yang Chen could finally see the battlefield between the two sides. The magnificent blood-flame horse had been overturned at some point, with several wounds deep enough to see bone on its side, magma-like blood flowing out, burning large patches of grass. But the green and golden scaled beast had no injuries at all. It was a fierce beast, extremely ferocious. Its front claws were like 10 sharp battle knives, exuding a cold and ruthless gleam, unstoppable. Measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, with thick and tough scales, not even a full-force strike from the blood-flame horse could inflict the slightest injury on it. Resembling an armadillo, but with sharp teeth similar to those of a crocodile in its mouth. Roar! The heavily scaled armadillo thrust its horn towards the blood-flame horse. How could Yang Chen let it have its way? Thud! With a dull sound, the horn of the heavily scaled armadillo did not pierce the body of the blood-flame horse but seemed to collide with a solid anvil, unable to make any progress. Roar! A puzzled look appeared in the cold eyes of the heavily scaled armadillo. It had been battling the blood-flame horse for a long time, never expecting the opponent's defense to be so strong. Such a hard horn, it would make excellent material for forging weapons. Amidst the smoke, Yang Chen's voice rang out. The clash between the dragon claw and the horn only left 3.5-inch deep marks on the horn, causing him to retreat repeatedly from the impact. Roar! The heavily scaled armadillo's gaze swept over Yang Chen, who showed no signs of panic, raising its terrifying head without fear. In an instant, a strong stench filled the air. Clearly, in just 2 months after the mutation, this armadillo had changed its habits, not only expanding its body 100-fold but also switching from eating ants to meat. Roar! Yang Chen's expression changed, then he grabbed the heavily scaled armadillo's horn and threw it to the side. Bang! In this manner, the heavily scaled armadillo was effortlessly turned 180 degrees by Yang Chen, thrown more than 10 meters away, landing on the asphalt road on the other side. It didn't suffer much damage, just losing a piece of green gold scale. However, the asphalt road was left with numerous cracks and a 2-meter-deep depression from the impact. This scale would make a fine shield or armor. Picking up the scale, a gentle tap produced a melodious sound. Roar! After a brief moment of confusion, the heavily scaled armadillo quickly recovered and charged towards Yang Chen once again. With each massive claw strike, everything in its path, including flowers, trees, and artificial rocks, shattered, unable to impede its progress. Under Yang Chen's gaze, it single-handedly lifted a fake mountain weighing thousands of pounds and hurled it towards him. Still roaring? Then it's a perfect time to test the Black Dragon's new ability, Yang Chen declared. He leaped up, seemingly walking on waves despite nothing beneath his feet, only the continuous sound of waves crashing against the shore in the void, creating an imposing momentum. The heavily scaled armadillo, realizing something was amiss, changed its expression and began to swing its huge claws, digging into the ground. Bang! Can you escape? Yang Chen first shattered the fake mountain with a punch, then landed not far from the heavily scaled armadillo, delivering a powerful blow. Swish, swish, swish. Countless waves seemed to converge on this punch. Upon impact, there was no earth-shattering noise, only overlapping waves. Plop! The heavily scaled armadillo, which had just dug a hole, suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark blood, mixed with flesh. It collapsed, no longer breathing. Surprisingly, not a single scale on its body was broken. The punch seemed to seep through the scales, penetrating its fragile body like water. What a treasure! There was no denying that this heavily scaled armadillo was tailor-made for stepping into the smoke and waves. Its tough and heavy scales, sharp and sturdy horn, massive and thick claws. Even if all the previous cats were combined, they couldn't match the materials on this heavily scaled armadillo. The saying goes, one armor is worth 3 crossbows. The defensive value of a defensive-type mutated beast far exceeds that of weapons, and the scales on the heavily scaled armadillo numbered in the hundreds, if not 1,000. Each piece was as big as a basin, capable of forging hundreds of sets of armor and exotic weapons. After arming the hunting team, even E-level ability users could rival other B-level ability users without exotic weapons. Moreover, hidden inside, it was very likely to have reached the level of purple-grade inscriptions. Later, Yang Chen dragged the body of the heavy-scale pangolin in front of the blood flame horse. I saved your life, shouldn't you repay me by serving me? Yang Chen sat on the heavy-scale pangolin without any courtesy. He didn't care if the blood flame horse could understand him, as long as it understood his fists. Yo, the blood flame horse let out a weak sound. Then it slowly stood up. Consider it agreed. Yang Chen disregarded the burning red flames on the horse's back and jumped on it. Oh, he thought it might be a bit hot, requiring his dragon transformation to ride, but it wasn't hot at all? But looking at the withered vegetation around, could it be that the blood flame horse could regulate its own flame temperature? Blood flame horse, breathe fire for me. Yang Chen grabbed the mane behind the blood flame horse and pointed to a nearby building. Yo, the blood flame horse was very weak, but after receiving Yang Chen's command, it spewed out a flame, engulfing that building. A pillar. Yang Chen got a new toy and immediately rode around the university city on the blood flame horse. While Yang Chen was conquering 2 exotic beasts, the others from the Divine Ring were integrating the scattered survivor groups in the university city, clearing out the remaining mutants. However, 2 months had passed since the apocalypse, and an independent order had already formed within the university city. The leaders of those forces had enjoyed 2 months without laws or morals. How could they willingly submit to an unknown external force? Thus, a bloody conflict erupted. Inside the library, Bu Yanba's negotiation failed first, but she was no longer the kind and merciful girl from the beginning of the apocalypse. Do you think you, a logistics officer, can single-handedly subdue over 100 of us? This joke is not funny at all. Do you think you have the face to demand this? Let Yang Chen come. Obviously, someone had already spread the basic information about the Divine Ring within the university city. Bu Yanba frowned and sighed in the end. Sighing now won't help. Seeing Bu Yanba in this state, the person thought his strategy had succeeded. Although he couldn't compare to the Divine Ring's refuge base, which could easily clean up the entire university city, he was still the student council president. Even before the apocalypse, many listed companies were eager to hire him, and after the apocalypse, he remained a prodigy, easily setting up a refuge for hundreds of people. Even the top power in Dongjiang City, the Gu family's refuge base, had mentioned that Gu Shao would personally come in a few days. Now, if the Divine Ring wanted to recruit him, they had to show some sincerity. At least they should have Yang Chen, the owner of the Divine Ring refuge base, personally invite him. Stubborn. Bu Yanba looked at the self-righteous student council president and raised her hand. Swish! With a breaking sound, a lion cat about 30 to 40 centimeters long, majestic and imposing, appeared. It lay on Bu Yanba's arm, affectionately rubbing against her cheek. Although it was called a lion cat, it had 2 horns on its forehead as long as half a finger, and its tail behind was like an iron mace. If you parted its fur, you could see the fine black scales hidden underneath. Rather than calling it a lion cat, it was more like the legendary Pichio. Don't! Pippi, kill him! Before the student council president could say anything, Bu Yanba gave the order. The majestic lion cat instantly rushed out upon receiving the command, with a clear wind and black water swirling between its 4 claws, moving so fast that even Bu Yanba couldn't see clearly. Originally gentle and lovely, Pippi instantly turned into a ferocious beast capable of killing. With just one swipe, it decapitated the student council president before anyone could react, then elegantly returned to the shoulder of Bu Yanba, licking the blood off its claws. Pippi, you're getting stronger and stronger, even more powerful than me. Bu Yanba extended his finger, gently scratching Pippi's chin, indulgently speaking. Although it was a pet brought back by Yang Chen on a whim, it was ultimately the only one among dozens of kitten cubs that could withstand the dragon's blood, its combat power now surpassing that of an ordinary A-level Esper. Meow Pippi became even more delighted, as if it had forgotten that it was currently lying on Bu Yanba's shoulder, rolling and frolicking incessantly. Eventually, unsurprisingly, it fell off the shoulder. Where was the appearance of the ruthless beast that had just killed without blinking? Be careful, Bu Yanba quickly reached out to catch it, caressing it affectionately. Now you are already a member of the God Ring, someone will come to receive you later. With that said, Bu Yanba no longer paid attention to these people, heading towards the library to select the necessary books. Such scenes were constantly appearing throughout the university city, with more and more forces being brought under the God Ring's control. Without any surprises, all the scattered forces in the university city would be subdued, and the population could increase to 4,000. But there was one exception, and that was Wei Shushi. In the swimming pool at this moment. Won't you consider joining me? My master is not an ordinary person. Wei Shushi was facing the girl who had pushed her off the top of the school flower list in her graduating year. I can join, but I won't be like you, being someone's mistress and feeling proud of it, the girl with the high ponytail said. Then don't blame me. Although Wei Shushi had already guessed this answer, a mischievous smirk appeared on her lips. Was she a mistress? Of course, but hearing it from someone else would still be somewhat unpleasant. What do you want? The girl with the high ponytail frowned, a bad premonition washing over her. Hee walkie-talkie, help me pass a message to the base owner, saying there's a tough nut here at the swimming pool who needs him to come over personally. The mental link range of the walkie-talkie Esper was very large, covering almost half of the residential area, but besides transmitting messages as a walkie-talkie, it had no other functions, hence its low Esper level. What are you up to? The girl with the high ponytail looked warily at Wei Shushi, completely unable to understand. Moreover, the people from the Gu family said that the base owner of the God Ring was a lecherous person, so why could someone with Wei Shushi's foxy personality stand here unscathed? Wei Shushi, who seemed to detest being a sycophant the most, had now become a sycophant to the base owner of the God Ring. And most importantly, she hadn't even started sycophancy yet? Now, in order to dedicate herself, she was even willing to drag herself onto a thief's ship. Although she had snatched Wei Shushi's school flower position in the final year, it was only because Wei Shushi rarely showed up at school in her last year. As a former rival, she understood better than anyone else to what extent Wei Shushi's seductive abilities had reached. Everyone knew she had dominated the list for 3 years, but no one knew how many young girls she had seduced behind the scenes. To resist Wei Shushi's temptation and still be a lecherous person, what kind of person was this base owner of the God Ring? Just wait and see. Wei Shushi didn't give a direct answer, but her mischievous fox eyes seemed to say, you can't escape. The girl with the high ponytail did not choose to temporarily avoid the situation. Staying in the university city would sooner or later face the base owner of the God Ring, and being able to resist Wei Shushi's temptation, she probably wouldn't be targeted. For those who aspire to great things, self-control is the most important quality. With that, the two of them waited quietly for Yang Chen to arrive. Clip-clop before long, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in the distance, causing a hint of panic to flash in the eyes of the high ponytail woman. As a Tier 2 exotic beast, the blood flame horse, even though its ability level might not match that of the high ponytail woman, its power could still display a dominating stance against the Tier 0 ability users in the university city. Don't worry, such a good thing has probably long been targeted by my extremely domineering master. Wei Shushi remained calm, arms crossed, standing beside, watching as the blood flame horse drew closer. As the blood flame horse approached, its massive body and fierce aura came into view. Its towering figure, with strong muscles, all highlighted its extraordinary nature. Flames of blood-red color emanated from its hooves, as if running on clouds of fire, countless burning tongues of fire forming its distinctive mane, wild and unrestrained. Even a casual snort from it could spew out flames of masculinity, burning everything around to ashes. Wherever it passed, it was like a natural disaster. Yet, atop this fierce blood flame horse, enveloped in flames of blood-red color, sat a human. What kind of person could subdue such a ferocious beast? For a moment, such thoughts arose in the survivors' minds. The blood flame horse rampaged all the way until it barely stopped just less than 10 centimeters away from the two women. The raised hooves even brushed past Wei Shushi's nose, a touch that would have charred an ordinary person to a crisp. Why didn't you move away? Yang Chen dismounted, looking surprised. Although he had completely subdued the blood flame horse, he had never ridden a horse before. Despite pulling out a few strands of the blood flame horse's mane, it only made it run more wildly, clueless on how to make it stop. If not for the blood flame horse's intelligence in the end, the two women might have been trampled into meat patties. I won, you have to cooperate with me. Wei Shushi disregarded that, blinking at the high ponytail woman beside her. That's not happening. The high ponytail woman glanced at Yang Chen, remaining firm. Alright, just follow my lead when the time comes. Wei Shushi made a gesture of understanding. Just as the high ponytail woman understood her, she also understood the high ponytail woman. Despite the high ponytail woman's current resolute words, with a well-thought-out plan, she would willingly jump into the pit Wei Shushi dug today sooner or later. It remained to be seen how long Yang Chen could hold out. Who is she? While the two were talking, Yang Chen sized up the unfamiliar woman next to Wei Shushi. With a neat high ponytail and even though she wore a tempting swimsuit covered with a simple long-sleeved top, a dignified aura emanated from her, contrasting sharply with the impression Wei Shushi gave. Especially her cheeks, unforgettable at first sight. A pair of deep, peach blossom eyes, slightly tinged with red, like peach blossom petals fluttering in the air, charming and captivating. Yet, these affectionate eyes were set in a face that seemed cold and aloof, keeping people at a distance. It was as if she was usually strong but would quietly weep when no one was around. She's my archenemy. Her name is Mu Yunji, Wei Shushi answered cheerfully. A tough nut to crack? Soon, Yang Chen's attention shifted. Although Mu Yunji was very attractive, that was all there was to it. Right now, his main focus was on dealing with the Gu family father and son and the deformed king body. He just wanted to know how tough that tough nut was. Was it as tough as the blood flame horse's hooves? With a beauty in front, why bother about a tough nut? Wei Shushi's gaze wandered, immediately pulling Mu Yunji in front of her. Although she had such a temperament, she was somewhat nervous facing Yang Chen, and she never thought that Yang Chen would not care at all about the beautiful woman in front of him. Where did your lecherous nature go? Can't believe you've taken another one of Mu Yunji's lapdogs. It's me. Seeing Wei Shushi's appearance, Mu Yunji immediately stood up. Although they were archenemies, in reality, they found a sympathetic opponent when bored. Yang Chen's eyes changed slightly, and his whole demeanor instantly turned from casual to cold. The blood flame horse beside him seemed to sense its master's emotions, its flames suddenly expanding, as if it would engulf her and turn her into charcoal in an instant. Fortunately, Yang Chen reached out to stop it. So, what do you want to do? Yang Chen calmly asked Mu Yunji. Just standing there, her aura was more terrifying than the blood flame horse pacing restlessly nearby. It was like a mountain plummeting rapidly overhead. Even though it hadn't landed yet, the unprecedented pressure was palpable. If she didn't provide a reasonable answer, she would surely die. But even so, Mu Yunji showed no weakness, calmly gazing at Yang Chen. No. It was my own decision, all my fault, master. Please forgive me this once. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Wei Shushi hurriedly intervened to defuse the situation. It was like a kitten deliberately making a mistake, lying there with big eyes pleading for forgiveness, making it hard to punish. Indeed a tough nut to crack. Will you submit to me? Ignoring Wei Shushi, Yang Chen spoke. It seemed like a question, but his flat tone was filled with undeniable dominance. The more he acted this way, the more Wei Shushi felt a chill down her spine. Yang Chen was never a good person, and this incident, to put it nicely, was a little mischief on her part. In a broader sense, it was toying with Yang Chen. It would be fine with ordinary people, but when it came to Yang Chen, Wei Shushi felt like she could end up being turned into a ball of wool by him. Hiss! Thinking of this, Wei Shushi felt a shiver down her spine. She had never felt such a strong sense of danger before. And Mu Yunji, was she really standing up for her, or was she actually betraying her? Of course, but how will you deal with Miss Wei? Mu Yunji obediently spoke, then looked at Wei Shushi, her eyes filled with schadenfreude. Initially a guess, but now Wei Shushi was certain that Mu Yunji was setting her up. This two-faced little vixen. Then, Yang Chen looked at Mu Yunji and spoke. Indeed, anyone who could play with Wei Shushi like this couldn't be a good person. Hearing Yang Chen speak, Wei Shushi's heart leaped to her throat, and as she saw Yang Chen's gaze shift to the blood flame horse beside her, Wei Shushi was on the verge of breaking down. Could he have really guessed it? If that were the case, could she still use it in the future? Why not lend her to me as a slave? I can help you train her to serve properly. Instead of being like now, completely a wild fox, Mu Yunji remained dignified, but her words contradicted her appearance. Wei Shushi, who was watching, dared not interrupt but shook her head in protest. She would rather be a horse slave than fall into Mu Yunji's hands. Of course, provided she could still be used afterward, and Yang Chen wouldn't mind. I quite like these wild little foxes, so I'll have you take care of the horse. Yang Chen said. He preferred those closer to his own kind. Is that so? But I heard that there were horse stools in ancient times. Mu Yunji didn't say much more, just added a sentence. The meaning was already self-evident. Then, the two's gazes fell on Wei Shushi together. Master, please mount the horse. Although unwilling, Wei Shushi finally knelt beside the blood flame horse under coercion. For someone as proud as Wei Shushi, this was undoubtedly a great shame. Even though she usually called Yang Chen master, it was for her own purposes. At least in her eyes, her status was equal to Yang Chen's. But now, Miss Mu, someone will come to collect the survivors later, so I'll leave first. Stepping on Wei Shushi's delicate back, Yang Chen leaped onto the blood flame horse and headed towards the gathering place. Miss Wei, a horse servant doesn't just ride a horse, but should run alongside the horse. Even now, Mu Yunji didn't forget to add a jab. Wei Shushi chased after the horse all the way until she was out of Mu Yunji's sight, then she leaped onto the horse and nestled against Yang Chen's back. Master, how about this little girl? Wei Shushi whispered softly in Yang Chen's ear. Was there any hint of unwillingness left? There was even a hint of lingering satisfaction on her charming face. Yang Chen didn't speak, but he felt that this matter wouldn't work out. You don't need to worry, she doesn't even like lapdogs. Sooner or later, she will be yours, right? Wei Shushi continued. Sisterhood and friendship are all fake. She only wanted to conquer this difficult man, Yang Chen. You underestimate lapdogs too much. As the sanctuary ring landed safely, the news quickly spread to many forces in Dongjiang. Countless survivor force leaders flocked to the scene. The sanctuary ring had long been known throughout Dongjiang City for its resources that could awaken and promote espers. These ambitious base owners were not willing to fall behind even half a step. Even many small shelters that couldn't handle the distortions along the way also had a significant presence. Those who died on the way could only show that they didn't even qualify to participate in this feast. When these base owners from various forces entered the sanctuary ring's sphere of influence, they quickly felt the difference between the sanctuary ring and their own forces. The sharp decrease in the number of distortions around, even ordinary people, as long as they were careful in this area, would not be in danger. This was all thanks to the expanded and reorganized hunting expedition department. They were divided into groups of a dozen people, constantly clearing distortions around the sanctuary ring and bringing the bodies back to the sanctuary ring. My goodness! This scene undoubtedly made many base owners' hearts pound. Most of them were now huddled in the shelter to avoid distortion attacks. On the other hand, the sanctuary ring shelter was already taking the time to clear the distortions around them. How big was the gap between the two sides? What are those people holding? Someone keenly noticed this. The esper level of the hunting expedition teams was not high, but they could often outnumber their opponents. Clearly, a team of just a dozen people could withstand the onslaught of dozens or even hundreds of distortions. Even when facing some special distortions, they were not afraid at all. The battle formation of a dozen people was like a tank, unstoppable on the streets full of distortions, all thanks to the special weapons they carried. Those are Esper's weapons. I can't believe it, the sanctuary ring base owners actually used such good Esper's weapons on these people? A base owner with a forge-type Esper in his ranks said. He held a gray-inscribed Esper long knife, which had previously made a name for itself by killing a group of distortions in an area. But what about the members of the sanctuary ring shelter? Green scale shield, white bone spear, white beast skin shoes. The gray exotic weapons that are usually treasured by this base owner are only considered backup weapons by the people at the God Ring Sanctuary base? Even more terrifying, these people's weapons are all standard issue. Not to mention hundreds of sets along the way. There are definitely 100 sets. I, the dignified base owner, am actually inferior to a miscellaneous soldier at the God Ring? Watching these scenes, the base owner fell into deep self-doubt. However, as the group entered the main gate of the God Ring Sanctuary base, he quickly regained some composure. Of course, it's not that he found a place where he is stronger than the God Ring Sanctuary base, but other base owners also began to feel inferior, which balanced his mindset. Esteemed guests, welcome to the God Ring Sanctuary base. As you are first-time visitors, the entrance fee is waived for now. Yang Chen was exceptionally generous towards these future benefactors, even sending someone to guide them. Entrance fee? The God Ring sure knows how to do business. That's actually a good idea. The various base owners had different expressions, but they all made up their minds to replicate the God Ring system in their own sanctuary bases. What is this? Led by the guide, the group walked into a bustling street and were shocked to the point of speechlessness. The entire street was filled with all kinds of food stalls. From simple grilled meat to various skewers, noodles, and even hot pot, spicy skewers, it was almost like a food paradise. Although all the people present were base owners and wouldn't go hungry even in the apocalypse, the scene before them was beyond their wildest dreams. Since the God Ring Sanctuary base was kind enough, why not have a bite or two? No, they couldn't let themselves appear weak. This one, and that one too. Bring them all to me. Just as the base owners were hesitating between saving face and satisfying their hunger, Some were already eagerly picking out dishes, needing a basin to fit everything. Seeing others taking the lead, these base owners couldn't hold back and quickly joined in, starting a feast. Until their mouths were oily, and their bellies bulging, they wiped their mouths and prepared to leave. Sir, sir. Seeing this, the stall owner hurriedly chased after them. What's the matter? I'm not taking any leftovers, the base owner said as the stall owner caught up. Eating a bit was enough. If he took any more, he would truly lose face. No, sir, you misunderstood. You forgot to pay. You just ate 30 grilled sausages, 21 grilled gluten sticks, a bowl of spicy skewers. In total, you need to pay 1,300 kilograms of grain, or 13 mutated bodies, the stall owner explained. Pay more money. As soon as these words were spoken, the base owner's eyes widened like bells. Especially when he heard about the 1,300 kilograms of grain, his eyeballs almost popped out. Wasn't this prepared by the God Ring base owner to welcome them? With so much grain, wouldn't it be nice to have a few more steamed buns? Look at you, this isn't a free meal, of course, you have to pay, the stall owner said with a smile. Damn! How dare you ask me for money? Do you know who I am? I've never paid for food since the apocalypse. Feeling like he was being scammed, the base owner decided firmly not to acknowledge the bill. You have to pay wherever you eat. Seeing the other party refusing to pay, the stall owner became a bit anxious. Why do you say I ate these things? I said these things were for you to eat. You see, he's not alone, there are dozens of base owners behind him. Would the God's Ring base dare to go against dozens of them at once? That would mean going against the entire survivor force of Dongjung City. He's at least one of the base owners, and after being tricked by the God's Ring, he needs to save face somehow. After all, 1,300 kilograms of food is not a small amount. The small stall owner was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. He was just an ordinary person, naturally not daring to go against someone with abilities, let alone a base owner. What if he got slapped to death? Who would he reason with then? Moreover, before they set up the stall, they were told to endure if there was trouble. Give it to me. Seeing the small stall owner hesitating, the base owner naturally became overbearing. At that moment, he noticed the bulging pockets of the small stall owner and immediately reached in and took something out. That's my stuff. The small stall owner was almost in tears. The more confident the other party was, the less he dared to resist. Your stuff? Can it speak if you call it? The base owner asked, his eyes shifting. Sir, it's just a cloth bag. Cloth bags can't speak, the small stall owner said fearfully. If it doesn't agree, then it's mine. The base owner continued. But my name is written on the bag. Who gave you the right to write your name on my bag? Just because I can. Is that enough? When the base owner was showing off in front of ordinary survivors, a deep and resonant male voice came from behind him. At the same time, a fierce and brutal aura swept over. Even though the base owner had his back turned, he could still feel the chilling cold. Who are you? The base owner quickly turned around, looking at the man nearly 3 meters tall, covered in thick fur all over his body. Zheng Hui. Bang! As the voice fell, the base owner's figure flew more than 10 meters, finally landing on the cement ground, creating a large pit. He seemed to be in a precarious state. Anyone else want a free meal? After doing all this, Zheng Hui turned around and scanned the many base owners. This time, there were no surprises. Even though they knew they had been tricked by the God's Ring, they could only sign IOUs one after another. After all, the main task of coming to the God's Ring had not been completed yet. In this short snack street of about 100 meters, each base owner had to pay at least 1,000 kilograms of food, or 10 distorted bodies. There were a total of 34 base owners present, which meant 34 tons of food, or 340 distorted bodies. And all they had to pay was a few hundred grams of ingredients and some seasonings that were too much to finish in the warehouse supermarket. Isn't this faster than robbery? Of course, this was just the beginning. The real deal was yet to come. With the opening of the distorted body exchange this time, there would be a huge influx of distorted bodies into the God's Ring shelter for at least the next half-month. The base owners followed the guide, trembling in fear, afraid of being taken advantage of again. Fortunately, Bu Yanba's arrangement ended here. The journey ahead was smooth, although there were still some temptations. Many base owners resisted them until they reached their final destination, the conference room. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the God's Ring shelter. I hope you will enjoy my hospitality. Yang Chen had already taken his seat at the head of the conference room. Seeing the many base owners arriving, he smiled and welcomed them, but never left his seat. Humph. Seeing Yang Chen, Chen Lin snorted coldly and sat directly at the farthest end from him. Mr. Yang, you have great methods, effortlessly gathering dozens of tons of food. I just wonder why your base needs distorted bodies, those useless actions? Could the secret of the advancement and awakening of the supernatural abilities be hidden within? On the contrary, the Gu father and son unceremoniously occupied 2 secondary seats. As soon as these words were spoken, many base owners' expressions darkened. Although they had already guessed it, they did not expect the Gu father and son to say it directly. Just like how this world is not lacking in intelligent people, it is also not lacking in fools. What? Aberrant bodies can awaken and advance the supernatural abilities? Then why should we trade with him? You're right. We can just use survivors for experiments, sooner or later we'll figure it out. The most worthless thing in this post-apocalyptic world is human life. Let's not do business with this unscrupulous person. Lord Yang, no one has it easy since you have this kind of resource that benefits the country and the people. Why not give it to everyone for free, so that those foreigners won't seize the opportunity? Exactly, aren't you profiting from the country's misfortune now? Be careful. Just like now, with just one sentence, the Gu father and son triggered a good number of fools. Even the intelligent ones wouldn't have to wait for the Gu father and son to spell it out. Every base owner present had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so who would care about 1 or 2 lives? If they hadn't run out of options, how could they have gathered the god rings and succumbed to Yang Chen's blackmail? In the end, they were just being used as pawns by the Gu father and son swish. Just as the emotions of many fools were getting more and more excited, a sharp breaking sound rang out. Suddenly, Liang Zi, who had always been as obedient as a maid standing behind Yang Chen, made a bold move. Drawing her wild saber, she swiftly split in half the most arrogant base owner with a single stroke to the forehead. Instantly, blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the several base owners around him in a steamy red. Dare to be disrespectful to my master? You deserve to die. By the time everyone reacted, Liang Zi had already returned to Yang Chen's side, her wild saber slowly sheathed. Many base owners were left speechless by this shocking move. Anyone can kill, but to split a base owner in half with a single stroke before he even reacts? Probably no one present could do it. A mere maid had such power? Then how formidable must Yang Chen be as the master? Thinking of the pairs outside the god rings wearing strange martial suits, members of the hunting and extermination department who killed aberrant bodies like chickens, the base owners present finally realized that perhaps it wouldn't be difficult at all for the god rings to crush them. The fact that the owner of the god rings could sit here and negotiate with them was already a stroke of luck. For a moment, no one dared to say anything, fearing the next strike might fall on them. But one person was an exception. Impressive skills. If the god rings were to act, it probably wouldn't be difficult to wipe out all 34 base owners present, right? The Gu father and son spoke up, seemingly praising, but actually shrouding many base owners in a thick sense of crisis. Who could understand why, with the god rings already possessing such power, they hadn't dominated the East River by force, but instead gathered everyone here for a trade? Commissioned by heaven, the 8 characters of Long Live and Prosper seemed light, yet no one could refuse them. Kill you? There's no need for the god rings to act, I can do it alone. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, then counted the number of people present, saying disdainfully. Faced with this statement, no one refuted it, or rather, no one dared to. The aura of Liang Zi's recent killing spree had not yet dissipated, and no one could guarantee they would survive in her hands. It seemed like mockery, but wasn't it also the truth? I've heard that the base owners of the god rings are quite skilled. I wonder if I'll have the chance to witness it. Seeing no one else foolishly stepping forward, the Gu father and son exchanged a glance before Gu Huai took the lead in probing. No enemy, no matter how powerful, is terrifying. Only the unknown is unbeatable. Once the specifics of Yang Chen's ability were known, a way to restrain it could naturally be found. Gu Huai, I have the ability to kill you in an instant, but I haven't made a move, which is already the greatest mercy. Yang Chen looked at the father and son of the Gu family in front of him, his tone becoming increasingly cold. I just wanted to witness your heroic bearing. For this, the Gu family will increase the exchange rate by 20%, Gu Huai said as he activated his ability. All around, a force seemed to fill the air, countless tiny grains of sand and soil gathering to form hard stone balls, orbiting around him like satellites, ready to be launched at any moment. Although these stone balls of mine may seem insignificant, their hardness is several times that of steel. Seeing that Yang Chen had no intention of making a move, Gu Huai spoke again. Is that so? Yang Chen chuckled lightly, then extended a slender finger and lightly tapped on the solid wooden table. Tap. A faint and extremely subtle tapping sound rang out. However, it seemed to be filled with some strange power. As the sound reached Gu Huai, he felt an unprecedented sense of restraint enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Gu Huai lost control of the stone balls around him. No matter how he tried to activate his ability, he couldn't get any response. It was as if Gu Huai had never awakened his ability at all. Boom! As Gu Huai's ability was cut off, the uncontrolled stone balls immediately fell to the ground, turning into a cloud of sand and dust that covered the entire meeting room. How is this possible? Since awakening his ability, Gu Huai had never felt so unfamiliar with his own body, as if he had never seen it before, constantly touching his body up and down. What's going on? Where is my ability? No! This can't be happening. It's impossible. How can this be? It wasn't just Gu Huai, everyone in the meeting room felt the same way. Disconnected from their own abilities, no matter how they called out, it was like talking to a stone, getting no response. Their abilities were their guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. No one could accept the disappearance of their abilities. Bang! Before everyone could recover from the panic, Yang Chen's fingertip condensed into a small black dragon. In an instant, it flew out and pierced Gu Huai's body like a sharp blade, sending him flying out of the window, crashing somewhere unknown. It seems like none of you have good tempers. Let's just talk like this. After doing all this, Yang Chen recalled the small dragon and calmly addressed the many base owners. Gu Huai, Gu Dongcheng, how could I easily kill you both? Just wait, your good days are yet to come. Wherever Yang Chen's gaze fell, no one dared to lift their heads. Whether they were current strong individuals or future overlords, they all cowered in their seats like quails, trembling. Even Gu Dongcheng, whose son had been thrown out and was in an unknown condition, was no exception. The might of base owner Yang is unmatched. Just as my son said before, the Gu family is willing to increase the exchange rate by 20%. Gu Dongcheng quickly stood up and said respectfully. Just as he finished speaking and hadn't even settled back into his seat, a single sentence from Yang Chen made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy once again. The Gu family is wealthy and powerful. What is 20% to them? Yang Chen remained seated, jokingly remarking. But to the Gu family father and son, this was no joke, especially in the current situation. If many base owners were willing to wait, experimenting slowly with the survivors, they would eventually uncover the secrets of the advancement and awakening of ability users from the mutants. So why were the base owners of Dongjiang City rushing to the God's Ring, begging Yang Chen for extortion? It all boiled down to two words: seizing the opportunity. One fast step leads to another, perhaps only a few days or half a month ahead now, but in the future, their power in Dongjiang might become the base of other cities' landlords for months, or even a generation. By then, the profits squeezed from numerous landlords by the God Ring will naturally be doubled and squeezed back from them to the landlords of other cities. But if they are exploited by the God Ring so harshly that they can't even break out of Dongjiang City, there will be no future. How about 50% then? Gu Dongcheng's mouth twitched slightly, then he raised the offer again. Hey, I'm not good at math. I don't understand percentages. Yang Chen remained dissatisfied, impatiently tapping the tabletop with his finger. Gu Dongcheng, the self-made richest man in Dongjiang, truly lived up to his reputation, enduring what ordinary people couldn't. But how long would it take for him to become a godlike figure? Clack clack clack. The sound of Yang Chen tapping on the tabletop was faint, but to Gu Dongcheng, it was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, making his heart tremble. With each tap, he felt the weight of a river and sea pressing down on him, almost breaking his never-bent spine. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his shirt within moments. Gu Dongcheng looked at Yang Chen's smiling face and felt as if he was facing a devouring flood beast. Fine, double it. If my Gu family were to obtain such a secret, I'm afraid it would be kept under tight wraps. And yet, Landlord Yang, you are willing to share it with the people of Dongjiang City? Based on this generosity, my Gu family is willing to pay twice the price than others. From now on, my Gu family is willing to follow the God Ring wholeheartedly. To Yang Chen's surprise, Gu Dongcheng agreed to such an outrageous request. Even more surprising was that Gu Dongcheng not only didn't play any tricks but immediately pushed his chair aside, knelt down in front of Yang Chen. He even expressed his loyalty on the spot? Is that so? Yang Chen just looked at him, neither speaking nor agreeing. A man in his 50s willingly kneeling before a young man in his 20s? Especially when this young man used to be his employee. Not only could this dispel the negative influence left by Gu Huai before, but it could also drag the other landlords into the fray. If other landlords followed him in increasing the exchange ratio, there would be no gap widening between them and other forces. Even if other landlords were unwilling, he could leave a good impression here with Yang Chen, leaning on the God Ring. There might be a chance for a rise in the future. Even in the minds of other landlords, the Gu family had already submitted to the God Ring, and if anyone dared to lay a hand on the Gu family in the future, they would have to consider the colossal figure of the God Ring. It seemed like losing face, but in reality, it was hitting three birds with one stone. They say that the 40s and 50s are a man's peak, but also the most stubborn and face-conscious period. Gu Dongcheng's endurance and cunning were enough to make countless people look up to him. His success was no coincidence. Alright, let's continue our discussion. Ignoring the kneeling Gu Dongcheng, Yang Chen proceeded with the meeting. And so, Gu Dongcheng knelt for a full half hour until Yang Chen and the other landlords finalized the exchange ratio. Many forces needed 10 distorted bodies to exchange for a gram of diluted water from the God Ring. At this stage, Yang Chen had never seen a distorted body in the city center produce less than 2 grams of diluted water. In other words, even after deducting costs and labor, the God Ring could earn at least 18 times the profit. This didn't even include the fact that the Gu family needed 20 distorted bodies to exchange for a gram of diluted water. You may rise. After the other landlords had left, Yang Chen finally called the straight-backed Gu Dongcheng, who showed no signs of discontent. Thank you. How should I address you? Until this moment, Gu Dongcheng slowly raised his head, cautiously inquiring, whatever happened in the past is in the past. The kneeling just now was merely a punishment for your son offending my master. Yang Chen remained silent and spoke through Liangzi instead. After all, whatever Yang Chen said now was insignificant, as in the eyes of the other base lords, the Gu family had the backing of the God Ring, a towering mountain. Of course, the Gu family would never dare to have any other thoughts. Gu Dongcheng replied fearfully. Subsequently, Yang Chen did not detain Gu Dongcheng any longer, instructing him to go and check on his son, Gu Huai's condition. Not long after Gu Dongcheng left, Bu Yanba hurriedly entered with an anxious expression. Did you really accept the Gu family? As soon as he entered, before even sitting down, he nervously asked. Of course not, but I didn't expect Gu Dongcheng to be extraordinary, Yang Chen responded. He had only intended to collect some interest, but he hadn't anticipated Gu Dongcheng going this far. That's good. My uncle said Gu Dongcheng is very unruly, comparable to the contemporary Lu Bu. He won't submit easily, so be careful, Bu Yanba said, finally relieved upon hearing this. Chan Lin? That old man doesn't like me, right? What old man? That's my uncle. Be more respectful in the future. I hope he can attend our wedding in the future. Understood. I can send him some exotic weapons as a betrothal gift. I forged those exotic weapons, so I'll be the one to deliver them. Am I marrying myself? Ha ha. The two of them bantered in the meeting room, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Gu family father and son outside were not as cheerful. What kind of person does Yang Chen think he is? He dares to make you kneel? Isn't he afraid of shortening his life? Gu Huai's wound was simply bandaged, but upon hearing Gu Dongcheng's account, he almost jumped out of bed. Gu Huai had never submitted to anyone in his life, but his father had always been his role model and idol. Hearing this was like shattering his daoshin in a fantasy novel. What does kneeling mean? As long as you keep your life, there will always be a chance to turn things around in the future. Remember this, Xiao Huai. Losing face today is just to have the ability to pick it up again in the future. In one's life, the cheapest things are face and dignity. Gu Dongcheng was not concerned about this and even took the opportunity to teach Gu Huai. It was understandable for young people to be impulsive, but they must not sacrifice their future for the sake of pride. So, Dad, have you found Yang Chen's weakness? No, not in the whole Dongjiang city. It seems we must use external connections. Gu Dongcheng hesitated for a long time but eventually told Gu Huai the truth. It's okay, Dad, I believe in you unconditionally. Gu Huai trusted his father completely. And so, the father and son waited until the other base lords had left the God Ring one after another before preparing to depart. I am not strong, but strength brings change. As they left, Gu Huai looked back at the immensely powerful God Ring shelter and slowly spoke. Just as many base lords left the God Ring, a crisis was quietly brewing. The scene where the God Ring was used to attract the pile of distorted bodies around it had slowly come to an end. The distorted creature that had devoured half of the distorted king's body was undergoing a special transformation. Ao Yang, Ao Gu. It stood above countless distorted bodies, its body expanding to over 10 meters. Although it did not gain the intelligence of the distorted king's body, it inherited its hatred. Kill Ao. With 8 pairs of eyes blood red, it stared straight at the university city, continuously emitting angry and eerie roars. Below, countless distorted entities surged towards the university city as if receiving some sort of command. Despite the lack of order, they rushed forward like an unstoppable flood. Such a massive anomaly was impossible to conceal from anyone. The God Ring? Yang Chen? I want to see how you two will stop this time. Ha ha, well, serves them right. So dark? They deserve this punishment. The God Ring is probably in big trouble this time. Numerous people gloated over the situation. Although they had witnessed the power of the God Ring, they did not believe that the God Ring could stop the thousands of distorted entities with just a simple iron fence. Even if the God Ring managed to block them, the losses would be devastating. Would they be able to hold them off then? Perhaps they could obtain the God Ring shelter base for awakening and advancing abilities without sacrificing anything. The only one worrying about the God Ring was Chen Lin, the old man who never saw eye to eye with young Chen. On the other hand, Gu Shi's emotions regarding this matter were quite complex. Dad, do you think the God Ring can hold them back this time? Gu Huai asked excitedly. Seeing his idol father humiliated and now witnessing the God Ring in trouble, he naturally felt happy. It's hard to say. Gu Dongchang was particularly conflicted. Trying to stop thousands of distorted entities with just an iron fence was like a fool's dream, but the power of the God Ring could not be ignored either. They could leave some survivors to delay the progress of the distorted entities, then lead a small group of survivors and elites to establish a new base. Survivors were crucial in the apocalypse, nurturing those with abilities. However, they were not that important. Survivors were like veins hidden underground, precious yet complex. As long as one had the ability to mine, the ore would continue to flow endlessly. Should we? Gu Huai became even more excited, asking repeatedly. No. Even if they can't stop them, their high-level combat power won't be affected. Remember, a trapped beast will still fight. By making enemies with the God Ring now, aren't you afraid those people will storm in and decapitate us? Gu Dongchang did not agree. Even if the God Ring was severely weakened this time, their foundation would not be lost. Even if the God Ring remained stagnant, it would be enough for Gu Shi to catch up for a long time. Should we help the God Ring? Maybe we can reduce some exchange ratios? Gu Huai, visibly weakened, still made a suggestion. We can, but not now. A timely help is always the most precious, and it can also reduce some losses for Gu Shi. Gu Dongchang finally made a decision. Faced with the powerful God Ring, they could only make friends, not enemies. Although the God Ring had not said anything this time, wasn't their weakness a way for Gu Huai to make amends for his previous plan to ambush the God Ring in the University City? But this was also an opportunity. With proper handling, the gap between Gu Shi and the God Ring could be eliminated at once. However, compared to that, Gu Dongchang still hoped that the God Ring would be cleansed by this wave of distorted entities this time. Now, it was time to see what that good guy Chen Lin would do. At the God Ring shelter base, after attempting to divert the distorted entities with the smell of blood, which proved ineffective, Wu Yanba immediately went to the front lines to reinforce the defense. Under the dust arsenal, cars turned into molten iron, continuously poured onto the originally fragile iron fence, forming a 5-meter-high, wrist-thick steel fort. In just over 10 minutes, a defense fort nearly 100 meters long rose up. But along with it, Bu Yanba also endured great exhaustion. Sweat had already blurred her vision, her clothes soaked, and even the slightest movement would cause a cascade of sweat. Despite this, her actions remained swift. This God Ring shelter base was their hard work, just beginning to take shape, and it could not be destroyed like this. Apart from Bianbo, the survivors of the entire Xinjie refuge base were busy. Summon. Yang Chen directed the water from the pond in the University City towards the fence, where it adhered. Faster. Even faster. Zheng Hui and other power-type ability users were continuously digging around the perimeter of the fence, creating a trench and filling it with soil and rocks into the flowing water on the fence. Frost condensation. Freeze. Liangzi and Xuezi combined their abilities to freeze the water mixed with mud. Together, they built a sturdy wall at the originally weak iron fence. The aberrant tide is 1 kilometer away from the defensive line. With the first wave expected in 10 minutes, 1,400 aberrants will arrive. Changwu, Lin Yi, and others responsible for reconnaissance tasks reported back. At this moment, the wall was only 200 meters built, far from enclosing the entire University City, let alone providing adequate defense. We will go and stop the aberrants' advance. Wei Shushi and Mu Yunji stepped forward at the right moment. Their abilities were not helpful in building the defense works, but with their speed advantage, they could harass the aberrant tide and temporarily impede their progress. You go find Chen Yi and Chang Wu, thoroughly investigate the location of the aberrant king body for me. Yang Chen's face darkened. He knew very well that such an aberrant tide could not be triggered casually unless the aberrant king body was among them. He thought the cowardly aberrant king body wouldn't show up for a long time, but unexpectedly, it came so soon? Did it think it wouldn't die this time? Or was there some other reason? Half an hour passed, and the aberrant tide had already appeared in everyone's sight. The four of them returned in a sorry state. Although the time gained was not long, it allowed everyone to build a defense work stretching 400 meters against the aberrants. How is it? Seeing the four return, Yang Chen quickly asked. We found it, but that aberrant king body with 8 pairs of eyes is not like what you described. Wei Shushi frowned. Not like what I described. How so? Yang Chen's nervousness relaxed a bit, but he was still somewhat surprised. Didn't expect it to be found so easily? But now that it was found, the next steps would be much easier. That aberrant king body is unusually large, and it seems to lack intelligence. Wei Shushi carefully explained everything she saw, afraid of missing any details. Upon hearing this information so different from what he had seen, even Yang Chen was momentarily at a loss. But now that the mastermind controlling this aberrant tide had been identified, dealing with this aberrant tide would be much easier. As for whether that aberrant king body was strange or not, it would have to wait until after this battle. Countless aberrants gathered into a tide, like a dark cloud covering the sky, thick and profound, devouring everything in its path. Wherever it passed, even towering skyscrapers were ruthlessly toppled, leaving only desolation and ruin. Countless high-level aberrants were mixed in, gnashing their teeth and claws, mercilessly devouring even their own kind around them. Yet, this extremely violent group, with a clear target, was crushing towards the Xinjie refuge base. Unstoppable. Yang. Gaho. A deafening roar came from within the aberrant tide. It was a giant aberrant over 10 meters high, still incredibly conspicuous even within the overwhelming aberrant tide, with layers of flesh piled up like an entire heap of flesh resurrected. But this massive aberrant, with a body size similar to the aberrant king body, had an upper body that was basically indistinguishable. Although it appeared somewhat delicate compared to its massive body, there was no doubt that it was the upper body of the Distortion King, with 8 pairs of eyes constantly flickering like neon lights, also proclaiming its identity. Boom! As if triggering some chain reaction, the previously barely cohesive distortion bodies instantly lost control. One by one, with crimson eyes glaring, they sprinted towards the God Ring Sanctuary base. Even though they were stepping on the bones of their own kind, the only flesh and blood sustenance they craved, they were ignored. Prepare, throw the spears. Bu Yanba took charge of the situation, seeing the distortion bodies getting closer to the defense line, and immediately gave the command. Swish swish swish, hundreds of sounds of breaking through the air rang out simultaneously, and one by one, the exotic martial spears were thrown towards the front line of distortion bodies like shooting stars. Just as these spears were about to land in the midst of the distortion bodies, with a single movement from Bu Yanba, the white inscriptions engraved on them were instantly activated, emitting a brilliant blue light. However, unlike the storm bombs, these spears, although also disposable exotics, had a completely different function. Buzz! Buzz buzz buzz! Countless whirlwinds converged at the spearheads, trembling and transforming into great spears composed of storms. Surprisingly, they did not fall in a parabolic trajectory like ordinary cold weapons, piercing the ground. Instead, they continuously and irregularly pierced through the distortion body mass like serpents. It wasn't until hundreds of distortion bodies were slaughtered that the grotesque and eerie Distortion King finally took notice. Roar! Special first-order distortion bodies with unique abilities leaped out to stop the storm spears from wreaking havoc further. Found them. Bu Yanba opened his eyes and looked at the few people beside him who were ready to act. Understood. With the help of Lin Yi's spatial displacement ability, the group was teleported next to those special distortion bodies for precise assassination. Next, it's up to you. After weakening the main force of the distortion body mass as much as possible, Bu Yanba's gaze fell on Yang Chen. Leave it to me. Yang Chen nodded, then leaped under the newly erected high wall. Few landing on the blood flame horse that had been waiting for a long time. As the blood flame horse raised its front hooves high, the entire horse burst out like an inflated fireball, leaving behind lava hoof prints in its wake. Faced with the massive blood flame horse, even the ordinary distortion bodies were incinerated into charcoal by the surging blood flame, and several first-order distortion bodies were crushed by its iron hooves. Riding on the horse, Yang Chen mechanically wielded the well-prepared weapons provided by Bu Yanba, effortlessly slicing countless distortion bodies in half as if cutting fruit. If encountering an opponent that the blood flame horse couldn't handle, Yang Chen would ruthlessly intervene. Facing such a combination, even with thousands of distortion bodies, they could not stop their advance. Their target was only the eerie distortion body in the center. Watching Yang Chen charge alone, the once eerie Distortion King, who had wanted to devour Yang Chen alive, fell silent. It inherited the hatred of the Distortion King towards Yang Chen, naturally inheriting the fear of the Distortion King towards Yang Chen. Even the original self at its peak was mercilessly killed by Yang Chen, let alone this counterfeit? It's just a pity that its brain wasn't as sharp as the original. Its dozen-meter body was too massive, making it particularly conspicuous in the distortion body mass. Stop him. Seeing Yang Chen getting closer, this eerie Distortion King uttered the only fluent words of its life. With a roar from the eerie Distortion King, the special distortion bodies guarding it swarmed out. Although they had different shapes, each one was a solid second-order distortion body, advancing straight towards Yang Chen with a terrifying momentum. Roar! A guardian aberration swiftly transformed, its arms turning into dark metallic substance as it punched towards the blood flame horse. Bang! The metallic fist collided with the horse's hoof, producing a dull sound that was deafening. A second-tier blood flame horse actually lost in strength to this second-tier guardian aberration? Boom! Before Yang Chen could react, another guardian aberration joined the battlefield, unleashing a tremendous pressure as it activated its powers. Yang Chen could clearly feel even his own heartbeat slowing down, his blood thickening. Despite Yang Chen's robust physique, he too experienced this sensation, while the blood flame horse found its legs giving way, kneeling on the ground. Gravity? Kill! Roar! Let me handle it! Witnessing this scene, the previously hesitant and strange aberrant king body once again brimmed with confidence. It waved off other second-tier aberrations preparing to attack, wriggling its massive body like a worm towards Yang Chen and the blood flame horse. Countless viscous purple-black fluids gathered in its mouth, ready to engulf both man and horse, melting them into blood. Thud! However, the aberrant king body never expected that the seemingly half-dead blood flame horse would miraculously recover. The purple-black venom in its mouth lost control instantly, splattering onto itself. Sizzle sizzle soon after, the sound of sizzling iron echoed as the venom instantly melted a hole through the aberrant king body, spanning over 10 meters. Seizing this opportunity, the blood flame horse spewed flames towards the surrounding guardian aberrations. Meanwhile, Yang Chen leaped towards the only somewhat normal upper body of the strange aberrant king body. What are you exactly? Watching its eerie and ferocious appearance, Yang Chen couldn't figure it out and decided to ask directly. Don't kill me. Despite facing the enemy it wanted to tear apart alive, the strange aberrant king body showed no resistance, only pleading for mercy. Buzz. Buzz buzz. For some unknown reason, the 8 pairs of eyes on the eerie aberrant king body began to flicker inexplicably. When it returned to normal, it had completely changed its appearance. Yang Chen, long time no see. With this transformation, the strange aberrant king body became calm, composed, yet incredibly insane. Even though Yang Chen could easily take its life at any moment, it greeted him like an old friend. Aberrant king body. Yang Chen recognized it, his gaze deepening. It's me. The aberrant king body admitted unabashedly, leaving people puzzled. I guess this isn't your true form, otherwise you wouldn't dare show yourself. Yang Chen sat down, speaking slowly. Now that the true consciousness of the aberrant king body had emerged, Yang Chen was willing to chat with it a bit more. Perhaps he could learn some information he didn't know before? Sly human, I won't waste words with you. I only appeared this time to see you struggle like a drowning dog. The aberrant king body was clever, choosing not to engage in conversation but stating its purpose directly. Just you? Yang Chen sneered. Before you say that, you might want to look back. Ignoring Yang Chen's sarcasm, the aberrant king body continued. Yang Chen turned around to see countless aberrations attacking the only defense line of the divine ring shelter. Although they could resist for now, with more aberrations piling up in front of the defense line, they would eventually breach it and enter the shelter. This guy is a brainless fool, but that doesn't mean I am. The excited voice of the aberrant king body came from behind. Subsequently, the aberrations, previously devoid of any intelligence, stopped their frontal assaults and began to circumvent, heading towards the direction of the thin iron fence. Even the distorted digital guards did not stop but rushed towards the sanctuary base of the god ring. Obviously, this was the work of the distorted king body. Watching this scene, Yang Chen's expression immediately turned cold. That's right. It's this expression, just like when I begged you to spare me, it's this expression. The arrogant voice of the distorted king body resounded once again. But this time, how will you choose? Will you give up the power you painstakingly built, or release me with resentment and hatred as if I were insignificant? Ha ha ha, this feeling is truly wonderful. For a moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet, with only the noisy voice of the distorted king body lingering like a fly buzzing in the ears, persisting. On the side of the God Ring sanctuary base, it was evident that they had also noticed the sudden intelligence of the distorted bodies and the situation of dividing their forces. In response, Bu Yanhua decisively led a group of elite forces to jump off the city wall and intercept the distorted bodies. Although they could protect themselves, facing the torrent of distorted bodies pouring like a flood, it was simply impossible for a few people to stop them. Even if they were firmly rooted like the divine needle of the sea, a mountain of corpses lay at their feet. Still, a huge number of distorted bodies crossed over them and headed towards the interior of the God Ring sanctuary base. Come make your choice. Pu-chi. Before the distorted king body could finish speaking, a pair of cold and sharp claws pierced through its brain. On the dragon claws, several small water dragons spread out, rushing into its body, destroying it inch by inch. Indeed, it's you, Yang Chen. The light in the 8 pairs of eyes gradually dimmed, and even though the body was cracking inch by inch, the mouth was not idle. Choice? That's something only the weak need to do. Lin Yiqingwu, come and get me. After doing all this, Yang Chen's gaze was particularly calm, even taking the time to carefully wipe the contaminated dragon claws. However, why did the distorted king body suddenly appear? Logically, it was more likely to lurk in the shadows and cause trouble, never daring to show itself. Was it because of its vengeful nature? No. For the distorted king body clan, preserving their lives was their top priority, and they would not take any risks, even a slight one. It knew better than anyone how powerful Yang Chen was, to the extent that it wouldn't risk facing his wrath after the destruction of the God Ring. Unless there was something it had to appear for, and it was about its own life. What could it be? This ability to constantly regenerate is truly disgusting. Forget it, Lin Yiqingwu, you stay here and inform me immediately of any changes. Yang Chen couldn't understand, but he left the most flexible and sensitive combination of the God Ring here. Then, he mounted the Blood Flame horse and rushed towards the God Ring sanctuary base. Fall back. Back on the front line, Yang Chen immediately signaled for everyone to retreat, facing the onslaught of thousands of distorted bodies alone. Boom 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 as Yang Chen slowly opened his hands, no one knew what he had done, only feeling the ground beneath their feet trembling continuously. The scales all over Yang Chen's body seemed to be curling up due to excessive force. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, it seemed as if an invisible tide was constantly crashing against the earth and the void, causing the surrounding ground to crack, and countless fine water vapors gushed out of the crevices. Everyone was so shocked by this seemingly natural disaster that they couldn't speak. Could this really be achieved by human power? Look! What is that? Everyone looked up, only to see a water dragon completely composed of water passing through the sky above their heads and merging into Yang Chen's back. That huge amount of water, even if it was transported by a superhuman, would take 3 to 5 days, right? But now it was casually summoned by Yang Chen? Did he drain the entire artificial lake in the university city? Visible to the naked eye, the tide behind Yang Chen became increasingly clear, as if it could break through the final layer of restraints at any moment. Stir up a storm! With Yang Chen raising his arm, a thunderous roar echoed for miles around like a dragon's cry, and the water behind him surged like a dam bursting open. The horizon stirred with wind and clouds, and a storm accompanied by fierce winds poured down. Boom! As a thunderclap resounded, it was as if a dam had opened its floodgates, and a vast amount of water, like the grains of the Ganges, cascaded down. Upon hitting the ground, it raised waves tens of meters high, effortlessly smashing tall buildings and engulfing the city. Those powerful aberrations appeared so insignificant in the face of the catastrophic flood, like gravel facing ocean waves, easily washed away. Seeing this scene, many survivors instinctively grasped objects around them, fearing they too would be swept away by the deluge. No, this can't be. Where is all this water coming from? This isn't a real flood. Bu Yanba was the first to come to his senses. Upon closer inspection, where was the apocalyptic deluge? The water, at most, submerged an adult's calves, perhaps a threat to ordinary people but utterly ineffective against the aberrations. Yet, the aberration tide that had just been at the gates was now mostly dispersed. What was happening? Is there a disturbance? Hold them off, I'm coming. Before the crowd could ask, Yang Chen received a message from the telepathic user through the communicator. Without any delay, Yang Chen hurried towards the location where Lin Yi and Changwu were stationed. Although Yang Chen's display of stirring up a storm dispersed countless aberrations temporarily, it only alleviated the pressure momentarily. Once Yang Chen left, those aberrations surged back relentlessly. Trying to stop tens of thousands of aberrations with just a few hundred survivors was an unimaginable challenge. Do you know what the head of your base is up to? Bu Yanba directed the city's defense while inquiring the telepathic user through the communicator. She couldn't fathom what could be more important than the safety of the God Ring sanctuary base at this moment. Who was the real leader of the base? Well, the deputy head of the base said he couldn't leave right now, told us to hold the fort if we could, retreat if we couldn't. Even if the entire God Ring sanctuary base goes up in flames, it doesn't matter. The telepathic user spoke cautiously. What? You didn't tell anyone else about this, did you? Hearing this, Bu Yanba felt a headache coming on. What kind of ridiculous excuse was that? However, she quickly composed herself and sternly questioned the telepathic user. If the head of the base was abandoning their own sanctuary, why should their subordinates risk their lives? And no, I didn't. Seeing Bu Yanba's unprecedented cold and stern expression, the telepathic user subconsciously shrank back and cautiously replied. Good, the head of the base has more important matters to attend to, understood? Relieved that the information hadn't spread, Bu Yanba then turned serious and addressed the telepathic user. Yes, I understand, the telepathic user quickly affirmed. After resolving this potential crisis, Bu Yanbo once again focused all her energy on commanding the defense. Although she didn't know what Yang Chen was up to, she could sense that the aberration tide had become more rigid and less agile compared to before. They no longer actively sought out weaknesses in the defense of the God Ring Sanctuary base, like game characters losing control. Regardless, this was a positive development, making it much easier for Bu Yanbo to lead the defense. However, there were still tens of thousands of aberrations. At the current stage, they could rely on the abundant physical strength of the Tier 1 telepaths, but what about later? These tens of thousands of aberrations would undoubtedly exhaust the telepath's stamina. What would they do then? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Just then, a voice that Bu Yanbo was extremely familiar with rang out. Hundreds of armed personnel in combat gear, wielding various types of firearms, appeared behind the tide of distorted beings, continuously firing to distract the attention of the creatures. Even above the tide of distorted beings, an armed helicopter hovered. "Shobu, I'm here to save you." Chen Lin leaped from the armed helicopter with dual blades in hand, plunging into the tide of distorted beings, slashing and cutting through them. "Uncle Chen? Quick, send reinforcements." Seeing this scene, Yanbo was extremely excited and quickly organized elite forces to charge into the tide of distorted beings. They aimed to clear a path between the God Ring shelter base and the armed personnel. Yanbo spared no effort in his attacks. Standing on the city wall, with thousands of strange weapons emerging behind him, including a pair of long knives forged from heavy scales of pangolins. In the next moment, these strange weapons surged out like a swarm of bees, raining down like arrows, but with countless times more power. Even a Tier 1 distorted being could only withstand the onslaught of strange weapons for 3 to 5 breaths before being riddled with holes. In a very short time, within a 50-meter radius in front of Yanbo, there was not a single distorted being left standing. Damn it! That old guy Chen Lin is ruining my plans. In a distant building, Gu Huai led around 100 survivors stationed there. Watching Chen Lin quickly leading armed personnel to support them, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Young master, what should we do? Should we provide support or not?" Zhao Yu, his lackey, asked. This question indeed stumped Gu Huai. Although his father, Gu Dongcheng, said to follow Chen Lin's lead, where Chen Lin went, they, the Gu family, would follow. But now, there were tens of thousands of distorted beings in the field. Chen Lin had an armed guard, and even if they didn't have many ability users, it didn't hinder their combat effectiveness. Just because handguns couldn't penetrate distorted beings didn't mean rifles and machine guns couldn't. But what about the Gu family? Among the 100 or so people, there were only a dozen or so ability users, the rest were ordinary survivors with basic training. Moreover, Gu Huai knew very well how the Gu family treated its employees. If Yang Chen played dirty, throwing these few people into the midst of tens of thousands of distorted beings, they would probably be swallowed up instantly. "Forget it, my father is already contacting survivor forces outside Dongjiang City. As long as we can learn the secret of the God Ring awakening and advancement for ability users, we will catch up sooner or later." After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Huai couldn't bear to let go of the Gu family's only operational team. If they were wiped out in one go, the Gu family would truly become lackeys of the God Ring. On the battlefield, as the God Ring and the armed forces led by Chen Lin joined forces, Yanbo felt the pressure suddenly decrease. Firearms might not be effective in killing distorted beings, but under the intense firepower, the advance of the distorted beings was greatly weakened. Overall, the situation was gradually improving. Even the long-lost news from Yang Chen's side was positive. He would be back soon. However, Yanbo couldn't shake off the feeling of unease at this moment. Bang! Bang! Yang Chen left the main battlefield and arrived at the corpse of the eerie distorted king. He saw Chang Wu and Linny being pushed back. Both of them had multiple depressions all over their bodies, like cotton-stuffed dolls, with blood oozing from their tightly closed lips. "What's going on?" Yang Chen quickly helped them up and inquired. "Not long after you left, a strange distorted being appeared, trying to take something from this corpse." Lin Yi, who was less injured, explained carefully to Yang Chen. Then Chang Wu pointed out the direction. The distorted king's body, what a clever move. At that moment, Yang Chen finally confirmed that there must be information on the eerie distorted king's body that could kill it, otherwise it wouldn't take such a risk. From the very beginning of his consciousness, Yang Chen was both infuriated and distracted. Luckily, he realized it in time and decided to leave the two of them here, otherwise that guy would have escaped again. Leaving the blood flame horse to protect the safety of the two, Yang Chen pursued alone. This time, he couldn't let the deviant king succeed. Yang Chen's speed was fast, and in just a few minutes, he caught up with the second-rank agile deviant who was fleeing for his life while holding onto something. That is, when Yang Chen saw what the deviant was holding, he was struck as if by lightning, even forgetting to leave the second-rank deviant behind at first. The second-rank deviant, which looked like a monkey, was holding a semi-transparent object in its arms, inside of which a humanoid creature was growing, resembling an embryo. Could that thing be the weak spot of the deviant king? But for Yang Chen at that moment, that thing was no longer the focus. The focus was that Yang Chen had seen that thing before. That thing. The Gu family also has it. Looking at the object, Yang Chen's eyes turned crimson, and the scales all over his body seemed to move uncontrollably, making crisp clinking sounds. To be precise, Yang Chen had seen the embryo-like object that the second-rank deviant was holding before, but it was in the Gu family's refuge base in the previous life. If there was any difference, it was that the thing inside the embryo was incomplete. In this way, it all made sense at that time. Yang Chen was undoubtedly the most diligent esper in the entire Gu family refuge base, especially when it came to treating his short legs. Many times, in order to save on the entrance fee to the city, he would stay outside the base. He didn't know when it was, but he just happened to see numerous high-ranking deviants chasing a group of espers, while the group of espers was desperately protecting a box. Then he encountered people from the Gu family, and it seemed like they knew each other. However, after jointly eliminating the pursuing deviants, the Gu family turned hostile and wiped out that group of espers. Yang Chen saw the group of espers preparing to destroy the embryo in the box. At that time, Yang Chen knew nothing, thinking it was a case of one villain preying on another, and he escaped while the two sides were entangled, thinking he had hidden well enough not to be discovered. Bang! After a brief moment of daze, Yang Chen quickly caught up. His legs bent like ancient dragons, and then he violently crushed the four-lane asphalt road, rushing towards the second-rank deviant like a soaring dragon. Swish! The sharp dragon claws carried the power of mysterious water, instantly tearing the entire second-rank deviant apart. Haha, after doing all this, Yang Chen silently picked up the obviously incomplete embryo. He didn't feel as indignant and uncontrollable as he had imagined, just calmly gazing at the incomplete embryo in his hand, finally letting out a laugh. Seeing this, I can die without regrets. Looking at the thing that had caused his demise in the previous life, manipulated by the Gu family father and son, Yang Chen calmly said, as if it was something unrelated to him. Boom! But as his words fell, an extremely violent aura burst forth from Yang Chen, even changing the surrounding atmosphere. His clothes were torn to shreds by this surge of energy, countless gravel and debris were swept up, the sky seemed to gather dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and in an instant, it turned from day to pitch black night. Without regrets. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yang Chen covered his face with one hand, letting out a liberating and unrestrained laughter. His original round pupils instantly turned into beast-like vertical pupils full of killing intent. A faint golden light flickered, becoming the only source of light in this world. Even his dragon transformation intensified continuously, the overwhelming resentment in his heart being the best nourishment for the black dragon. The palm that had always resembled human fingers was rapidly transforming into a shape resembling eagle claws, more suitable for grasping and tearing. Until the pouring rain began to wash away the filth from Yang Chen's body. It was only then that his chilling laughter abruptly ceased. Since when did he start feeling that being silenced by murder was not unjust? Goose. What a chaotic world overlord. Let me see how far you can go. Yang Chen picked up the incomplete king body embryo and headed towards the God Ring refuge base. Although he didn't know the exact effects of this thing, the fact that it made the Gu father and son resort to desperate measures, even trying to eliminate witnesses like himself who knew nothing, indicated that it was a priceless treasure. On the other side, in an underground space somewhere unknown. It's over. It's over. It's over. Sensing that Yang Chen had dealt with the aberrant sent to retrieve the king body embryo, the aberrant king body now felt death looming so close for the second time. It was like a lost child, covering its 8 pairs of wildly flickering eyes, tears occasionally streaming down, helplessly hugging itself, cowering in a corner. Head at that moment, an aberrant brought back several human corpses. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Like a startled rabbit, the aberrant king body rushed forward, tearing the aberrant and the human corpses into pieces. Yang Chen has obtained the king body embryo, he must be eliminated, and the embryo recovered. It took a long time for the aberrant king body to gradually calm down. With almost no time for contemplation, it made a decision. Although the embryo did not affect it, it held the secret to the resurrection of the aberrant king body clan. Like a seed, even if the main body died completely, the spirit extinguished, it would be reborn within the king body embryo. Unfortunately, the aberrant that stole its power had an incomplete consciousness. The king body embryo was not fully developed, and initially, it didn't even sense its existence. Otherwise, how could it have allowed that fool to attack the God Ring refuge base? With the incomplete king body embryo in his possession, Yang Chen would soon learn the secret of the aberrant king body's resurrection. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. But how to eliminate Yang Chen? It was already considered the top combat power in the entire Dongjiang city, yet Yang Chen could kill it across levels. As for the other aberrants, they were even more powerless, unable to even temporarily restrain Yang Chen. Among humans, there were many forces that also despised Yang Chen, but what could those level 0 espers do? If not for the fear that the destruction of an entire human force might cause unrest and attract Yang Chen's attention, it alone could sweep away most of the human forces in Dongjiang city. As for the alien side, only the ant colony on the outskirts of the city could be considered a force. But aliens and aberrants were mortal enemies, they had no grudge against Yang Chen, why would they help it? Should it try to negotiate with Yang Chen? No! That guy was a lunatic, and it had no capital to negotiate with Yang Chen. It seems I must take a risk. The aberrant king body's 8 pairs of eyes dimmed, but soon it made a decision. Regardless, Dongjiang city must be thrown into chaos. Although the power of human survivors was weak, with the chaotic nature of humans, once they grew, they would not willingly be suppressed by the God Ring refuge base where Yang Chen resided. What about the aberrants? They lacked everything, except for aberrants. Once the various survivor forces in Dongjiang city clashed with the God Ring refuge base where Yang Chen was, it could easily fan the flames and fish in troubled waters. Come on, Dongjiang, it's time for chaos. After dealing with the matter concerning the aberrant king body, Yang Chen swiftly returned to the defenses of the God Ring refuge base. Although Chen Lin brought heavy firepower suppression, the combined forces of both sides amounted to less than 1,000 people. Even with the chaotic surge of over 100,000 mutated creatures, the pressure on the sanctuary base was still immense. Under the continuous assault of the mutated creatures like waves, the hastily erected walls were on the verge of collapse. Especially after Chen Lin's side ran out of ammunition, there was nothing to stop the advance of the mutated creatures. The survivors on the walls could only rely on hand-to-hand combat to clear the climbing mutants. Just as they killed one mutant, more horrifying ones appeared, relentless and unstoppable. Despite their dried blood-stained hands gripping their weapons, they continued to fight, fearing their arms might fail them at any moment. Tearing cloth strips, they bound their hands tightly to their weapons, risking being dragged down by the mutants and torn to pieces in the ocean of mutants below. No one retreated. They knew how rare it was to find a peaceful land to rest and rejoice in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. A member of the hunting team was entangled by a mutant that suddenly appeared, and in an instant, 3 to 5 mutants climbed up the wall. They tore the member apart and even feasted on him alive. Kill them! A companion tried to help but was bitten in half by a second-level mutant due to a momentary distraction. Scenes like this played out constantly on the few hundred meters of the wall. They didn't know when the wall would completely fall, maybe in the next moment? But they were willing to fight hard for that faint hope. Rustle, rustle, rustle at that moment, drops of black as ink water fell, looking thin like needles, inconspicuously passing in front of the many defenders, with a faint sound. Is it raining? The survivor, missing his lower body, tried to use the rain, as thin as a thread, with his last bit of strength. But the unremarkable raindrops seemed to consciously avoid his palm, instantly piercing the second-level mutant feasting on his lower body. Plop! The sound was not loud, but the survivor saw with his own eyes the powerful second-level mutant pierced by the imperceptible rain thread. More and denser rain threads followed, blasting it into pieces. The survivor struggled to look up and saw not just here but all around the same scene. Hundreds of mutants were killed by the dense rain threads, even creating a brief empty area on the 10-meter-long wall without mutants. You've worked hard. Do you have any loved ones? Before the survivor could react, Yang Chen's figure appeared beside him, softly inquiring. My daughter, Su Yao, is in the base. Upon hearing this, his eyes, previously clouded with pain, instantly focused. I will make her an esper, give her self-defense abilities. Farewell. Yang Chen nodded gently, then crushed his head. Compared to beheading, being cut in half was more painful, not leading to immediate death, but watching one's blood flow slowly and enduring excruciating pain. Instead of that, it was better to give him a quick death. In just about 10 seconds, the mutants that had just been cleared surged up again. Yang Chen stood on the wall, facing an endless distorted mass in front of him, surrounded by hysterical cries of killing. He was like a fully strategized meat grinder. Wherever he went, countless flashes of blood burst out, and the distorted mass was bombarded. But even with Yang Chen's strength, he could only defend a section of the wall about 30 meters long, while the other parts of the wall were still struggling to hold on. Yang Chen didn't do anything else, his gaze turned to the rear of the distorted mass, as if waiting for something. Boom! Boom boom boom. Before long, there were signs of retreat from the rear of the distorted mass, as if being controlled, moving neatly in another direction. And this situation continued to spread towards the middle of the distorted mass. In the end, the only thing the sanctuary base of the divine ring needed to face was the distorted mass in front, numbering around 10,000. Of course, this was not out of the kindness of the distorted king, but Linny and Changwu in the rear used the vigorous flesh and blood of the heavy-scaled pangolin to lure away over 100,000 distorted masses from the middle and rear sections. When they had been led far enough away, the two used spatial displacement to return and once again attract the distorted masses in front. In the end, apart from those already climbing the walls and fighting the survivors, there were no more living distorted masses on the entire battlefield. Thus, the crisis at the Divine Ring Sanctuary base was truly over. We won? Of course, we won. Ah, that's great, sobbing. I thought I would die here. Watching the distorted mass tide gradually recede, countless survivors cheered, even weeping with joy. Everyone forgot everything else, just embracing those around them tightly, venting the joy of surviving the disaster. Next was the moment to clean up the battlefield. Under the already crumbling city wall, countless distorted mass corpses piled up into a slope that one could walk directly up, numbering at least tens of thousands. The survivors who had held on until this moment, even those with the physique of a Tier 1 Esper, after a round of cheering, still obediently lay down. Ordinary survivors who had been frightened in the rear orderly climbed up the city wall, carrying down one brave warrior after another. Yang Chen shuttled back and forth between the two battlefields, plus 2 rescues. Even he felt weak. He simply lay down, took out the incomplete king body embryo, and began to study it. This thing could make the distorted king take risks, make the Gu family endlessly benefit. Its value must be extremely high, but what was its purpose? Humph. As the base lord, while everyone else is busy, you're slacking off? But before he could figure out anything, he heard Qin Lin's usual displeased voice. Don't get any ideas. I brought people to support for Xiaobu's safety, not to approve of you. Without waiting for Yang Chen to say anything, the old man rattled on like a machine gun. So, what do you want from me? Yang Chen didn't argue with the stubborn old man, but got straight to the point. It's just, well, this time we also killed a lot of distorted masses. You have to settle up with me on the spot. Old man, wait until I bring my niece to see you. Let's see how you handle it. Then watching Chen Lin leave contentedly, evil thoughts involuntarily crossed Yang Chen's mind. He was quite looking forward to the spectacular expression on Chen Lin's face at that time. But if it's a boy, forget it. We need to quickly clean up these distorted mass corpses. However, looking at the tens of thousands of distorted mass corpses piled up under the city wall, Chen Yi's face immediately darkened. Initially, dissecting 1,000 distorted masses could attract over 100,000 more, so the smell emitted by these tens of thousands of distorted masses would probably attract almost half of Dongjiang City's distorted masses. Tens of thousands of deformed creatures are so difficult to deal with. What about millions or tens of millions of them? What's the use of this king embryo? But Yang Chen's attention quickly shifted to the incomplete version of the king embryo in his hand, but he couldn't figure it out. It looked like an inflated balloon, barely able to see the developing half of a young body inside. Half gas, half liquid, it looked strange no matter how you looked at it. It seems like the liquid is decreasing? For ordinary creatures, the amniotic fluid in the embryo should be quite nutritious, right? Seeing this scene, Yang Chen couldn't help but think back to the situation when he first saw the deformed king body. If this incomplete king embryo could also absorb the nutrition of the deformed creatures, that would be great. Why not? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Yang Chen immediately threw the king embryo onto the shattered Tier 2 deformed creature corpse on the ground. Then he watched in amazement as the king embryo, upon contact with the Tier 2 deformed creature corpse, grew several vein-like things, continuously absorbing its nutrients, until the entire Tier 2 deformed creature corpse turned into a pile of dry bones. The liquid in the deformed king body, about the size of a soccer ball, rose to the height of a finger bone. It can even absorb the bodies of deformed creatures? Watching this scene, joy flickered in Yang Chen's eyes. Did he seem to understand the purpose of the king embryo now? The only uncertainty now was whether the liquid inside the king embryo could be used by humans. Yang Chen decisively made a hole in the king embryo and watched as the aloe vera-like liquid poured out. Looking at the sticky liquid in his palm, although it emitted a scent similar to exotic meat, it looked more like snot no matter how you looked at it. It was just missing some foam. Although with Yang Chen's physical quality, even gnawing on deformed creatures wouldn't poison him, looking at this lump in front of him, he hesitated. Yang Chen, hiding here? At this moment, Wei Shushi's enchanting voice rang out. Of course, I'm here. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled. Looking back, he saw Wei Shushi, who at some point had put on a combat vest, covered in magazines and firearms, with only her exceptionally conspicuous white waist and abdomen exposed, along with a beautiful vestline and a cute belly button that seemed to be adorned with a deep black gem, captivating the eyes. She wore black shorts on her lower body, with plenty of equipment strapped to her plump thighs, more charming than black stockings. Although this outfit was unrealistic, the beauty was real, like a female character stepping out of a game. Hee seeing Yang Chen unable to take his eyes off her, Wei Shushi revealed a smug smile. Come here, I'll give you something good to eat. You're not thinking of giving sister something weird to eat, are you? Be careful, sister's bullets don't discriminate. Seeing Yang Chen so eager, Wei Shushi's self-esteem, which had been hit all along, finally got a bit of relief. But she still put on a serious look on the surface, pulled out the pistol at her thigh, and waved it in front of Yang Chen, fully getting into character. Why waste words? Yang Chen, however, didn't follow the script at all and pulled Wei Shushi over. What do you want? Wei Shushi's eyes showed an unprecedented firmness, but her body offered no resistance, even sitting in Yang Chen's lap on her own initiative. Until something sticky was sent into her mouth. Her captivating fox eyes widened instantly, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. Her plump and fair thighs struggled desperately, but in Yang Chen's hands, they were like fish out of water, helpless. Poo, I didn't expect you to have such a fetish. It wasn't until that thing was completely sent into her mouth that Yang Chen let go. Wei Shushi's eyes were red, looking pitiful yet somehow stubborn, making people can't help but want to feed her another lump. Stop talking, how do you feel? Yang Chen completely ignored her protest and spoke eagerly. I feel like devouring you right now. Wei Shushi, sensing the lingering delicious taste in her mouth, immediately pounced on him like a hooligan. However, Yang Chen grabbed her by the back of her collar, lifting her up entirely. Tastes good, want more? Seeing her failed attempt, Wei Shushi didn't give up, extending her delicate tongue to lick the residue on her lips, seductively saying, yes, of course. Seeing this, Yang Chen took out the royal body embryo, ready to pour out some more. Wait, you want me to eat this? Formaldehyde. Seeing Yang Chen about to pour it into her mouth, Wei Shushi hurriedly stopped him, her eyes still flushed with disbelief, staring at the strange royal body embryo in Yang Chen's hand, feeling uneasy. You're picky about this? This is good stuff. Seeing Wei Shushi's ignorance, Yang Chen rolled his eyes. But now he had tried it, at least it only looked like snot, not actually tasted like it. He then widened the opening of the royal body embryo and swallowed half of the liquid. Swish. Yang Chen felt an incredibly gentle energy surging into his body, like soaking in a hot spring, feeling warm all over. It was as if countless delicate hands were massaging every meridian and muscle in his body. This feeling was simply irresistible. Buzz. Then he gulped a few more times until there was only a thin layer left in the royal body embryo, and Chenny felt the second-tier upgrade of his second supernatural power ring successful. An invisible energy spread out, and people within a 50-meter radius of Yang Chen felt a tangible sense of restraint descending upon them. Give me more, I want more, master. Just by watching for a while, Yang Chen's supernatural power broke through to the second tier. Wei Shushi didn't care about anything else, immediately lying on Yang Chen, looking pitifully like a begging kitten, gently scratching Yang Chen's chest, feeling itchy and unbearable. No wonder the Gu family in the previous life even collected the deformed body of the mutated body that had already been dug out. After several experiments, Yang Chen probably figured out the purpose of the royal body embryo. Even the deformed body waste that had already been dug out could be absorbed and converted into liquid that humans could absorb, roughly equivalent to the amount of mutated flesh, and even easier to absorb. In simple terms, a deformed body could obtain 2 portions of mutated flesh. It was a treasure trove. The only drawback was that as the deformed body waste was absorbed, the royal body embryo would gradually grow. Yang Chen only used it to absorb the hundreds of deformed bodies on the city wall, and its size increased several times from its original soccer ball size to the size of a watermelon. However, the quality of the nutrient liquid contained therein decreased, now only comparable to zero-tier mutated flesh, unlike the initial nutrient liquid that was comparable to second-tier mutated flesh. Yang Chen paid no attention to this. However, if there were enough deformed body waste to sustain it, it would eventually redevelop into a deformed royal body, right? This might pose a significant challenge for ordinary supernatural power factions, but it was nothing for the God Ring Sanctuary. It was just another kill. The only uncertainty now was how much deformed body waste the royal body embryo needed to absorb to regrow into a deformed royal body. Let's try it out with that. Yang Chen threw it directly into the pile of deformed body waste on the city wall. Russell soon, the distorted king's body, which had been drained of vitality by Yang Chen, regained its vigor. Tentacles resembling blood vessels extended from the embryo's surface, rooting into the pile of distorted bodies, continuously absorbing nutrients. The nutrient fluid inside the king's embryo increased visibly in speed. The embryo, like a plant in a drought receiving rain, greedily absorbed nutrients, growing rapidly. From a small black ball the size of an egg, facial features and limbs quickly emerged, eventually forming a shape resembling a half-formed baby. Boom! At this point, the king's embryo seemed to possess a rudimentary consciousness. Initially absorbing nutrients from the distorted bodies without care, it now used its spine-like tentacles to coil up the surrounding bodies, attempting to hide itself. Could it sense Yang Chen's threat? Or was it purely instinctual behavior? Boom! Yang Chen remained silent but acted decisively, conjuring a black water dragon with a snap of his fingers, swiftly crushing the upper layer of the king's embryo, exposing it once again. Splat! Then, a sharp dragon claw emerged, slicing a gash on the just recovered king's embryo. As expected, Yang Chen tasted the nutrient fluid on the claw. The energy content in the fluid increased again, reaching the level of a first-order mutant meat. So, is this the second stage of the king's embryo? Will there be a third stage? Or does the extent of mutation depend on the distorted king's own decision? If that's the case, it's manageable. Swish Chinny immediately drew a long blade forged from the scales of a pangolin, piercing the connection between the king's embryo and the pile of distorted bodies without warning. Thus, he lifted the watermelon-sized king's embryo. The vine-like structures were resilient, and although they were severed, Yang Chen felt a dull resistance in the blade. Splat! Hey! The king's embryo seemed stimulated and hatched prematurely. Rustle! As the outer wall was pierced, the incomplete distorted king's body protruded half of its head like a worm, emitting a hissing sound. Its first sight upon resurrection was Yang Chen, who had just killed it, causing it to retract its head. Guarding the boss's resurrection point, how could this be fun? Haha, it's so timid. Wei Shushi, who had been silently observing, pointed at the incomplete distorted king's body and mercilessly mocked it. Timid. In stark contrast to Wei Shushi's cheerful demeanor, Yang Chen's expression was unusually solemn. The ability of the distorted king's body to choose resurrection almost immediately after development was no laughing matter. Although its strength was far inferior to the distorted king's body, it still required an S-class Esper in their prime to be on standby at all times. Moreover, this was just the incomplete version. The true distorted king's body, even freshly hatched, was not something an S-class Esper could handle, and it undoubtedly possessed abilities that the incomplete version did not. While the rewards brought by the king's embryo were astonishing, the accompanying crisis was equally hard to prevent. Just like in the underground garage where Yang Chen first killed the distorted king's body, after the distorted bodies summoned by the dying king left, a group of first-order distorted bodies that should have been buried had vanished without a trace. Yang Chen had reason to suspect that the complete distorted king's body could control ordinary distorted bodies even within the embryo. It seemed preparation was necessary. While Yang Chen pondered, the incomplete distorted king's body inside the embryo began to develop. This time, the king's embryonic body in the room began to rapidly expand. The originally baby-sized deformed king's body also began to grow at a visible speed. Is it trying to accumulate strength to come out and kill you? Wei Shushi looked at the scene, her cunning fox eyes constantly shifting between the two. It seems so, Yang Chen replied. At the same time, somewhat speechless, he could only say that the deformed king's body was ultimately no match for the real body. Although it had some initial consciousness, it only reached the level of a fool. If Yang Chen wasn't worried that the new king's embryonic body in its belly had not matured yet, he would have slapped it to death by now. This wait lasted for an afternoon, until midnight. The originally watermelon-sized king's embryonic body had swollen to the size of a wardrobe, but unfortunately, the nutrient solution never reached the level of Tier 2, and 90% of it was absorbed by the deformed king's body. The price paid was at least 500 deformed body corpses. Seeing this scene, Wei Shushi cursed, making Yang Chen involuntarily think of the pre-apocalyptic statement that feeding milk to a calf was too extravagant. How should I put it? It didn't sound wrong at all, but upon closer inspection, this guy was even more ruthless than a miser. It's almost done now. Watching this scene, Yang Chen didn't continue to wait. Without hesitation, the dragon claw tore apart and found the newly formed, apple-sized king's embryonic body in the just-formed body. Despite the smaller size, all the nutrient solution inside had reached Tier 2. It looked like at least 500 grams, completely enough to elevate all the high-end combat power in the God Ring shelter to Tier 3. Who is this Su Yao again? You'd rather give her a discount than me? Wei Shushi had never been so defenseless. She, a charming beauty, stood by, but Yang Chen's mind was on another woman? Isn't she just a student? Mu Yunji is too. As long as you're willing, I'll go drug her now and we can both take her to your bed. Those infinitely charming fox eyes were now red, looking exceptionally pitiful. Her delicate hands, as tender as sheep fat, tightly grasped Yang Chen's clothes, unwilling to let go. Ahem, I heard that. Mu Yunji appeared next to them at some point, coughing awkwardly. So what if you heard? Do you think you can escape? Hearing that familiar voice, Wei Shushi stiffened for a moment, but still left with a harsh word, not looking back. Don't look at me, I won't help you with this kind of thing. As Yang Chen's gaze shifted, before he could speak, Mu Yunji preemptively spoke. You misunderstood, I promised a soldier to awaken his daughter Su Yao's abilities. Yang Chen explained. After a brief conversation, Mu Yunji indicated her understanding. The next day, Su Yao was brought before him. She was a disheveled girl, looking like someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. Her clothes were tattered, a white floral dress that was hard to discern its original color. She stood in front of Yang Chen, head down, hands fidgeting, but occasional faint sobs could be heard. Your father was lucky, he died in front of me. Yang Chen said unabashedly. Compared to her, Yang Chen seemed like a person from another world. Well-dressed, eating food that most people couldn't afford before the apocalypse, and even being served by two beautiful maids. The girl remained silent, but her trembling shoulders revealed her inner turmoil. Yang Chen briefly understood the story of this father and daughter, a single-parent family, an elderly father working hard to support his daughter's education, but no one expected the apocalypse to strike just as they were about to turn the corner. Later, the father joined the ranks of the God Ring and did not die on the way of migration. He even found his daughter alive in the university city. But as if the heavens did not want them to have it easy, this exciting life only lasted a few days, and the sudden disaster once again took away the father's life who had toiled for a lifetime. If this had happened before the apocalypse, it would have brought tears to many. Unfortunately, this is in the midst of the apocalypse, and who doesn't have a past full of hardships? He didn't know how others saw it, but for Yang Chen, if he couldn't move on quickly, then this life would be just that. After awakening, go to the logistics department to find Bai and Bo. She will arrange a relatively easy position for you. After waiting for a while without seeing the girl's reaction, Yang Chen said somewhat helplessly. Then he waved his hand, letting Liangzi take her away. Base Lord, sir, do you know of any way to bring someone back from the dead? Just as Liangzi and the girl were about to leave, the girl suddenly turned around, raised her head, and stared firmly at Yang Chen. Yang Chen could see that although this girl was mostly sad when facing him, she was also quite fearful, and now she was saying something that even Yang Chen hadn't thought of? Bringing someone back from the dead. Maybe there is a way? But even if there is, you wouldn't be able to access it. Yang Chen stopped his movements. How many types of supernatural powers are there in the world? Even Yang Chen, who had survived for several years in the apocalypse, dared not say he knew even 1% of the total number of supernatural powers. Can you access it? As if grasping at a lifeline, or perhaps overcoming fear, the girl asked urgently. Yang Chen's dormant interest was piqued. Instead of being overwhelmed by pain, he actively sought out that glimmer of hope that may or may not exist. At least this resilience was worth Yang Chen's pause. But could he access it? He had even encountered it before. Rebirth in this life was much harder than bringing someone back from the dead. When you can stand in front of me, then come and ask me that question. In the end, Yang Chen did not answer, only waved his hand for Liangzi to take the girl away. I will definitely stand in front of you again. The girl struggled, but how could an ordinary person possibly be a match for Liangzi? In the end, only a few words were left behind. After breakfast, he set off towards the edge of the refuge base with Yuko accompanying him. The city walls must be built as soon as possible. Otherwise, the God Ring refuge base would always be under the threat of aberrations. Master, Madam is calling for you, regarding that girl. Not long after, Liangzi returned, bringing urgent news. Oh, that's a bit interesting. Yang Chen's eyes lit up, then he hurried towards the logistics department. Who would have thought they would meet again so soon? The moment Yang Chen entered the logistics department, he felt a different kind of atmosphere. The air, once filled with blood and dust everywhere, was purified here, like being in a natural garden, fresh and sweet, making one linger. Some green vegetation was growing out of the crevices in the stone pavement, breaking through the hard floor tiles, steel bars, and cement. As far as the eye could see, it was full of vitality. Is this caused by that Su Yao awakening her ability? Yang Chen's eyes sparkled. Yes, Madam is unsure whether this situation is good or bad, so she asked the master to decide. Liangzi replied. Do we even need to say? Of course, it's a good thing. This Su Yao probably awakened a healing ability related to life. If there was one type of ability among all the varieties that was the rarest, excluding the SSS level abilities, the answer would definitely be healing abilities. Last life, in the entire Dongjiang city, only the Gu family refuge base had a healer. Apart from working for the Gu family, every time she takes action, it costs a fortune. Even Yang Chen, an A-level Esper, with several years of accumulated wealth, finds it insufficient. Not to mention Su Yao awakening to a healing Esper of the life system? Just the unintentional release of her breath during awakening made the entire logistics department vibrant, like entering a rainforest cave. Her esper level is definitely not low. Where am I? As the awakening ceremony ended, Suyao opened her eyes, looking around in disbelief. With the awakening of her esper, her whole being changed. Her originally emaciated body became plump, her sallow face turned rosy. Some vegetation entwined around her, forming a dress of unique style. She shone like a pearl, at least not S, but not SS level. Feeling the surging vitality within Suyao, Yang Chen gave his evaluation. An SS level life esper's value is definitely not lower than that of an SS plus level Buyanba. Here we meet again, master of the base. Seeing Yang Chen, Suyao's eyes sparkled. She never expected to stand before Yang Chen again so soon, even making the prestigious master of the divine ring base come personally. The Suyao at this moment, compared to the trembling girl who stood before Yang Chen not long ago, was like two different people. It was a true transformation. Filled with a rich vitality, even a tier 1 esper standing near her could feel their injuries from the distortion siege quietly easing. Here we meet again, master of the base. As the esper awakening ended, Suyao opened her eyes, revealing her pair of light green eyes. Full of confidence from head to toe, with skin as delicate as a baby's, a face like an egg, a pair of beautiful and gentle almond eyes, she resembled the girl next door in movies and TV shows. Not as stunning as Buyanba or Wei Shushi, but just by looking at her cheeks, one could sense a feeling of crying while smiling. The teardrop mole at the corner of her eye did not appear cold or charming, but rather like tears that could not be wiped away, giving a unique feeling, evoking empathy but not sympathy. Like a compassionate goddess of light shedding tears for the suffering world, how could ordinary humans deserve to sympathize with a goddess? I really didn't expect. Yang Chen said. He never expected that a casual act would lead to the addition of an SS level esper to the divine ring, especially a rare life esper. The matter you mentioned earlier, do I have the qualification to know now? Suyao hurried over. Her bare feet seemed like a fairy treasure untouched by dust. Every step she took, even on the polished stone tiles, would sprout grass and flowers, isolating her from this filthy world, untainted by dust. Passing through life, truly remarkable. But with your current stamina, how long can you hold on? Yang Chen sighed. Just from this point alone, one could see the strength of Suyao's esper. Even on artificially made tiles, plants could grow. What about on normal soil? Not to mention her healing ability, just her plant-growing ability alone could attract countless forces to court Suyao. I just want to know if my father still has a chance to come back to life. Upon hearing this, the confidence on Suyao's face instantly crumbled. She stood still, as if speaking to herself. She was not a lofty deity who could shed tears for all beings. She couldn't even protect herself. Her voice grew smaller and less confident, but her light green eyes remained firm. Yes. Just when Suyao was about to give up, she heard Yang Chen say, "Really?" This sentence instantly stirred Suyao's silent heart. Even the growth speed of the surrounding flowers and plants was enhanced, becoming more vibrant. Of course, but I can't tell you the specific details. Yang Chen nodded. This post-apocalyptic world is extremely cruel, yet it constantly exudes a sense of the supernatural. He himself had experienced rebirth, so what was impossible? If there was, it could only prove that you were not strong enough. I understand. Upon hearing this, Suyao first raised her head joyfully, then, looking at Yang Chen's indifferent expression, she seemed to understand something and nodded reluctantly. Soon after, the beautiful dress made of fresh flower vines on Suyao slowly faded away, revealing her original dirty floral dress. But this floral dress had long been torn to shreds by the wildly growing plants. It exuded a sense of spring everywhere. She was well aware that whether before or after the apocalypse, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If she wanted to save her deceased father, she had to pay a price equivalent to it, and her displayed ability clearly did not satisfy Yang Chen. This weak woman who couldn't even eat enough in the apocalypse had only one thing left to exchange that could be considered valuable. Can we not do this here? Suyao anxiously covered her torn clothes, gently biting her lip, her whole body stiff and almost pleading. She looked extremely wronged, like those civilian girls who were robbed by bullies and threatened that their loved ones would be harmed if they didn't comply. Haha! Almost instantly, the gazes of the women around turned extremely disdainful towards Yang Chen. Among them, Buyanba's expression was gloomy and melancholic, as if she would pull out a knife and stab him dozens of times in the next moment. Mu Yunji did not hide her contemptuous smile. Even Shuezi and Liangzi did not conceal their looks of disdain as if they were looking at trash. This sudden but perfectly timed reversal left Yang Chen stunned on the spot. Was this what he meant? Wasn't he thinking about his reincarnation? Humph! Scum! Then Buyanba almost gritted her teeth as she looked at Yang Chen, then turned and left. He used this tactic to coerce her before, and now he's using it to pressure other young girls? Disgusting. It seems I should appear less in front of you in the future. Mu Yunji followed suit. Although it sounded like a joke, the disgust in her words was not concealed at all. Master, we will also withdraw. As everyone left, making space for the two of them. Tisk seeing this scene, even Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He coveted Su Yao, who possessed the awakened SS-level life ability, but absolutely should not have expressed it so blatantly, right? Who hasn't fantasized about it? Please, wait a moment. Su Yao, facing Yang Chen alone, was so scared she was almost in tears, and then she heard Yang Chen's impatient tone. Then she saw her waving her hands, and dozens of wrist-thick vines rose from the ground, weaving a hammock big enough for two to lie down in front of her. Then, like a timid rabbit, she climbed onto the hammock hesitantly. You don't have to do this, the value you've shown is enough to make me restrain my desires. Watching Su Yao like this, Yang Chen rubbed his forehead with annoyance. Like Bu Yanba said, he was indeed a scumbag. He did have inappropriate thoughts when he saw a beautiful woman, but he was not devoid of humanity. His attitude mainly depended on the other person. For someone like Su Yao, he could only endure it. Really? As soon as this was said, Su Yao, who had just climbed onto the bed, immediately shrank back, much faster than when she climbed up. The answer to this question, you should ask Wei Shushi, Yang Chen said. But they all say. Sister Wei is deliberately leaked by you to deceive the little girl, Su Yao said timidly. Glancing at Yang Chen from time to time, she seemed afraid of his anger. They? You mean Bayan Bo, Mu Yunji, and Wei Shushi herself, right? Yang Chen didn't even need to think, he just mentioned the three names. Ah, no, I didn't say. With these words, Su Yao immediately widened her eyes, then stuttered and babbled. Do you really know how to revive my father? She stared at Yang Chen intently, trying to see if he was lying to her, so she could give up hope. As a life-based ability user, she knew how difficult it was to revive someone whose body was so damaged. Even though Yang Chen's words were convincing, her rationality kept telling her it was probably a lie. But, what if everything Yang Chen said was true? Even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, she wanted to try. I can only say that I have experienced it, but I don't know the principle. If you don't believe me, I can't help it, Yang Chen said solemnly after a moment of silence. Rebirth was his biggest secret, one he would never reveal to anyone. Su Yao fell silent. After all, her words might sound like lies to others. I can give up anything, as long as you can save my father. Her voice was still weak but determined. Why? If I really knew how to revive someone, I wouldn't ignore a rare life-based ability user like you, Yang Chen asked calmly. In the apocalypse, who hasn't lost a loved one or two? No matter how precious my ability is, there are always others who cherish their abilities more than me. Although I don't know if you have lost loved ones, at least you are never short of women who are close to you. With your personality, you would never ignore the people around you for the sake of others. Even if there is a method of revival, it would be extremely precious and limited. The feeling of hope followed by disappointment is too painful. I don't want to go through it again. Su Yao's somber expression changed suddenly. At least you're not bad, right? Maybe she smiled, no longer as heavy as before, more like a living girl rather than a goddess who even sadness seemed noble. You're very clever. After hearing this, Yang Chen remained silent for a long time, finally managing to say, this is my first time. I can give you my body and heart. I just hope that when you master the method of revival, you will give it to me first. Su Yao had never been so determined. Her light green eyes seemed to see through people's hearts. If you agree, let's pinky swear. Without waiting for Yang Chen to say anything, Su Yao reached out her hand to him, then extended her pinky finger. Yang Chen remained silent, not because he was hesitating, but because he was reflecting on the apocalypse and the girl in front of him. Was it the cruel apocalypse that made this innocent and fragile girl become so resolute? No, if she was really as weak and pitiful as she appeared, she wouldn't have been able to attend a prestigious university like Dongjian University even before the apocalypse. Pinky swear, hang yourself, don't change for 100 years. Somehow, Yang Chen inexplicably held onto the pinky finger and even softly recited the nursery rhyme that only children would say. It just felt like deceiving this girl would bring down some divine punishment, right? Outside the hall, by the wall, the women whispered, what is this? It was agreed that we would only act out the crying part. Wei Shushi's reaction was the most intense. She was about to rush in and replace Su Yao, but was held back by others. Phew, it's not completely hopeless. Bu Yanba's expression was complicated, and in the end, he just let out a long sigh. Only Mu Yunji remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Outskirts of the city help. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the mountain forest, causing the leaves to rustle as if a fierce wind was blowing through, audible even several kilometers away. It was probably emitted by a sound wave-type esper? If it were elsewhere, nearby distortions would have been attracted long ago. But now, not even a distortion creature was stirred in this mountain forest, not even a bird took flight. Apart from the continuous piercing screams, there was no other sound in the entire forest. Ah! Soon after, an esper covered in injuries ran out. In a sorry state, one of his arms seemed to have been twisted by giant scissors, blood continuously flowing, staining the ground. Despite his condition, the survivor did not stop for a moment, just cast a terrified glance back at the forest, then continued frantically running outward. It was as if there was something incredibly terrifying chasing him from behind. Rustle before the esper could run far, a group of mutated beasts with jet-black armor and 6 sharp limbs like spears appeared. Their numbers were astonishing, almost occupying the entire forest. From above, any open space in the forest without tree cover had the figures of these ferocious mutated beasts, almost obscuring the land, turning the earth into a dark color. They were like an unstoppable black flood, leaving darkness wherever they passed. On closer inspection, it could be seen that these ferocious mutated beasts had evolved from ants. Even though Yang Chen had captured the Ant Emperor before the apocalypse erupted, they had survived the first round of biological mutations and now dominated the entire suburban forest. Any living being that entered, whether a distortion creature, mutated beast, or human esper, would become their prey. Even birds with wings were not exempt. In this world, even without 2 mythical level calamities, they were still the overlords. Swish! Just when the one-armed esper thought he had escaped, a sound of breaking air followed. Then a fist-sized hole appeared in his chest. In front of him was a terrifying pair of mandibles resembling a guillotine, but with sharp horns, only palm-sized special mutated ants. Soon after, the ant swarm caught up and tore him into pieces to carry back to their nest. Roar! As the ant swarm finished hunting and was about to return to the nest, extremely noisy distortion creatures appeared. These distortion creatures, long gone from this forest, reappeared without fear and charged towards the ant swarm. Clang! 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 The ant swarm did not hesitate at all and also charged towards the oncoming distortion creatures. The huge mandibles were like steel, emitting deafening noises, easily tearing the distortion creatures, which even handguns struggled to penetrate, into pieces like torn rags in front of the ant swarm. Even though the distortion creatures had the advantage in numbers, they were like a drop in the ocean in front of this seemingly endless ant swarm. In just a short 10 minutes, hundreds of large-sized distortion creatures were all slaughtered by the ant swarm. How could I let you go back? The underground distortion king watched this scene, his 8 pairs of eyes devoid of clarity, once again commanding around 100 distortion creatures to attack the ant swarm. And so, the vast number of ants were gradually being led towards the city center by the distortion king's body. The Gu Mansion. The once prestigious Gu father and son were currently receiving a distinguished guest together. Good tea. A middle-aged man in a coarse linen martial arts robe lightly sipped the tea and praised. For those of us who don't understand tea, it's only good for quenching thirst. If Master Yi doesn't mind, I have some here. Gu Huai chuckled in response. No need, no matter how good this tea is, it's just a mundane item. Why don't you both try what I brought? Yi Nanju pushed back the offered tea leaves. Then, he carefully took out a small iron box from his pocket, extracted 3 tea leaves, and placed them in the teacups of the 3 men. As the boiling water was added, the 2 dry, curled tea leaves unfurled, revealing a captivating jade-like color. Good stuff. As the 2 men tasted it, they immediately felt a subtle energy entering their bodies. Although somewhat violent, it almost made them vomit blood, but their abilities were significantly enhanced. Could it be that the divine ring also possesses something similar to these tea leaves? The Gu father and son didn't speak, but just by locking eyes, they understood that the other was thinking the same thing. Master Yi, the Divine Ring Refuge base is not easy to deal with. There are hundreds of level 1 ability users alone. And recently, they didn't say much more, but once again discussed the power of the Divine Ring. Alright, it's just a post-apocalyptic type of ability user, right? It suits me just fine, Yi Nanju said directly. Although he was only a level 1 ability user, he had practiced ancient martial arts since childhood, and his awakened ability only helped him better master the martial arts. Not being able to use abilities was not a bad thing for him. You have a big mouth. You haven't met Yang Chen. Shut up. Before the Gu father and son could speak, Xiao Yu, who had somehow upgraded again, stood behind them and bluntly spoke. But he was immediately reprimanded by Gu Huai. Sorry, Master Yi, the servant is ignorant. But do you mind showing us a little? It's not that we don't trust you, we just want to broaden our horizons as ordinary people. After a commotion, Gu Dongqing stood up. Ha! Bang! Only a light laugh from Yi Nanju was heard, and then he instantly stood up from his chair, followed by a loud noise. Zhao Yu, who weighed over 200 pounds, was then pressed against the wall, and 3 to 5 people couldn't pull him out. If you two want to try, I can do it without using abilities. After all this, Yi Nanju flicked off the dust on his body and sat back down. I've loved martial arts since I was young. I wonder if Master Yi is willing to teach me a few moves. The Gu father and son exchanged glances, and then Gu Huai stood up. Gradually, several boulder-sized rocks formed around him, like satellites guarding him. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. To this, Yi Nanju just shook his head with a light smile, then stood up again. Swish! In the next moment, a boulder came flying, shattering the table and heading straight for Yi Nanju. Faced with the incoming boulder, Yi Nanju finished the tea in his cup. It seemed like it was about to hit him, but unexpectedly, this guy moved as agile as a snake, barely moving, and let the boulder pass by him. Martial arts is a technique devised by the weak to defeat the strong when facing them. Then, Yi Nanju's figure moved like a cloud in a crane, weaving back and forth under the control of Gu Huai's several boulders, but never touching them until he arrived in front of Gu Huai. Perhaps for ordinary people, Yi Nanju's speed was fast, but for ability users, it was just average for regular people. This guy actually wants to use the power of ordinary people to defeat me? Go! Watching this scene, Gu Huai no longer held back. Several huge rocks emerged simultaneously, falling like meteorites. Kid, be more careful next time. But Yi Nanju had already arrived in front of him, lightly placing a palm on Gu Huai's chest. Seeing that Gu Huai showed no intention of giving up, she exerted force once again. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Gu Huai, as an esper, unexpectedly spat out blood? Impressive move. With Master Yi joining in, dealing with the opponent's divine ring should be much easier. With the experience of being besieged by the distorted bodies this time, the construction of the city wall was put on the agenda. It was estimated that the first wall to be built would be 6 meters high and 3 meters wide. At the current stage, the area occupied by the Divine Ring Shelter was as large as 1,400 acres, and to encompass it all, the required resources would be astronomical, far beyond what the current Divine Ring Shelter could provide. Fortunately, the Divine Ring Shelter held a monopoly on exchanging strange flesh. Since the Divine Ring could not provide, let all the forces in the entire Dongjiang city supply the Divine Ring Shelter together. After all, the last siege of the distorted bodies left behind tens of thousands of distorted body corpses, so there was no need to worry about a shortage of strange flesh supply. For the other survivor forces in Dongjiang City, collecting building materials was much easier than hunting distorted bodies. Although finished products like reinforced concrete were scarce, there were abandoned vehicles all over the streets, with steel content of at least 60% or more. The only thing to consider was the transportation issue. And so, with the efforts of all the survivor forces in Dongjiang City, the city wall that would have taken several months to build was erected in just half a month. Even Buyanba had the leisure to build a 12-meter-high city tower and watchtower at the main entrance. Countless survivor forces escorting distorted body corpses and building materials to the Divine Ring Shelter looked at the silver-gray metallic gleam of the city wall, resembling an ancient giant stone prostrating here, and couldn't help but stop and watch. Impregnable. Truly impregnable. Someone couldn't help but step forward and knock twice, followed by a deep, heavy sound. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and greed, wishing to pack up and take away this city gate, claiming it as their own. They were well aware of the terrifying profits that such an iron city gate could bring, completely dividing the inside and outside of the city wall into two separate worlds. Even if there was a life and death battle outside the Divine Ring Shelter, it would not affect the inside in the slightest. Even after experiencing another wave of hundreds of thousands of distorted bodies, the Divine Ring could easily handle it. What shocked them even more was the hardness of the city gate, not just ordinary reinforced concrete pouring, nor simple steel stacking. Let me test the hardness of this city wall. A Tier 1 Esper touched the thick city wall and couldn't help but exclaim. Then, his arm suddenly swelled, blood vessels bulging, like fierce dragons attached to his arm, and that arm even wider than the whole person. Whoosh! An astonishing momentum spread, making many Espers at the city gate stop and watch involuntarily. Feeling the overwhelming momentum coming towards them, they were at least Tier 1 Espers. Another fearless one? However, many Espers did not stop because of his strength. Instead, each wore a mocking smile, waiting for the show to begin. Bang! The next moment, a heavy fist like a siege hammer suddenly struck out. Bold! Who dares to attack the Divine Ring Shelter? Before everyone could see clearly, a fully armed Divine Ring hunting team appeared. Each of them held a strange weapon spear, wore leather armor, carried a dagger at their waist, and wore beast skin boots. Just this attire alone made the high-level survivors who gathered at the city gate, waiting to watch the excitement, unable to help but drool. The high-level members of this group of survivors, even the base owners, only possess white exotic weapons, which are highly treasured. But in front of the God Ring base at this moment, it seems like they are being given away in bulk, to the point of extravagance, with complete sets of exotic weapon suits for these ordinary ability users? Sorry, I just wanted to try. Capture him. The ability user attacking the city wall hurriedly waved his hands to explain. But how could the members of the wilderness hunting team listen to his explanation? Without hesitation, they fiercely thrust their spears, ready to half-kill this audacious fellow. "Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I am a Tier 2 ability user." The ability user showed no fear. As he completely released his aura, violent air currents surged, stirring up countless dust clouds, causing the hair of the surrounding survivors to dance wildly. Tier 2? For a moment, the ability users who were originally prepared to watch the excitement immediately became serious. It is well known that currently, the entire Dongjiang city only has Tier 2 ability users in the God Ring base. The God Ring base can only awaken or promote survivors to Tier 1 at most, and some people, despite taking dozens of doses, have not successfully advanced to Tier 2. So, what is the story behind this Tier 2 ability user before them? Has a faction discovered a method to advance to Tier 2? Or is it for some other reason? Rogue, do you think you can run wild in the God Ring just because you advanced to Tier 2? The wilderness hunting team showed no fear and immediately charged forward. This wilderness hunting team is just an ordinary patrol team, without a Tier 2 ability user in command. They might be in trouble, remarked an ability user. Perhaps the God Ring base is powerful, but ultimately, it only consists of low-level Tier 1 ability users. The person causing trouble at the entrance of the God Ring base clearly has a high ability level, being a Tier 2 ability user. Even if the patrol team has exotic weapon suits, they may not be able to detain him. For the God Ring that dominates the entire Dongjiang city, someone causing trouble at their doorstep and walking away unscathed is a significant failure in itself. Moreover, it is a Tier 2 ability user that appeared? Watching this scene, many high-level members of survivor groups had different thoughts. The battle between the two sides did not last long. However, it did not end as the ability users expected, with the troublemaking Tier 2 ability user escaping or defeating the God Ring patrol team. Instead, he was hit in the thighs by arrows one after another, then pierced like a hedgehog by spears. A large amount of blood flowed, staining a large area of land red. Is that green exotic crossbow arrows? Watching the leader of the patrol team put away his crossbow, many ability users couldn't help but exclaim. Green exotic weapons, something these people had never seen, were equipped on the patrol team by the God Ring? What a waste! These 4 words filled the minds of many high-level survivor groups. If they had a green exotic weapon, they wouldn't need a whole team. One person could easily shoot down a Tier 2 ability user. What if we also joined the God Ring base? Someone subconsciously spoke up. They originally thought that the God Ring base's development of awakening and advancement for ability users would narrow the gap between the two sides. But they didn't expect the gap to widen once again. Now, even the base owners themselves were having such thoughts. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, this will be the outcome. After a warning from the patrol team, the person was dragged away like a dead dog, leaving only the heavy-hearted high-level members of the survivor groups pondering at the city gate. Oh my god! It wasn't until a cry of surprise that brought everyone back. They saw a person standing at the edge of the city wall, watching the Tier 2 ability user strike, leaving a fist imprint on the solid wall that was less than 2 centimeters deep. This city wall is 3 meters thick. Today's revenue, 7,500 tons of steel, 5 tons of grain, 1,200 deformed bodies. Population increase, 124 people. Inside the office, Bu Yanbao looked at the luxurious data on the report, his brows furrowed. Any shelter base that could earn so many resources in a day would be ecstatic, but Bu Yanbao was particularly dissatisfied. What? Second-tier ability users causing trouble? Soon, the incident at the city gate reached Bu Yanbao's ears. Whether it was second-tier ability users or troublemakers, it indicated that there was more to this matter, especially with the appearance of second-tier ability users, coupled with the abnormal performance of the recent exchange of mutant meat. Although the data on the report did not decrease, the God Ring had at least exported 20 kilograms of diluted mutant meat to Dongjiang, which could potentially give rise to 1,000 first-tier ability users. These ability users might be scattered among the survivor forces of various sizes in Dongjiang City, not many but certainly not few. The lack of increase in revenue already implied something fishy. Young, don't sleep. Faced with this situation, Bu Yanbao subconsciously wanted to discuss with Yang Chen, but seeing him lying on the sofa, using Snow's plump thighs as a knee pillow, sleeping comfortably, a surge of anger rose within her. She immediately walked over and flipped the entire sofa. Don't be so angry. Yang Chen, who had just been sound asleep, woke up, landed steadily, and embraced her despite her struggles. Why am I angry? Don't you know? Bu Yanba's face was dark as ink, and although her voice was no longer angry, it exuded a chilling aura. As they spent more time together, Bu Yanba was clearly not as easily appeased as before. She was no longer the naive girl who could be placated with a bouquet of flowers or a kitten. I can only sleep peacefully when I'm by your side. Yang Chen stretched lazily and said casually. He wasn't intentionally provoking Bu Yanba, he was just speaking the truth. Even when he was with Su Yao, an ability user linked to life, he didn't feel as comfortable as he did with Bu Yanba. The key was that he wanted to enjoy Bu Yanba's knee pillow, but he was rejected under the pretext of being busy with official duties. Humph. Hearing this, Bu Yanba just snorted coldly and fell silent. She was indeed no longer the naive girl who could be bought with a bouquet of flowers or a kitten now. All it took was a word to settle things. It's already good enough to monopolize such huge profits for half a month. Seeing Bu Yanba's mood improve, Yang Chen brought up the main topic. Why do you keep staying with those people? With the current God Ring, even if you don't take action, you have the ability to sweep through the survivor forces in Dongjiang City. Bu Yanba asked puzzledly. Because I have a grudge with the Gu family, Yang Chen said bluntly. If you have a grudge, shouldn't you go and wipe out the entire Gu family overnight? Bu Yanba retorted immediately. How could he just let the Gu father and son grow continuously without any intervention? That's also possible, but wouldn't that be too easy on them? Yang Chen nodded silently, showing approval of Bu Yanba's thoughts. So, isn't it even easier for them to live peacefully now? Bu Yanba was getting anxious. How do you know I haven't done anything? Yang Chen turned his head in surprise, blinked his eyes, and asked in confusion. He looked innocent but also like he was asking for trouble. Bu Yanba didn't say anything, she just felt stiff, her fists clenched. With gritted teeth, she wished she could pounce on him right now and take a bite. During this time, Yang Chen had been sleeping in his office. Or rather, sleeping with a beauty in his office. What could she do? But it's understandable for Bu Yanba. Some people crave power, some love money, but most people are content with the status quo. Yang Chen is one of those people. His journey has been fueled by hatred, and perhaps now he is lost in confusion. If he really kills the Gu family father and son, he may not even know how to live afterwards. It's okay to deceive me, but don't deceive yourself. After realizing this, Bu Yanba patted Yang Chen's head with a serious tone. Hey, are you lecturing me now? Seeing Bu Yanba like this, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Steamed bun, you dare to challenge me? The two of them playfully bantered for a while before deciding to go out for a walk. These days, Bu Yanba has been either refining the cars sent by the survivors' forces to build city walls or holed up in the office handling trivial matters. It's time to go out and relax a bit. How much for this screwdriver? 5 caddies of grain. Too expensive. Soon, the two arrived at the market, bustling with people. Compared to the desolate scenes of corpses and ruins outside, this place seemed like a paradise on earth. This was all thanks to the survivors' forces in Dongjiang City over the past half-month, flooding the Xingjie base with a large amount of resources. These survivor forces were willing to sacrifice everything to become stronger, even exchanging food rations. Currently, the total food reserves controlled by the survivor forces in Dongjiang City are not as much as Xingjie's. Coupled with Xingjie's reputation, there are survivors joining almost every day. In just half a month, the population of the Xingjie shelter base has reached 8,000. And there is no shortage of food. Currently, the food reserves at the Xingjie base are sufficient for these survivors for half a year. That's great. Watching this scene of prosperity, Bu Yanba took a deep breath, feeling much of her fatigue dissipate. Then she dragged Yang Chen to a stall selling yogurt. This. Bu Yanba stared at the yogurt with bright eyes, clearly expecting Yang Chen to buy it for her. Yang Chen felt a bit helpless. The financial power of the entire Xingjie shelter base was in her hands, making her the wealthiest person in Dongjiang City. Yet she still cared about these trifles on him? Boss, how much for the yogurt? Yang Chen finally asked. Welcome, welcome. These yogurts are in high demand. If you come a bit later, they might all be sold out. 50 caddies of grain in the box, 20 caddies of grain outside. The boss, apparently new to Xingjie, did not recognize Yang Chen and Bu Yanba, but seeing them clean and neat, he immediately spoke. What's the difference between the two? Why such a price difference? Bu Yanba hurriedly asked. Although the price was a bit high, considering that yogurt was not a necessity but a luxury, she didn't mind. Different shelf life, the boss replied. You're quite nice, boss. You're not selling near-expiry products at the original price? Bu Yanba's eyes lit up. In her view, this was her greatest achievement in governing the Xingjie base. Even the newly joined survivors were honest bosses, a rare sight before the apocalypse. She then bought a few bottles, and Yang Chen paid. "Ha, you better drink this yogurt quickly when you get home. Its shelf life will be up in a few days." The boss seemed in a good mood, chuckling. "Wait, what? Why is the expensive one near expiry? What's the deal with the cheap one?" As soon as she said this, Bai Yubu Yanba's smile froze instantly. "The cheap one is expired," the boss answered unabashedly, his smile even brighter. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's hand, ready to pay, immediately froze. "What? You guys look like you can't even afford a bottle of yogurt with your fancy clothes? Want to drink the king's milk? Don't even bother to find out who I am. Where is this place?" Seeing that Yang Chen and the others showed no intention of paying, the boss had already anticipated this, and his face instantly darkened. Soon, the shop owners around started to flock towards this direction one by one.